In the 12th year of Konoha, a legendary era inscribed in the annals of history. Hirata, outside the nursery, a middle-aged man with a weary visage and stubble, a cigarette dangling from his lips, spoke with a tone of somber gravity. The couple from the Uchiha family has perished. Upon hearing this, the young man, known as Hirata, involuntarily shuddered. Disbelief etched across his features as he tremulously inquired, "They are both dead?" Receiving an affirmative response from the middle-aged man. Tears welled in Hirata's eyes as he lamented, "I never imagined that such a wonderful couple as the Uhas would meet. Such a fate." The middle-aged man exhaled a long plume of smoke, offering a comforting pat on Hirata's shoulder. "The noble deeds you have undertaken will not be forgotten once this war concludes." At these words, Hirata blushed in humiliation, retorting, "What are you saying? They entrusted their children to me out of trust. Even in death, I am bound to raise their children. It is my duty." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the two gradually made their way outside. Little did they know that within the nursery, a pair of eyes were intently fixated on the name card resting on the crib. Uchiha. Have I truly traversed into the world of Naruto? Li Jiexuan squinted, glancing at the nearby Hokage calendar. 12th year of Konoha. This was rather unfortunate. As a fervent admirer of Naruto, he was well aware of the majority of events that transpired in that world. The Third Shinobi World War, the Nine-Tails Assault on Konoha, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the machinations of Kaguya. Yet, the troubling reality was that most of these significant events occurred decades later. The 12th year of Konoha was a time of brutal bloodshed, with only scant records to recount, for it was merely a time of warfare and slaughter. Without power, I fear I shall meet my end swiftly. Li Jiexuan closed his eyes, and before him gradually materialized a line of peculiar script. "Please claim your novice gift package." Li Jiexuan observed the incessantly flickering message before him. Simultaneously, a nondescript wooden chest emitted a faint glow. Character: Li Jiexuan. Items: none. Chakra: none. Ninjutsu: none. System: Li Jiexuan felt a mix of emotions upon his arrival. He had discovered this system. Ninja training system. However, Li Jiexuan refrained from hastily opening the chest bestowed by the system. Should it yield a formidable being, his current infantile form would undoubtedly invite trouble. In the tall floor-length mirror, a cozy crib cradled an adorable infant, who squinted at the reflection with unwavering focus. "I never expected to find myself transformed into an infant." Li Jiexuan stroked his chin, not overly vexed by the situation. After all, one could argue it was akin to a return to youthful vigor. However, this is not the moment to ponder such matters. Li Jiexuan gazed at the name Jie Xuan inscribed upon his bed and couldn't help but furrow his brow. If I heard correctly moments ago, the parents of this body have perished in the war. This nursery must be a specialized establishment for the fostering of infants belonging to the ninjas of Konoha. The individual named Kuroda seemed to be the proprietor of this infant care facility. At that moment, the door of the nursery swung open abruptly. The owner, Kuroda, had returned. Li Jiexuan hastily reclined once more, yet through his eyelashes, he discerned a most unpleasant expression upon Kuroda's face. A gaunt visage adorned with the chilling smirk of a vulture. "Ha, you little rascal. Had I known your parents would be so short-lived, I would never have allowed you to squander so many days of my provisions." As he spoke, Kuroda advanced straight towards Li Jiexuan's cot, reaching out to seize him. Kuroda's icy hands, reminiscent of a spider's limbs, clutched Li Jiexuan's neck with the ease of lifting a bag of refuse, dragging him towards the back door of the nursery. "Hey, you clever lad. You sleep exceptionally soundly." With a malevolent grin, Kuroda opened the dumpster behind the store and unceremoniously tossed Li Jiexuan inside. A minute passed before Li Jiexuan, ensuring that Kuroda had departed, slowly rose from the refuse bin, gazing at the tightly sealed metal lid above him with a sigh. "Indeed, this is the essence of a true ninja." Li Jiexuan exhaled deeply. The will of fire may burn fiercely, yet beneath the blazing flames lie only decayed branches and rotten roots. At that moment, a line of text unexpectedly emerged in Li Jiexuan's mind. Beginner's quest. Phase task: escape from the trash bin. Task details. Due to the heartless employer, Kita You have been discarded into a trash bin. The night here is exceedingly cold. If you wish to avoid freezing to death, it is imperative that you escape within 3 hours. Task reward: kunai throwing beginner. Time limit: 3 hours. Escaping from the trash bin within 3 hours. Though it sounds straightforward, upon closer inspection, Li Jiexuan realized that this trash bin was a cumbersome structure measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in height. Its smooth walls offered no footholds, and at less than half a meter tall, he felt as if he were imprisoned. Kita, you say? Li Jiexuan lowered himself and began to rummage through the trash bin for anything useful. Indeed, this posed quite a significant challenge. After an extensive search, he unearthed a massive fishbone from the refuse. There was no point in attempting to utilize it. The length of the fishbone combined with his own height fell short of even a meter. It seemed evident that relying solely on his strength would not suffice for an escape. This was undoubtedly the reason why Kita felt secure leaving him here. Li Jiexuan discarded the fishbone and pondered as he sat down, conserving his energy to endure a longer duration. Given the circumstances, he reached for the wooden treasure chest within the system, hoping for an item that could facilitate his escape. Alas, the progression of events often unfolds contrary to one's desires. The wooden chest creaked open, revealing a faint glow. Lowest level treasure. Automatically recyclable time-space kunai. Character: Li Jiexuan. Item: automatically recyclable time-space kunai, sharper than the average kunai, possessing the miraculous ability of automatic retrieval. Chakra: none. Ninjutsu: none. Holding the kunai, which emitted a dark glimmer, Li Jiexuan let out a resigned sigh. Although it is a commendable item, it offers no assistance in his current predicament. Despite its sharpness, his strength was far too feeble to slice through the thick iron plating. More critically, as time wore on, his limbs had grown so cold that they could scarcely muster any strength. Before he knew it, 2 hours had already elapsed. This meant that within the remaining hour, if he failed to escape, he would succumb to the cold. At this juncture, Li Jiexuan could no longer concern himself with whether he would attract Kita's attention. He pounded his fists against the iron plate with fervor. Help! Help! In such dire circumstances, he could only hope that someone might hear him and come to his rescue. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of his strikes echoed dully within the quiet alley. As Li Jiexuan tilted his head back, raising his arms to repeatedly hammer against the unyielding iron surface. With more than half of the final hour already passed, he felt that he might not endure until the 3-hour mark. Despite his efforts to conserve energy, calling for help was an exhausting endeavor. Help someone. Li Jiexuan felt the warmth in his chest gradually ebbing away. The life of an infant is so fragile, akin to a pitiful stray cat. Before long, he would be frozen solid, then taken away by the sanitation workers, destined for the consuming flames. Someone, save me. With great effort, Li Jiexuan tilted his head back, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, and lunged forcefully towards the iron plate. In a dim alley, a sturdy man, burdened with a basket filled with herbs, trudged resolutely homeward, his face set with determination. I hope little Dai is safe at home. Just then, a loud thud echoed as a peculiar sound emerged from the corner garbage bin, causing the man to pause momentarily and step forward instinctively. Yet, he soon furrowed his brow and slowly retreated. At last, someone had arrived. In a haze of consciousness, Li Jiexuan seemed to hear the steady footsteps approaching him, followed by a pair of warm hands that gently lifted him up. This child resembles my own boy. The man's palm exuded warmth, his voice reminiscent of a hearth in winter, instilling a sense of reassurance. Mission accomplished. Escape from the garbage bin. Please claim your reward. The system's voice remained devoid of emotion, seemingly indifferent to Li Jiexuan's plight. Nevertheless, he had survived. Li Jiexuan smiled faintly, closing his eyes in peace. As if drawn to Li Jiexuan's smile, the man cradling him chuckled, enveloping Li Jiexuan in his embrace. Fear not. I, Might Duy, swear by my youth. I shall ensure your survival. With that, the watermelon-headed man named Might Duy laughed heartily as he departed, the forehead protector of the hidden leaf glinting in the light. As long as there are leaves dancing in the wind, the will of fire shall never cease to burn. A gigantic spider hung from the stained, mottled ceiling, nimbly weaving its web with an air of arrogance. Am I saved? Li Jiexuan slowly opened his eyes, straining to turn his head and survey his surroundings. Beneath the dilapidated ceiling, in the empty Japanese-style room, there was no furniture save for a wooden bed. It was indeed a home stripped bare of wealth. Upon observing the sparse furnishings, Li Jiexuan noticed a child of similar age lying beside him. The infant had a silly watermelon head, with a fierce yet endearing demeanor. Besides this child, a sturdy middle-aged man was present in the room. Clad in farmer's attire, the man's comical watermelon head added a lively touch, as he meticulously sorted through a basket of what appeared to be herbs. At first glance, this watermelon-headed man evoked a sense of familiarity in Li Jiexuan. However, intertwined with this familiarity was an inexplicable strangeness. In summary, Li Jiexuan felt as if he knew him, yet he was certain he had never encountered him before. What a peculiar sensation. Li Jiexuan shook his head, choosing not to make any sound. Unclear about the situation, he wished to avoid displaying any behavior beyond that of an ordinary infant. Li Jiexuan gently closed his eyes once more. The novice task, escape from the trash bin, completed. Kunai throwing, beginner available for claim. Claim. After confirming the claim, a sudden line of skills appeared in Li Jiexuan's mind. Kunai throwing, beginner. Simultaneously, a sudden warm current surged from Li Jiexuan's hands, gradually flowing throughout his body. He could feel that this warm current seemed to be enhancing his physical abilities. However, as it flowed, it gradually thinned out. By the time this warm current reached his feet, it had become almost imperceptible. Clearly, this warm flow primarily enhanced his hands. When the warmth completely dissipated, Li Jiexuan slowly opened his eyes and instinctively grasped the wooden bedpost beside him. Creak. The wood splintered under Li Jiexuan's grip, emitting a sound that was almost painful to the ears. Releasing his hold, Li Jiexuan gazed at the distinct small handprints on the solid wood post and couldn't help but grin. It seems that even in this world of Naruto, my strength has already surpassed that of an average 2-year-old child. At that moment, an indescribable sensation suddenly erupted in Li Jiexuan's mind, as if countless experiences and techniques of throwing kunai were desperately drilling into his brain. After a significant pause, Li Jiexuan abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing through them. Mastered. The technique of throwing kunai. Li Jiexuan savored that mysterious feeling, his wrist unconsciously swaying gently with his thoughts. He could sense the perfect combination of strength and skill. Within 100 meters, his kunai would hit the mark every time. But just then, perhaps due to Li Jiexuan's inadvertent large movement, Might Duy noticed something unusual and came over to lift Li Jiexuan up. "You're awake?" Might Duy held the small Li Jiexuan, his face adorned with a warm smile. Since he had rescued Li Jiexuan from the trash bin, he had already made up his mind to raise him. Li Jiexuan looked at Might Duy, his face filled with suspicion. The closer he looked, the more familiar this man's appearance seemed to him. Thick eyebrows, a comical watermelon hairstyle, and that bizarrely tight purple suit, such a strange sense of familiarity. Could he be an important figure in Naruto? Li Jiexuan couldn't help but furrow his brow, but in his memories, this face had never appeared in Naruto. "Child, don't cry, don't cry." Might Duy, seeing the small Li Jiexuan frowning, thought he had frightened him. "Don't be afraid. I, Might Duy, am not a bad person. I will definitely raise you together with Xiao Dai." Might Duy, such a familiar name. Li Jiexuan pondered to himself, while Might Duy continued to talk. "You're so small, you probably can't remember your name. How about you take my surname and be called Might Duy?" Might Duy? Upon hearing this name, Li Jiexuan's eyes widened as large as copper bells. Might Duy, Might Duy? No wonder he had felt a sense of familiarity earlier. He had indeed heard those two names before. In the manga of Naruto, the name Might Duy resonates throughout the entire series. He is the master of Rock Lee, one of the 12 Konoha ninjas, a close friend of Kakashi, and a formidable man who nearly kicked his way to the conclusion of the story. Of course, such a powerful figure has yet to be born, as his father, Might Duy, lies beside Li Jiexuan, sporting a watermelon-shaped head, blissfully snoring away. Unexpectedly, "I have been rescued by the grandfather of Might Duy." Li Jiexuan couldn't help but scrutinize Might Duy closely. It is worth noting that this man's son and grandson have both perfected the art of taijutsu. However, curiously enough, Might Duy seems to have no voice in Naruto. He has hardly made an appearance at all. This implies that Might Duy likely perished in the First Shinobi World War. Contemplating this, as he gazed at Might Duy's endearing watermelon head, Li Jiexuan resolutely vowed, "Since you have saved my life today, I will not allow you to perish so easily." Li Jiexuan had made up his mind. He would save Might Duy and alter his fate. Just then, a thought struck Li Jiexuan. Might Duy, Konoha 12. At this moment, he finally comprehended the true significance of the Konoha 12 years. This meant that those extraordinary young ninjas from Konoha had yet to be born, and even their parents were still infants. Under such circumstances, Li Jiexuan could change history and completely transform the destinies of many individuals. It was possible for him to rewrite the story of Naruto. The mere thought of this sent a shiver of excitement through Li Jiexuan. Might Duy, puzzled, scratched his head and said, "Are you cold? Or is the name Might Guy not to your liking? I think it's quite splendid. I was planning to use it for my grandson." Hearing this, Li Jiexuan took a deep breath. "You should save it for your grandson. I have my own name, Li Jiexuan." Li Jiexuan. Is that even a surname? Might Duy asked, bewildered. Knowing that he was speaking to the grandfather of Might Guy, Li Jiexuan felt more at ease in his conversation. After all, the Might family was often referred to as the hot-blooded fools. It was better to be straightforward with such individuals. Indeed, Might Duy showed no sign of suspicion regarding why a 2-year-old child would speak in such a manner. Instead, he pondered seriously, "Li Jiexuan, huh? It doesn't sound as melodious as Might Guy." Li Jiexuan chuckled and shook his head, leaping down from Might Duy's embrace. The warmth he had received not only strengthened his hands but also benefited other parts of his body to some extent. Although he may not yet be as robust as an adult, he could at least move freely now. Standing on the ground, Li Jiexuan felt as if he had truly integrated into the world of Naruto, experiencing a profound sense of stability and reality. The world of Naruto, here I come. Li Jiexuan. As the morning dawned in the tranquil park, Li Jiexuan stood among the towering trees, exhaling a long breath. A matte-colored kunai flickered in and out of Li Jiexuan's sleeve. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the sharp kunai shot forth from the fabric, striking with a resounding thud, much like a venomous serpent burrowing into the tree trunk, embedding itself deeply within. This was indeed a sturdy trunk, yet it had already succumbed to such destructive force. If it were soft flesh, Li Jiexuan gently waved his hand, and the matte kunai suddenly vanished from the tree, reappearing in his grasp. Even the most rudimentary of treasures retains its wondrous power without diminishment. Time flows like water. It has been precisely 3 days since Li Jiexuan arrived in this realm. With a smile, he tucked the time-space kunai back into his sleeve and turned toward Might Guy's humble abode. Today's training would conclude here. Might Guy should be returning soon. 10 minutes later, Li Jiexuan arrived back at the modest dwelling. "Jiexuan, you're back?" Might Guy was crouched on the ground, meticulously sorting through various herbs in his basket. Li Jiexuan nodded, yet his mind wandered. Through these past few days, he had observed that Might Guy ventured out of the village every morning and night to gather herbs. Despite being a ninja, Might Guy lived in such poverty, largely due to these herbs. Aside from foraging, he had no time to complete ninja missions. Otherwise, even as a lowly genin with the high wages of a ninja, it would be impossible to live so destitutely. "Might Guy, what are these herbs for?" Li Jiexuan squinted, surmising that these herbs might be one of the pivotal reasons behind the Might family's prowess in physical techniques. "They're for bathing," Might Guy replied candidly, raising his arm to showcase his muscles with a smile. After each training session, the body becomes exceedingly fatigued, and it is essential to soak in a special herbal bath. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, while the Might family's formidable physical prowess is primarily due to their relentless effort, without this unique secret formula, mere diligence would be futile. The body simply cannot endure. "What's this? Little Jiexuan wants to join in the bath as well?" Might Guy, having sorted the herbs, playfully lifted Li Jiexuan, saying, "Though it might be a bit early, if you wish to train in physical techniques, you and Little Dai can join me for baths in the future." At this, even Li Jiexuan felt a surge of emotion. The adage wealth and martial prowess, poverty in literature holds true even in the world of Naruto. The resources required for training in physical techniques evidently surpass those for ninjutsu. This is one of the reasons for Might Guy's destitution. Though they were not related, Might Guy allowed him to partake in the costly medicinal baths, diminishing the efficacy of the herbs. "I want to learn physical techniques," Li Jiexuan asserted, nodding, but quickly shook his head. "However, I will manage the herbs myself." This was not born from a desire to show off. Rather, a solitary herbal bath would undoubtedly yield superior results compared to bathing in a group. Perhaps this is the reason why the Might family grows stronger with each generation. Upon hearing Li Jiexuan's words, Might Duy remained silent, scratching his head in perplexity. "Jiexuan, these herbs are quite costly if purchased. How much do they cost?" 100,000 ryo. Li Jiexuan nodded slightly at this figure, acknowledging that it was indeed a considerable sum. Completing a B-rank mission may only yield a similar amount. However, with a smile, Li Jiexuan shook his head. "No need to worry, I will manage it myself." Just as he finished speaking, a line of text suddenly appeared in his mind. Survival task. Earn money. Ninja. Task details. A penny can stymie a hero. A man may live without a wife, but cannot survive a day without money. Earn a total of 10 million Ryo as swiftly as possible. Task reward. Unknown, subject to change over time. Task duration, unlimited. A new task had indeed emerged. Li Jiexuan shrugged with a smile. The system truly holds me in high regard. 10 million Ryo is no trivial amount. On a familiar morning in the park, Li Jiexuan let out a deep sigh, the kunai skillfully dancing between his fingers. Yet, he found himself lacking the motivation to practice his throwing technique. The survival task of earning money had lingered in his mind for 3 days, during which he had not earned a single Ryo. The world of Naruto was starkly different from his former life. Most inhabitants thrived through skill. Profitable trade was reserved for merchants traversing multiple nations. Moreover, the entire ninja realm was embroiled in war, rife with prohibitions that hindered any dealings. Sighing deeply, Li Jiexuan lamented, to think that as a transmigrator, I cannot find a single business opportunity, how embarrassing. However, having made bold claims, he felt reluctant to take advantage of Might Duy and his father's herbal baths. Without the baths, he could not hone his physical techniques. Just as Li Jiexuan wallowed in his thoughts, the sounds of children playing erupted from outside the park. No, don't come near me. A boy, bruised and battered, stumbled into the park, his short attire adorned with the red and white fan emblem of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan? Li Jiexuan cautiously concealed himself behind a tree, pondering the situation. It was the 12th year of Konoha, and the Uchiha family still held considerable prestige. Who could be so audacious as to assault a member of the Uchiha clan? At that moment, a cute girl with light brown hair dashed in pursuit. Yet, her cherubic facade was belied by the devilish grin on her face, as she brandished her tiny fists and cackled, "Little fish. You dare speak ill of me behind my back? Be prepared to face the consequences." Wah! Uchiha Dayu clutched the swelling on his head, weeping pitifully. "It wasn't me who called you a strong girl. It was my cousin. I am aware, but—" The adorable little girl grinned mischievously as she slowly raised her fist, delivering a powerful blow to Uchiha Dayu's head. "You, my friend, have just called for it. Haven't you? This is blatant fishing law enforcement. Tsunade, do not be too arrogant. Our Uchiha clan is not afraid of your Senju clan." Uchiha Dayu, with a defiant lift of his chin, invoked his family's name. This was the source of their Uchiha clan's confidence. Who could have anticipated that no one actually cared about his Uchiha lineage? Upon hearing the name, Tsunade became even more enthusiastic in her assault. As for Li Jiexuan, who was hiding behind a tree, he was completely unfazed by the Uchiha. He was rendered speechless by the revelation of the little girl's identity. Tsunade. This delightful little girl is none other than Tsunade. In the world of Naruto, she is the immensely popular Fifth Hokage, Princess Tsunade of the Senju clan. A beautiful woman whom the legendary Jiraiya had longed for, but never touched, even once. Just as Li Jiexuan confirmed Tsunade's identity, a line of text abruptly appeared in his mind. Newbie mission, defeat Tsunade. Mission content, the Child King Tsunade is acting tyrannically as a righteous ninja. You must defeat Tsunade and rescue the oppressed children from their nightmares. Mission reward, basic chakra for a genin. Mission duration, 5 minutes. Upon reading this, Li Jiexuan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Training in physical techniques with Guy was certainly beneficial, but chakra is ultimately the foundation of this world. However, defeating Tsunade. This is the Tsunade, known as one of the legendary 3 ninjas, the woman of immense strength. If it were Tsunade 20 years from now, Li Jiexuan would undoubtedly abandon this task without hesitation. But now? A grin spread across Li Jiexuan's face. While it was difficult, it was not entirely devoid of opportunity. "Hey, you there, let go of that girl. I said let go of her. Allow me to handle this." Li Jiexuan leaped out from the woods, his righteous eyes glaring fiercely at the bewildered Uchiha Dayu. After a moment's pause, Uchiha Dayu finally reacted. "Are you blind? It's clearly Tsunade who is grabbing him by the collar. He is the one being beaten." Uchiha Dayu glared at Li Jiexuan in anger. "And you, damn commoner, how dare you speak to the great Uchiha in such a manner?" The arrogance of the Uchiha clan was evidently a legacy passed down through generations. Li Jiexuan scoffed disdainfully. What greatness does the Uchiha clan possess? They had been ostracized by Konoha ever since the battle at the Valley of the End. Yet they continued to maintain their lofty self-image, oblivious to the reality. Ultimately, they were vanquished by their own prodigy, Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha clan is destined to be a tragedy. Reflecting on this, Li Jiexuan's gaze towards Dayu softened with a tinge of pity. This Uchiha Dayu would likely meet a grim fate as well. "Damn it! You commoner, do not look at me with such pity. The Uchiha clan had always viewed others with disdain. They had never been the objects of pity. Uchiha Dayu's pride suffered an unprecedented blow. All right, I understand. Little Dayu. Li Jiexuan gazed indulgently at Uchiha Dayu, contemplating the brevity of the child's existence. Uchiha Dayu was on the brink of madness. Put me down, Tsunade. I shall teach this ignorant commoner a lesson. Despite being battered into an unrecognizable state by Tsunade, Uchiha Dayu could not tolerate the humiliation inflicted by Li Jiexuan, a mere commoner. To everyone's astonishment, Tsunade indeed released her grip, standing aside with an air of leisure. How intriguing. Tsunade's gaze fixated on Li Jiexuan. It was her first encounter with such an amusing spectacle. A commoner daring to look at a member of the Uchiha clan in such a manner, and he appeared even younger than herself. As soon as Uchiha Dayu touched the ground, he charged furiously towards Li Jiexuan, roaring, "You brat, I will make you understand the consequences of insulting the Uchiha clan." Noticing Dayu lunging at him, Li Jiexuan instinctively twitched his sleeves, the space-time kunai nearly springing into action. Fortunately, he regained his composure. With his current strength, utilizing the kunai would undoubtedly lead to Uchiha Dayu's demise. Though the Uchiha clan was destined for obliteration in decades to come, killing Li Jiexuan now would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Better to use a stone. Li Jiexuan bent down to pick up a small stone, deftly flicking his wrist. Uchiha Dayu had no time to react before the pebble struck precisely at the nerve in his knee. Uchiha Dayu's legs gave way, and he rolled across the ground like a tumbleweed, ultimately landing face first before Li Jiexuan, unconscious and covered in dirt. The child had endured much. First, a brutal beating from Tsunade, then the humiliation at the hands of Li Jiexuan. Perhaps fainting was a blessing in disguise for him. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but sigh. Bullying a child is truly not my intention. Witnessing this, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with surprise as she slowly lowered her hands. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated that a commoner dressed as Li Jiexuan would possess such capabilities. Yet now, she found herself relieved of the need to intervene. In matters concerning the honor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Dayu would show no mercy. How fascinating. Tsunade's bright, expressive eyes were fixed intently on Li Jiexuan. Who are you? Li Jiexuan. What an unusual name. Tsunade regarded him with a smile, raising her fist. However, Li Jiexuan, you must understand that I do not require your assistance to deal with such individuals. Li Jiexuan nodded in understanding. I know. I am not here to assist you. Oh. Tsunade expressed her surprise. I am here to challenge you. Li Jiexuan dropped the stone from his hand, his wrist gracefully moving as the space-time kunai subtly slipped from his sleeve. Challenge me. Upon seeing the kunai in Li Jiexuan's grasp, Tsunade narrowed her eyes, raising her own fist with a wicked grin. It has been a long time since anyone has dared to challenge me since my school days. A fierce battle was imminent. No, you misunderstand. Li Jiexuan abruptly waved his hand, producing a square stone from his pocket. With a kunai, he delicately etched a few dots, declaring, "This is a die." As he spoke, he retrieved a stack of leaves from his pocket, exclaiming, "These are called leaf cards. I shall use them to defeat you." Li Jiexuan chuckled mischievously. These are indeed fascinating items. Upon seeing Li Jiexuan put away the kunai, Tsunade dismissed it with indifference. After all, today's thrashing of the fish had been quite satisfying. What truly piqued her interest were these novel trinkets. For reasons unknown, they seemed to possess an innate allure that captivated her. What are these? The adorable little Tsunade curiously leaned forward, momentarily forgetting everything else. It's a trap. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but smirk. From the moment he received this task, he understood well that attempting to defeat the legendary Princess Tsunade through sheer force was a fool's errand. Thus, he was compelled to resort to this underhanded tactic, leading the illustrious Tsunade down the treacherous path of gambling. 10 minutes later, Li Jiexuan released his grip, allowing the rudimentary die to roll gently on the ground before coming to a halt. 2. Haha. You are surely destined to lose this round. Tsunade picked up the die, laughing heartily. In such a short span, she had already lost several thousand taels of silver, but this time, she was confident she could win it back. With renewed determination, Tsunade tossed the die again. The die tumbled across the ground, and her confidence soared. Trained by numerous powerful mentors from a young age, controlling the die to land on 6 was a simple feat for her. As expected, the die gradually came to a stop, revealing a 6 on top, causing Tsunade's lips to curl into a smile. However, at that moment, an odd breeze suddenly swept through. The die rolled slightly again due to the gust. 1. How is this possible? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief, plopping down onto the ground, her rosy, cherubic face riddled with incredulity. As anticipated, Li Jiexuan chuckled, picking up the die and extending his hand towards Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, I trust you will handle this matter. Beyond mere money. Li Jiexuan had wagered some intriguing items with Tsunade. Irritated, Tsunade swatted Li Jiexuan's hand away. I know, you rascal. Your luck is astonishing. Having won so many rounds against this princess. It was not Li Jiexuan's good fortune. Rather, it was her unluckiness that had led to this outcome. Frustrated, Tsunade scratched her head. But my second grandfather will surely disagree with this. I'll have to consult my grandfather instead. Grandfather? Li Jiexuan's eyes widened. If his memory served him correctly, Tsunade's second grandfather was the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Therefore, her grandfather would naturally be the legendary god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Still alive? The Senju clan's estate. 1 hour ago, Li Jiexuan could never have imagined. To my astonishment, I found myself at the grand estate of the revered god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, in such a brief span of time. The expansive courtyard was adorned with fragrant flowers and lush greenery, while the rugged rock formations and exquisite treasures dazzled the eye. The residents of the Senju clan resembled a stately matron, exuding tranquility, gentleness, and nobility. Yet, Li Jiexuan trailed closely behind Tsunade, daring not to lift his gaze. He understood that beneath the facade of this serene estate lurked countless ninjas in the shadows, fixated upon him. However, the revelation that Senju Hashirama was still alive took Li Jiexuan by surprise. According to the lore cherished by fans from his previous life, Hashirama should have perished long ago, 12 years into the era of Konoha. Yet, here was this supposed deceased figure, thriving in existence. Nonetheless, Li Jiexuan quickly recalibrated his mindset. After all, the entirety of the Konoha 12 years was shrouded in ambiguity within the annals of the Naruto saga. It was not entirely surprising that Hashirama had lived longer than anticipated. Amidst these contemplations, Tsunade abruptly halted, a playful smile illuminating her countenance. We've arrived. She pushed open the paper door, revealing a brightly lit tatami room where the youthful and handsome Senju Hashirama sat before a low table, extending his hand towards Tsunade with a smile. Little Tsunade, what brings you to visit your grandfather today? Have you gotten into some trouble? As he spoke, Hashirama cast a knowing glance at Li Jiexuan. Tsunade sprang into Hashirama's embrace, writhing like a small eel as she playfully protested, Grandpa, can't I visit you if I'm not in trouble? I simply missed you. Witnessing this, Li Jiexuan instinctively lowered his head even further. It was utterly unexpected to see the fierce Tsunade display such endearment. He couldn't help but imagine her, as an adult, behaving similarly in Jiraiya's arms. A chill ran down his spine at the thought. An absolute nightmare, indeed. Nevertheless, Hashirama, ever perceptive of his granddaughter's antics, chuckled and shook his head. You little rascal, don't try to flatter me. Just tell me what's going on. Did you brawl with the Uchiha clan, or break something precious? Neither. Tsunade leaped from Hashirama's embrace, her laughter ringing out. I merely played dice and lost a little something. Dice? Hashirama's eyes widened in astonishment. Who taught you to play that? Without hesitation, Tsunade pointed to Li Jiexuan, betraying him. It was him. Li Jiexuan raised his head, a comical grimace adorning his youthful face. Upon seeing this, Hashirama inadvertently spewed his tea, exclaiming in disbelief. It was this little rascal who stole my thunder. Hashirama had a penchant for gambling, albeit with notoriously poor luck. In fact, Tsunade's gambling obsession could be traced back to Hashirama's influence. Upon his resurrection, Hashirama felt a surge of joy witnessing Tsunade inherit his gambling spirit. Who would have thought you would act even faster than I did? Hashirama mused, shaking his head in bemusement as he regarded Li Jiexuan. Young man, if Tobarama ever finds out, you shall be in quite a predicament. In the presence of Senju Hashirama, Li Jiexuan naturally refrained from speaking frivolously, merely managing an awkward smile. In contrast to the light-hearted Hashirama, his elder brother Tobarama was a stern traditionalist, should he become aware of this matter. Enough, tell me. What exactly did you win from our little Tsunade? Senju Hashirama seemed to recall something, thumping the table as he burst into hearty laughter. If it's Tsunade's heart, feel free to take it. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan couldn't help but curl his lip in bewilderment. What on earth is this guy talking about? The first Hokage's personality was indeed as rumored. How should one describe it? A touch irreverent? It was Tsunade who blushed and interrupted her grandfather's mischievous banter. He wishes to enroll in Great Uncle's Ninja Academy to learn ninjutsu. You wish to join the Ninja Academy? Senju Hashirama looked at Li Jiexuan with surprise, his gaze somewhat peculiar. I aspire to become a competent ninja. Li Jiexuan's eyes sparkled with determination and resolve as he fixed his gaze upon Senju Hashirama. Sensing the sincerity radiating from Li Jiexuan, Hashirama's expression grew more curious. Pondering inwardly, does this little fellow truly comprehend what he is undertaking? You must consider this carefully. The principal of the Ninja Academy is none other than Tobirama. Speaking of his stern brother, Hashirama couldn't help but chuckle. You just taught Tsunade how to gamble. If you entered his school, you might not fare well. Hashirama showed no restraint in teasing Tobirama, clearly indicating that Tobirama would likely make things difficult for Li Jiexuan. In truth, the first Hokage was always such an innocent, passionate, and benevolent man with a heart for the world. I am aware of this, yet I must enroll in the Ninja Academy. Grasping a brick, I cannot embrace you. Setting it down, I cannot sustain you. In light of this, Li Jiexuan chose to let you hold the brick while I embrace you. An ordinary ninja without a clan, if not admitted into the Ninja Academy, would inevitably become mere cannon fodder for a lifetime. Seeing Li Jiexuan's steadfastness, Tobirama ultimately nodded in agreement. Although the majority of students currently admitted were scions of various clans, with Senju Hashirama's endorsement, Li Jiexuan's enrollment was assured. I will arrange for your admission. On September 10th, you need only report to the academy. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but grimace. Even escaping to the world of Hokage, he could not evade the nightmarish date of September 10th, could he? Having achieved his goal, Li Jiexuan naturally took his leave. The first Hokage would not insist he stay for a meal, as their relationship had yet to reach such intimacy. Having lingered outside for so long, Might Duy might be growing anxious. Li Jiexuan chuckled and shook his head, having had no family in his past life. He did not expect to experience the feeling of being cared for upon arriving here. However, when Li Jiexuan opened that dilapidated door, Might Duy, as usual, merely nodded quietly, returning to his task of tending to herbs. Li Jiexuan nodded absently, and after a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but inquire, don't you want to ask me what I've been up to? Upon hearing these words, Might Duy spoke incessantly. From the very beginning, I sensed that you were unlike ordinary children. Surely you have your own matters to attend to. Could it be that Might Duy had already known? It seemed so. His character was simple, yet not foolish. After so many days, he could certainly discern certain things, though he chose not to voice them. In his eyes, the secrets that Li Jiexuan was reluctant to share were not his to pry into. You truly are something else. Li Jiexuan felt a surge of emotion, finally understanding why so many were fond of the unpretentious Might Duy. I wish to train in physical techniques, Li Jiexuan declared, handing over the 100,000 he had won from Tsunade to Might Duy. Upon receiving the money, Might Duy's gaze transformed into an unprecedented seriousness as he fixed his eyes on Li Jiexuan. Are you certain you wish to train in physical techniques with me? It is quite arduous. Not merely arduous, it was an inhumane regimen. Nevertheless, I am certain. Li Jiexuan resolutely nodded, no matter how grueling it may be. I shall persevere. Their eyes locked. The intensity of the large and small pairs of eyes clashed fiercely in the air. After a moment, sensing something, Might Duy abruptly seized the money and commanded, I will go purchase herbs. During my absence, you must complete 500 push-ups. With that, Might Duy leaped away in a series of frog jumps. Realizing this, Li Jiexuan understood that the unique training of the Might family had commenced. A child not yet 2 years old was expected to complete 500 push-ups. Such a brutal training method, if reported in his world, would surely make headlines. Yet, Li Jiexuan knew that this was merely a warm-up in the realm of Might Duy's family training. Come, let me see to what extent I can push myself. Once Might Duy departed, Li Jiexuan bent down, his body taut like steel. Even the scarcely visible muscles in his arms quivered slightly. However, after only a few repetitions, a faint soreness erupted from his bones. Infants are not merely weak due to lack of strength, but also because their bones are supple. Huffing and puffing, Li Jiexuan expelled hot breaths that slammed against the floor, stirring up clouds of dust. 183, 184. At that moment, his mind was consumed solely with these numbers, as if the very essence of his existence hinged upon their gradual increase. Every meridian and muscle wailed in protest, producing lactic acid to remind him. You have reached your limit. Give up. Accomplishing this much is commendable. No, do not jest. This is far from my limit. Li Jiexuan glared with fiery determination. Roaring aloud, A surge of new strength seemed to surge throughout his entire being. 189, 190, 191. In an instant, Li Jiexuan erupted with vigor, his arms exerting tremendous force as he ascended and descended like a miniature pile driver, the count of his push-ups accelerating with the passage of time. 231. Yet, the moment this number appeared, Li Jiexuan felt as though he had suddenly lost weight. Regardless of how fervently he willed his spirit, his body remained unresponsive, plummeting straight towards the ground. He had reached his limit. This was not Li Jiexuan's ultimate threshold, but rather that of this infantile physique. 231. As Li Jiexuan watched his body descend towards the floor, on the brink of crashing into the dust, a pair of warm, large hands suddenly caught him. Might Duy had returned. Looking at the sweat-drenched Might Duy, Li Jiexuan offered a resigned smile. I did not complete the task. 231 was indeed my limit. Though he had failed to fulfill his assignment, Li Jiexuan felt no remorse, for he was convinced he had reached his utmost capacity. However, no, this is far from your limit. Might Duy grasped Li Jiexuan's arm. The human body knows no bounds. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan could not help but feel a twinge of defiance. But just now, I truly exhausted all my strength. I barely managed to push through an additional 20. No, training is not about exhausting oneself. Might Duy gently massaged Li Jiexuan's arm and continued. Do you recall 185? At that moment, you were on the verge of your limit. Why then did you summon more strength? The critical response. Li Jiexuan blurted out instinctively. Might Duy nodded gently. In fact, the critical response is the very reason the human body is limitless. With each limit reached, as long as you grit your teeth and persevere, your body will always provide you with newfound strength. At this juncture, Might Duy's expression turned grave. However, this strength is not meant for explosive bursts. Rather, it is to help you endure until the next critical point. At this, Might Duy fixed his gaze intently upon Li Jiexuan. Remember, training is not about explosive power. An explosion equates to surrender. An explosion equates to surrender. Li Jiexuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning, murmuring to himself involuntarily. So, this is the reason for Kai Huang's extraordinary power? Reaching the critical point is not difficult, nor is surpassing it. The true challenge lies in enduring solitude and agony. Utilizing the rebirth of strength born from the critical point to persist until the next critical juncture arrives. With this in mind, while I brew the herbs, I shall perform 500 squats. With that, Might Duy unceremoniously placed Li Jiexuan on the ground, entirely disregarding his recently exhausted state. The moment his feet touched the ground, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged through him, causing Li Jiexuan to stumble dangerously close to falling. Ah! Li Jiexuan roared as he steadied himself, as though every ounce of his strength was dedicated to remaining upright. The weight of his body felt like an immense torment at that moment. Even so, Might Duy showed no mercy towards Li Jiexuan, solely focused on tossing herbs into the clay pot, brewing pot after pot of thick broth. How could he possibly concede defeat? Li Jiexuan gritted his teeth, his knees slightly bending, his body sinking slowly like a rusted automaton. 1. Even with an already exhausted physique, merely accomplishing one more was an ultimate challenge. Threads of strength emerged from Li Jiexuan's limbs, akin to wild grass sprouting through stone crevices. Li Jiexuan forcefully exhaled, performing another deep squat. 2. This time, he did not rely on the surge of newfound strength. Instead, he conserved his energy, advancing steadily one after another. 12. Li Jiexuan gasped for breath, the long stream of exhalation forming a white mist diffusing in the air. The first peak of strength had nearly dissipated, yet the next peak had yet to materialize. Li Jiexuan stood in a daze, his gaze gradually becoming hollow, his body on the verge of collapse. Continuous peak training had begun to loosen his mental resilience. Just then, a thunderous voice rang in his ears. Endurance and perseverance are the only pathways to surpassing genius. Might Duy bellowed. Do not succumb to your will. Your body has yet to reach its limits. Indeed, Li Jiexuan awakened from his stupor, his small face flushed, and once more, his trembling pallid calves bent down. 13. As Li Jiexuan stood again, a glimmer of unusual brilliance sparkled in his eyes. The peak. It had re-emerged. This time, he had finally persevered to the second peak. 14. Li Jiexuan roared as he surpassed the second peak, the resurgence of newfound strength flooding back. He felt reborn, acutely aware of his new breakthrough. Character, Li Jiexuan. Wisdom, 6, signifying the extent of knowledge and IQ, vitality, 0, indicating the foundational energy of chakra, seals, 0, representing proficiency and mastery of seals and hand signs, physical, 0, 5, reflecting the ability to master and effectively utilize physical techniques, ninjutsu, 0, denoting proficiency in ninjutsu and its adept application, illusions, 0, indicating mastery over illusions and skilled execution, speed, 0, 5, representing agility and responsiveness in movement, strength, 1, beginning with wrist and foot strength to signify overall physical power, data calculated by this system based on the standards of a healthy adult. The system's calm voice provided Li Jiexuan with an unprecedented sense of reassurance. Does this strength of 1 signify that I possess the power of an adult? Li Jiexuan chuckled as he collapsed, utterly drained of energy. Yet before he could fall, Might Duy reached out, scooping him up, swiftly stripping him of his garments and tossing him into a massive ceramic pot. In a state of half-dreaming, Li Jiexuan felt an array of herbal fragrances enveloping him like a warm tide. He let out a soft moan of comfort and slowly opened his eyes. The day had brightened, and he realized he had slept through the entire night. Moreover, Li Jiexuan discovered that he was lying in a ceramic pot, and more significantly, there was a fire beneath it. Turning his head, he noticed a larger pot nearby, where Might Duy was also reclining. "You're awake?" Noticing Li Jiexuan's awakening, Might Duy smiled and nodded. "The effects of the medicine will last for another half hour. Do not let it go to waste." With that, Might Duy closed his eyes again, sitting upright in the ceramic pot as if he were merely pretending to rest. Judging by his familiarity, this was certainly not his first experience. Previously, while Li Jiexuan was asleep, Might Duy had been training, and by the time Li Jiexuan awoke, Might Duy had already departed, which is why he had never noticed. As tranquility descended upon him, Li Jiexuan realized the warm medicinal bath was gently penetrating deep into his body. This comforting warmth caressed his weary muscles and bones. After soaking for an entire night, his body, which had felt utterly drained just the previous evenings, now showed no signs of soreness or fatigue. Even more astonishing was the newfound change in his attributes. Character: Li Jiexuan Wisdom, 6 Precision, 0 Seals, 0 Body, 0, 5 Ninjutsu, 0 Illusion, 0 Speed, 0, 5 Strength, 1, 5 Li Jiexuan could not help but gently clench his fist, feeling the surging power explosively surge within his palm. The small, infantile hand produced a sound akin to a roaring tiger. Such strength? Merely from a single medicinal bath. His power had astonishingly increased by nearly half. Just as Li Jiexuan was lost in thought, Might Duy lifted his eyelids again. Such enhancement occurs only with the first medicinal bath. Do not entertain thoughts of shortcuts. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan couldn't help but smile awkwardly, gathering his thoughts and slowly closing his eyes to quietly savor the final half hour. Would you like to claim the task reward, basic chakra for a genin? No. Li Jiexuan gently shook his head. It was not yet the time to claim this chakra. After all, as a war orphan, it would be highly suspicious for him to learn chakra without any guidance. Due to Tsunade's influence, Konoha had begun to take notice of him. From this point forward, he must proceed with utmost caution, lest the mind-reading techniques of the mountain clans lead him to regret his journey to this place. With a long exhale, Li Jiexuan summoned the space-time kunai, gently toying with it. Only through an intimate bond with his weapon could he unleash his full potential. It appeared that he had already attained a certain level of strength, sufficient to avoid being easily defeated by an ordinary person. Li Jiexuan delicately turned the hollow circular handle of the space-time kunai, his gaze gradually turning cold. It might be time to seek an opportunity to visit Hyuga and express my gratitude for his nurturing kindness. Beginner task. Phase task: eliminate Hyuga. Task content: a gentleman seeks revenge. The sooner the better. Task reward: kunai throwing. Intermediate. Task deadline: 1 week. However, Li Jiexuan suddenly glanced at the calendar beside him. September 8th. Only 2 days until the ninja school begins. Humph, Karada. Let your canine head remain intact for a few more days. Li Jiexuan abruptly rose from the ceramic pot, a defiant toddler of just over a year old, clenching his tiny fists. Wait until I start school, and then I shall take your life. Yet, why does it feel so chilly? Lowering his gaze, Li Jiexuan discovered that he seemed to be utterly unclothed. That rascal, Might Duy, had stripped him bare and tossed him in. Nevertheless, in this life, he possessed an equally robust foundation as a man. September 10th. On this nightmarish day, Li Jiexuan once again embarked on the path of learning. Were the kunai and rice balls prepared? Might Duy observed the meticulously organized Li Jiexuan, reiterating repeatedly, in the ninja academy, all are signs of powerful clans. Be sure not to stir up trouble. Li Jiexuan helplessly nodded. Did Might Duy truly perceive him as a troublemaker? He was, after all, a pacifist. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if they do. Soon, Tsunade arrived as promised. Today, she appeared particularly adorable. With two spiky pigtails that matched her spirited personality and a fluffy pink dress that billowed elegantly, her face adorned with a faint blush reminiscent of a tempting red apple. Let us go. We shall attend school together. Tsunade tugged at Li Jiexuan, and as they walked, she mentioned, I heard that great-grandfather will be returning today. Senju Tobarama is coming back? Li Jiexuan involuntarily squinted his eyes. With Senju Hashirama stepping back, the second Hokage Tobarama was now in power. Little did he expect that amidst the fervor of the First Ninja World War, Tobarama would return from the battlefield. Contemplating this, Li Jiexuan instinctively shrank his neck. He could only hope that Tobarama would not take notice of him. Otherwise, he would truly be in dire straits. Dragging Tsunade into the abyss of gambling, a matter that could be trivial or significant depending on the individual. However, when Tsunade led Li Jiexuan to the entrance of the Ninja Academy, a flood of memories surged within his mind. Before the academy stood a grand locust tree, its sturdy trunk supporting a small swing. So this swing has existed for such a long time. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but feel nostalgic. In his previous life, while reading manga, he had developed a deep affection for this place. It was the most renowned backdrop for Naruto Uzumaki during his moments of solitude. While other children were picked up by their parents, only Naruto, possessing the power of the fox spirit, sat alone on the swing. Let us go inside. Tsunade tugged at Li Jiexuan. Yes, let us enter. Li Jiexuan snapped back to reality and strode confidently into the Ninja Academy, silently resolving, Naruto, I have read your story. Now that I am here, let me create an entirely different narrative. Li Jiexuan strode into the Ninja Academy with a hearty laugh. Is your joy derived from infiltrating the school through underhanded means? Senju Tobarama regarded Li Jiexuan with a cold gaze, flanked by several familiar faces. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage in his youth, and Danzō, the future master of the root, the shadow of Konoha. They were all graduates of the Academy's inaugural class, destined to become indispensable figures in Konoha's future. Li Jiexuan could not have anticipated his unfortunate fate. Upon entering the academy, he collided head-on with the recently returned Senju Tobarama. However, it was evident that Tobarama's first impression of Li Jiexuan was far from favorable. If anything, it bordered on disdain. To the upright Tobarama, Li Jiexuan appeared to be a shameless opportunist. Were it not for his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, Tobarama would never permit a pest like Li Jiexuan to enter the Ninja Academy. Regarding this misunderstanding, Li Jiexuan chose not to defend himself, knowing that such prejudices were futile to dispute. Noticing Li Jiexuan's silence, Tobarama dismissed him as intimidated, curling his lip before departing. In contrast, Hiruzen Sarutobi offered Li Jiexuan a friendly smile, while Danzō did not spare him a single glance. Once everyone had entered, Li Jiexuan followed suit. Having exerted considerable effort to gain admission to the Ninja Academy, he would not be deterred by a few harsh words. On the contrary, the more others looked down upon him, the more he was determined to excel, to demonstrate to all who the true ninja was. Just wait and see. My name will soon resonate across this land. I declare that from this day forth, I shall officially be known as the Ninja Academy. Senju Tobarama stood atop a lofty podium, formally establishing the name and regulations of the Ninja Academy. In the 12th year of Konoha, the Ninja Academy was officially founded. Henceforth, the training of Konoha's ninjas would no longer rely on familial workshops, but would be entrusted to the academy, ensuring that only those who graduated as competent genin could be recognized as true Konoha ninjas. Greetings, I am your instructor, Yamada Suzuki. Yamada, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, pushed aside his Konoha forehead protector and lazily raised an eyebrow. I trust you are all aware of the regulations set forth by Lord Tobarama. Below, a group of children aged 3 to 4 gazed up at him with bright eyes. Apart from the usual regulations this year, Lord Tobarama had specifically introduced a system of elimination for the lowest performers. As he spoke, Yamada's tone grew increasingly severe. This means that starting this year, one individual will be eliminated annually. At this declaration, all eyes turned toward Li Jiexuan. Evidently, they all believed that Li Jiexuan would surely be eliminated. Please, do not be like this. Although my appearance is quite handsome, it is certainly not the sole reason for your affection towards me, Li Jiexuan jested with a smile. While internally, a tempest of anxiety stirred within him. In the original course of history, such an event had never transpired. Otherwise, Naruto, the perennial underachiever, would have long been expelled. Little did he anticipate that the first alteration to history would manifest in this manner, through Senju Tobarama's disdain for him. The regulations of the Ninja Academy had been modified. However, do you all truly presume I shall be eliminated? Li Jiexuan secretly scoffed. After several days of rigorous training and medicinal baths, his strength attribute had already reached a level equivalent to 2 individuals. In terms of sheer physical power, he was not inferior to the descendants of the Akimichi clan. As for chakra, the foundational chakra stored within the system was undoubtedly sufficient to allow him to compete with the prodigies of those prestigious clans. Upon perceiving the gazes of his peers, Yamada Tsunetoshi could not help but raise an eyebrow. It appeared that this little fellow was indeed Li Jiexuan. Senju Tobarama would not unjustly reprimand a new student. In truth, while he was strict and stern, he was fundamentally a good person. Otherwise, he could not have attained the position of Hokage. Today, we shall first discuss the fundamentals of ninjutsu. The strength of a ninja is predicated upon 3 core components: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Observing the disinterest among the children seated before him, Yamada Tsunetoshi nodded knowingly. I trust your families have already imparted this knowledge, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Yet, Li Jiexuan found himself in dissent. While others had heard this before, he had not. Teacher, I have never heard this. Li Jiexuan boldly stood. For he had come to the academy to systematically acquire ninja knowledge, to bridge the gap between himself and the heirs of prominent clans, and thus would not remain silent in such a situation. In response to Li Jiexuan's challenge, Yamada Tsunetoshi did not offer an explanation, merely nodded. Very well. Since a student has raised a question, I shall start from the beginning. And so, an entire day passed in Yamada Tsunetoshi's discourse. Throughout this time, there were intermittent, murderous glances directed at Li Jiexuan. It was akin to being forced to re-watch an educational video one had already seen. Undoubtedly, it was a laborious task. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jiexuan had managed to offend the entire class. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, occasionally jotting down notes, entirely dismissing the hostile glares. What a joke. If looks could kill. Wait, it seemed that many of the ocular techniques mentioned by Yamada Tsunetoshi could indeed accomplish such feats. This was no longer the world of old. The ability for one's gaze to slay had become a reality. Take notes, take notes. This kid is truly arrogant. A few members from minor clans sneered together. Indeed, he is merely a commoner. I heard he was reprimanded by Lord Tobarama today. This fellow shall pay for his insolence. Ding ding ding. As the class bell rang, trouble approached. You have caused us to waste an entire day. The instigator was a scion of the Hyuga clan, flanked by the offspring of several lesser families. In the face of provocation, Li Jiexuan remained composed in his chair, only raising an eyebrow after meticulously organizing his notes. Who are you? He refrained from engaging hastily, despite his commendable strength. There were still a few individuals he regarded with caution. Figures such as Orochimaru and Jiraiya, heirs of prominent clans, were prodigies who graduated at the tender age of 6 to face the battlefield. A confrontation with them would yield an uncertain outcome. However, if it were merely nameless cannon fodder, I am Hyuga Izu, and you, a mere commoner, have thoroughly infuriated me. Hyuga Izu looked down upon Li Jiexuan with an air of arrogance. It's one thing for you to sneak in through despicable means, but to dare provoke me is truly reckless. Shall we fight? Huh, what? Hyuga Izu was momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing a name that was unfamiliar to him, Li Jiexuan decisively rose from his seat, producing a space-time kunai from his sleeve. Did you not wish to engage in combat? Li Jiexuan was actually challenging him? Hyuga Izu stood in shock, but one of his underlings leaped forward to mockingly jeer. You are courting death. Brother Izu has already developed his chakra. Haha. Such trivial matters pose no challenge for me. Bolstered by his junior's flattery, Hyuga Izu laughed heartily, hands on hips. Are we going to fight or not? I have to get home. Li Jiexuan grabbed his backpack, feigning an intention to leave. I have no time to play with you little brats. He had to return home to endure Might Guy's hellish training regimen. Moreover, these children, at the ages of 3 or 4, were already forming cliques and seeking trouble. If this were on Earth, they would have received a severe reprimand. However, this only served to enrage Hyuga Izu further. Little brat? Who are you calling small? Hyuga Izu and his companions were all 4 or 5 years old, the youngest barely over 3. Li Jiexuan, at just over 1 year, stood significantly shorter than them. Very well, you have successfully provoked me. Initially, I merely intended to teach you a lesson, but now. As he spoke, Hyuga Izu retrieved 2 long strips of bandage from his pocket, wrapping them around his hands. I hope you possess the same confidence when you are down on your knees begging for mercy. At that moment, the system unexpectedly issued a new task. Daily task, defeat the opponent. Task details. In response to the taunts of a child, as a man aspiring to be the king of children, you must decisively resolve the confrontation. Task reward, basic treasure chest. Observing this, Li Jiexuan could only shake his head in resignation. Following Hyuga Izu and his entourage out of the school. If he did not subdue this fellow, the ensuing troubles would only escalate. Be cautious. Although this fellow appears inept, he can still unleash the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Tsunade whispered as she passed by Li Jiexuan. Hearing this, Li Jiexuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, Tsunade embodies the duality of strength and tenderness, making her the quintessential choice for a wife. Ahem, what am I pondering? After all, Tsunade is merely a 2-year-old child. Yet, the Child King? It seems Tsunade has been referred to as the Child King. As Li Jiexuan's whimsical thoughts subsided, in the clearing before the Ninja Academy, Hyuga Izu had already assumed his stance. At the age of 4, Hyuga Izu stood significantly taller than Li Jiexuan, leaving Li Jiexuan at a distinct disadvantage in terms of presence. Where is your opening move? Noticing Li Jiexuan merely languidly standing still, Hyuga Izu frowned, unwilling to bear the ignominy of a sneak attack, even in a private duel. I don't need to take you so seriously. Li Jiexuan nonchalantly scratched his ear, exuding an air of disregard towards Hyuga Izu. Such audacity. How can he afford to be so relaxed in front of a member of the Hyuga clan? Surely, this fellow is not mentally sound. How infuriating. Li Jiexuan has completely disregarded my counsel. Tsunade clenched her fists, yearning to give Li Jiexuan a sound thrashing right then and there. The private duel between Li Jiexuan and Hyuga Izu had drawn quite an audience. Hyuga Izu's temples throbbed with rage. He had never been this incensed since he had grown up. Undoubtedly, Li Jiexuan had thoroughly provoked him. This is what you said. Unable to contain himself any longer, Hyuga Izu exerted force beneath his feet and lunged towards Li Jiexuan. What astounding speed! Even Li Jiexuan had to concede that the offspring of prominent clans were indeed formidable. Their speed surpassed that of ordinary children. However, there remained a slight deficiency. As Hyuga Izu closed the distance, he raised both hands. Bellowing, 8 trigrams 64 palms, first palm. Suddenly, blue chakra flames ignited from Hyuga Izu's right palm, confirming his mastery of chakra and his readiness for combat. Li Jiexuan nodded inwardly. This 8 trigrams 64 palms was indeed as depicted in the anime, channeling chakra into the palms for rapid strikes to seal the enemy's chakra points. Alas, Hyuga Izu is ultimately not Niji, and his strength falls short by a considerable margin. Li Jiexuan calmly observed, having discerned Hyuga Izu's capabilities. Yet to outsiders, it appeared as though Li Jiexuan was rendered speechless by fear. However, as Li Jiexuan began to sense the gust of wind from Hyuga Izu's palm, suddenly he moved. Without any grand gestures, Li Jiexuan merely shifted his body slightly to evade Hyuga Izu's first palm. Seeing Li Jiexuan evade his first strike, Hyuga Izu was taken aback but did not panic, for the hallmark of the 8 trigrams 64 palms is its relentless assault, compelling the opponent to exhaustion. Second palm. The left hand of Hyuga Izu ignited with blazing blue chakra flames. Just as Li Jiexuan had turned his body, this palm appeared unavoidable, should it connect. The continuous barrage would assuredly defeat Li Jiexuan. At that moment, Hinata Izu's left hand abruptly halted mid-air, as he forcibly terminated his ultimate technique. What was happening? Izu, don't hold back. Attack, Izu. His subordinates shouted anxiously, completely oblivious to the turmoil afflicting their leader. Meanwhile, from the shadow of a massive locust tree, a boy with serpentine eyes and long black hair suddenly emitted a cold chuckle. I see. This battle is on an entirely different level. With that, the boy turned to leave, deeming the confrontation already concluded. Tsunade, too, widened her eyes in astonishment, murmuring to herself, So, Jiexuan is truly formidable? Hinata Izu stared in terror, his eyes bulging as if he were carved from stone, scarcely daring to breathe. A sharp kunai hovered menacingly between the lashes of his left eye, its blade so keen it had severed several of his long eyelashes. Any slight movement could result in it piercing his eye. The battle was over. It was said that the Byakugan was the most esteemed bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan. As he spoke, Li Jiexuan leaned closer to Hinata Izu's ear. Such an important asset must be well protected, you little rascal. With a light chuckle, he sheathed the time-space kunai and turned to depart. Hinata Izu remained rooted in place, his face flushed with humiliation, rendered speechless. He had lost, utterly and completely. Hinata Izu had actually been defeated? Most of the onlookers found it hard to accept this reality. However, for Li Jiexuan, the victory was hardly surprising. Setting aside Hinata Izu's underestimation, Li Jiexuan's physique, honed through days of intense training, far surpassed that of Izu. He was merely an ordinary ninja in the world of Naruto. Had it been Hinata Niji, Li Jiexuan would have faced a far greater challenge. Nevertheless, this marked his first battle since arriving in the Naruto universe. Li Jiexuan shook his head with a smile, concluding that the outcome was at least satisfactory. He opened a beginner's treasure chest, and a faint glow flashed as a pale green potion materialized in his hand. Energy potion. Just one bottle restores your body's vitality. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but smirk. It was his first time uncovering such an item, and the dubious description left him uncertain of its efficacy. At that moment, Tsunade unexpectedly grasped Li Jiexuan's arm. Fight me. Huh? Li Jiexuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in confusion. Why? I haven't done anything wrong, have I? Is Hinata Izu your fiancé? No, wait. Isn't your boyfriend that short-lived fellow named Dan? Tsunade stood firmly before Li Jiexuan, raising her fists with earnest resolve. You possess formidable strength. Why resort to such tactics to defeat me, garnering the scorn of others? Clearly, Tsunade was advocating for Li Jiexuan's honor. She believes that even without gambling, Li Jiexuan could potentially defeat her and join the Ninja Academy with honor. Thus, she intends to challenge him to demonstrate this to others. What a delightful girl. Li Jiexuan chuckled and shook his head. Leaping up to pat Tsunade's head, I, Li Jiexuan, never engage in combat with charming girls. After saying this, he gracefully turned away, leaving Tsunade in a daze. He was in a hurry to return home, for who knows what kind of task that demon, Might Duy, had arranged for him today. As Li Jiexuan sauntered off, Tsunade's cheeks involuntarily flushed. Did Jiexuan just imply that I am adorable? In the world of Naruto, the precocity of children is beyond the imagination of someone like Li Jiexuan from Earth. Meanwhile, Yamada Tsunataka, who was covertly observing everything, couldn't help but smile and shake his head. This lad is truly a master at charming the ladies. However, his playful gesture of jumping up to pat her head was rather comical. But it couldn't be helped. After all, Li Jiexuan was half a year younger than the youngest Tsunade, and that rascal, Kurita, wouldn't feed him anything good. Nevertheless, I should be able to grow taller soon, right? Carrying his bathing jar on his back, Li Jiexuan performed push-ups steadily. Beside him, Might Duy was also bearing a jar, energetically rising and falling. I believe you will soon grow taller. When I was your age, I could not endure such an intensity of training. Before Might Duy awoke, completing 500 weighted push-ups was the challenge set for the Might family today. 334. 472. Almost there. With a whole hour remaining before Might Duy's usual afternoon nap ended, Li Jiexuan gritted his teeth and pressed on. Just then. Wow, that insufferable Might Duy actually woke up early. Youth is ablaze. Might Duy laughed heartily as he leaped up from the ground. Since you haven't finished, let us do 500 squats before the water boils. Without a hint of discouragement, Might Duy immediately plunged into a new round of training. You are indeed a hot-blooded fool. Li Jiexuan chuckled and shook his head, then clenched his teeth and roared. 500 squats. I'm in. 1, 2, 368, 369. 432, 433. In the dilapidated room, the two figures, one big and one small, were wildly rising and falling. However, at that moment, a sudden hissing sound emanated from the kitchen. The water has boiled. Huh. I feel like I'm on fire. Might Duy wiped the sweat from his brow and nodded with a smile. Once I fill the water, let us do 500 frog jumps. You silly fool. Li Jiexuan lay exhausted on the ground, his small body radiating heat like a boiled lobster. He was utterly fatigued. Glug, glug. The sound of Might Duy filling the water in the kitchen made Li Jiexuan feel a bit parched. Indeed, today, Li Jiexuan retrieved a vial of green energy elixir from the spatial system. He uncapped it and, without hesitation, downed its contents in one swift motion. Gulp. As the pale green potion cascaded down his throat, It eagerly surged through his limbs and body. In an instant, Li Jiexuan felt an overwhelming restoration of his vitality. He involuntarily leapt to his feet, his eyes radiating an invigorating energy. Just a single vial had banished his fatigue entirely, and he felt more vibrant than ever before. Xiao Jiexuan, do you feel it too? The blazing youth? Observing the revitalized Li Jiexuan, Might Duy's eyes seemed almost ablaze with enthusiasm. Come, let us continue training and ignite our youth. With that, Might Duy set down his water bottle and resumed their training regimen. 500 indoor frog jumps commenced. Half an hour later. Might Duy could not help but breathe heavily. Xiao Jiexuan, your condition today is unprecedentedly good. Li Jiexuan chuckled and nodded in agreement. Of course, after consuming the energy elixir, he possessed an astounding double the usual stamina, allowing him to finally hold his own against the beast that was Might Duy. Another half an hour passed, and while Might Duy continued to breathe steadily, Li Jiexuan had collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. You monster. Li Jiexuan gazed with weary eyes, murmuring before his consciousness faded. One day, I shall defeat you. Might Duy chuckled, gently shaking his head, and skillfully stripped Li Jiexuan of his remaining strength, tossing him into a ceramic pot filled with a green broth. Having completed this, Might Duy cheerfully retrieved a heavy-weighted vest from beneath the bed, clenching his fist. Now, we can commence the formal training. 1,000 push-ups. Let the challenge begin. As night deepened, in the clean and bright training room of the Hinata family, Izu stood quietly in the center. Gazing at his kneeling son, his expression tinged with disappointment. This younger son had always been favored by his mother, showing little diligence in his training. And now he had suffered defeat at the hands of a commoner. It was said that the boy was an orphan. Father, it was merely a moment of underestimation. Hinata Izu trembled as he knelt before the robust man, not daring to raise his head. You must understand. Failure is unacceptable in our branch family. Hinata Boijin pointed to the caged bird seal on his forehead. We were born to protect the main family. A single failure brands us as sinners. Father, Hinata Izu was utterly alarmed. For this was the first time his father had spoken to him in such a manner. Go and defeat him. If you cannot overcome him, I shall send you to the land of fire. Perhaps the path of a ninja is not suited for you. Hinata Boijin waved his hand, signaling for Hinata Izu to leave. The path of a ninja, perhaps not suited for me? Upon hearing these words, Hinata Izu felt utterly bewildered, leaving the training room in a daze. In the dimly lit and secluded room, a sense of despair enveloped Hinata Izuku as he knelt on the floor, resembling a helpless, pitiful kitten. Just then, the door swung open unexpectedly. Who is it? Izuku, it is I. I overheard your conversation with father. The visitor was Hinata Ijin, Izuku's elder brother, known for his gentle demeanor, who had never shown anger before. However, this time, an unsettling grimace marred his features. Brother, am I truly unfit to be a ninja? Upon seeing his brother, Izuku could not help but ask through tears, Father intends to send me to the land of fire. Witnessing his brother's sorrowful state, Ijin felt a pang of grief in his heart. He refrained from answering Izuku, silently clenching his teeth in resentment. Li Jiexuan, you shall pay for this. Meanwhile, in the brightly lit training room, Hinata Boijin's wife emerged from the shadows, carrying tea with a worried expression. Boijin, do you really intend to send Izuku to the land of fire to live as a commoner? Upon hearing his wife's words, Boijin sighed and embraced her, pointing at the cursed seal resembling a caged bird on his head. If Izuku is not suited to be a ninja, perhaps sending him to the land of fire is indeed a wise choice. At the very least, he may lead a life of freedom and ease. That is the freedom the Hinata family has long yearned for. Ultimately, Hinata Boijin favored his younger son. The fate of the caged bird mirrored that of Niji, a majestic dragon destined to soar the skies, yet confined to a cage for life. Such is the sorrow that befalls great families. Unbeknownst to them, Li Jiexuan, the epicenter of this turmoil, lay soundly asleep in a ceramic pot atop the boiler. As dawn broke, piercing the darkness with its first ray of light, the precise biological clock awakened both Li Jiexuan and Might Duy simultaneously. Ah, another vibrant day awaits, Li Jiexuan exclaimed as he climbed out of the pot, laughing heartily at the rising sun. In just one day, his attributes had significantly improved. Character, Li Jiexuan Wisdom, 6 Spirit, 0 Ninjutsu, 0 Body, 0. 6 Ninjutsu, 0 Illusion, 0 Speed, 0, 6 Strength. 3 His strength had risen by a full point, accompanied by enhancements in speed and physical techniques. all thanks to the miraculous energy potion. With this potion, his training volume had effectively doubled. The principle of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2 is easily comprehensible. Truly, a remarkable elixir. Li Jiexuan leapt from the pot, his mind racing with possibilities. If he possessed 10,000 energy potions and dedicated himself to rigorous training in a cave, perhaps within a few years, he could master the 8 gates. At that moment, he would strike down the Raikage with his fists and trample the wind shadow with his feet. If provoked, he would drag the supposedly deceased Uchiha Madara out for a good thrashing. Hey, wake up. Don't you have school today? Might Duy helped Li Jiexuan pack his backpack, shaking his head helplessly. Moreover, your medicinal bath is all used up. You will still need to soak with me tomorrow. The thought of being naked and crammed into a clay pot with Might Duy jolted Li Jiexuan back to reality. Not to mention the elixir. He could barely afford the medicinal bath. Taking the backpack, he forced a smile and said, "You need not worry about the cost of the bath. I will manage it." Upon hearing this, Might Duy ceased further inquiries and, shouldering the medicinal basket, accompanied Li Jiexuan out. The two figures, one large and one small, diverged in their paths, one ascending the mountain to gather herbs, the other entering the school to study. However, as soon as he stepped outside, Li Jiexuan could not help but grasp his head in frustration. While his words were reassuring, he genuinely had no idea where to procure money. Should he seek out Tsunade for gambling? Setting aside the question of whether he could bear to continually deceive her, that fellow Senju Tobarama would surely not let him off easily. Borrow money from Tsunade? Li Jiexuan scratched his head, bemused by the fact that Tsunade was the only person occupying his thoughts. Was there truly no one else he could exploit? Yet, it appeared he had but one wealthy friend. Each time he found himself in need of funds, he lamented, wishing he had cultivated relationships with a few more affluent heirs. Hey, Jiexuan-kun, what are you talking about? Tsunade unexpectedly leaped out from somewhere, startling Li Jiexuan, who had been contemplating how to swindle her. And nothing at all. I absolutely was thinking about you. Li Jiexuan hastily waved his hands in denial, his face flushing. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, the idea of scheming against a young girl was undeniably embarrassing. Denial is merely a cover, and cover is the truth. Tsunade widened her eyes, secretly pondering. Could it be that Jiexuan-kun has been thinking about me since early morning? In truth, Li Jiexuan's mind was indeed filled with thoughts of Tsunade, though the poor woman had no inkling that he was merely fixated on her wealth. Regardless, Tsunade had already made up her mind about him. Surely, this fellow must have feelings for her. However, her feelings towards Li Jiexuan were rather ambiguous. He was undeniably an intriguing individual, despite being a commoner. He showed no fear towards the scions of great clans and even taught her a fascinating dice game. His strength was formidable, as he had effortlessly subdued Hinata's Hizashi with a single move. As for his appearance, Tsunade discreetly glanced at Li Jiexuan. At dawn, the first rays of soft golden sunlight fell upon his handsome profile, rendering him dazzling. With his brow slightly furrowed, Li Jiexuan's pale blue eyes, deep as the ocean, gazed into the distance, revealing a maturity beyond his years. He was indeed quite good-looking. Tsunade nodded shyly, but her attention was soon drawn back to Li Jiexuan's tightly knitted brow. What was he contemplating? Was he pondering about her? No. His expression must indicate he was deliberating something significant. Indeed, a man of his caliber was surely contemplating profound matters, the purpose of a ninja's existence, the future relations among the 5 great nations, or perhaps the direction of this impending war. It must be said that Tsunade has fallen deeply in love. For Li Jiexuan, the very existence of ninjas holds no significance. He is utterly indifferent to the future relations of the 5 great nations. As for the course of war, as long as the situation does not deteriorate to the point where even a 2-year-old must intervene, Li Jiexuan remains unconcerned. The pressing question of where to procure money weighs on his mind. He turns to gaze at Tsunade, whose face is flushed, and silently shakes his head. Perhaps it is best to refrain from pursuing one pit too relentlessly. Jiexuan-kun is stealing glances at me. Tsunade's cheeks redden further. Observing this, Li Jiexuan instinctively reaches out to touch Tsunade's forehead. Tsunade, are you all right? You're not running a fever, are you? Tsunade is the only affluent individual Li Jiexuan knows. If she were to fall ill, he would find himself devoid of any escape route. I'm fine, Tsunade replies, gripping her clothing tightly, her heart brimming with joy. Jiexuan-kun is truly gentle. Indeed, he cares for me. The misunderstanding deepens. However, this very scene is fortuitously witnessed by passing classmates. Look, ISNT that Tsunade Heim and Li Jiexuan, they seem so close. No wonder Li Jiexuan was able to enter the school. It appears he is living off her. The chatter of the young ones cannot be concealed. And while Li Jiexuan remains unperturbed, internally he curses. How can such young children be so mature? Truly, the world is changing for the worse. And the human heart has grown cold. Yet Tsunade clenches her fists. Her fierce gaze could nearly devour. Had those children not fled in time? She might have conjured a deadly gaze technique of her own. Jiexuan-kun, don't mind them. I know you are not living off me, Tsunade reassures. Grasping Li Jiexuan's hands with concern, I believe in you. Understanding how to protect a man's fragile pride is essential to being a good wife. Tsunade recalls her mother's words. Li Jiexuan pauses, pondering if this is the crux of the matter. Is Tsunade truly of such a gentle disposition? Although sensing something amiss, he swiftly provides himself with a perfect explanation. The manga had indicated that Tsunade was originally of a gentle nature, only feigning strength after the death of her loved one. Indeed, it must be so. Li Jiexuan encourages Tsunade with an approving glance, nodding silently. Dear girl, after you have lost your man, you will become strong again. Keep it up, Tsunade. She feels the warmth of his affection. The gazes of Tsunade and Li Jiexuan intertwine in the air, achieving an unspoken understanding amidst their nonsensical banter. Yesterday, we covered the history and fundamentals of ninjas. Yamada Tsukiji stands at the podium, smiling as he nods. Today, let us discuss one of the 3 foundational aspects of ninjutsu. As he speaks, Yamada Tsukiji raises his right hand, and a soft blue chakra flame ignites fiercely. Compared to yesterday's monotonous lecture, Yamada Tsukiji is confident that today's lesson on chakra will ignite the children's passion. However, Yamada Tsukiji's hand was nearly raised to the point of exhaustion. Yet not a single child dared to inquire, instead huddling peculiarly beneath their desks, whispering amongst themselves. What could possibly be the reason for this? Yamada Tsukiji furrowed his brow. Yet he refrained from directly chastising these mischievous children. He, Yamada Tsukiji, was no ordinary individual. As a self-proclaimed master, he would not resort to crude methods to suppress the children. He firmly believed that to resolve an issue, one must first comprehend the nature of the problem. With this thought in mind, he discreetly shifted his chakra to his ears. Suddenly, the hushed murmurs of the children flooded in. Hey, have you heard? Someone is with Tsunade-han. Is that true? The strong woman? Yeah, it's that Li Jiexuan. The commoner? Within 3 seconds, Yamada Tsukiji's expression shifted dramatically. Tsunade was actually with Li Jiexuan? Although he had witnessed Li Jiexuan's remarkable charm just yesterday, the rapid progression within a mere day seemed rather excessive. Contemplating this, Yamada Tsukiji found himself momentarily taken aback. He marveled, reflecting on his own life. Nearing 30 without a girlfriend, while Li Jiexuan, not yet 2 years old, had secured the attention of Tsunade, the most esteemed and beautiful girl in the entirety of Konoha. Truly, comparisons could be disheartening. Teacher, since chakra is so crucial, how should we cultivate it? Li Jiexuan, seeing Yamada Tsukiji momentarily lost in thought, was almost in a state of desperation. The rewards for low-level chakra in the system were on the verge of becoming stale. He had awaited this opportunity for redemption for far too long. He could not afford to wait even a second longer. Yamada Tsukiji snapped back to reality, chastising himself for engaging in frivolous comparisons with a child. At such a young age, they were merely playing around. A hint of sourness lingered in the air. Adjusting his mindset, Yamada Tsukiji smiled and continued his lecture. Chakra is typically divided into 2 components. One is the biological energy inherent within our bodies, while the other is the mental energy accumulated through training. Li Jiexuan nodded subtly, although he had vaguely grasped these concepts in his previous life through manga. The systematic training had indeed deepened his understanding. Under normal circumstances, the chakra contained within our bodies is insufficient for utilizing ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, the other children's attention was finally captured. Yamada Tsukiji, satisfied, raised 2 fingers. At this juncture, we must engage in training to accumulate mental energy. Once the sum of these 2 energies reaches a certain threshold, you will have mastered chakra. At this revelation, Li Jiexuan's eyes sparkled. Teacher Tsukiji, does this mean that if the energy within your body is ample, the time required to master chakra is correspondingly shorter? Yamada Tsukiji nodded approvingly. Although Li Jiexuan was somewhat precocious, a child who could draw inferences during class was simply endearing. Indeed, the greater your biological energy, the less time you will need for training. Conversely, the less biological energy you possess, the longer it will take for you to reach the same level as others. This is what is referred to as innate talent. Li Jiexuan silently nodded, smiling broadly, revealing a few devilishly gleaming white teeth. So, teacher, is there anyone who doesn't require training, or perhaps only needs to train for a mere second to master chakra? Upon hearing this, Yamada Suzuki couldn't help but chuckle. Even if a child is precocious, they remain a child, capable of asking such innocent questions. In history, only the progenitor of ninjas, the legendary sage of six paths, possessed such talent. Yamada Suzuki laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to impart wisdom. Thus, we must not aim too high, but rather strive diligently. Step by step. Indeed, I am an esteemed educator, Yamada Suzuki thought to himself, awarding himself full marks for this answer and seamless guidance. Yamada Suzuki, you are truly exceptional. Even without a girlfriend, it does not hinder your brilliance in the field of education. He internally cheered. However, at that moment, oh dear, it seems I have grasped chakra. Li Jiexuan's innocent voice abruptly chimed in. Impossible. Yamada Suzuki spun around, only to see Li Jiexuan, with an expression of innocence, spreading his hands as a pale blue flame of chakra blazed in his palms. How could this be? The pale blue chakra flickered slightly, and Yamada Suzuki's mouth fell agape, his forehead protector slowly slipping from his head. He truly mastered it. Yamada Suzuki could no longer focus on teaching, gripping Li Jiexuan's hands tightly. As he felt the surging chakra within the child, equivalent to a Jinin level, he was left in utter disbelief. How could this happen? At 30 years of age, a Chunin without a girlfriend, and this child, not yet 2, already possessed chakra of a Jinin level, and his girlfriend was the princess of the Senju clan. In this light, it seemed he had lived his 30 years in vain. Teacher, does this mean I possess the same talent as the sage of six paths? Li Jiexuan smiled, delivering a fatal blow to Yamada Suzuki's composure. Instantly, the classroom was abuzz with discussion. Yamada Suzuki felt himself stiffen, taking a moment to turn back, struggling to articulate. Well, should he not? This was too exaggerated. Could this child truly be the next sage of six paths? Such words were not for a mere Chunin to utter. Should he shake his head? Yet, he had previously acknowledged it himself. In a moment, Yamada Suzuki was drenched in sweat, completely devoid of the relaxed demeanor he had upon their first meeting. Just then, Li Jiexuan leaned in close to Yamada Suzuki's ear and whispered, Teacher, if you give me 100,000 ryo, I will help you cover this up. What? 100,000 ryo? Yamada Suzuki's eyes widened. Is this child attempting to extort me? Teacher, don't overthink it. Li Jiexuan comforted with a smile. Am I a genius endowed with the qualities of the sage of six paths, not worthy of an investment of 100,000 taels? The underlying implication of his words suggested he intended to recruit Yamada Tsuzi as a subordinate. Could this truly be uttered by a mere 2-year-old? Yamada Tsuzi felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the cunning glint in Li Jiexuan's eyes, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. This was far beyond mere precocity. It was as if an ancient demon had regained its youth. In that moment, Yamada Tsuzi's conjecture edged alarmingly close to the truth. Ultimately, however, Yamada Tsuzi yielded. Trembling, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a stack of banknotes, his entire monthly wage. Li Jiexuan, with a beaming smile, snatched the 100,000 taels from Yamada Tsuzi's hand and turned to laugh heartily. Aha! Everyone, I have long been learning chakra from Uncle Might Duy. At a critical juncture, Li Jiexuan shamelessly sold out Might Duy. There was no way around it. Li Jiexuan was not the kind of person to take money without delivering results. Moreover, despite Might Duy's utter lack of ninjutsu skills, who would suspect otherwise if neither he nor Li Jiexuan spoke of it? Realizing that Li Jiexuan had come to his rescue, Yamada Tsuzi forced a dry chuckle and nodded. Haha, Li Jiexuan, please refrain from such jokes in the future. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that Li Jiexuan's mastery of chakra at such a tender age was indeed impressive. Yamada Tsuzi returned to the podium with a smile. Earlier, we discussed the cultivation of chakra. Now, let us delve into the foundational applications of chakra. The classroom appeared to return to normalcy, with the majority convinced by Li Jiexuan's explanation. After all, if Li Jiexuan himself claimed it was merely a jest, who would dare to doubt him? The notion of having a sage of six paths as a classmate seemed too surreal to fathom. However, a few gazes regarded this assertion with skepticism. What a formidable opponent! Beneath long, flowing black hair, the deep yellow snake-like eyes of Orochimaru quivered slightly. Thanks to his extraordinary vision, he had witnessed the nefarious exchange of silver. In contrast to Orochimaru, Tsunade subconsciously believed that Li Jiexuan was indeed a genius worthy of being compared to the sage of six paths. A woman in love, after all, often loses all rationality. I truly am unfit to be a ninja, am I? In the distance, Hinata Yuzuku trembled in fear. Even if others were deceived by Li Jiexuan's lies, he, who had fought Li Jiexuan just yesterday, understood all too well. Li Jiexuan had not a trace of chakra at that time. This guy is a monster. Hinata Yuzuku fixated his gaze on Li Jiexuan, lowering his head in dread. He could never defeat such a creature. His father would surely send him to the land of fire, destined to live as a commoner for all his days. No, there was no way he could ever triumph over such a monster. Hinata Yuzuku buried his head deeply, tears of frustration streaming down his face. Suddenly, a novice treasure chest appeared in Li Jiexuan's mind. New achievement, the heartfelt fear of a defeated foe. Achievement description, the profound fear of an enemy is the most glorious badge of honor for a ninja. Reward, novice treasure chest. Is it possible to achieve such a thing? Hinata Iju is truly a good person, as he generously presented Li Jiexuan with 2 treasure chests. With great delight, Li Jiexuan opened the chests, and as expected, he discovered yet another vial of vibrant green energy potion. Is it complete dread? Li Jiexuan pondered, stroking his chin. If I could instill fear in the entire class, wouldn't tea that yield hundreds of potions? Task activated. Become the Demon King from this day forth. This is a special task that can be triggered when the host meets certain conditions. Task description. With a heart full of sinister intent and restless spirit, unleash your formidable power to instill terror in these unruly children. Task reward. For every 10 unruly children defeated, receive a basic treasure chest. Task duration, 7 days. Gradually, Li Jiexuan's gaze shifted to those around him, taking on a menacing quality. In his eyes, they were no longer his beloved classmates, but rather vials of vibrant green energy potions. Ding, ding, ding. The school bell rang, signaling the end of the day's classes. Time to head home. Mother has prepared my favorite sesame balls. How delightful. At my house, we are having grilled steak tonight, hee hee. The little ones busily packed their bags and joyfully made their way outside, completely oblivious to the quiet danger that had crept upon them. Stop. You shall not pass. Unbeknownst to them, Li Jiexuan suddenly stood at the doorway, sneering. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to traverse this path, you must pay the toll. What? Li Jiexuan grinned wickedly, extending his hand. From today onwards, you are to pay me 100 taels daily. Upon hearing this, the children were dumbfounded, some in bewilderment, others in anger, questioning, what nonsense are you spouting? Why should we give you all our pocket money? Because. Li Jiexuan flashed a broad smile, his pearly white teeth glimmering in the sunlight. You are all far too weak. At this declaration, everyone was left in shock. How audacious. I, Li Jiexuan, am not targeting anyone specifically. I am merely stating that each one of you present is a weakling. Stop spouting nonsense and get out of the way. I want to buy grilled meat. The first to erupt was a chubby little boy, furiously waving his round arms as he charged at Li Jiexuan. Judging by his physique, he must be a descendant of the Akimichi clan. Li Jiexuan grinned widely. A power-type contender, how delightful. The chubby boy barreled toward Li Jiexuan like a war machine, his rotund arms creating a tempest of wind. Get lost. Humph, it is you who should be the one to get lost. Li Jiexuan showed no intention of retreating, raising his fist to meet the chubby boy's furious onslaught head-on. Boom. As their fists clashed, an immense shockwave erupted. When the dust settled, the chubby boy was sent flying back at an even greater speed than he had charged, a spray of bright red blood tracing a graceful arc through the air. Bang! The chubby boy crashed to the ground like a deflated ball, falling silent. The Akimichi clan has long been renowned for their strength, yet this Li Jiexuan managed to send him flying with a single punch. Engaging Li Jiexuan head-on was simply out of the question. At that moment, an involuntary thought arose in the hearts of all present. However, Li Jiexuan seemed utterly indifferent to the opinions of others, cheerfully approaching the portly boy and deftly extracting the meatball-shaped pouch. I'll be taking these 300 taels. Li Jiexuan chuckled as the once plump meatballs transformed into mere shriveled skins. This fellow is truly a demon. Nevertheless, there were still some with peculiar thought processes who expressed differing views on the matter. You promised 100 taels. Why did you take 300? No. Li Jiexuan narrowed his eyes and smiled while shaking his finger. The 100 taels I mentioned earlier is the tuition fee you will pay in the future. Since this time you will be exhausting my strength, therefore. With a grin, Li Jiexuan stuffed the shriveled skins back into the portly boy's pocket. This time, it's the whole amount. Demon. No, please call me Lord Demon King. Humph. Don't think that just because you defeated Hinata Yuzoku and Akimichi Hiroshi, you can act with impunity. clad in a deep green hooded cloak, with a pair of dark sunglasses obscuring a face that was hard to discern. Oil Girl Makoto stepped out from the shadows, flaunting her cloak with an air of arrogance. You must realize that I am on an entirely different level than those half-baked fools. Enough. Why be so arrogant if you merely play with bugs? It was evident from her attire that she was a descendant of the Oil Girl clan. Li Jiexuan scoffed. Knowing that the more taciturn members of the Oil Girl family tended to be the strongest, anyone who failed to grasp this principle was merely cannon fodder. You will regret this. Oil Girl Makoto suddenly took 2 steps back, flaring her cloak and shouting, "Secret technique, insect infestation, yellow wasp." Buzzing. As the sound of numerous insect wings filled the air, Li Jiexuan instinctively grew cautious. To his surprise, this arrogant individual had indeed mastered chakra and had already learned the Oil Girl clan's secret technique of insect infestation. Li Jiexuan recalled vividly the Oil Girl Shizun, who unleashed a veritable army of insects with a mere flick of her cloak. Just the sight of it was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Here they come. The thumb-sized yellow wasps frantically beat their wings, menacingly brandishing the stinger at their rear, the vibrant green tip indicating a potent venom. Truly, the Oil Girl clan's insect infestation technique was formidable. If a normal person were to be stung, they would either perish or be left severely incapacitated. If such creatures numbered in the hundreds, even Li Jiexuan would have no choice but to flee. However, as Li Jiexuan waited, only 8 wasps lazily emerged from the cloak. 8. Li Jiexuan raised an eyebrow, wondering when the Oil Girl clan had fallen to such depths that they could scarcely afford to raise more insects. Sensing the derision in Li Jiexuan's gaze, Oil Girl Makoto hastily defended herself. What nonsense! How could I possibly have only 8 wasps? As she spoke, young Jinfeng tucked her head into her windbreaker, pleading like a parent coaxing a child to rise. Xiaojiu, come out. When we return, I shall treat you to an extra meal. Ultimately, was it only 9? Li Jiexuan couldn't help but smirk. Surely this fellow wasn't attempting to be humorous. Enough of the chatter. 9 is more than sufficient to handle you. Once the 9th wasp lazily emerged, young Jinfeng's confidence surged, her demeanor brimming with bravado. Go forth and give him a thorough lesson. After releasing the insects, she haughtily waved her hand, declaring, I want you to bite him into a pig's head. Buzzing. The 9 sizable wasps approached Li Jiexuan from various angles, their green venom on the stingers appearing exceedingly perilous. Ah, so that's it. Li Jiexuan nodded slightly. In contrast to Yun Jiji's quantity-based approach, Yun Jinfeng had opted for an elite strategy. These wasps were not only swift and compact, but their attacking power was formidable due to the presence of venomous stingers. In most cases, even someone capable of effortlessly dispatching a single wasp would be severely injured by the remaining 8. However, for Li Jiexuan, this was indeed an excellent opportunity for practice. With his eyes gently closed, Li Jiexuan subtly flicked his wrist, and the matte-hued time-space kunai was instantaneously unleashed. Buzz! The sharp kunai sliced through the air like a bolt of black lightning, striking the wasp before him with tremendous force. Having endured this blow, even the elite wasp, renowned as the elbow among insects, could only helplessly plummet to the ground, its life ebbing away. Shaoxi! Young Jinfeng bellowed, waving her arms to command the remaining 8 wasps. You wretched creature, I will ensure you pay dearly for this. Perhaps sensing the loss of their companion, the remaining 8 wasps accelerated their pace even further. Ha ha ha, out of kunai are we? You're as good as dead. Yun Jinfeng laughed with exhilaration. Should he triumph in this battle, it would validate his theory. The Yun clan need not rely solely on insects as cannon fodder. Insects could indeed be formidable. Yet, the time-space kunai abruptly traversed the fabric of time once more, returning to Li Jiexuan's grasp. From that moment forth, he barely set it down. He merely cast the kunai, then hurled another, as if his hand possessed an endless supply of these weapons. How could this be possible? Yun Jinfeng stared in bewilderment, her eyes wide as the buzzing wasps fell like autumn leaves, one after another, to the ground. Xiao Wu, Xiao Ba, Xiao Jiu. Tears streamed down Yun Jinfeng's face involuntarily, and when the last wasp succumbed, she could not help but cry out, Boss! Boss! Your demise is so tragic. Yun Jinfeng collapsed onto the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. What a ridiculous display. Those little ones are still alive. Li Jiexuan disdainfully curled his lips as he picked up the wasp named Dago, examining it closely. I merely severed their wings. Oil woman Jinfeng, bewildered, spread her hands. Indeed, the wasp named Dago was energetically crawling about, albeit with one wing slightly damaged. Li Jiexuan had truly only cut the wings of these wasps. How formidable! Orochimaru could not help but squint, as Li Jiexuan's strength exceeded his expectations. Just the act of throwing shuriken had made anyone contemplating engaging him from afar abandon that thought. What a troublesome adversary. Thank you. Seeing her wasp unharmed, Oil Woman Jinfeng could not help but smile through her tears. The deep green had slipped down, revealing her fair, delicate face. Oil Woman Jinfeng was, in fact, a girl. Her cherubic visage streaked with tears, both adorable and pitiful. Actually, Oil Woman Jinfeng, cradling the wingless wasps, shyly nodded at Li Jiexuan. You can call me Fengzi. Upon witnessing this, Tsunade felt a pang of jealousy. This damned Oil Woman Jinfeng. What gives you the right to have Jiexuan-kun call you Fengzi? He has never been so familiar with me. At that moment, Yamada Tsukiji, lurking in the shadows, gaped in disbelief. Is it really this simple? Is winning a girl over this easy? All right, Fengzi. Li Jiexuan smiled gently, extending his hand towards the kneeling Oil Woman Jinfeng. This scene was truly enchanting. The handsome, angelic gentleman reaching out to the bewildered maiden. A tale of knight and distressed princess, eternally beautiful. Tsunade's heart tightened. Did Jiexuan-kun truly find Oil Woman Jinfeng charming? Others around murmured. Although Li Jiexuan is somewhat arrogant, at least he seems to understand the value of a delicate heart. Hand over your wallet. Everyone was taken aback, their words unspoken. What was unfolding? What? Oil Woman Jinfeng looked up, bewildered, her outstretched hand freezing midair. What did you just say? I said, hand over your wallet. Li Jiexuan reiterated nonchalantly, extending his hand once more. We agreed, didn't we? If I win, your wallet belongs to me. Ah. Oil Woman Jinfeng was utterly dazed. Her mind blank. What had just happened? What was the current situation? Whatever happened to the knight and princess narrative? Hey, you're not trying to back out, are you? Li Jiexuan's smile suddenly turned cold as he retrieved a kunai, threateningly stating, don't force me to kill your wasps. Instinctively, Oil Woman Jinfeng clutched her wasps tightly, and in the next moment, she burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life. It was mortifying. Here, you villain. Oil Woman Jinfeng, her face flushed with anger, tossed a wasp pouch and ran out of the school in tears. TSK, she was ultimately just a little girl, unable to withstand such a minor setback. Li Jiexuan disdainfully curled his lip, thoroughly cleaning out the wasp. What a beast. Concealed in the shadows, Yamada Tsunji and several classmates gritted their teeth in resentment. Only Tsunade's face was flushed with embarrassment. 1,000 tales, indeed. Is it true that boys are raised in poverty while girls are nurtured in wealth? Li Jiexuan casually tossed the uniquely shaped wasp pouch to Tsunade, saying, Tsunade, please return this pouch to her tomorrow. Tsunade, taken aback for a moment, then nodded repeatedly in happiness. All right, I understand. This subtle acknowledgement of her status made Tsunade feel as if she might faint from joy. If Jiexuan cared not for her feelings, why would he ask her to return the pouch? After all, the tales spun from returning items are a staple on television. Little did Tsunade know that Jiexuan, a straightforward man, simply felt that girls ought to be somewhat familiar with one another. The atmosphere suddenly grew oddly tense, as all were left dumbfounded by Jiexuan's ruthless display. This wouldn't do. They had only just completed 2 tasks, 210. Not a single treasure had been acquired yet. With that thought, Li Jiexuan burst into boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, is there anyone else? Do none of you dare to step forward? With an amused glint, he regarded his classmates, smirking. Are you all not ninjas, but mere rats scuttling in the gutters? Upon hearing this, someone finally could no longer endure. Li Jiexuan, while I understand your impoverished background and need for money. A handsome blue-haired youth stepped forward with a composed gait, exuding an air of nobility, his brow slightly furrowed as he admonished, what you have done is truly excessive. This person was Kato Dan. The moment Li Jiexuan laid eyes on him, he recognized him instantly as Tsunade's boyfriend, known as the Prince of Hokage. Indeed, this fellow possessed the regal demeanor as rumored. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but glance at Tsunade, whose face flushed involuntarily. No wonder she could never forget this man. Upon his appearance, she became so bashful. Li Jiexuan mused silently. However, once this Dan meets his demise, perhaps Tsunade will regain her fierce spirit. Yet, little did Li Jiexuan anticipate that he was utterly mistaken. Jiexuan is looking at me. Does he really need to steal glances at me at such a time? Tsunade's cheeks burned as she regarded the one called Kato Dan, her heart swelling with distaste. This guy is so irritating. With his long blue hair, and effeminate demeanor. He has only stepped forward to curry favor with that oily-haired Senju. To mock Jie Xuan's impoverished background is truly despicable. Li Jiexuan could never have imagined that, inadvertently. He had altered the course of history. I will defeat you and make you understand that bullying weaker classmates is no true feat. Kato Dan shouted with righteous indignation, charging toward Li Jiexuan with clenched fists. Regardless, this fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Li Jiexuan curled his lips, narrowing his eyes as he prepared for the challenge. Although Cat Dan met an untimely demise, it does not imply he lacked strength. On the contrary, the art of spiritualization is undoubtedly one of the most formidable jutsu in the realm of Naruto. The soul detaches, striking unseen and without a trace. This resembles the extraordinary powers of a nascent soul adept in fantastical tales from Earth. Cat Dan is certainly not a trivial adversary. I must unleash my full strength with this punch. Otherwise, victory may elude me. Li Jiexuan summoned every ounce of his energy, his gaze firmly fixed on Cat Dan. In this moment, all of Li Jiexuan's spirit and vitality coalesced. Li Jiexuan and Cat Dan unleashed their punches almost simultaneously. With a resounding thud, their fists collided, sending Cat Dan soaring effortlessly, crashing next to the plump Akimichi family member, his head lolling as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Why is he so weak? Li Jiexuan was taken aback. Cat Dan seemed not as formidable as he had anticipated. Soon, Li Jiexuan realized he had committed a logical error. Although the art of spiritualization is powerful, Cat Dan currently could not wield it. At this moment, Cat Dan was merely at a level comparable to that of High Jie Yatsuzuki. Li Jiexuan shrugged, glancing at Tsunade, feeling a twinge of remorse. My apologies for being a tad too forceful. Splendid strike. Tsunade was nearly bouncing with excitement. Give that loathsome fellow a thorough thrashing. Having triumphed with overwhelming dominance in 3 consecutive battles, someone finally yielded. I'll pay. A timid, bespectacled individual stepped forward, hesitantly extracting 100 ryo from a wallet as solid as a brick. Here, can I pass now? Li Jiexuan accepted the money with a smile, then decisively shook his head. Not at all. All right, then I shall take my leave. The bespectacled youth hardly took 2 steps before abruptly turning rigidly, a woeful expression on his face. Why is this happening? I have clearly given you the money. As the saying goes, pain teaches lessons. Li Jiexuan grinned widely. If I do not give you a beating, how can I ensure you will pay on time in the future? No. I will definitely pay on time. The youth, nearly in tears, hastily clarified. Even if I don't eat, I will pay on time. Receiving a profound sense of trepidation from Kirazea, a novice treasure chest was awarded. What a good person. Unlike those miserly fellows, who after 3 battles, failed to acquire even a single treasure chest. However, the task count had indeed progressed to 310. Should I let this bespectacled youth off the hook? Yet, considering this, I only need to defeat 7 more individuals to obtain a treasure chest. Ultimately, Li Jiexuan resolved to treat everyone equally. As the saying goes, one must escort a Buddha all the way to the west. Kirazea, you shall pay your dues to me. Fear not, I shall be gentle. Li Jiexuan chuckled, delivering a light punch that sent Kirazea sprawling to the ground. As the count jumped from 3 to 4, Li Jiexuan's smile became even more radiant. Kirazea, truly a prime customer. Li Jiexuan smiled and waved at the retreating figure of Kirazeu, exclaiming, do come again. Startled by the remark, Kira stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Terrified of Li Jiexuan, it seemed unlikely that a demon like him would return. How dare you, you fiend, not to overstep your bounds. A person like you is utterly unworthy of entering the ninja academy. You are a pitiful commoner. In the face of Li Jiexuan's tyranny, angry shouts erupted from the crowd. Li Jiexuan nonchalantly dug at his ear and sneered, I am a ninja. I have no interest in conversing with cowardly fools who hide behind others. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy. If you truly possess strength, then come and defeat me. The crowd fell silent for a prolonged moment. Yet, from the stillness, a sharp voice emerged. Everyone, this fellow is a devil. We need not adhere to any rules of dueling. Let us rush him together and bring him down. At this proclamation, many began to stir restlessly. Indeed, the sentiment rang true. While no single individual could best Li Jiexuan, what if they all attacked at once? In no time, over 60 people surged forth from the crowd. Observing this, Orochimaru shook his head disdainfully. Regardless of the battle's outcome, these fools have already lost. Come forth, a troop of laughable clowns. Li Jiexuan curled his lip in disdain and charged toward the 60 individuals. Bring him down. Together. In an instant. A tidal wave of assault surged from every direction, enveloping Li Jiexuan as if he were a solitary boat adrift in a vast ocean, teetering on the brink of capsizing. Jiexuan-kun, I shall assist you. Tsunade instinctively reached to lend a hand. No need, Tsunade. I will never allow a woman to be harmed for my sake. I will never let my woman suffer. Tsunade's eyes moistened. Only a true man like Jiexuan could utter such words. As for the source of this sentiment, it was inconsequential. Tsunade understood that Li Jiexuan must have been thinking the same, but had merely spoken in haste. Damn it, this is all energy potion. Li Jiexuan swung a fist, knocking one opponent down while contemplating. If Tsunade intervened, I would be at a disadvantage. However, after felling 5, Li Jiexuan felt himself nearing his limits. Jiexuan-kun is about to falter. Tsunade anxiously clutched her clothes. Yamada Tsunji hesitated, pondering whether he should step in to save Li Jiexuan. After all, he was a youth with the same potential as the Sage of Six Paths. Only Orochimaru narrowed his eyes coldly. Is this where it ends? Do not disappoint me, Li Jiexuan. Hiss, these little brats hit quite hard. Another blow, seemingly from nowhere, struck Li Jiexuan on the head, leaving him struggling to remain upright. We are about to defeat him. Come on. Look, we've only lost 5 brothers, and we are on the verge of conquering him. The atmosphere was charged with fervor, the offensive growing ever more intense. At that moment, Li Jiexuan retrieved the last vial of energy potion from his pocket. Thank you, Hinata Yashizumi, he silently murmured, consuming the potion in the fleeting second before consciousness faded. We have triumphed. Li Jiexuan is not to be underestimated. As he plummeted towards the ground under the expectant gazes of the crowd, just as he was about to crash, he suddenly sprang back up like a coiled spring. Hello, everyone. Li Jiexuan greeted cheerfully, effortlessly knocking down the nearest foe with a punch. What was happening? How could he still be standing? After toppling 10 more adversaries, Li Jiexuan collapsed once again, exhaling heavily. Brothers, though it has been arduous, we have ultimately prevailed. Before he could finish, with a swift motion, he stood upright once more. Hello, I'm back. Opening a treasure chest, he discovered a vibrant green energy potion, rejuvenating him for yet another onslaught. A monster, a monster. We cannot possibly defeat such a creature. Ding. He received a heartfelt dread from Shippen Saburo, rewarded with a basic treasure chest. The sounds of reward notifications multiplied as the battle progressed, the foes growing increasingly despondent. They soon realized that no matter how hard they struck, Li Jiexuan would always rise unscathed. He was an invincible monster. In the end, they all succumbed to despair. Li Jiexuan, drenched in blood, resembled a solitary knight from an ancient oil painting, standing amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses, lonely yet formidable. Jiexuan-kun. Tsunade was rendered speechless, as Li Jiexuan's figure had completely captivated her heart. A beauty loves a hero. A man as powerful as Li Jiexuan was simply irresistible. Such astonishing resilience was something even the First Hokage could scarcely rival. Concealed in the shadows, Yamada Suzuki gasped in awe, contemplating whether to genuinely become Li Jiexuan's subordinate, for he seemed to have a promising future. Orochimaru, rarely showing such fervor, clenched his fists tightly, smiling. Li Jiexuan, you truly are a worthy adversary. As for Li Jiexuan himself, gazing at the neatly arranged 21 basic treasure chests in his system, he couldn't help but grin with delight. Hee, this is quite the windfall. Come, form an orderly line. He cheerfully instructed as he accepted 100 taels from a charming girl with pigtails, reassuring her, don't worry, I'll be gentle. After Li Jiexuan effortlessly subdued 60 opponents, the remaining ones understood their predicament. They obediently handed over 100 taels, taking a light punch in return, and happily returned home for dinner. Here, 1,000 taels, a plump young man chuckled, pulling out 1,000 taels from his toad pouch. Li Jiexuan accepted the 1,000 taels, raising an eyebrow with a playful smile. Young man, you seem quite wealthy. My name is Yokoshiro Yukin. You flatter me, Jiexuan Dai. Hung Shiyu Qian chuckled nervously. It's nothing. My father is in the real estate business. I am willing to pay double in the future, as long as you can be a little gentle. Despite his humble demeanor, his words inadvertently revealed a certain pride associated with wealth. Ah, that is excellent. I have no objections, Li Jiexuan responded with a smile, patting Hung Shiyu Qian on the shoulder. Young men like you, possessing such awareness, are becoming increasingly rare. Indeed, indeed. Hung Shiyu Qian nodded vigorously, his face adorned with a humble smile. Rest assured, I shall be gentle. Li Jiexuan nodded in agreement, then suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, sending Heng Shiyu Qian spinning 3 meters away like a top. He bounced several times before letting out a wail and losing consciousness. Damn it. I have the utmost disdain for you real estate folks. You inflate housing prices, leaving ordinary citizens with no place to reside. Li Jiexuan sneered, retracting his fist. In this world, the strong reign supreme. Wealth holds no sway over me. Witnessing this, those behind him dared not curry favor anymore, complying obediently as they handed over their money and braced for their punishment. Exhaling deeply, Li Jiexuan had dealt with over 100 individuals, and even he felt a twinge of soreness in his shoulders. Just then, a pair of gentle hands suddenly rested on his shoulder. Tsunade, turning around. He was surprised to find Tsunade affectionately leaning behind him. In a flash, Tsunade's face flushed, yet she did not withdraw her hands, gently massaging Li Jiexuan's shoulders and murmuring, "I noticed you seemed tired, so I wanted to help you relax." Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan did not dwell on it. He simply turned his head, beaming a radiant smile. "Thank you, Jiexuan-kun, how gentle you are." Tsunade smiled blissfully. Had those recently beaten individuals heard this, they would have undoubtedly scoffed in disbelief. Gentle? This person is nothing short of a demon. Li Jiexuan, comfortably indulging in Tsunade's ministrations, began to tally his earnings from this venture. Task activated. Become the Demon King starting today. Task reward. For every 10 opponents defeated, receive a basic treasure chest. 40 treasure chests, 9-10. Besides that, an income exceeding 30,000 taels is quite substantial. What a lucrative haul. Come on, Tsunade, let us head home. Li Jiexuan exclaimed, turning to leave. In his view, this overt act of robbery had reached a splendid conclusion. However, at that moment, a slender figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. Jiexuan-kun, you have truly not disappointed me. With long black hair, a pallid visage, and those striking yellow snake-like eyes. Orochimaru. Li Jiexuan frowned involuntarily and stated bluntly, "You may leave directly. I have no intention of becoming your adversary. Engaging with an opponent of Orochimaru's caliber is a losing proposition, regardless of the outcome. Utilizing a vial of energy potion would necessitate defeating 10 Orochimaru just to break even, rendering it utterly inefficient. However, the reason why Orochimaru is known as Snake Uncle lies in his extraordinary nature. The desires of Snake Uncle are not easily dismissed. No, Li Jiexuan. There is no escaping this battle." Orochimaru narrowed his serpentine eyes, standing before Li Jiexuan with palpable excitement. "I am aware that you possess a technique for immediate recovery. Let us not waste time. Let us commence directly. It seems that he will not relent until there is a confrontation today." With a sense of resignation, Li Jiexuan retrieved a vial of energy potion and tilted his head back to drink it. Faced with an opponent like Orochimaru, he suspected that if he did not exert himself fully, he might not have another opportunity to consume the potion. Although Orochimaru could not see the energy potion, he could perceive that Li Jiexuan's condition had returned to its peak. What a formidable ability! Orochimaru's serpentine eyes glinted as his hands slowly moved toward the pocket at his waist. Li Jiexuan's right hand also trembled slightly as the space-time kunai silently slipped from his sleeve into his grasp. Almost simultaneously, 2 beams of black light sliced through the sky, colliding with ferocity. Bang! The exquisite shuriken fell to the ground, and Orochimaru, undeterred, launched another shuriken toward Li Jiexuan. In the same breath, he propelled himself forward, pursuing the shuriken with relentless intent. The speed and power of the shuriken posed an entirely different level of pressure on Li Jiexuan compared to other adversaries. Return. The space-time kunai returned to Li Jiexuan's hand, yet Orochimaru's shuriken was simply too swift. Li Jiexuan had no time to launch a second kunai and could only barely deflect Orochimaru's shuriken with his own. However, even as he did so, Orochimaru closed the distance, standing directly before Li Jiexuan. Si Wushin Hai Wuyin. Orochimaru's youthful hands quickly formed seals, and he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames from his throat. Fire release, great fireball technique. Cursed be it. The fiery orange flames surged toward him, and Li Jiexuan could not help but widen his eyes. Even with all his might to evade, he was still caught in the inferno of the great fireball. Sizzle, a faint aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air as Li Jiexuan's entire arm sustained burns. Truly, Orochimaru is remarkable, despite the incomplete execution of the technique. At merely 2 years of age, he could wield such an exaggerated ninjutsu. In this era, he is undoubtedly a prodigy. However, after releasing this C-rank ninjutsu, Orochimaru found himself slightly panting. Observing this, Li Jiexuan hastily opened another treasure chest, retrieving and consuming another energy potion. Seeing this, Orochimaru couldn't help but frown slightly. Yet, he said nothing. The battle had merely begun. From that point onward, Li Jiexuan found himself continually pressed by Orochimaru, in terms of both strength and speed. Orochimaru surpassed Li Jiexuan by a considerable margin. Coupled with the occasional use of D-rank ninjutsu, Li Jiexuan had to open 10 treasure chests just to barely hold his ground. Huff, huff, huff. At this stage of the battle, even Orochimaru had grown weary. Indeed, Orochimaru was still too formidable. Li Jiexuan shook his head with a sense of helplessness. He had already consumed 10 bottles of energy potions in just a short while. If this continued, his losses would only escalate. Should he concede defeat? For a moment, Li Jiexuan found himself in a quandary. Just then, Orochimaru suddenly shook his head and sighed. I concede. What? Li Jiexuan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Throughout this entire match, he had been on the defensive, and now Orochimaru chose to surrender? I am utterly depleted of chakra and strength. Orochimaru lamented, shaking his head with a hint of frustration. After such a prolonged battle, I still cannot discern which secret technique you employ to restore your stamina. It is truly vexing. Before he could finish speaking, Orochimaru collapsed, completely exhausted. Seeing this, Li Jiexuan paused in surprise and shook his head solemnly. Next time, I shall defeat you fair and square. Come, let us return home. Naturally, he took Tsunade's small hand. To him, holding such a diminutive child was akin to guiding his own sister. Jiexuan-kun. Tsunade's adorable face flushed with a rosy hue. You are so direct. How bold of you. The thought of returning home together felt reminiscent of a family outing. However, at that moment, do not leave. Return my grilled meat. A chubby little hand grasped at the hem of Li Jiexuan's pants. I want to eat skewered meat. I have saved money for 3 whole days. It was none other than the chubby little one from the Akimichi clan, who clung to Li Jiexuan's leg like a rotund leech, crying with snot and tears. For those of the Akimichi family, battles and pride were of little consequence. Only the pursuit of delectable food mattered. Damn it, I want to go home with Jiexuan-kun. You gluttonous pig, release me at once. Tsunade felt a surge of irritation. Yet, at that moment, Tsunade's stomach growled audibly. After all, she was a princess of the Senju clan, with a regimented diet. To put it simply, this girl had an appetite that demanded timely attention. Just as well, I am hungry too. Let me treat you to grilled meat. Li Jiexuan chuckled, covering his own stomach and playfully suggesting, Tsunade, shall we go together? Jiexuan-kun is truly kind. In response to Li Jiexuan's invitation, Tsunade instinctively felt inclined to agree. However, at that moment, an unexpected figure appeared. Tsunade, why have you not returned home yet? The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, emerged slowly, his face etched with a sorrowful expression, as if he was struggling to find the right words. After a prolonged silence, he sighed helplessly and shook his head. Tsunade, there are matters I believe we must discuss. Senju Tobirama had yet to return to the battlefield. Li Jiexuan furrowed his brow in concern. What could have transpired? Nevertheless, this was beyond his current scope of involvement. After hastily bidding farewell to Tsunade, Li Jiexuan honored his promise and treated the little chubby one to grilled meat. Sizzle. The succulent grilled meat danced lightly upon the grill, while the little one's eyes remained glued to the tantalizing sight since entering the barbecue shop. Until he placed the first piece of grilled meat into his mouth, he blissfully moaned, I am Akimichi Piangzi. Thank you for treating me to this barbecue. Akimichi Piangzi, the chubby one? Li Jiexuan, lost in thought, nodded absently. Indeed, he was still deeply affected by the words spoken by Senju Tobirama earlier, as well as the unspoken sorrow reflected in his expression. The very fact that he appeared in the village was exceedingly strange. According to his recollections, this should be during the height of the First Shinobi World War. What could have transpired that compelled Senju Tobirama, the Hokage, to return to the village amidst such turmoil? Hongji, do you know what is truly happening in this war? Li Jiexuan furrowed his brow, almost instinctively posing the question. As soon as he spoke, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. How absurd. Akimichi Piangzi was merely a 3-year-old child. How could he possibly possess such knowledge? I know. Akimichi Piangzi nodded earnestly, promptly seizing another piece of grilled meat to devour. You know? Li Jiexuan exclaimed in astonishment, grabbing Akimichi Piangzi's clothing and urgently inquiring. What is the purpose of this battle? For the tailed beasts. Akimichi P. Engzi replied matter-of-factly. Our leaf village possesses all 9-tailed beasts, which is why the 4 great nations have united to seize them. Seize the tailed beasts. Li Jiexuan was utterly bewildered. In his memories, the accepted narrative stated that the 9-tailed beasts were voluntarily distributed by the First Hokage, Senju Tobarama, to other nations. However, this revelation left Li Jiexuan questioning the validity of that account. It is crucial to note that tailed beasts hold a status in the ninja world akin to nuclear weapons on Earth. The First Hokage and Uchiha Madara, being the 2 most formidable individuals in this world, what reason could they possibly have to distribute the tailed beasts to other nations? Furthermore, the timeline and circumstances surrounding the First Hokage's demise remained vague in his previous life. Or rather, in the world of Naruto, the history of the previous generation, the 12 ninja, is shrouded in obscurity. Which version is the truth? Li Jiexuan clenched his teeth resolutely. Let me uncover the truth with these very eyes. 30,000 ryo. Li Jiexuan gazed at the bill, tears of sorrow streaming down uncontrollably. Akimichi P. Engzi truly could eat. He had consumed 30,000 ryo while Li Jiexuan's mind wandered for just a moment. The protection fee for the entire day seemed to be for naught. However, it was not entirely without gain. Boss Jiexuan, from now on, I will stick by you. Noticing Li Jiexuan's displeased expression, Akimichi P. Engzi hastily patted his chest and promised, whenever I hear any news from home, I will be sure to inform you first. The sky had darkened completely, and ominous clouds loomed, signaling an impending downpour. After Akimichi P. Engzi departed, Li Jiexuan, gazing into the pitch-black night, felt a stirring within. As the saying goes, on a dark and windy night, murder is afoot. Perhaps tonight presented an opportunity? Phase task, eliminate Kurita. Task reward, kunai throwing, intermediate. Task deadline, 1 week. It appears that tonight is the perfect occasion to pay a visit to an old friend. The silent rear entrance of the childcare center looms ominously, with a colossal dumpster gaping in the darkness as if anticipating something. Suddenly, a sharp argument shatters the tranquility. What are you yelling about, woman? I merely went out for a drink. The man bellows, his voice brimming with indignation and devoid of remorse. Hirata lies in bed, impatiently covering his ears. Yet the discordant clamor of the quarreling couple penetrates his sanctuary. Abruptly, the woman descends into madness, shrieking as she seizes an object and hurls it through the window. The sound of shattering glass pierces the night. The man, in a state of panic, exclaims, "Are you out of your mind?" There was a million tales inside. Initially vexed, Hirata's irritation transforms into instinctive urgency upon hearing those words. Money. Unlike a ninja, Hirata's affinity lies with wealth. For it is only through riches that he can bridge the chasm between himself and the ninjas. A million tales. Casting aside his curses, he rushes through the back door. The couple continues their heated exchange, oblivious to his presence. In the dark, rain-soaked night, a large black suitcase lies quietly in the shadows of the street. Hirata, harboring a flicker of doubt, is swiftly dispelled when he observes the delightful sight of scattered banknotes around the suitcase. 1 note, 2 notes. He eagerly gathers the scattered currency, exhilarated as he approaches the slightly ajar suitcase. My precious, here I come. With a sudden motion, Hirata flings open the suitcase, only to find not the coveted bills he yearned for, but a razor-sharp shuriken awaiting him. Thud! He collapses helplessly to the ground, crimson blood surging from his neck, mingling with the rain as it flows into the filthy drain. 10 minutes later, a group of ninjas donning animal masks silently regard Hirata's lifeless form. Meanwhile, within the dilapidated ancestral home of Might Duy, Li Jiexuan luxuriates in a medicinal bath. You reek of blood, Might Duy remarks, furrowing his brow as he tosses Li Jiexuan's clothes into the laundry bin. Nothing to worry about. Just had a little scuffle with a classmate today. Li Jiexuan replies with a smile, waving dismissively. But fear not, this heavy rain will wash it all away. With a grin, Li Jiexuan closes his eyes and activates the system. Mission accomplished. Eliminate Hirata. Claim your reward? Claim. The familiar surge of warmth envelopes him, and he senses his strength intensifying. Character: Li Jiexuan Wisdom, 6 Precision, 0 Ninjutsu, 0 Body, 0, 8 Stealth, 0 Illusion, 0 Speed, 0, 8 Power, 5 a total of 5 individuals worth of power. Furthermore, Li Jiexuan has 31 unclaimed beginner chests. System: Initiate a 10-fold draw. Unsurprisingly, he acquires 10 vibrant energy potions. Draw again. Another 10 energy potions materialize. Once more. The verdant glow momentarily cast Li Jiexuan into a trance. Could it be that this novice treasure chest contained nothing but energy potions? He murmured greedily to himself, it's not that energy potions are undesirable. But if that's all there is, it might as well be called an energy potion chest. While pondering, Li Jiexuan casually opened the final treasure chest. In truth, he had relinquished all hope. Yet, a faint luminescence flickered, revealing an extraordinary scroll. The Raikiri scroll. The Raikiri scroll. Utilizing this scroll would grant mastery of the S-rank ninjutsu Raikiri. The description was simple, yet the content was profoundly astonishing. To think, a novice treasure chest could yield an S-rank ninjutsu. Learning. Without hesitation, Li Jiexuan retrieved the scroll and opted to learn it. In the next heartbeat, his consciousness was abruptly transported into a tempest of thunder and rain. Boom. The sky erupted with flashes of lightning, as if the world were on the brink of being rent asunder by the cataclysmic thunder. However, amidst the relentless downpour, Li Jiexuan discerned a diminutive figure standing resolutely in the storm. Kakashi. His dazzling silver hair shimmered like lightning in the darkness. This was Kakashi in his youth. What was he doing here? Li Jiexuan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he were witnessing a film strikingly close to reality. He could even vividly feel the dampness of the rain and the ferocity of the thunder. The howling wind stirred Kakashi's silver hair gently. The pale blue lightning danced, and Kakashi's hands hung low, as a brilliant orb of blue lightning ignited fiercely between his palms. In the next instant, Kakashi transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting straight towards the heavens like a streak of light. The resplendent blue lightning surged upwards, akin to defying the storm. Just then, a colossal pure white bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. Li Jiexuan held his breath anxiously, as time seemed to slow. Ultimately, the pure white lightning collided violently with the raging blue lightning amidst the pitch-black rain-soaked night. Boom! The thunderous roar rendered the entire world silent. The sky trembled, and the immense pure white lightning abruptly split down the middle, transforming into two slender white bolts that struck the ground. It cleaved through. It truly cleaved through the lightning. Li Jiexuan trembled uncontrollably. Kakashi has cleaved through the lightning. Meanwhile, the blue lightning that had severed the bolt continued unabated, penetrating through countless massive trees before finally coming to a halt. This was Raikiri. As Li Jiexuan grasped this realization, the scene before him began to fade slowly. And only when the silver-haired figure vanished from his sight did he gradually return to himself. This scroll had allowed him to witness the birth of Raikiri. Subconsciously forming hand seals, a faint blue lightning began to manifest in Li Jiexuan's palm. Zizizizi, even while confined within a clay pot. He instinctively propelled his hand, lightning cutter. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if it were second nature. The pale blue lightning gradually coalesced in Li Jiexuan's palm, taking the shape of a deep blue blade. However, just as this blade was halfway formed, an overwhelming sense of fatigue and emptiness surged within him. Chakra, depleted. The lack of chakra caused the deep blue blade to tremble precariously. Yet, Li Jiexuan could only stare foolishly at this half-formed lightning cutter. Eventually, the incomplete blade erupted violently, transforming into hundreds of sharp, tiny currents that emitted a piercing shriek. The myriad currents resembled a blooming bouquet of silver. Piercing through all, Li Jiexuan could not help but gasp. Chidori? There has long been a saying that Chidori is merely a diluted form of lightning cutter. Due to Sasuke's insufficient research on lightning cutter, it produces a softer sound compared to Chidori, indicating that Chidori's energy is less concentrated, and its chakra is not sufficiently compressed. However, for Li Jiexuan, the situation was quite the opposite. Thanks to the system, his understanding of lightning cutter was on par with that of Kakashi himself. Yet, the scarcity of chakra hindered the completion of lightning cutter, forcing the half-formed technique to mutate into an uncontrollable Chidori. That he did not perish in the explosion was merely a stroke of luck. Realizing this, Li Jiexuan broke into a cold sweat, finally comprehending why a beginner's treasure chest could yield S-rank ninjutsu. Unlike the shuriken throwing rewards from the system, the scroll merely instructs one on the technique without regard for whether one possesses the chakra or ability to execute it. Truly a cruel twist. Li Jiexuan inwardly lamented, grateful that it was lightning cutter, which at least could transform into Chidori. Had it been something as futile as the wind release, spiraling shuriken, he would likely have met his end. In the tranquil park, crystalline dew slowly dripped from the verdant leaves. Drip. The pale blue arcs of electricity flickered gently between his palms, barely taking on the form of a blade. Chidori. Li Jiexuan attempted to push these unstable electric arcs forward. This is easy. However, before Li Jiexuan could move his hand even an inch, the arcs abruptly exploded, scattering dozens of sharp currents in all directions, piercing through trees and ravaging the earth. Another failure. When Sasuke first learned Lightning Cutter, though his execution was not yet flawless, he could already effectively utilize its penetrating characteristics to pierce through a massive water barrel. Yet, as the saying goes, it is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. After fully grasping the secret of Lightning Cutter, Li Jiexuan found it exceedingly challenging to create the lower-tier Chidori. The Lightning Cutter scroll only taught Lightning Cutter, and to conjure Chidori, he had to rely solely on his own comprehension. Nonetheless, Li Jiexuan sensed that he was exceedingly close to success. As the sun gradually ascends, the formidable A-rank ninjutsu, Thousand Birds, necessitates patience. It is time to attend class. The leader informs there seems to be an issue on the battlefield ahead. Upon returning to the classroom, Akimichi, with his usual air of mystery, leaned towards Li Jiexuan and whispered, "I heard that 2 significant figures have perished on the battlefield." Li Jiexuan, lost in thought, nodded absently and glanced around, searching for a familiar silhouette. Yet after an extensive search, he found no trace of Tsunade. It appeared that she had not attended school today. Noticing Li Jiexuan's distracted demeanor, Akimichi lowered his voice further. "Additionally, I heard that these 2 important figures might be connected to Lady Tsunade." "What?" Li Jiexuan abruptly turned, grasping Akimichi and demanding fiercely, "Are you saying these 2 individuals are related to Lady Tsunade? Who are they?" Startled by Li Jiexuan's intensity, Akimichi shook his head repeatedly. "I don't know. I only overheard my parents discussing it." Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan pondered deeply, lowering his gaze. Even without Akimichi's words, he could vaguely deduce the truth. In his previous life, he had sensed this connection. Much like Might Duy, Tsunade's parents, who should have been her closest kin, the sole offspring of Senju Hashirama, were notably absent from the original narrative. It seemed evident that Tsunade's parents had met their demise during the First Shinobi World War, akin to Might Guy's fate. This revelation clarified the sorrowful yet unspeakable expression on Senju Tobarama's face yesterday. Informing his granddaughter of their parents' death would undoubtedly be an arduous task. Such is the nature of war. Anyone can fall. Li Jiexuan understood this well, yet the overwhelming strength of Konoha had lulled most into a sense of security, making the village appear as tranquil as ever. However, for the first time, he sensed the pungent scent of blood from the battlefield, even from a great distance. Contemplating this, Li Jiexuan's concern for Tsunade grew. Could that resilient and endearing girl endure this ordeal? Just as Li Jiexuan was lost in thought, Tsunade unexpectedly pushed open the door and entered. Tsunade, yet, unlike her usual vibrant self, her once beautiful and lively brown eyes lacked luster, only gaining a flicker of brightness upon seeing Li Jiexuan. Heartache. Li Jiexuan's immediate reaction was one of profound sorrow. Tsunade, at such a tender age, had already lost her parents, and in the future, she would face even greater losses. Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, until all her relatives departed from this world. Even her beloved would meet his end in her embrace. If there were to be a selection of the 10 most tragic figures in the history of Hokage, Tsunade would undoubtedly earn a place among them. With this thought, Li Jiexuan instinctively enveloped Tsunade in his embrace. Her warm cheek pressed against his chest, and she could not help but weep. "Jiexuan-kun, everything will be all right. You still have me. I am always here." Li Jiexuan gently stroked Tsunade's silky golden hair, offering comfort. "Let it all out. Crying is a release." Tsunade could no longer contain herself, quietly leaning against Li Jiexuan's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. The beauty weeps, while the hero furrows his brow. This serene yet exquisite scene was one even the teacher could not bear to interrupt. However, at that moment, an exaggerated laugh suddenly burst through the door, intruding upon the moment. "Ha ha, Lord Jiraiya makes his entrance. Ha ha, Lord Jiraiya is here." The white-haired Jiraiya strode into the classroom, laughing heartily, and upon sensing the unusual atmosphere, scratched his head with an air of oblivion. "Why is everyone so silent? Are you all too happy? This fellow." A sense of speechlessness arose among them all. Was he genuinely foolish or merely pretending? Li Jiexuan could only gently shake his head. "Jiraiya, you are destined to be a tragic figure. No wonder you loved Tsunade for a lifetime, yet never dared to utter a single word of affection. To make matters worse," Jiraiya's gaze immediately fell upon the conspicuous Tsunade. With her tear-streaked face, she appeared even more pitiable. For reasons unknown, it was as if fate had conspired, causing Jiraiya's heart to race fiercely. "Hello, I am Jiraiya," he exclaimed, laughing heartily as he extended his hand toward Tsunade. "My hobbies include writing novels and admiring beautiful young ladies." It was unclear whether this wild-haired man was simply oblivious as he continued to introduce himself to Tsunade, who was nestled in Li Jiexuan's arms despite the circumstances. "Who cares about you?" Tsunade was utterly incensed, raising her fist and delivering a powerful blow to Jiraiya's frog-like face. Consequently, under the force of her extraordinary strength, the newly enrolled Jiraiya promptly fainted. Yet, not a soul felt pity for him. Such a fool deserved a thorough beating. Li Jiexuan shook his head in resignation. It seems that in this lifetime, Jiraiya will also endure Tsunade's iron fist. What a tragic man he is. However, in the midst of this commotion, Tsunade's mood appeared to have lightened considerably, at least after the exertion. A hint of color returned to her face. Observing this, the figure in the shadowy corner donned an elephant mask and nodded gently before swiftly departing. 5 minutes later, within the Senju clan's estate, Senju Tobarama stroked his chin, letting out a soft sigh. If that is the case, let them be. As long as Tsunade can find joy, even the rigid Senju Tobarama is willing to make certain concessions. "Tobarama, do you have confidence?" Just then, Senju Hashirama, seated in the shadows, spoke coldly. "Perhaps they all believe I am dead. I think now may be my moment." Yet before Hashirama could finish his words, Tobarama, flustered, interrupted with a forced laugh. "Brother, though my strength pales in comparison to yours, when it comes to fleeing, the flying thunder god technique was my own creation." Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama fell silent for a moment, before gently nodding. "I understand. Brother, do not worry. I will ensure they pay for this." Senju Tobarama clenched his teeth fiercely, rising abruptly, with Danzō and Sarutobi Hiruzen closely following behind. In memory of the deceased niece and nephew, for the sake of Tsunade, and for his brother. When the fastest ninja in the realm returns to the battlefield, a tremendous storm is destined to unfold. As the village of Konoha becomes utterly incensed, a multitude of Umbu stealthily departs. Meanwhile, several Umbu linger at the back entrance of the infant care center. This fellow deserves his fate. Gazing at the lifeless body of Kurata, the Umbu adorned with a hippopotamus mask disdainfully sneered and spat a thick glob of phlegm. However, suddenly, a hand emerged, skillfully catching the viscous spittle. The Umbu wearing a raccoon mask calmly wiped the phlegm from his hand and coldly remarked, "Do not disturb the scene. The nature of this individual is of no consequence. Our mission is solely to identify the perpetrator." With that, the raccoon-masked Umbu crouched down to meticulously examine Kurata's corpse. Murmuring in confusion, the assailant first exploited this man's greed to lure him out. We have already stated that someone slipped a letter through the crack in the door. It was the letter that prompted our actions. We were promised 50,000 Ryo for compliance. The raccoon Umbu trusted that the couple residing above spoke nothing but the truth. They were oblivious to the entire affair, having merely become accomplices driven by avarice. After luring out Kurata, they utilized this mechanical box to launch shuriken, thereby killing Kurata without revealing themselves. The raccoon Umbu approached the suitcase, his brow furrowing. Yet, there is no mechanism within this box. Moreover, the shuriken that was fired has vanished. He pressed his forehead, quietly troubled. The nearby hippopotamus Umbu scoffed. "It's merely an ordinary box. Could it possibly conceal a person?" They had already inspected and reasoned through this multiple times. Yet, upon hearing this, the raccoon Umbu jolted in surprise. Could it be? But he soon shook his head. This suitcase is far too small. Not even a child could fit inside, let alone an adult. Perhaps a baby could squeeze in. But the shuriken pierced Kurata's throat. Certainly, a mere infant could not have done this. Hence, it must be a mechanism. Yet, after thoroughly searching the suitcase, no mechanism could be found. The inexplicably vanished shuriken left no clues. This case seemed to be ensnared in a deadlock. This time, it must succeed. In the silent park, Li Jiexuan fixed his gaze intently upon the towering tree before him. His palms slightly lowered as blue chakra flames coalesced within his grasp. Zzz, a faint blue arc began to dance and intertwine between Li Jiexuan's palms, slowly forming a blade. "Chidori!" Li Jiexuan roared as he thrust his palm forward. The pale blue lightning surged forth as if commanded by a warhorse, enveloping Li Jiexuan himself in a flash of electricity that pierced straight through the tree before him. When Li Jiexuan regained his senses, he realized he had instantly traversed nearly 100 meters. Zzz. Li Jiexuan slowly withdrew his palm from the charred hollow of the tree, the pale blue arcs of electricity still dancing at the wound of the trunk. Suddenly, the entire tree trembled and collapsed into a charred stump. Li Jiexuan's Chidori surpassed Sasuke's by a slight margin, for he did not diminish the quality of the Raikiri, but rather reduced its quantity. He transformed the standard Raikiri blade into a smaller version. Technically speaking, this ought to be referred to as small Raikiri, rather than Chidori. Phew, I succeeded. Li Jiexuan exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground. Although small Raikiri was formidable, it consumed an astonishing amount of chakra. With Li Jiexuan's Chunin-level chakra, he could barely unleash it once. After using it, he would be rendered incapable of any further action due to exhaustion. This meant that this technique must not be employed unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, he had finally developed a technique unique to him, granting him a measure of self-preservation in this world. Li Jiexuan peacefully closed his eyes. Jiexuan, what's wrong? Don't scare me. In a haze, Li Jiexuan seemed to hear a frantic voice calling out to him. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered Tsunade cradling him, weeping softly. Please, don't die. Silly girl, why are you crying? I thought you believed I was on the brink of death. As he spoke, Tsunade burst into tears. I'm truly scared, terrified of losing you again. Li Jiexuan gently reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. I'm perfectly fine, just extremely weary. Tsunade paused momentarily before throwing herself into Li Jiexuan's embrace, her tears giving way to laughter. You mustn't laugh at me, and after a moment's contemplation, Tsunade suddenly lifted her head, gazing intently at Li Jiexuan. You can never leave me. Upon hearing these words, a gentle warmth surged within Li Jiexuan. He realized that Tsunade was increasingly diverging from her animated portrayal. To him, the current Tsunade was no longer a mere caricature from a cartoon, but a vibrant individual, embracing him with a warmth that felt undeniably real. In that instant, Li Jiexuan truly understood. Tsunade had become an indispensable part of his life. It turned out, Tsunade loved him, and he, in turn, loved her. Li Jiexuan smiled as he held Tsunade tightly in his arms. Trust me, I will never leave you for the rest of my life. Tsunade nestled contentedly in Li Jiexuan's embrace, as he wrapped his arms around her curvaceous waist, silently vowing, no one shall ever take you from my side, not even Orochimaru or Jiraiya. As they lay quietly in the woods, the fragrant scent of nature enveloped them. Tsunade had fallen asleep in Li Jiexuan's arms, utterly exhausted from the recent tribulations. In the tranquil forest, the lovely young couple remained embraced in silence. From atop a particularly lush tree, the trunk of an elephant mask curiously peeked through the leaves. Yet, upon reflection, he hesitated and retreated. Perhaps it was for the best, after all. Lord Tobirama had once stated to simply indulge Tsunade's whims. Even the usually cold-hearted Umbu, renowned for their ruthlessness, found themselves unwilling to shatter such a tender moment. Character, Li Jiexuan. Chakra level, Genin basic. Weapon, space-time kunai. Items, 30 bottles of energy potions. Mastered ninjutsu, Shorai A. In less than 2 weeks since his arrival in the world of Naruto, Li Jiexuan had already amassed such a foundation, which left him somewhat content. However, reality soon revealed to him that this was far from sufficient. The Ninja World War had erupted in full force. In the wake of Tsunade's parents' demise, Konoha, the most powerful of the 5 shinobi villages, unleashed its full might. With the strength of an entire village, they engaged in battle against the entire shinobi world. The elite Umbu of Konoha wreaked havoc across the battlefield, extinguishing countless lives. Tobirama Senju traversed the battlefield with the Flying Thunder God technique, dispatching foes in the blink of an eye. Yet, it seemed that this was still insufficient. As the other 4 villages Kage entered the fray, lacking the absolute power that Hashirama Senju possessed to decisively turn the tides, Konoha suffered devastating losses. Consequently, even within the village of Konoha, pressure began to mount. Only within the Ninja Academy did a semblance of carefree tranquility remain. Today, I shall teach you one of the foundational techniques of ninjutsu, the transformation technique. With these words, Yamada Tsuji formed the necessary hand seals, transformation technique. With a puff of smoke, Yamada Tsuji transformed into Tobirama Senju. Although the chakra amount remained unchanged, the visual impact was undeniably impressive. 3 seconds later, he dispelled the transformation, chuckling as he encouraged, everyone can give it a try. The first attempt is usually quite challenging. Transformation technique. Li Jiexuan formed the hand seals, channeling chakra throughout his body. As the smoke enveloped him, he astonishingly transformed into Yamada Tsuji, lazily adjusting the forehead protector atop his brow. Hey, Yamada, this isn't difficult at all, is it? With an intelligence level of 6. Li Jiexuan's intellect was 6 times that of an ordinary person, marking him as a true genius, rivaling even the likes of Orochimaru and Kakashi. This simple technique, the shadow clone technique, was mastered with just a single viewing. Of course, Li Jiexuan was not the only one in the class possessing such talent. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and even the one Li Jiexuan had effortlessly defeated, all succeeded after just a few attempts. After mastering the shadow clone technique, Li Jiexuan did not remain idle. He pursued Yamada Tsuji to demonstrate the shadow clone technique and the body replacement technique in succession. As the war loomed closer, the pressure he felt intensified. Within a single day of study, Li Jiexuan had proficiently grasped the fundamental 3-body technique of a genin. Jiexuan-kun, you are already at a level where you could graduate from the ninja academy, Yamada Tsuji remarked, his expression one of astonishment as he regarded Li Jiexuan. He had never encountered a youth with such extraordinary talent before. At merely 2 years of age, Li Jiexuan already possessed chakra reserves at the genin level. Moreover, the technique of the clone jutsu was mastered with a mere glance. Furthermore, he had even honed his skills in throwing shurikens to an impressive degree. Yamada Tsunashi had witnessed firsthand as Li Jiexuan pierced the wing of a mosquito located hundreds of meters away with a single shuriken. This individual, despite having only begun his training from the womb, was merely 3 years old. A 3-year-old genin. This is indeed quite terrifying. If news of a 2-year-old genin were to be disclosed, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire ninja world. Yet, Li Jiexuan had no intention of doing so. For the title of genius bore an overwhelming weight. In the not-so-distant future, Konoha would witness the emergence of a true prodigy. Graduating from the ninja academy at 5, advancing to Chunin at 6, and achieving the rank of Jonin by 12. During this time, he even independently developed an S-rank ninjutsu capable of slicing through lightning, Raikiri. He is none other than Kakashi Hatake, a genius unprecedented in Konoha's history. However, even so, Kakashi has scarcely claimed victory in his lifetime. More often than not, he either faced defeat or ended in a draw, earning him the nickname Kakashi the 50-50. In the end, even the act of saving the world was merely a matter of following in the footsteps of his own disciple. Aside from the eyes gifted by Obito, his presence was nearly non-existent. Never mind, I am not prepared to graduate yet. Li Jiexuan gently shook his head. With my current strength, rushing to the battlefield would only lead to my demise. It seems you are aware as well. Yamada Tsunashi nodded. Konoha has begun dispatching genin to the battlefield. The brutality of this war is beyond description. Li Jiexuan nodded slightly. Just yesterday, that fellow Might Duy mentioned, little Jiexuan. It seems our genin will be sent to the battlefield in batches over the course of this year. When the time comes, I will take you and little Dai to that infant care center where they found you. The owner, Kurita, has a good reputation. Might Duy, that fool. Li Jiexuan shook his head in disbelief, for even if he were unaware that he had been discarded from there, he should at least know that the owner, Kurita, had already passed away. Indeed, no matter what, I cannot allow the fool Might Duy to go to the battlefield. Li Jiexuan turned and smiled as he embraced Yamada Tsunashi. Teacher Tsunashi, since I have already mastered the clone jutsu, perhaps you should teach me something new? Upon hearing this, Yamada Tsunashi could only smile wryly and shake his head. He felt he had boarded a pirate ship. Yet, a 2-year-old genin. This might be the wisest investment he makes in his lifetime. Understood, aside from the family heirloom techniques, I will teach you all the ninjutsu I possess. As he spoke, Yamada Tsunashi's expression turned troubled. However, with only a year to learn, the difficulty is quite high without purchasing scrolls. Yamada Tsunashi, an elite chunin, had mastered 1 A-rank ninjutsu, 3 B-rank ninjutsu, and over 20 C-rank ninjutsu. As for D-rank ninjutsu, the numbers were countless. Unfortunately, within this repertoire, the vast majority consisted of family secrets. The only techniques Yamada Tsunashi could impart to Li Jiexuan were 1 B-rank ninjutsu and 10 C-rank ninjutsu. Before delving into the study of ninjutsu, I must assess your chakra attributes, Yamada Tsukiji said with a smile, pulling a piece of chakra test paper from his drawer, proudly proclaiming, the reason I have mastered so many ninjutsu techniques is due to my dual chakra attributes, the tearing wind and the gentle water. As he spoke, a fissure suddenly appeared on the chakra paper in his hand, which then became damp. Chakra itself is devoid of inherent properties. The chakra test paper merely reveals one's affinity towards various elemental chakra transformations. Yamada Tsukiji cheerfully handed a piece of chakra test paper to Li Jiexuan, stating, to some extent, the greater the number of transformations, the higher your innate talent. He eagerly anticipated multiple transformations from Li Jiexuan. In truth, Li Jiexuan was equally curious about his own chakra attributes. Upon receiving the test paper, a moderate blue arc of electricity abruptly flashed, leaving behind traces of an electric shock. Lightning, perhaps? Shortly thereafter, the paper suddenly exploded into fragments. Yamada Tsukiji, bewildered, gathered the pieces of the chakra paper, muttering, "This one is water. This one is fire." His voice grew louder and more frantic. Wind, earth, yin, yang. How is this possible? 7 distinct transformations? He gazed at Li Jiexuan in confusion, finally managing to utter 2 words, monster. In the days that followed, Li Jiexuan lived a fulfilling life. During the day, he studied the history of the ninja world at the Ninja Academy, and after classes, he engaged in private lessons with Yamada Tsukiji to learn ninjutsu. Returning home each night to train in taijutsu under Might Duy. Though arduous, Li Jiexuan sensed his powers were rapidly escalating. Today's earth flow wall was not executed perfectly. He pondered as he entered his home. Next time, I'll try to increase my chakra by about 1/5. Lost in thought, he removed his clothing and casually glanced at Might Duy. Uncle Guy, what are we doing today? Push-ups or sit-ups? To Li Jiexuan's surprise, Might Duy solemnly shook his head. No training today? Li Jiexuan knew that once the Might family's special training commenced, it was unwavering, regardless of the weather. What could be the reason for this change? Little Jiexuan, your talent is remarkable. Li Jiexuan shrugged nonchalantly. He was well aware of this without Might Duy's affirmation. Even without a system, his soul, having lived 2 lifetimes, was far more resilient than that of an ordinary person. Thus, I believe it is time to impart this taijutsu technique to you. As he spoke, Might Duy retrieved a resplendent golden scroll from his pocket. Could it be the 8 gates? Before even receiving the scroll, Li Jiexuan felt his throat dry with anticipation. Such a treasured item, revered by Might Duy, could only be the 8 gates. Trembling, Li Jiexuan unfurled the dazzling golden scroll, the prominent 8 gates causing him to gasp in awe. It truly was the 8 gates. Although Li Jiexuan trusted that Might Duy would eventually share this knowledge with him, he was undeniably exhilarated. Yet when that fateful day finally arrived, Li Jiexuan found himself unable to contain his excitement. Although it is said that the 8 gates of Duenjia is merely an A-rank ninjutsu, even inferior to Kakashi's Raikiri, the significance of the 2 is entirely different. Raikiri may be formidable, but when placed among the forbidden S-rank ninjutsu, it appears rather ordinary. For the average ninja, the 8 gates of Duenjia might seem like a double-edged sword, inflicting substantial self-harm while slaying 800 foes, warranting only an A-rank classification. However, for diligent ninjas like Might Duy and Rock Lee, the 8 gates of Duenjia undeniably stands as the ultimate forbidden technique. Otherwise, how could Might Duy have single-handedly vanquished the formidable 6 paths of Edo? Opening, rest, life, injury, do, scene, shock, death. Flipping through the table of contents, the 8 gates prominently feature. Delving deeper, the names of the techniques Front Lotus, Inner Lotus, Morning Peacock, Daytime Tiger, including the illustrious Night Duy, rest quietly following their respective gates. This is a complete lineage, and Li Jiexuan has every reason to believe that this is the most precious physical technique inheritance within the Naruto world. Such a treasure, regardless of who possesses it, would be cherished and never relinquished for even a moment. Yet, Might Duy entrusted it to Li Jiexuan, a mere orphan he had known for less than 2 months. Why? Li Jiexuan involuntarily raised his head, a hint of moisture gathering in his eyes. Why do you trust me so? However, Might Duy did not respond. He had already turned away to brew herbs. Perhaps, in Might Duy's eyes, such a legacy was a matter of course. Fool. Though touched, Li Jiexuan ultimately was not a Navi child. If he wished to repay Might Duy, he must first attain strength. Adjusting his mindset, Li Jiexuan diligently began to study the scroll of the 8 gates of Duenjia. According to the manga's narrative, Rock Lee was able to open 5 gates during the Chunin exams. Although the cost of opening 5 gates was severe, Li Jiexuan believed that with his current physique, which was no less than that of a Chunin, he could at least open 4 gates. The 8 gates of Duenjia primarily tests the practitioner's body, while the utilization of chakra is comparatively simpler. The first gate, Life Gate. Li Jiexuan followed the cloud diagram from the scroll, circulating his chakra in his mind. With each advance of the chakra, the sensation of slight pain intensified. This feeling bore a resemblance to the concept of channeling energy in Chinese folklore. Upon completing the circulation according to the diagram, the pain reached its zenith. And in an instant, Li Jiexuan felt as if his head had exploded entirely. As he regained consciousness, both his speed and strength experienced a comprehensive enhancement. The life gate, unlocking his brain's full potential, now allowed him to wield 100% of his body's power. This sensation was akin to the exhilarating release of a genetic lock. Li Jiexuan gently clenched his fist, the ability to master his body completely evoking an illusion within him. He felt as if he were invincible. The subsequent third gate was also opened with remarkable ease. The relaxation of the rest gate alleviated his fatigue, while the life gate and injury gate further augmented his strength and speed, even igniting a faint green chakra flame within him. Should he boldly attempt to breach the death gate? Li Jiexuan felt that he was at the pinnacle of his power. Why not give it a try? The sooner he became powerful, the sooner he could assist Might Duy. With this thought in mind, the usually cautious Li Jiexuan resolved to press on. Just as he prepared to muster his strength and break through the death gate, a broad hand landed on his shoulder. Enough. Upon hearing this voice, Li Jiexuan finally regained his composure. He recalled how, despite arduous training, Rock Lee had become crippled after opening the death gate at the age of 15. The consequences of his reckless attempt could be dire. With a sigh of relief, the injury gate automatically released. Once released, Li Jiexuan was astonished to find that he could not muster any strength, and he fell to the ground, blood seeping from beneath his pale skin. Was the injury gate truly this unbearable? He felt as if his entire body was wailing, akin to an old bicycle being forcibly ridden by a 300-pound behemoth. No wonder Might Duy had not announced any training tasks today. His body was still too young. Although his strength was considerable, he was still lacking in vitality. It appeared that his current limit lay solely within the injury gate. He reminded himself to never lose sight of the formidable power while cultivating the 8 gates. Might Duy tossed Li Jiexuan into a warm medicinal bath and gently shook his head. Youth can burn brightly, but not in such a manner. If it weren't for you, fool, would I exert myself so fervently? Li Jiexuan rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore Might Duy's youthful creed. He was not a fool like Rock Lee. He would not chant such naive declarations of youth. Slowly closing his eyes, a slight smile crept across his lips. Though reluctant to be a youthful fool, he could not allow Might Duy to burn himself out so recklessly. Just wait a little longer. Give me some time, and I will save you. In the tranquil woods. Shin, Si, Wei. Li Jiexuan swiftly changed his hand seals, completing 3 within a second. Earth flow wall. His chakra-infused palms met the ground, and a massive earthen wall, nearly 10 meters thick, erupted from the earth, partitioning a small section of the forest. Jiexuan Kuan, your earth flow wall is flawless. Despite witnessing such a perfect B-rank ninjutsu, Yamamoto Suzuki's face revealed no surprise. It was not that Li Jiexuan's technique was flawed. Rather, Suzuki had become completely desensitized. In less than a month, Li Jiexuan had mastered over 10 C-rank ninjutsu, and the B-rank earth flow wall had taken him merely 5 days to learn. Yet, Li Jiexuan remained unsatisfied with his earth flow wall. The earth flow wall is an immensely powerful defensive ninjutsu, frequently employed by none other than Kakashi, who is renowned as the Fifth Hokage. With a hand seal time of less than half a second, Kakashi has nearly earned himself the moniker of Tsuchikage. Yamada-sensei next. However, the subsequent enhancement requires years of diligent practice. Li Jiexuan signaled to Yamada Tsukasa that he could commence teaching the next ninjutsu. Yet, Yamada Tsukasa's face flushed with embarrassment as he gently shook his head. There is nothing left. In just a brief month. The elite Chunin Yamada Tsukasa realized that he had little left to impart to Li Jiexuan. This revelation was undoubtedly a significant blow for Yamada, who had already crossed the threshold of 30. Li Jiexuan, too, felt a tinge of regret. Patting Yamada Tsukasa's shoulder in consolation, Yamada, do not be disheartened. At least you once served as my teacher, and that is sufficient for this lifetime. Once? Yamada's eyes widened in confusion, the use of the past tense bewildering him. I should indeed be your teacher, no doubt. Oh, Li Jiexuan raised an eyebrow in retort. As a teacher, what have you taught me? Yamada Tsukasa was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Li Jiexuan would be so mercilessly sharp. Observing the way Li Jiexuan scrutinized him was akin to being assessed like a used tissue. As an elite Chunin, I command 1 A-rank ninjutsu and 3 B-rank ninjutsu. Yamada Tsukasa feigned pride, curling his lip. What you have learned these days is merely the surface. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan naturally seized the opportunity. In that case, Yamada-sensei, might you consider teaching me the other two B-rank ninjutsu? Well, that is certainly possible. Yamada Tsukasa nodded lightly, but soon began to shake his head repeatedly, chuckling ruefully. Jiexuan-kun, after all this, it appears you were simply waiting for me. Though he wished to teach, these techniques were family secrets. At this moment, Yamada Tsukasa seemed to recall something, winking mischievously. However what? Li Jiexuan's eyes widened. The prospect of learning Yamada Tsukasa's family secrets would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to new heights. If you are willing to consider a marriage alliance with our family, that could be negotiated. Yamada Tsukasa scrutinized Li Jiexuan closely. In his eyes, this prodigy, as long as he remained alive, would surely become a leading figure in Konoha. Such an investment would not go to waste. If Li Jiexuan were to become Hokage in the future, the Yamada clan might very well ascend to prominence. The thought made Yamada Tsukasa's mouth water. Yet, when he regained his senses, he realized Li Jiexuan had already distanced himself. A marriage alliance? There was no way Li Jiexuan would agree. Setting aside his promise to Tsunade, even if he were indeed considering marriage, it would hardly involve the insignificant Yamada clan. Character: Li Jiexuan. Chakra level: basic genin, growth. Ninjutsu: space-time kunai. Item: 23 bottles of energy potions. Mastered ninjutsu: little Raikiri, A. 8 gates of Duenja's injury gate, A. Earth flow wall, B. Wind release, great breakthrough, C. Fireball, C. Aside from chakra, Li Jiexuan is the quintessential template of an elite chunin. Compared to Yamada, he even surpasses him by one A-ranked ninjutsu. A 2-year-old chunin. If this news were to spread, Li Jiexuan would become the most resplendent figure in the entire Konoha, with countless factions striving to incorporate him into their ranks. However, Li Jiexuan has no intention of doing so. As the saying goes, a tall tree catches the wind. In this era rife with turmoil, the assassination of outstanding young ninjas is all too commonplace. Yet, as fate would have it, just after parting ways with Yamada, someone sought him out. Hyuga? Li Jiexuan raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat perplexed. Standing before him was none other than the familiar figure of Hyuga, who had previously gifted him 2 beginner treasure chests. Ever since he had sensed Izu's profound fear, the latter had refrained from confronting him. What could possibly be the reason for this sudden encounter? Li Jiexuan, you must run. To Li Jiexuan's astonishment, Izu's first words urged him to flee. Why? Li Jiexuan paused, astonished. Could it be that the old thief Senju Tobarama has come for me? After all, having courted someone else's granddaughter at barely 2 years of age, Li Jiexuan felt a twinge of guilt. Although he appeared to be only 2 years old, even younger than Tsunade, his soul was that of an adult. His feelings for Tsunade were genuinely those of nurturing a young girl. A sin? No, it's my brother. Your brother? Li Jiexuan was utterly bewildered. He had never heard of any familial ties between Kato Dan and the Hyuga clan. Could it be that fool Jiraiya? My brother's name is Hyuga, and he wants to kill you. Hyuga Izu, in a state of sheer terror, urged Li Jiexuan to flee. You must hurry. He is already a genin, has activated his Byakugan, and is immensely stronger than I. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan felt entirely at ease. He was neither Tsunade's guardian nor the destined lover in her original fate. What did he have to fear? Hyuga, a genin? Li Jiexuan chuckled and shook his head. He was far too low-key, not only in his current state, but even a month ago when he battled Orochimaru. He could have easily defeated an ordinary genin. Such exaggeration was unwarranted. Li Jiexuan waved his hand with a smile. I hold no grudge against your brother. Why would he wish to kill me? It's true. Hyuga Izu swallowed hard, recounting the entire situation. 5 minutes later, because you are unable to defeat me, your father will send you to the land of fire? Li Jiexuan stared in astonishment at Hyuga Izu, utterly unprepared for such a development. The father of Hinata Izu. Is there something amiss with his mind? Though I am lacking in skill compared to others, I do not harbor resentment towards you. Hinata Izu sighed, feeling dejected. Yet, my brother has always protected me, unwilling to let me suffer even the slightest grievance. But why today? Li Jiexuan scratched his head in perplexity. Had Hinata Izu recklessly attempted to assassinate him a month ago, he might have found himself in genuine peril. However, at this moment, he merely regarded it as a jest. After all, in just a few days, his brother would be heading to the battlefield. Hinata Izu swallowed hard. He wishes to eliminate you before he departs. It was evident that Hinata Ijin intended to kill Li Jiexuan before making his way to war. Surviving as a war hero, coupled with the influence of the Hinata clan, he might be able to secure his life. Should misfortune befall him on the battlefield, then killing Li Jiexuan would be a futile endeavor. Regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain. Indeed, he had been underestimated. Li Jiexuan shook his head helplessly. It was clear that Hinata Ijin believed he had Li Jiexuan completely at his mercy. You should leave quickly. Hinata Izu swallowed again. I have lingered long enough. If I do not return soon, my brother may grow suspicious. After bidding farewell to the anxious Hinata Izu, Li Jiexuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. His concern was not for Hinata Ijin, but rather that the ongoing ninja world war seemed to be escalating in brutality. Even teenagers were being sent to the battlefield. As he made his way home, Li Jiexuan pondered this dire situation. If Might Duy were dispatched to the front lines, what could he possibly do to ensure his survival? Unlike Might Duy, Might Duy had not even appeared in the tales of Hokage. Li Jiexuan was utterly unaware of how he met his end or who had slain him. What a headache. Just as Li Jiexuan was lost in thought, the paper door of a shop beside the street suddenly burst open. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Just as Li Jiexuan was distracted, a pair of iron palms shattered the paper door and struck directly towards his head. Li Jiexuan swiftly sidestepped the blow, but before he could make any further move, the relentless barrage of 8 trigrams palms surged towards him like a tidal wave. With no time to counterattack, Li Jiexuan could only evade incessantly. Yet, the more he dodged, the faster the unending 8 trigrams palms became, leaving him with increasingly little time to maneuver. Quite intriguing, observing the vibrant youth before him, whose bright smile accompanied each palm strike, Li Jiexuan couldn't help but smile in amusement. Indeed, Hinata Ijin surpassed Hinata Izu by a considerable margin. The speed and continuity of his 8 trigrams palms far exceeded that of Hinata Izu. Moreover, should he fall into a passive position, even Li Jiexuan, with his ch-9 level speed, would struggle to escape the confinement of these palms. Truly, the Hinata clan deserves its reputation as one of the few noble families in Konoha. In that case, I shall indulge you in this game. Chakra flowed quietly within Li Jiexuan's mind as he softly commanded, "Open the door, open." A surge of warmth coursed through the crown of his head, the complete development of his brain capacity enhancing his base speed significantly. How about that? Can you keep up? Li Jiexuan shifted his steps, attempting to break free from Hinata Ijin's relentless 8 trigrams palm blockade. Not a chance. Hinata Ijin bellowed, accelerating his movements, reining Li Jiexuan back in 32 palms of the 8 trigrams, 33 palms of the 8 trigrams. Gradually, Li Jiexuan found himself pushed back once more. Yet, he bore no resentment. Instead, he recognized that this 8 trigrams palm served as a perfect test for his 8 gates of Duenjia. Open the rest gate. Open the life gate. Li Jiexuan activated 2 gates in quick succession, and a surge of pale green chakra steam surged around him. Uncontrollable power erupted forth from within. This time, Li Jiexuan afforded Hinata Ijin no opportunity to react. With a mere flick of his foot, he escaped the unyielding blockade of the 8 trigrams palm. Ultimately, Hinata Ijin was but a low-ranking ninja. Though the Hinata clan's techniques were formidable, the 8 gates of Duenjia were by no means inferior to the Hinata family's gentle fist. With his cultivation suppressed and ninjutsu overwhelmed, Hinata Ijin's defeat was hardly unjust. Forced to halt his 8 trigrams palm, Hinata Ijin slumped onto the ground, disheartened. He never expected he could not even win like this. Exhaling deeply, his gaze grew vacant. What is all this for? Am I unfit to be a ninja? At 15, Hinata Ijin found himself lost. Because you have chosen the wrong opponent. Li Jiexuan scoffed. You must realize that if there are ninjas in this world, there surely exists a top-tier ninja. Are you referring to the First Hokage? Hinata Ijin failed to grasp Li Jiexuan's meaning. I mean, there is no need for you to compete with me. Li Jiexuan shook his head in resignation. In truth, he had little interest in contending with these youngsters. At over 20 years of age, what sense of accomplishment would he derive from bullying mere children? But you're only 2 years old. They brought up age again. And Li Jiexuan couldn't help but scratch his head. It seemed that in any world, there existed a bizarre age discourse. It was not true that an elder was always kind and benevolent, nor that a child was incapable of wielding a blade. Can you defeat the Sage of 6 Paths at 2 years old? Li Jiexuan disdainfully retorted. Even if you brought your father here, He couldn't win. With that, Li Jiexuan prepared to leave. He had no interest in becoming a mentor. As for the deep bond between the two brothers, he cared little. Li Jiexuan had no habit of sympathizing with his opponents. As long as this fellow did not bother him again, everything would be just fine. Killing a member of the Hinata clan would bring far too much trouble. However, at that moment, Hinata Ijin seemed inspired by Li Jiexuan, shouting, "I understand now. If you fight our father, he will comprehend." Hinata Masakazu is certainly no fool. It is evident that Li Jiexuan's strength far surpasses the ordinary. In such circumstances, allowing my father to personally experience Li Jiexuan's prowess should suffice for him to comprehend the situation. It must be said that a teenager's thoughts remain rather naive. Not to mention, would Hinata Masakazu's father be foolish enough to duel a child of merely 2 years? And what reason would Li Jiexuan have to assist him in this endeavor? However, at that moment, a triggered quest, Brotherhood deep as the sea. Quest content. For the sake of my brother, the path of paternal conflict knows no bounds. In that instant, the mischievous child Hinata Masakazu earnestly implores, "Please give my father a good beating." Quest reward. Variable based on combat conditions. Quest duration, 3 days. Li Jiexuan scoffed and turned his lips disdainfully. What of a quest? I shan't partake. Saying this, he pivoted and returned home. For only a fool would engage in a duel with the Hinata family. The act of ostentation can easily spiral into chaos, leading to irrevocable consequences. As Li Jiexuan observed the small figure gradually fading around the corner, Hinata Masakazu could not help but sigh. It appeared that everything had come to an end. Yet, just as Hinata Masakazu was about to depart, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind. "Come, let us discuss how to confront your father." In the 44th chapter, the devoted younger brother is easily deceived. "In 3 days, I shall head to the battlefield," Maito Guy remarked while packing his belongings. "Little Dai, I leave you in charge. Now, let us have a proper conversation." Li Jiexuan grasped the departing Hinata Masakazu, his face etched with exasperation. He could hardly fathom that Maito Guy would accompany Hinata Masakazu to the battlefield. "Have you agreed?" Hinata Masakazu exclaimed in delight, seizing Li Jiexuan's hand. "You truly consent to confront my father? Confront your father? You seem rather elated. Is that truly acceptable? First, we must devise a detailed plan to confront your father." At this point, Li Jiexuan hesitated, casting a peculiar glance at Hinata Masakazu. "Are you truly unperturbed?" "Absolutely, not at all," Hinata Masakazu exclaimed with enthusiasm. "As long as you defeat my father, he will understand that this is not Iju's fault." What an ardent younger brother. "Surely, you want to name your next life Uchiha Itachi." Li Jiexuan grimaced in discomfort. "First, you must disclose your father's strength in the ninjutsu he commonly employs. My father is a special nin, and he possesses a family secret technique. The gentle fist 8 trigrams palm, heavenly return, Byakugan, and the 8 trigrams empty palm." For the sake of his brother, Hinata Masakazu unreservedly divulged his father's abilities. "Special nin, you say?" Li Jiexuan mused, stroking his chin in contemplation, nodding thoughtfully. If he has not yet reached the level of Nin, perhaps there remains a chance of victory. The sun shone warmly, and birds chirped melodiously. A splendid day it was. Yet, Hinata Hiroshi's spirits were far from high. His eldest son, on the verge of heading to the battlefield, knelt before him, covered in wounds. "Father, this is the challenge Li Jiexuan has issued to you." Hayashi Masakazu cautiously extended the challenge letter from his embrace to the infamous Bushin. He read, and his blood pressure surged at the mere sight of the opening line. He had dealt with his younger brother, and now the elder brother had arrived. After the elder brother, surely their father would not remain idle. "I, Li Jiexuan, am not one to dally. This afternoon at 5 o'clock, I await you in the park. At that time, the 3 of you can come and seek my counsel." The letter from Hayashi's grandfather. Hayashi's grandfather. Hayashi Bushin clenched the letter tightly. This paper must not circulate. Otherwise, the Hayashi clan would become a subject of ridicule. "Father, will you confront Li Jiexuan?" Hayashi Masakazu tentatively inquired. "Nonsense. How could I possibly engage with a mere 2-year-old? Hayashi Masakazu retorted angrily, brushing off the conversation. Regardless, he was the pillar of the esteemed Hayashi family. How could he duel with a child? Disappointment washed over Hayashi Masakazu as he lowered his head. 10 minutes later, Li Jiexuan sighed helplessly and gently patted Hayashi Masakazu's shoulder. "If that is the case, we must proceed with Plan B. But is that truly wise?" A rare look of hesitation crossed Hayashi Masakazu's face. The thought of battling his own father had not given Li Jiexuan a moment's pause. Yet, at this moment, Li Jiexuan was already committed to action, unable to retreat. For the sake of Izu, sacrifices must be made. Li Jiexuan clenched his fist, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. For Izu, Hayashi Masakazu's eyes widened in realization as he murmured, "Indeed, this is all for Izu. I understand now." Li Jiexuan smiled with relief and waved his hand. "Now that you comprehend, let us act swiftly." Hayashi Masakazu nodded resolutely and dashed out of the park. Watching Hayashi Masakazu run into the sunset, Li Jiexuan couldn't help but grin. Younger brother's affection is truly easy to manipulate. No wonder that old coot from the third generation managed to deceive Itachi with mere words. The sky echoed with 4 words, "For the sake of my brother." Madness ensued. In just half an hour, a jaw-dropping challenge letter plastered the streets and alleys of Konoha. A mere 2-year-old had dared to write a challenge to Hayashi Boijin of the Hayashi clan. Moreover, this little rascal named Li Jiexuan had the audacity to claim he was Hayashi's grandfather. Was this not an affront to the entire Hayashi lineage? Countless words condensed into a single sentiment. Today's youth are truly remarkable. This is outrageous, utterly outrageous. Hayashi Boijin clutched the familiar challenge letter in his hand, rendered speechless by his fury. This was sheer audacity. You struck my youngest son, and I chose not to pursue you, allowing the children to resolve their own disputes. You harmed my eldest son, who was about to head to battle, and I could tolerate that, considering your tender age of 2. Even your reckless challenge letter. I could feign ignorance, for we are a family of stature. However, you audaciously plastered that oblivious letter all over the streets and alleys of Konoha. Truly beastly. Hyuga Boijin gritted his teeth in anger. Now, no matter what he did, the Hyuga clan had become the laughingstock of the entire village. At that moment, the door to Hyuga Boijin's home was suddenly pushed open, and an elderly member of the Hyuga clan entered. "Uncle." Hyuga Boijin was momentarily taken aback. "The main family seeks you. Let us go." His uncle offered no warmth, merely pushing aside the paper door and striding out. "The main family." Hyuga Boijin's face darkened. "Given the situation, what do you expect me to say?" Sitting impassively in the center of the room was Hyuga Jie, surrounded by a mountain of letters. The letters have been collected by the family. Yet, the repercussions of this matter are far from resolved. "I will handle that little brat." Hyuga Boijin clenched his teeth, the curse mark of the caged bird gradually manifesting on his forehead. "I, Hyuga Boijin, vow in the name of the Hyuga clan that I shall never allow our family to be shamed." "Do you truly believe that killing a 2-year-old child will restore the honor of the Hyuga clan?" Hyuga Jie shook his head disdainfully. "Boijin, you still fail to grasp the essence of your mistake. Enough, you may leave." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Hyuga Jie coldly shook his head after Boijin departed. The branch family remains as foolish as ever, unable to even manage their own child. With the power of the Hyuga clan, the trivial schemes of Li Jiexuan and Hyuga Ijin could hardly remain concealed for long. "It is not Li Jiexuan who brings shame upon the Hyuga clan, but you, Hyuga Boijin." Upon returning to the branch family, Hyuga Jie stripped off his casual attire, donned the forehead protector of a chunin, and gritted his teeth. "Li Jiexuan, I shall make you regret your actions." Witnessing this, Hyuga Ijin clenched his fist in secret. Father has finally taken the bait. If I can have Li Jiexuan defeat him, he will retain my brother. Poor Hyuga Ijin. Still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, this battle transcended mere family affairs. It had evolved into a vendetta between the Hyuga clan and Li Jiexuan. "Come, let me step upon you to ascend." As the sun descended, blood-red rays illuminated the forest. Li Jiexuan gently polished the space-time shuriken in his hand, a cold smile spreading across his face. The summer cicada lies dormant, silent for 3 years, only to sing astonishingly when it finally emerges. If one desires to rise high, one must seek a sufficiently large stepping stone. The Hyuga clan will suffice. In the twilight, the figure of Hyuga Boijin emerged from the depths of the forest. A gentle breeze stirred, scattering fallen leaves. The once lively grove now buzzed with the chatter of onlookers drawn by the absurd challenge. What was the Hyuga clan planning? Surely, they wouldn't kill the child, would they? Ignoring the cacophony of voices, Li Jiexuan and Hyuga Boijin stood coldly opposed. "Are you Li Jiexuan?" Though Hyuga Boijin had mentally prepared himself, he couldn't help but frown upon seeing the diminutive figure of Li Jiexuan. He appeared far too small. Could this fellow truly be 2 years old? "No, I am not," Li Jiexuan vehemently denied. Hinata Hiroshi involuntarily exhaled, realizing that it was overly demanding to engage in combat with such a young child. Yet, before he could fully relax, Li Jiexuan scoffed disdainfully, declaring, "I am Hinata's grandfather." Such audacity from a mere child. Without holding back, Hinata Hiroshi launched into the signature technique of the Hinata clan, the 128 palms of Bagua. In that instant, Li Jiexuan perceived a colossal white bear charging towards him, the relentless barrage of Bagua palms resembling the terrifying paws of a bear, instilling fear in his heart. Truly, as a special nin of the Hinata clan, his speed and might far surpassed Li Jiexuan's expectations. Engaging in a contest of base speed would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Li Jiexuan, quick to react, activated his chakra, opening 3 of the 8 gates: opening, repair, and life. All simultaneously, the pale green flames of chakra surged, forcibly equalizing the speeds of Li Jiexuan and Hinata Hiroshi. What astonishing speed! Hinata Hiroshi was taken aback, startled by Li Jiexuan's sudden surge in velocity. With speed matched, what a strength! Li Jiexuan grinned, effortlessly evading Hinata Hiroshi's first strike. Before Hiroshi could unleash his second palm, Li Jiexuan deftly shifted his weight, lowering his body to avoid the second attack while simultaneously raising his foot to deliver a powerful kick to Hiroshi's chin. This was the classic technique of the 8 gates. Should this kick land, the resulting concussion would render any adversary momentarily unconscious. Following this, he would seize his opponent and slam them into the ground, utterly annihilating them. However, Hinata Hiroshi, being a special nin of Konoha, quickly regained his composure despite the initial oversight. He thrust both palms forward, attempting to block Li Jiexuan's kick. The impact resonated as palms met feet, unleashing a violent shockwave. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, it was Hinata Hiroshi who was sent flying. An uncontrollable force had propelled him into the air, marking a victory for Li Jiexuan in this contest of strength. In the small grove, the previously raucous atmosphere seemed to vanish. Aside from the heavy breaths echoing in the silence, little else could be heard. After a prolonged moment, the noise resumed. This child is merely 2 years old? Truly a genius, his strength surpasses even that of a special nin. Not only strength, but his speed is also on par with Hinata Hiroshi. Initially, they had come to witness a spectacle, but instead, they bore witness to the emergence of a prodigy. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Li Jiexuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this is it. Since I have made a sound, I must strive to be the pinnacle of existence. Only then does the title of genius hold its true worth. Hinata Hiroshi slowly descended, his expression darkening to an extreme. Li Jiexuan's tender age had caused him to underestimate his opponent. You won't receive another chance. Hinata Hiroshi sneered. Let me show you the true brilliance of the Hinata clan. With chakra flowing, Hinata Hiroshi's eyes bulged with veins as he activated his Byakugan, a fierce and ominous expression overtaking his features. It is said that the Byakugan not only possesses the ability to see through objects, but also boasts a terrifying 360-degree infinite perspective. Indeed, it is only when the Byakugan is fully activated that the Hyuga clan enters its true combat state. The battle has only just begun. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Li Jiexuan prepared to launch the sharp kunai from the realm of space-time. Useless. For I have already seen through the kunai concealed in your grasp. Hyuga Boijin scoffed disdainfully. Before the Byakugan, any petty trick holds no significance. Do you assert that merely by stating it? Li Jiexuan, undeterred by skepticism, threw the kunai, only to have it effortlessly blocked by Hyuga Boijin. If your only recourse lies in such trivial maneuvers, then everything has already concluded. In Hyuga Boijin's pure white eyes, devoid of any emotion, he declared, 8 trigrams. 128 palms. Though both initiated with the 8 trigrams, in the awakened state, Hyuga Boijin's speed and strength were markedly enhanced. He even managed to subtly suppress Li Jiexuan, as the relentless barrage of 8 trigrams palms adhered to him like chewing gum, no matter how he attempted to evade. Merely activating the Byakugan had instantaneously reversed the tide of battle. The elite Chunin of the Hyuga clan proved to be quite formidable. The speed of the 8 trigrams intensified, and even in the third gate of the 8 gates, it became exceedingly difficult to cope. The sharp gust of palm wind inflicted various wounds upon Li Jiexuan. Yet, he was unwilling to open the 4th gate. Once the injury gate was opened, even if he were to triumph over Hyuga Boijin, the sight of himself collapsing in a wretched state was not what Li Jiexuan desired. Having gone to great lengths to provoke the Hyuga clan and orchestrate this confrontation, Li Jiexuan aimed not only to win, but to do so with elegance. Substitution Jutsu. With only a Chunin-level chakra reserve, Li Jiexuan had refrained from employing ninjutsu until now. However, Once he began to utilize ninjutsu, the battle was destined to conclude swiftly. Bang! Hyuga, with his palms enveloped in chakra, smashed the wooden object of the substitution technique into splinters, laughing heartily. It seems you have exhausted your tricks. 8 trigrams. Hyuga, cackling, lunged at Li Jiexuan. Let us see how much chakra you possess. Although the substitution technique is fundamental, it remains a highly advanced space-time ninjutsu at its core. Each execution demands an extravagant amount of chakra, and with Li Jiexuan's Chunin-level chakra, he could manage no more than 8 uses. This was the result of his diligent training over the past few days. Had it been earlier, he might have depleted his chakra in less than 3 attempts. With Hyuga charging ferociously, Li Jiexuan hesitated not a moment. Forming hand seals, Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wuyin, fire release, great fireball technique. As chakra surged within him, Li Jiexuan puffed out his cheeks and expelled a massive fireball. What? He can actually use the great fireball. At merely 2 years of age, he wields a C-rank ninjutsu. Hyuga eyes widened in astonishment. Throughout this fight, Li Jiexuan had already astonished him too many times. What kind of prodigy is this 2-year-old child? The fierce orange flames of the great fireball technique surged violently toward Hinata. At this speed, evasion seemed utterly impossible. The outcome appeared predetermined. However, 8 trigrams, returning heaven. A soft blue chakra flame erupted from every part of Hinata's body. As he began to spin, these chakra flames coalesced into a perfect semicircle, securely enveloping him. The flames raged, yet within the 8 trigrams, returning heaven formation, Hinata remained unscathed. Though the flames of the great fireball were fierce, they were ultimately ordinary fire, destined to extinguish slowly. As the fire dwindled, Hinata formation also came to a halt. Huff, huff. Li Jiexuan gasped heavily, his state of the 8 gates of Duenjia dissipating. He appeared as though he had just emerged from water, utterly weakened. Observing this, Hinata nodded inwardly. Indeed, even though Li Jiexuan possessed extraordinary talent, capable of using the destructive great fireball technique at merely 2 years of age, he remained a child unable to sustain prolonged combat. Now, it was time to conclude this battle. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, air palm. Hinata grinned malevolently, gathering his chakra to unleash 64 strikes. The 8 trigrams air palm is a variant of the Hinata clan's 8 trigrams 64 palms, employing exquisite control of chakra to emit a total of 64 chakra shockwaves from his palms, each possessing tremendous power. The invisible shockwave flew straight toward the diminutive Li Jiexuan, and Hinata felt confident that should the shockwave connect, it would spell certain doom for him. As the shockwave approached Li Jiexuan, Hinata could already envision the boy's demise. That fragile form would be obliterated into mere pulp, scattered across the entire forest. Chen, Si, Wei. A sudden voice echoed, and Li Jiexuan grinned enigmatically. Earth style, earth wall. Boom. The earth erupted, and a solid wall of dirt abruptly stood before Li Jiexuan. No matter how fiercely Hinata 8 trigrams air palm struck, it remained steadfast. This was, astonishingly, a B-rank ninjutsu. Moreover, it had been unleashed in just a second. The onlookers in the grove were left in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the mere 2-year-old Li Jiexuan could execute a technique belonging to elite Nin or even Nin. Hinata too was taken aback by the sudden emergence of the earth wall. Li Jiexuan's talent surpassed the conventional understanding of genius. To unleash a B-rank ninjutsu at such a tender age was nothing short of monstrous. With a bit of time, he could undoubtedly become a leading figure in Konoha. Yet, Hinata quickly regained his composure. Regardless of Li Jiexuan's remarkable talent, he was already in a position where he could not hold back. The earth wall mattered not. He would shatter it. Hinata was determined to obliterate Li Jiexuan's earth wall with 64 strikes of the 8 trigrams air palm. 61 strikes, 62 strikes. In the span of merely 10 seconds, Hinata unleashed a total of 62 strikes. At last, the earth-style defensive wall, a mere B-rank ninjutsu, could no longer withstand the pressure and collapsed with a resounding crash. The final barrier between Li Jiexuan and Hyuga had vanished. As the earthen wall crumbled, a fine yellow dust wafted through the air. You can't escape, kid. Even Hyuga, an elite Chunin, found himself slightly out of breath after unleashing 62 air palms. Though the dust obscured his vision, he could distinctly hear Li Jiexuan's heavy breathing. Indeed, this boy was utterly exhausted. A smile crept across Hyuga face. Ultimately, this battle belonged to him. What was that sound? Hyuga Hiroshi curiously lifted his gaze. Just as the dust from the collapsed wall began to dissipate, crackle, crackle, a faint blue arc of electricity danced, and the young boy grinned widely, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth. Stop searching. Your Hyuga grandfather is here. The scene was unforgettable for all present. The barely 2-year-old child stood with his hands lowered, a tempestuous blue current pulsating within his palms, radiating a ferocious power that pierced through every observer's senses. Raikiri, accompanied by the crackling of thunder, Li Jiexuan transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting straight past Hyuga Hiroshi's ear. Crackle, crackle, crackle. A cacophony that sent shivers down spines echoed as Li Jiexuan traversed several hundred meters, piercing through dozens of trees before gradually coming to a halt. When everyone regained their senses, the air still shimmered with remnants of flickering blue arcs. Stunned, all gazed in bewilderment. They had never witnessed such ninjutsu before. Such domineering speed, lethality, and penetrative power. This was far beyond what a B-rank ninjutsu could achieve. What kind of technique was this? Hyuga Hiroshi's eyes widened in terror and confusion. In that fleeting moment of electric brilliance, he felt as though the Grim Reaper brushed past him. Even now, tiny arcs of electricity danced across his face. Raikiri, Li Jiexuan turned with a smile, because one day, I will use it to slice through lightning. Upon hearing such an audacious declaration, Hyuga Hiroshi crumpled to the ground. Defeated, I concede. That matters little. Your 2 sons have also faltered. Li Jiexuan jovially nodded towards Hyuga Jiexuan in the crowd. Although he had utilized Hyuga Jiexuan, he felt no inclination to assist the brothers in this moment. What was wrong with being protective of one's siblings? But why do you not kill me? Just as Li Jiexuan prepared to depart, Hyuga Hiroshi suddenly lifted his head, fixing an intense gaze upon him. You know, I have always wanted to kill you. At this proclamation, Li Jiexuan paused, momentarily taken aback, before shaking his head with a hint of melancholy. Because I am a leaf ninja, my Raikiri will not cleave my brethren. It is reserved solely for those who threaten the peace of Konoha on the battlefield. Li Jiexuan proudly extended his hands. As a ninja of Konoha, in 3 days, I shall go to the front lines and use it to vanquish all of Konoha's enemies. I am truly astounded. It's one thing to be unable to contend with a mere 2-year-old child, but to lack the enlightenment of Li Jiexuan is quite another. The gazes the public casts upon Hyuga Jiexuan have dwindled to the level of disdain reserved for refuse. Consequently, the name of the Hyuga clan has also suffered a tarnished reputation. As for Li Jiexuan, a prodigious talent, the future of Konoha, a sage among mortals, the victors bask in the glow of accolades. Is it possible that Li Jiexuan is truly so noble, capable of repaying malice with benevolence for the greater good? Meanwhile, Kurata from the nursery has something to say. If it weren't for the scar on my neck, I might have believed it. Behind Li Jiexuan's serene smile, his teeth are nearly ground to dust. Do they dare to question why? Such a foolhardy individual. Were you not of the Hyuga lineage, I would have relished the opportunity to reduce you to mere morsels for dogs. Nonetheless, perhaps it is preferable for Hyuga Jiexuan to endure a life steeped in humiliation. This may inflict a deeper anguish than death itself. The defeat at the front lines has cast a pall over all of Konoha. However, the news of the 2-year-old genius Li Jiexuan's victory over a distinguished member of the Hyuga clan has served as a potent elixir. It is akin to dropping an atomic bomb upon a tranquil lake, igniting a fervor throughout Konoha. The streets buzz with discussions surrounding this extraordinary young talent. At merely 2 years of age, he has triumphed over Hyuga Jiexuan, with some asserting that Li Jiexuan possesses the strength of A.J. Nin. Konoha's future. Rumors have begun to circulate. Countless individuals yearn to glimpse the visage of Li Jiexuan, eager to ascertain what a 2-year-old Jie Nin might resemble. Does he possess 3 heads and 6 arms, a green visage with sharp fangs, or perhaps an aura hovering above his head? Among them are those seeking to join the frenzy, those hoping to gain advantage, as well as those harboring ill intentions. Spies from various nations lurking in Konoha have been driven to madness in recent days, scouring every inch of the village for more information regarding Li Jiexuan. Yet, he seems to have vanished without a trace, as though he has evaporated into thin air. Enthusiastic fans have even trampled over the threshold of Li Jiexuan's mentor, Yamada Tsuzi, but all Yamada can offer is a wry smile, for his relationship with Li Jiexuan is far from straightforward. Rather than a teacher, he is more akin to a speculator, seeking to forge a beneficial connection. This little fellow is indeed deeply enigmatic. Yamada Tsuzi, with a bitter smile, bids farewell to the 30th batch of visitors today. Though time has passed, his heart remains restless, Who would have thought that this young man even devised an A-rank ninjutsu? Truly a prodigy. Not only has he created his own ninjutsu, but Li Jiexuan has also mastered the 8 gates technique. However, where has this individual hidden himself? Once he calms down, Yamada Tsuzi can't help but ponder this question. How intriguing. Deep within the Senju clan's estate. Tsunade, I apologize for the disturbance these past few days. Li Jiexuan sits earnestly before Tsunade, nodding in gratitude. I shall stay for a few days. And then I will take my leave. Indeed, we are classmates. This small favor is something the Senju clan can certainly provide. Katsuyu smiled gracefully at Li Jiexuan, maintaining a respectful distance that epitomized the elegance of her noble lineage. Your Highness. The bald butler standing silently behind Katsu felt a surge of emotion. Tears brimming in his eyes. You have finally matured, resembling a true princess. Katsuyu sweetly addressed the butler. Uncle Yamamoto, could you kindly fetch some tea to entertain my classmates? The transformation of Princess Katsuyu into a refined lady was indeed remarkable. Yamamoto Kinjiro nodded, wiping away tears of joy. I understand. I shall fetch it promptly. As the paper door closed with a soft thud, Katsu, like a butterfly freed from a web, soared into Li Jiexuan's embrace, nestling quietly against his chest. Jiexuan, could you refrain from going to the battlefield? I do not wish for you to. You know I will return. Li Jiexuan gently caressed Katsu's light golden hair, reassuring her. But will you wait for my return? Of course. Katsuyu nodded resolutely, a blush suddenly gracing her cheeks. I merely wish to remain in your arms forever. What an endearing girl she is. Li Jiexuan, far from being oblivious, sensed the deep affection Katsuyu held for him. Trust me. He softly kissed her forehead. There will come a day when we shall be together eternally. If only that fellow, Senju Tobarama, doesn't end my life. The two young lovers nestled closely, savoring each other's presence. Old servant, this life has been worthwhile. Katsuyu had blossomed into a dignified and graceful lady. Stepping out of the room, Yamamoto Kinjiro felt as though he were soaring in the clouds. Uncle Yamamoto, have you encountered some good fortune? A raise, perhaps? The young butler gazed at Yamamoto with curiosity. Today, you seem different from usual. The transformation of Lady Katsuyu into a lady is far more joyous than a raise. Oh, Shigeru. Yamamoto Kinjiro greeted warmly. Where are you off to? I am to escort the guest, Li Jiexuan, to the first-generation lord. The young butler, Shigeru, was perplexed. The so-called devilish butler Yamamoto has never smiled before. What is happening? Is that so? Allow me to inform them. Yamamoto Kinjiro eagerly anticipated witnessing the poised princess Katsuyu once more. By the way, Shigeru, could you please fetch some pastries? I would greatly appreciate it. Yamamoto Kinjiro's face beamed with joy. Shigeru was left speechless. Please? Today. Uncle Yamamoto is certainly not his usual self. Oh dear, I wonder what topics Lady Katsuyu will discuss with the guest. The tea ceremony? Flower arrangement? Or perhaps the situation on the front lines? Yamamoto Kinjiro returned to his room with a smile, eagerly pushing open the paper door. At that moment, the scene was exceedingly awkward. The dignified and elegant persona of Tsunade had completely crumbled. In the embrace of Li Jiexuan, her petite face was flushed with happiness. Were it not for their tender ages, Yamamoto Kinjiro might have thought this was merely the aftermath of an intimate encounter. Their eyes met, and the gaze shared between Li Jiexuan and Yamamoto Kinjiro was palpable in the air. Why did you return so quickly? Li Jiexuan slowly broke into a stiff grin, awkwardly chuckling. Well, I said it was Tsunade-sama who fell. Do you believe that? A ninja tripping over nothing? Do you expect me to believe that? In an instant, Yamamoto Kinjiro's rosy complexion turned ashen. Guest, Lord Hashirama, please proceed. Yamamoto Kinjiro stared at Li Jiexuan with a stony expression, his terrifying gaze seemingly conveying, boy, if it weren't for Lord Hashirama summoning you, I would have skinned you alive. At that moment, Shige rushed in, bearing pastries. Yamamoto-senpai, the pastries have arrived. What a ruckus. Can't you see the guest is about to leave? Yamamoto's face twisted into a snarl, his teeth grinding together like a demon. Shige, when will you ever grow a brain? Woo. I'm sorry. Shige was on the verge of tears, realizing that his previous perceptions had been mere illusions. Today, Uncle Yamamoto was even more terrifying than usual. 10 minutes later, Li Jiexuan had never felt such joy at the sight of Senju Hashirama. Lord Hashirama. Li Jiexuan was nearly in tears. The pressure from Yamamoto Kinjiro had been overwhelming. The nurturing of a 2-year-old girl was indeed a heavy burden. Still calling me lord? Senju Hashirama shook his head with utmost seriousness. Isn't it time for a change in address? A change in address? Li Jiexuan felt as though his head was spinning, hesitating for a moment before tentatively suggesting, Grandpa? Uft. The first Hokage laughed heartily, rolling on the ground. You are quite the character. No wonder you managed to win over little Tsunade at such a young age. Now, even if Li Jiexuan were slow to react, he understood that the first was jesting. This fellow was still as whimsical as ever. However, who could blame him for being the man revered as the god of ninja, despite the current turmoil at the front lines of Konoha? As long as Hashirama stepped out for a stroll, the other 4 great ninja villages would kneel and call him father. Li Jiexuan would reverse his name in disbelief. Noticing the confusion in Li Jiexuan's eyes, the first Hokage suddenly fell silent. I know what you were thinking. In truth, I too wish to put an end to this senseless war. Senju Hashirama's gaze dimmed as he gently shook his head. It is not that I do not wish to, but rather that I cannot. Wood release is a powerful ninjutsu that transcends the 7 chakra elements, possessing not only a myriad of capabilities, but also granting Senju Hashirama superhuman regenerative abilities. However, wood release is not without its imperfections. To create true life through wood release, one must inevitably pay the price of their own life. Senju Hashirama shook his head with a bitter smile. In the battle against Madara at the Valley of the End, though I managed to emerge victorious by sheer luck, it drained an immense amount of my life force. As he spoke, Hashirama extended his hands, gently slicing his delicate, pale skin with his nails, revealing an absence of blood and flesh, akin to the alarming sight of a decayed tree trunk. At that moment, Hashirama resembled a tall birch, hollowed out by insects. Its once robust trunk now housing a decayed existence. Why are you telling me this? Li Jiexuan's voice held a hint of coldness. The revelation of such a secret seemed to imply something significant. Because you are the future of Konoha. Hashirama laughed heartily, jesting with Li Jiexuan, a 2-year-old jonin. Even the sage of 6 paths would pale in comparison. I am nowhere near that strong. In the presence of Hashirama, Li Jiexuan did not harbor any illusions and candidly admitted, at my current level, I can only flee before a jonin. Jonin have always represented the pinnacle of power within the world of Hokage, with some exceptionally skilled jonin mastering multiple S-rank jutsu. In light of Li Jiexuan's small Raikiri, he felt woefully inadequate. Moreover, his chakra, at the level of a genin, rendered him incapable of sustaining a prolonged battle. But you will continue to grow stronger, will you not? Hashirama fixed his gaze intently upon Li Jiexuan, his eyes brimming with an indescribable significance. In merely 2 months, you have acquired such strength. If it were not for the repeated confirmations from the Umbu, even I would find it hard to believe. In just 2 months, transitioning from an ignorant infant to a formidable young genius who defeated Hyuga, the transformation was astonishing, both in its magnitude and brevity. Even Hashirama was taken aback. Li Jiexuan felt no surprise at Hashirama uncovering his lineage. He had prepared himself mentally when deciding to challenge Hyuga. If given more time to train, I too am eager to see what heights you will achieve. Hashirama did not conceal his admiration for Li Jiexuan. Perhaps, in a few years, you will indeed become the future of Konoha. You wish to persuade me to stay? Li Jiexuan was taken aback, not expecting Hashirama to dissuade him from the battlefield. You must understand, the suppression of geniuses by various nations is merciless. Hashirama sighed softly. In recent years, many geniuses have perished in Konoha. If you remain here, I might be able to ensure your safety. However, if you step onto the battlefield, in such a meat grinder, the number of fallen geniuses is staggering. The demise of even shadow-level warriors is not uncommon. A flower in a greenhouse, no matter how splendidly it blooms, is merely a plaything. After a moment's contemplation, Li Jiexuan gently shook his head. Furthermore, if you have truly investigated thoroughly, you should understand that I have compelling reasons to join the battlefield. I cannot allow that fool to face it alone. This is what I owe him. With that, Li Jiexuan turned away without hesitation. Hashirama's decay incensed him. In Li Jiexuan's heart, Hashirama had always been the jovial god of ninja. Even the god of ninjas cannot withstand the ravages of time. After Li Jiexuan departed, Senju Hashirama gazed silently into the distance, and after a while, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. At last, I truly believe in you, Li Jiexuan. The future of Konoha, you say? A gentle smile graced Senju Hashirama's face, revealing an enigmatic expression. Tsunade, your foresight is commendable. Now, I can rest easy. Even the grandest trees may age, yet the will of the god of ninjas remains undiminished. Did I just mock the god of ninjas? Upon exiting the gates, Li Jiexuan fell into deep contemplation. That was an entity that toyed with the Nine Tails, dominating the entire ninja world. How could I have shown such disrespect? Truly, I have become arrogant. Achievement unlocked. Recognition from Senju Hashirama. Reward, 1 intermediate treasure chest. The system's voice was abrupt and cold, devoid of any emotion. Recognition? Intermediate treasure chest? After a moment, Li Jiexuan regained his senses. It was akin to a classic scenario where a mother tests her son-in-law through her younger daughter. To ascertain the son-in-law's responsibility, Senju Hashirama had orchestrated this performance to evaluate Li Jiexuan's worthiness. The schemes of the maternal family run deep. Fortunately, Li Jiexuan had unknowingly passed this test. The first sight of an intermediate treasure chest came in such an unexpected manner. The iron chest emitted a faint glow, and Li Jiexuan eagerly rubbed his fingers together. It had been over a month since he had last seen a treasure chest, let alone one of such high caliber. Open, please. The chest slowly creaked open, revealing a soft luminescence. Intermediate ninja tool, Kusanagi sword. The cold gleam of the blade flickered as Li Jiexuan grasped the Kusanagi sword, his heart swelling with fortune. In the world of Naruto, the Kusanagi sword had been wielded most notably by Orochimaru and Sasuke. Take Sasuke for instance. The enhancement to his combat prowess from the Kusanagi sword was undeniably significant. Its hardness and sharpness were unquestionable, and its excellent conductivity allowed Sasuke to wield his lightning techniques with unparalleled dominance. What a treasure! Li Jiexuan held the sword, his mind awash with emotions. Indeed, treasure chests are reliable. Unlike that wretched task from Hyuga Hayashi, although the reward was decent, it was utterly useless to Li Jiexuan. Task: give my father a beating has been completed. Task reward: basic Byakugan. The Byakugan is certainly remarkable, yet if Li Jiexuan were to inexplicably manifest a pair of Byakugan, the Hyuga clan would not hesitate to storm into the Senju clan and eliminate him right before Senju Hashirama. The Hyuga clan's obsession with safeguarding their bloodline limits has reached an almost perverse level. The existence of caged birds serves as a compelling testament to this. They would not hesitate to turn against their own flesh and blood, let alone Li Jiexuan. Moreover, Li Jiexuan had never been particularly fond of the Byakugan. There was no special reason. Simply put, it was rather unsightly. The appearance was akin to that of a cataract sufferer, and this world lacks a cure. Upon returning to the guest room prepared for him by the Senju clan, Might Duy had already commenced his training. 1,000 weighted push-ups, 1,000 weighted squats. Might Duy's regimen remained as inhumane as ever. Thus, Li Jiexuan joined without a moment's hesitation. Today, I shall surely defeat you. Li Jiexuan felt a significant improvement in his skills lately. Perhaps he stood a chance against Might Duy. 3 hours later, despite consuming an entire bottle of energy potion, Li Jiexuan collapsed, utterly exhausted. However, this time, Might Duy too had finally reached his limit, exhaling deeply before collapsing beside him. The two, one large and one small, lay on the floor, utterly spent. Little Jiexuan, you really didn't have to accompany me. Might Duy sighed deeply. Although he was somewhat naive, it did not imply foolishness. You are still young, with a bright future ahead of you. A future for a hesitant ninja? At these words, Li Jiexuan scoffed, for while the term ninja contained the character for endurance, their actions were contrary. True ninjas charge forward, bravely confronting challenges. For the sake of his brother, Itachi annihilated his entire clan. For vengeance, Sasuke resolutely betrayed Konoha. For bonds, Naruto pursued his lifelong quest, ultimately bringing Sasuke back to Konoha. This relentless drive forward embodies the essence of a true ninja. As dawn broke, the gentle sunlight pierced through the darkness, casting mottled shadows among the trees outside Konoha village. Wasn't it agreed to gather here? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The sinister Sharingan of Uchiha spun gently, resembling a peacock displaying its plumage, proudly showcasing his eyes. Does that guy believe a mere Chunin can humiliate the great Uchiha clan like this? When he arrives, I shall teach him a proper lesson. Uchiha harbored an inexplicable animosity towards the yet unseen captain. Why is it you who leads the team, and not me? The Uchiha prodigy? Standing beside him, Hyuga did not engage. Recent events had imparted a vital lesson, the meaning of humility. Noticing Hyuga silence, Uchiha disdainfully curled his lip. Coward. Despite both belonging to prestigious clans of Konoha, Uchiha still looked down on the Hyuga clan. This disdain was akin to the scorn a monk might hold for a commoner, stemming from an inherent pride. Apart from the two, a bespectacled man carrying a medical kit stood quietly to the side, remaining utterly silent. So dull. Uchiha Itachi also expressed his boredom with a slight grimace. Just then, movement rustled through the woods. Might Duy, clad in a tight purple outfit, strode in confidently. "You are the captain?" Uchiha Yu took the initiative, rushing forward to seize Might Guy's collar, shouting, "Do not think that being a chunin is impressive in the Uchiha clan. No, I am not the captain." Might Duy repeatedly shook his head in denial. He was merely a long-time genin. Not the captain? In a comical turn of events, Uchiha Yu felt no remorse. Instead, glancing around suspiciously, angrily grasping Might Guy's collar. "Do not feign ignorance. Who else is here besides you?" "I am here." Li Jiexuan shrugged helplessly, his small stature rendering him almost invisible. "You are the captain?" Uchiha Yu's gaze gradually descended until it fell upon Li Jiexuan, at which point he burst into hearty laughter. Clutching his stomach, "Whose little brat is this? Hasten home, young child, for this is not a place meant for you." "Jiexuan-jun, are you our captain?" Hinata Masama's eyes widened in excitement. No one understood Li Jiexuan's prowess better than he did. If Li Jiexuan were to lead them, their safety would undoubtedly surpass that of an ordinary team. "Wait, do you know him?" Uchiha Yuya gazed in astonishment, his eyes wide with surprise, yet regrettably. No one paid him any heed. "Address me as captain." Li Jiexuan raised his shoulders with an expressionless demeanor, remarking that these individuals were still too inexperienced and in dire need of guidance. "Captain, I am Yamada Shinobu." However, that medical ninja surprised him slightly, appearing to be someone open to communication. Yet, this very action infuriated Uchiha Yuya completely. "When I speak, each of you pretends to be mute. Yet, the moment this little brat utters a word, you all fawn over him incessantly? Shouldn't you be here to flatter me? After all, I possess the Sharingan. Excuse me, have you lost your minds? Are you truly considering allowing this little brat to assume the role of captain?" Uchiha Yu tore at his throat in a fierce roar. Yet alas, no one paid him any heed. "I refuse to accept this. I shall challenge you." Since the awakening of his Sharingan, he had never endured such humiliation. Jealousy ignited a fierce eruption within Uchiha Yuya, who, with a kunai in hand, boldly pointed it at Li Jiexuan, declaring, "I believe you are utterly unworthy of the role of captain." Before Li Jiexuan could utter a word, I advised him to conserve his energy. Hinata Yoshimasa rolled his eyes and remarked, "Living well is far more valuable than anything else." These are the heartfelt words of Hinata Yuzuru. Yet, when heard by Uchiha Obito, it merely serves to fan the flames. "I shall challenge you." With a furious roar, Uchiha Yuya charged toward Li Jiexuan. Yet before he could take more than 2 steps forward, earth-style, decapitating embrace technique, Uchiha Yuya was suddenly pulled underground, leaving only a bewildered head above the surface, scanning the surroundings as if still unaware of what had transpired. Indeed, Hyuga Yoshimasa sighed in exasperation. Those who underestimated Li Jiexuan due to his youth would inevitably suffer grave consequences. Why has my Sharingan seen nothing? Uchiha Obito could not accept his crushing defeat. Shouting in fury, "Silence his mouth." Without a moment's hesitation, Maitreya removed his socks and stuffed them into Uchiha Yuya's mouth. Why are the members of the Uchiha clan so foolish? Li Jiexuan shook his head helplessly. Indeed, if one were not foolish, they would not bring about their own clan's destruction. The vast desert, solitary smoke, and rampant sandstorms. Is this the reinforcements sent by the village? It is nothing short of absurd. Li Jiexuan and his companions walked silently through the military camp of Konoha. Uchiha Yu lowered his head in shame, muttering curses under his breath. Yet, he dared not engage in any further outrageous behavior. 10 days prior, the socks of Might Duy had indeed cast a considerable psychological shadow upon him. Those socks, worn for over a decade due to financial constraints, were now so worn that they seemed to possess a patina of their own, having endured day and night of rigorous training. Consequently, even the mere sight of viscous substances now made Uchiha Yu feel queasy. A ninja squad led by a mere 2-year-old child naturally drew attention, with a myriad of whispers echoing since Li Jiexuan's arrival at the front lines. However, Li Jiexuan remained unfazed, lifting the flap of the Konoha camp's tent and striding in with his team. As a chunin, Li Jiexuan was required to register his squad upon returning to camp, for one could never tell if a ninja had fled in the heat of battle. Inside the tent, Senju Tobirama stood silently before a strategic map, flanked by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzō, both of whom maintained a quiet demeanor. After a prolonged silence, Senju Tobirama finally raised his head, his crimson eyes betraying an unmistakable disdain for Li Jiexuan. "You may deceive my elder brother, but you cannot deceive me." The initial impression Senju Tobarama had of Li Jiexuan was exceedingly poor. If one sought to gain fame through the chaos of war, they had come to the wrong place. With a dismissive curl of his lip, Senju Tobarama assigned him to defend the B4 sector, warning that should he flee without engaging in battle, he would face severe military judgment. Li Jiexuan offered no rebuttal, merely turning away in silence. Tobarama held little regard for his words. Whatever he said was utterly inconsequential. Those young ones were doomed. That was the B4 sector, a veritable death zone. Not a single member of the last squad assigned to defend that area had survived. The murmurs around him darkened Uchihayu's expression. Even a fool could discern the discord between Li Jiexuan and the Hokage. This was disastrous. He had been thoroughly ensnared by Li Jiexuan. Li Jiexuan clenched his teeth in frustration, not expecting Senju Tobarama to be so petty as to undermine him in such a setting. However, the situation in Konoha appeared increasingly dire. Engaging in 4 simultaneous battlefronts placed an immense strain on Konoha, with Tsunade being the second most formidable ninja village after Konoha. This was precisely why Senju Tobarama had stationed himself there. Yet, even so, they could only adopt a defensive posture against Tsunade's onslaught. Although the circumstances here diverged from history to some extent, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Konoha would relinquish the remaining 8-tailed beasts, whether voluntarily or under duress. The conclusion would not alter. Thus, it seemed he could merely bide his time, preventing the Sand Ninja from crossing the border and waiting for Konoha to concede, thereby achieving a satisfactory resolution. However, the moment Li Jiexuan exited the tent, the system eagerly sprang to life. War mission. Those who threaten Konoha shall be met with retribution, no matter the distance. Mission objective. Eliminate enemy ninjas. Mission rewards. Kill a Genin for a basic treasure chest, a Chunin for a medium treasure chest, and a Jonin for a high-level treasure chest. Li Jiexuan's lips twitched involuntarily as he drew the Kusanagi sword from the system, raising it skyward with righteous indignation. For the sake of Konoha, I shall not regret 1,000 deaths. What a spectacle! Upon hearing Li Jiexuan's impassioned cries, Senju Tobarama disdainfully curled his lip. In just a few days, he would likely return to Konoha in tears. Danzō nodded in agreement. Yet Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly and shook his head, believing instead that Li Jiexuan might surprise them all. The B4 defense zone earned its grim moniker as a place of certain death for a simple reason. It was desolate. Strangely, this patch of forest had been ravaged by sandstorms, with even the tallest trees barely reaching a meter in height. The absence of any cover was undoubtedly a catastrophe for the defenders. What shall we do? Hyuga Izuwa surveyed the barren landscape, feeling an unsettling lack of security. Here, we might not be able to hold out for long. The strain on our stamina and morale is overwhelming. Yamada Shinshan furrowed his brow and suggested, Captain, we should immediately dig a bunker. Perhaps that will allow us to endure. Among the group, Yamada Shinshan was the most reliable. His proposal to excavate a bunker was prudent and seasoned. Had this suggestion been made before the system's mission was announced, Li Jiexuan might have readily agreed. However now, an excellent suggestion. Li Jiexuan nodded in approval. At this, Hyuga Izuwa eagerly brandished a shovel, ready to begin. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan held little advantage in such an open expanse, which left him feeling quite vulnerable. TCH, coward. Uchiha scoffed, unperturbed by the specter of death as a member of the Uchiha clan. Yet, he admitted, I do not fancy this. Ultimately, Li Jiexuan shook his head in rejection of the suggestion. Upon hearing this, Yamada Shinshan raised an eyebrow in confusion. Then, Captain Jiexuan, what do you propose we do? What to do? Li Jiexuan chuckled coldly, clenching his fist. I do not abide by a passive stance. I shall take the initiative. Take the initiative? The group was taken aback. Yamada Shinshan unreservedly retorted, the Sand Shinobi have the upper hand. Our defense is barely holding. How can we possibly mount an offensive? Li Jiexuan smiled and shook his head, removing his ninja headband and skillfully shedding his ninja attire in favor of an adorable frog-themed baby outfit. In a mere 10 seconds, he transformed into an infant still in swaddling clothes. While Li Jiexuan opened his mouth and cried out, perfectly embodying the image of an ordinary baby. This left everyone astonished. As they finally grasped the situation, Li Jiexuan had yet to reach the age of 2. It was merely that his speech and movements resembled those of an adult. As the saying goes, feign weakness to deceive the enemy and strike when they are unprepared. Clad in his charming frog baby outfit, Li Jiexuan admonished, in battle, one must rely on their intellect. It must be said that the current era of shinobi warfare was exceedingly crude, neglecting the importance of medical ninjas and intelligence work. merely clustering ninjas together for direct combat. However, one must be forgiving. After all, these ninjas were engaged in their first battle. 10 minutes later, Li Jiexuan and his companions found themselves standing within the borders of the Land of Wind. The wisps of smoke curled upwards from the humble dwellings of mortals. Hinata, fatigued, rubbed his eyes. The prolonged use of his enhanced vision and telescope had indeed been a test of endurance. However, for the sake of safety, such measures were unavoidable. Izu, crouched down, Li Jiexuan beckoned mysteriously. Although perplexed, Izu complied with Li Jiexuan's command. Well done. Li Jiexuan gently patted Izu's shoulder before turning away. So, asking me to crouch was merely for your convenience to pat my shoulder? Izu felt even more exhausted. His eyes were weary, and his heart was heavier still. But Captain Jiexuan, they are just ordinary people, he exclaimed, gazing at the rising smoke from the village with a twinge of reluctance. Little Jiexuan, I too believe this is inappropriate. Even the usually taciturn Might Duy frowned and murmured a caution. This could potentially incite a larger conflict. Uchiha stood nonchalantly to the side. As a member of the esteemed Uchiha clan, he was indifferent to the fate of these commoners. Moreover, this was Li Jiexuan's decision. Any ensuing trouble was of no concern to him. Uchiha even harbored a secret anticipation that Li Jiexuan would annihilate the entire village, which would rid him of this detestable individual once and for all. Yamada Jinshuin silently lingered nearby, saying nothing, but his glasses occasionally glinted with discernment. Certainly not. Li Jiexuan tugged at his frog costume, disdain evident in his expression. Killing these innocents offers no reward. I would never engage in such a thankless endeavor. Then why have we come here? Upon hearing Li Jiexuan's dismissal, the others were left in a state of confusion. If they were not to take lives, what was the purpose of their arduous journey to this village of mortals? To set it ablaze, Li Jiexuan declared resolutely. The group fell into silence. After a moment, Izu hesitantly inquired, what is the difference between the two? The former is an outlet for rage. Li Jiexuan grinned, his pearly white teeth glimmering in the sunlight. The latter, however, serves to draw the snake from its lair. Draw the snake from its lair? The others murmured, their expressions a mix of bewilderment. At the border of the Land of Wind, in the village of Woke, a robust man cheerfully pushed open his door and leaned against the threshold, greeting the widow Li next door. Xianglan, what a splendid day it is today. Oh, why does Brother Wang have such a large order today? Is Chuilan not at home? Widow Li stretched languidly, her ample figure basking in the sunlight. Not at home. That woman went to the market early this morning. Brother Wang chuckled and rubbed his hands together, his eyes greedily fixed on Widow Li. Since that's the case, Brother Wang, why not come help me fetch some water? My water jar is completely empty. Widow Li winked at the man with a radiant smile, her sinuous waist swaying gently, her peach-like curves drawing the eye like a magnet. What a little enchantress. Brother Wang felt as though a fierce blaze had ignited within him, a force so overwhelming that it seemed unstoppable. In a daze, he fancied he could even catch a whiff of the burning flames. Suddenly, Widow Li's complexion changed dramatically as she cried out in terror, "It's on fire! It's on fire! Oh, you little enchantress!" Brother Wang grinned widely, raising an eyebrow with a devilish smile. "Indeed, I am completely ablaze." Widow Li, nearly in tears, jumped up and shouted, "Fool! Your house is burning!" "Huh? My house?" It was only then that Brother Wang realized his back felt unusually hot. Turning around, he saw that a significant portion of the house was already engulfed in flames. This was catastrophic. Brother Wang stood frozen in place, as the inferno in the house extinguished the fire that had once burned in his heart. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Li Jiexuan and his companions couldn't help but give Uchiha a thumbs up. Well done. I could hardly tolerate these two rascals, so I set the fire, not because of the captain. Uchiha, with an air of pride, turned his head away. The flames of the Uchiha clan are not meant for such trivialities. We understand, we understand. The others nodded in agreement, fully aware of the Uchiha clan's notorious pride. The roaring flames painted the sky a fiery red. The water's rising. Help with the fire. My house. Brother Wang cried out frantically, while others grabbed him, offering comfort. Brother Wang, do not act impulsively. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood. After much effort, they managed to calm Brother Wang, when suddenly, the entire village erupted in flames. A sudden blaze that could neither be extinguished nor traced to its source. Oh no, my house. Cursed be it, my home is ablaze. Quickly, help with the fire. In an instant, The once composed crowd was thrown into a state of panic. Witnessing this, Brother Wong abruptly stopped crying and instead burst into laughter. "Ha! Old Li, little Jiang, do not be impulsive. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear a lack of firewood." It was truly a dramatic scene. The flames in Langbei village grew increasingly fierce, and despite the villagers' reluctance to abandon their possessions, they had no choice but to flee. The towering flames, accompanied by billowing smoke, rose into the sky, visible even from hundreds of miles away. Meanwhile, over 50 kilometers away in a cave, "Captain, it seems there is a situation in Langbei village, 50 miles away." As a seasoned chunin from Tsunade, Tofu Feng raised an eyebrow in confusion. "It appears to be on fire. However, we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that it is the handiwork of Konoha ninjas." After much contemplation, Tofu Feng decided to send someone to investigate. "Matsukama Koichi, you go take a look." Matsukama Koichi was the defensive expert of their small team, exceptionally skilled in earth-style ninjutsu. Although a genin, even an average chunin would find it difficult to subdue him without considerable effort, and this interval would be sufficient for him to send out a warning. Understood. Mitsukawa Koichi, both in appearance and character, exuded a simplicity that was endearing. Upon receiving his orders, he said nothing and turned to exit the cave, channeling his chakra through his legs as he hurried towards the distant village of Wokbei. In a mere 10 minutes, he arrived at the village. What transpired here? In just 10 minutes, an entire village could not be reduced to ashes. The villagers could only watch from a distance, too fearful to approach. It was unclear why the houses had inexplicably caught fire, and the flames seemed unquenchable. Brother Wong sat despondently on the ground, gazing around in bewilderment, and then the entire village was engulfed in flames. Hearing this, Mitsukawa Koichi furrowed his brow. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a case of accidental fire. However, the circumstances suggested otherwise. Why would the ninjas of Konoha set ablaze the homes of civilians? Such actions would only exacerbate the situation and yield no benefits for Konoha. Perplexed, Mitsukawa Koichi resolved to delve deeper into the inferno to uncover the truth. Water release, water encirclement. As he channeled his chakra, 2 serpentine columns of water swirled around him. This was a basic D-rank ninjutsu, sufficient to offer some protection against burns. Evading the fierce flames, he detected a distinct chakra presence. These flames were undeniably not ordinary. They were born from ninjutsu. Just as he pondered this, an abrupt wail of an infant pierced through his thoughts. What was that? Following the sound, he discovered a child of merely a year, huddled in a corner of the fire-ravaged site, crying inconsolably. The infant's fortune was remarkable. 3 sturdy beams of the house intersected and burned fiercely, creating a small pocket of survival amidst the chaos. Seeing this, Mitsukawa Koichi instinctively approached. It transcended the identities of ninja and civilian. It was a primal response of humanity. Survivors in the face of calamity often evoke profound empathy. Moreover, this child belonged to the land of wind. Without these civilians, the ninjas would not enjoy such a life of luxury. In essence, the existence of the 5 great ninja villages was contingent upon the prosperity of their respective nations. Without affluent nations, the substantial costs of sustaining ninja villages could not be met. "Little one, you are indeed fortunate," Mitsukawa Koichi remarked with a gentle smile, reaching out to lift the infant from the flames. "Do not cry, dear child. What is your name?" "I am Li Jiexuan," the infant sobbed, clutching Mitsukawa Koichi's hand tightly before suddenly grinning maliciously. "Sand Ninja grandfather." "What?" Mitsukawa Koichi's eyes widened, his hands instinctively moving to form seals. However, before he could react, a sharp kunai pierced through his heart. With a thud, Mitsukawa Koichi collapsed to the ground. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend why a mere 2-year-old child would wield a blade to bring about his demise. With a disdainful sneer, Li Jiexuan pried open Mitsukawa Koichi's stiff hands. "After waiting so long, I have only received a lowly genin. What a waste of my acting skills." Meanwhile, several kilometers away, Hyuga Yoshizumi swallowed hard. It settled. Caught off guard, no one would suspect a baby who survived a catastrophe. Matsukawa Koichi had almost delivered himself into Li Jiexuan's kunai. Having only slain a single chunin, Li Jiexuan was naturally unwilling to let the matter rest easily. After disposing of Matsukawa Koichi's corpse, Li Jiexuan turned to the fire pit and squatted down again. Observing this, Hyuga Yoshizumi couldn't help but smirk and sighed. "Captain." He has squatted back down again. The others exchanged glances, involuntarily sighing. How despicable. At that moment, 50 kilometers away in a cavern. What is happening? Why hasn't Matsukawa Koichi returned? Tofu Kid frowned, an inexplicable sense of unease rising within him. It should be fine. Konoha wouldn't dare come out now. His subordinates appeared optimistic, reveling in the prolonged suppression of Konoha for so many days. Another 10 minutes passed, and Tofu Kid abruptly stood up. Let us go take a look. The Sand Shinobi had nearly wagered all their assets on this war. With a single Chunin team comprised of 10 members, 2 Chunin and 8 Jinin. Leaving behind 1 Chunin and 3 Jinin, the others followed Tofu Kid toward the beleaguered village. Upon Tofu Kid's arrival, Brother Wong was still sitting on the ground in a daze. When his wife returns, she'll surely slaughter him. What is going on here? Brother Wong repeated his previous words, and Tofu Kid furrowed his brow. What about the ninja who came earlier? The fire was still blazing then. He entered and never came out. Did anyone hear sounds of battle? No. Brother Wong nodded firmly. Upon hearing this, Tofu Kid's frown deepened. No sounds of battle? With Matsukawa Koichi's abilities, it was impossible for him to be silently slain by a Chunin. Could it be a Jonin? Yet soon. Tofu Kid dismissed this notion. If it were truly a Jonin, why resort to such underhanded tactics? They could easily overpower them. Eliminating all possibilities, the only remaining explanation, no matter how implausible, must be the truth. Matsukawa Koichi perished in the flames. With this conclusion, Tofu Kid and his companions proceeded directly into the fire scene. By now, the flames had diminished significantly, leaving only a few embers quietly smoldering among the ruins. After searching the area, they were unable to find Matsukawa Koichi's figure. Just then, a faint cry suddenly echoed. Wah wah. It resembled the cry of a baby, though the sound seemed feeble. Following the sound, Tofu Kid cleared away the rubble and unexpectedly discovered Matsukawa Koichi's corpse, which had been reduced to a charred remains. A sharp beam pierced through his chest. Now reduced to charred remains, its original form unrecognizable. As the lifeless body of Matsukawa Koichi was pried open, the battered Li Jiexuan opened his eyes in bewilderment. His lips weakly moving. Uncle, don't leave me. Witnessing this, even the toughest among them shed tears, and the Buddha himself felt compassion. The case was solved. Matsukawa Koichi must have sacrificed himself to save the child. The severed end of the beam had fallen, piercing his heart directly. Thus, in his final moments, Matsukawa Koichi had used his own body to create a small space for the child to survive. Matsukawa Koichi, you are truly commendable. The onlookers could not help but feel a deep respect for him, despite his usual taciturn demeanor. Quickly, get the child out, shouted Tofu Kid, furrowing his brow at the ineptitude of the lower ninjas. The only female ninja in the group volunteered to carry Li Jiexuan out, her broad chest causing him to tremble. Indeed, the sensation of a 2-year-old contrasted starkly with that of a 20-year-old. However, Li Jiexuan was not in a hurry. By the time Tsunade was 20, he feared he might not be able to handle either. Nurturing a young girl requires patience, but now is not the time for trivialities. With weakened eyes, Li Jiexuan reached out towards the plump Tofu Kid. Koichi, uncle. The child, desiring not beauty but an uncle. Everyone paused momentarily, and the female ninja holding Li Jiexuan felt a twinge of grievance. Her ample bosom was clearly adored by children. He must be mistaking me for Matsukawa Koichi. Tofu Kid nodded in self-satisfaction. Good lad, you have good taste. Let uncle hold you. Koichi uncle, Li Jiexuan exclaimed, arms outstretched, fiercely grasping Tofu Kid's arm. Feeling the strength in the boy's grip, Tofu Kid was taken aback. This little one possesses remarkable strength. Yet, he brushed it off, assuming it was merely the boy's excitement, affectionately cradling Li Jiexuan. Little one, your uncle Koichi has gone to a faraway place, and you will never see him again. Such tenderness, Captain. I am moved to tears. What should have been a heartwarming moment turned cold as Li Jiexuan abruptly nodded. I know. What? Tofu Kid looked at Li Jiexuan in confusion, uncertain of what he had heard. Suddenly, a sharp shuriken pierced Tofu Kid's heart with brutal precision. Li Jiexuan gently pushed him away, a grin spreading across his face. I may not see him anymore, but I am preparing to send you to him. Fire style, great fireball technique. Before he even touched the ground, Li Jiexuan formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of searing flames. A massive fireball engulfed 2 lower ninjas in an instant. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, a time-space shuriken, like a nimble fish, viciously pierced the neck of another lower ninja. In the blink of an eye, Li Jiexuan had swiftly eliminated 4 adversaries. In the midst of the turmoil, One nin and 3 genin were present. Suddenly, the remaining 3 genin regained their senses. Wind release, great breakthrough. The female ninja, reacting with remarkable speed, exclaimed as she unleashed a massive gust of wind. I'll hold him back. You all attack swiftly. Although the great breakthrough lacked lethal force, its powerful pulling strength could firmly anchor an opponent in place. Wind release, wind needle technique. Almost simultaneously, the 2 genin expelled sharp wind needles from their mouths, which not only possessed remarkable speed, but also exceptional penetrating power. Li Jiexuan found himself swaying uncontrollably under the influence of the great breakthrough, unable to stabilize his hand seals. Despite being a nin, facing 7 opponents was an overwhelming challenge. Just as everyone believed they had the upper hand, a voice rang out. You shall not harm my captain. Hinata Izu arrived just in time, palms raised, as he began to spin vigorously. Heavenly spin. The pale blue semicircular barrier of the heavenly spin whirled, shattering the incoming wind needles into mere wisps of air that dissipated into nothingness. Well done. Li Jiexuan forcefully waved his hand, completely dispelling the great breakthrough's gust, surrounded by a mist of pale green chakra. Upon activating the opening of the first gate, he finally freed himself from the relentless wind. However, the determined female genin refused to concede, gritting her teeth and declaring, there are only 2 of them. If we use that technique, we may yet prevail. Wind release, wind killing formation. A terrifying tornado erupted, barreling straight towards Li Jiexuan. This technique exhausted the female genin, as she had exerted her full strength to execute it. The power of a B-rank ninjutsu. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. The wind-killing formation was a technique that varied with the strength of its user. The stronger the practitioner, the greater the technique's potency. With no other option, Li Jiexuan resolved to employ his own technique. Spin Hinata Izu. Hinata Izu stared wide-eyed in confusion, unsure of his captain's intent. Quickly used the heavenly spin. The heavenly spin, a defensive ninjutsu with no blind spots, was often described in a song about the Hyuga clan. Spinning and leaping, I close my eyes. The pale blue barrier of the heavenly spin quietly rotated within the tornado, unable to advance even a single step. Seeing that the wind and sand posed no threat to Li Jiexuan, the furious female ninja glared at him and shouted at the other 2 genin, kill that guy. I must eliminate the shameless wretch. He had not only slain their captain and comrades, but had also betrayed their sincere feelings. Wind release, wind needle technique. Without hesitation, the 2 genin formed their hand seals, intent on eliminating Li Jiexuan. However, before they could complete their seals, a purple shadow suddenly emerged from behind them. Might Duy seized the wrists of the 2 genin with a cold smirk. What do you 2 intend to do to little Jiexuan? With a sharp twist, a distinct cracking sound echoed, as the arms of the 2 genin bent at an alarming angle, resembling a clothes hanger. The pale green chakra surged forth, unleashing the formidable power of a nin from Might Duy. Another nin. The female ninja bit her lip in frustration. Although she longed to eliminate that shameless infant, the tide had turned against her. At the very least, I must use the summoning technique to relay this news. The kunoichi suppressed her fury, exhausting the last remnants of chakra in her body to inscribe the events onto a scroll, yet before she could complete the summoning, a sharp dagger pierced her heart. Uchiha stood behind her, pale-faced, his wide eyes filled with an uncontrollable terror following the act of murder. Well done. Li Jiexuan patted Hinata Izu's shoulder. Try to hold on a bit longer next time. Hinata Izu nodded drowsily. I will do my best. What a delightful child he is. Li Jiexuan smiled and nodded, but upon turning to see Uchiha, his expression hardened, and he coldly scoffed. Did you kill that kunoichi? Uchiha trembled in fear, his pale face straining as he nodded. She was the enemy, even if she was a woman. I had to kill her. Hearing this bravado, Yamada Shinjun, who was organizing the medical kit, shook his head in disbelief. This child, though terrified to the core, still acts so proud. Uchiha truly are fools. Who told you that? Li Jiexuan sneered, clenching his fist at Uchiha. I meant, next time, don't kill them outright. Just incapacitate them and leave the finishing blow for me. What? Uchiha's eyes widened in horror. At that moment, Li Jiexuan's grinning mouth seemed to morph into the very entrance of hell, his crimson gums and white teeth merging into a grotesque and terrifying visage. Remember this. In such situations, leave it for me next time. Li Jiexuan waved his hand dismissively. The Uchiha clan truly are imbeciles, squandering a beginner's treasure chest. If there were rewards for killing teammates, he would be eager to cleave this fool in two to see if a treasure chest might drop. As Li Jiexuan turned to leave, Uchiha Yu suddenly bowed his head and began to vomit profusely. Extreme fear often manifests in physiological reactions such as vomiting or convulsions. This Uchiha, who usually boasted so loudly, trembled like a quail when faced with the reality of taking a life. After a while, Uchiha Yu slowly regained his composure, trembling slightly. Devil, devil. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jiexuan's cruel, sinister smile had left an indelible mark upon his heart. Seeing this, Yamada Shinjun furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Li Jiexuan was such a bloodthirsty individual. It was not until several days later, when Li Jiexuan disguised himself as an infant and cunningly orchestrated the deaths of 4 more nin and 12 genin, that Yamada Shinjun realized Li Jiexuan was not inherently bloodthirsty. He simply had a peculiar obsession with personally eliminating his adversaries whenever possible. Once, Might Duy had inflicted a grievous blow upon a low-ranking ninja, causing his chest to cave in, seemingly on the brink of death. Yet, Li Jiexuan, in a fit of exuberance, rushed forth to deliver a finishing strike. However, under unnecessary circumstances, Li Jiexuan would never resort to indiscriminate slaughter. For instance, among the villagers of the beleaguered village. Although some property was lost, not a single life was taken. Li Jiexuan, what manner of person are you? Yamada Shinjun shook his head gently in distress, as if grappling with an unknown decision. Everyone, it is time to return, Li Jiexuan proclaimed, extracting a pouch of ninja tools from the lifeless body of a low-ranking ninja. Smiling as he added, this outing yielded a modest profit. Let us return home to cultivate our strength. Having spent considerable time with Li Jiexuan, his companions had grown accustomed to his peculiar remarks. However, how could this be termed a modest profit? It was nothing short of a resounding victory. In their quintet, only 4 possessed true combat prowess. Despite this, they had managed to eliminate 5 middle-ranking ninjas and dozens of low-ranking ones, encountering little in the way of peril throughout their endeavor. No one would suspect a mere infant, barely 2 years old. Li Jiexuan alone could swiftly dispatch middle-ranking ninjas and a couple of low-ranking ones without effort. In such circumstances, the remaining low-ranking ninjas, like a few stray cats, were unable to signal for help. Rumors had begun to circulate among the Sand ninjas, suggesting that a mysterious team of elite ninjas from Konoha was stealthily hunting down Sand's middle and low-ranking ninjas. Otherwise, they could not explain why a large contingent of middle-ranking ninjas failed to send out a single distress signal. With each life taken, Li Jiexuan reaped considerable rewards, totaling 20 basic treasure chests and 5 intermediate treasure chests. Upon opening them, a dazzling glow enveloped him, and he found himself in possession of 18 bottles of energy potions. Aside from these, the basic treasure chests also yielded 2 rather peculiar scrolls. Random Summoning Beast Scroll. Utilize this scroll to randomly contract with a summoning beast of the same kind. Please use with caution. Li Jiexuan grinned. A random summoning beast? That sounds rather enticing. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that it concealed a rather troublesome essence. Setting aside the 2 random summoning beast contract scrolls, the contents of the 5 intermediate treasure chests filled Li Jiexuan with anticipation. Chakra potions. The light blue potion appeared akin to the energy potion, yet its effects were entirely distinct. While the energy potion merely replenished stamina, this chakra potion could restore depleted chakra to its former state. Now, even with my current low-ranking chakra reserves, I could engage in prolonged combat. Li Jiexuan felt a surge of excitement. His greatest shortcoming lay in his chakra reserves. With these chakra potions, his combat capabilities would undoubtedly receive a substantial boost. Alas, there were only 3 of such chakra potions. In addition to these 3, the intermediate treasure chests revealed a scythe as a ninja tool and a deep crimson scroll. It appears to be the Scythe of Faden, mused Li Jiexuan, stroking his chin. Is this scythe also classified as a mid-level ninja tool? However, it stands to reason, at the level of Akatsuki, one would feel rather embarrassed to venture out without a mid-level ninja tool. Yet, Li Jiexuan was not adept at wielding such obscure weaponry, and thus he could only set it aside for the time being. However, what of this remaining deep crimson scroll? A low-level Hokage training scroll. Li Jiexuan furrowed his brow in confusion as he read aloud. What is this contraption? Utilizing the Hokage training scroll allows one to venture into any time period of the Hokage for training. During this training, rewards may be earned by completing tasks. Although the system's explanation lacked emotion, it was straightforward and comprehensible. Li Jiexuan nodded in understanding. In simpler terms, it was akin to a dungeon or side quest. Nonetheless, it seemed that this was not the right moment to engage with such an object. According to the coalition's protocol, they were required to report battle losses and procure supplies at the main camp every 10 days. Off to the camp we go. In merely half a day's time, Li Jiexuan and his companions arrived at the main camp. This time, they were once again the center of attention. How audacious of them to return. Had they not fled in fear? It was incomprehensible. Had they been captured and brought back? Fleeing? Li Jiexuan furrowed his brow in confusion. When had this transpired? In the days prior, they had vanquished no fewer than 30, if not 50, Sand Shinobi. How could they possibly have fled? Just as Li Jiexuan and his companions were engulfed in perplexity, Danzō suddenly appeared. You dare to return? The youthful Danzō wore a rather insufferable expression, flanked by several jonin, as he approached Li Jiexuan and his group with a sinister grin. Why should we not return? Uchiha raised his head with pride. I am a genius of the Uchiha clan, and I have slain. No, that is irrelevant. Danzō interrupted you with a malevolent smirk. What matters is that during these 10 days, you failed to properly defend the B4 area. You may not have realized it, but the Umbu have been watching you closely. With a wave of his hand, a member of the Umbu, donned in a parrot mask, emerged from the shadows. Seeing this, Li Jiexuan felt a surge of irritation. The best defense is indeed a good offense. If you cannot grasp even this fundamental principle, Danzō, you are truly foolish. Despite being a genius with talent comparable to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzō had squandered decades relying on the despicable means of implanting Sharingan. To call Danzō foolish would indeed be a compliment. Yet, in this moment, the young Danzō was undeniably gifted. How could he endure such an affront? He roared, waving his hand. You little brat, dare you call me foolish? Indeed, foolish and lacking in understanding. Li Jiexuan shook his head disdainfully. This is precisely why you will never measure up to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What? Danzō's eyes blazed red. He could tolerate anything, but he could not abide anyone claiming he was inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As fellow disciples of the second generation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was undeniably favored by Tobirama Senju. Capture him! Danzō bellowed, raising his hand in fury. I demand his demise. Clearly, Danzō had received orders from Tobirama. Consequently, the elite jonin and Umbu behind him complied with his command, coldly advancing towards Li Jiexuan and his companions. In that moment, Li Jiexuan found himself in a precarious predicament. Should he resist, he would inevitably suffer, even if he managed to clarify the situation in the end. Yet, should he engage in combat, his current strength rendered him utterly incapable of matching these seasoned jonin. Was he to tear open that scroll? However, even if he ventured into the realm within, there was no guarantee he could triumph over such a multitude of jonin upon his return. More critically, without understanding the nature of the scroll, Li Jiexuan was loath to employ it in front of so many witnesses. While Li Jiexuan was lost in thought, Tobirama Senju unexpectedly appeared, raising his hand and declaring, Halt. I shall personally handle this matter. In an instant, Danzō was taken aback, and the Umbu were equally stunned. Li Jiexuan was left in utter bewilderment. It was you who sought trouble, yet now you come to the rescue? Tobirama Senju, is this truly your nature? Oh. Lord Tobirama intends to administer judgment himself. Danzō, momentarily at a loss, forced a dry chuckle. You are all doomed. At that remark, Li Jiexuan could not help but smirk. Tobirama Senju is the Hokage. Such a prominent figure cannot possibly indulge in such macabre humor. Suddenly, as he caught sight of Tobirama's ash-colored visage, he fell silent. Perhaps Tobirama might not treat others in such a manner, but when it came to him, Li Jiexuan sighed inwardly. This is the consequence of nurturing a young girl with such playful whims. An investment well worth it over 3 years. Enter. Tobirama commanded as he opened the tent flap. Danzō swaggered inside. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he scoffed. You are all finished. Abandoning your posts during wartime. Let us see how Master will deal with you. Danzō had wholly disregarded Li Jiexuan and Uchiha-Yu's words. Attack is the best form of defense? Such folly was not worth entertaining. The entire Konoha allied forces were pinned down, unable to move, for the slightest stir would invite a barrage of sand shinobi. How could they mount an offensive? Li Jiexuan had no intention of acknowledging Danzō. That man had proven useless throughout his life. A living waste, an ugly demise. Stepping into the tent, Tobirama showed no inclination to shield Li Jiexuan, sneering coldly. Now, explain your reasons for abandoning the defensive line. Tobirama's penetrating gaze bore down on Li Jiexuan and his companions, the overwhelming aura of his shadow-level power seemingly thickening the air around them. Uchiha, who had just moments ago been so arrogant, found himself rendered speechless. For we do not require defense, Li Jiexuan retorted disdainfully. Only the feeble and the cowardly cower on their own territory, trembling in fear. At those words, both Danzō and Tobirama could not help but furrow their brows. Li Jiexuan's disdain was not directed solely at Danzō or a select few individuals. I, Li Jiexuan, wish to declare to all present, each one of you, without exception, is nothing but a pathetic waste, a spineless coward. Being subjected to such humiliation by Li Jiexuan caused even Sarutobi Hiruzen to feel a twinge of discomfort. After all, they had been labeled as geniuses since birth, and being called worthless and spineless was undeniably jarring, while Sarutobi managed to suppress his feelings. The sensitive Danzō could no longer contain himself and leapt to retaliate. You insolent brat, you know not what you invite. Wind release. Silence. Senju Tobirama interjected, visibly anxious, as if fearing collateral damage. Although he had restrained Danzō, it did not imply that Senju Tobirama would tolerate Li Jiexuan's reckless behavior. Li Jiexuan, I am aware of your dubious reputation in Konoha, achieved through underhanded methods. However, such tactics will not prevail here. Senju Tobirama declared with a cold smirk. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation this time, I will be compelled to impose punishment upon you. On this occasion, no one will come to your aid. As he concluded, Senju Tobirama cast a peculiar glance at Yamada Shinshan, who stood behind Li Jiexuan. Before Li Jiexuan could respond, Danzō sprang up. You are doomed. Boy, await your demise. The petty Danzō had already marked Li Jiexuan as his second target for elimination, following Sarutobi. What a fool. Li Jiexuan shook his head disdainfully, extending his hand toward Might Duy. Uncle Might, present our spoils. Certainly. Might Duy placed a bulging pouch of ninja tools into Li Jiexuan's hands. The heavy pouch still bore traces of fresh blood. Grasping this weighty pouch, Li Jiexuan felt a surge of anger rise within him. This pouch represented their hard-won achievements from days spent deep within enemy territory. As he surveyed the surroundings, he was met with unabashed scorn reflected in the gazes directed at him. Not a single person believed his words. No one was willing to accept him. Despite having defeated Hyuga Hajime and advancing to Chunin at the tender age of 2, he was ultimately perceived as lacking strength. Merely a genius. A superfluous genius. At that moment, Li Jiexuan profoundly grasped the significance of power in the world of Naruto. Without strength, no matter how much one speaks or acts, it all amounts to nothingness. Suddenly, Li Jiexuan found the situation rather tedious. Even if he utilized these spoils to absolve himself of blame, what difference would it make? In Danzō's eyes, he remained indistinguishable from an ant. In Senju Tobirama's perspective, he was merely another schemer seeking to gain fame without merit. Yet, regardless of the tedium, Li Jiexuan was determined to make them understand. Though you all believe we are incapable, that we are lying. I will ensure you comprehend who the truly short-sighted insect is. Why won't you open it? Surely, it's empty, isn't it? Ha ha. Danzō chuckled, stretching his neck in anticipation. Very well, as you wish. Li Jiexuan opened his ninja tool pouch and, with a flick of his wrist, dozens of ninja forehead protectors cascaded down like a sudden rain. Clang, clang, clang. The metallic protectors clashed against each other, emitting a cold, hard sound. This noise resonated like a series of sharp slaps, striking the faces of everyone in the tent. What is this? Danzō's boisterous laughter abruptly ceased, retreating in disbelief. Sarutobi Hizen picked up a forehead protector, its exquisite sand ninja emblem glinting in the sunlight, the blood upon it either mottled or fresh, rendering the onlookers unable to bear the sight. This is a sand ninja forehead protector. Sarutobi Hizen placed all the protectors on the table before Senju Tobirama, his expression tinged with astonishment. Moreover, I see some of these protectors are quite new. So fresh. It seems as if they were just plucked from the heads of the living. Umph. Uchiha Obito finally regained his ability to speak, scoffing disdainfully. Obviously, these are the spoils from the recent annihilation of a Nin squad. Nin? Danzō's eyes widened even further. Hyuga Yatsuzuki could no longer contain himself. Irritatedly scoffing, we have slain a total of 5 individuals and 6 ninja squads. The entirety of the Sand Ninja in the B4 district has been nearly wiped out by us. Li Jiexuan dismissed it with a scoff. Since the enemy is already deceased, why maintain a defense? Even Danzō found himself momentarily speechless. I am not a coward who hides at home trembling in fear. Li Jiexuan scoffed, decisively turning to exit the tent. He had no time to waste. He had never yearned for power as fervently as he did now. Hyuga Yatsuzuki and Might Duy followed closely behind Li Jiexuan, while Uchiha Obito hesitated briefly before also rushing out. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense and silent, with Danzō awkwardly glancing around. Yet no one could conjure up words to ease the discomfort. It was exceedingly humiliating. When others label you as worthless, and you unwittingly affirm their claims, how can one refute that? The several sand ninja forehead protectors lay there, a stark reminder. Everyone leave. Senju Tobarama suddenly spoke up, shaking his head coldly. Everyone. Out. The Umbu and Jonin complied, departing without hesitation, yet Danzō remained steadfastly beside Senju Tobarama, unwilling to leave. His fervor for the position of Hokage was beyond the comprehension of most. Once, he believed himself to be on the cusp of attaining that position, yet today, an inexplicable sense of panic began to creep in. I said everyone out. Senju Tobarama fixed a cold gaze upon Danzō, despite having favored him as a disciple. Today's performance was utterly disgraceful. Oh, all right. Danzō awkwardly scratched his head, retreating with a lowered gaze filled with resentment and bitterness. Finally, aside from Senju Tobarama, there was no one else left in the tent. However, at that moment, an unexpected figure walked in. Yamada Jinshan. In the vast encampment, Senju Tobarama gazed at Yamada Shin, exclaiming a name that left everyone astonished. Brother Hashirama, how could you appear at such a time? Your health. To everyone's surprise, Yamada Shin was indeed Senju Hashirama. Remaining in the village would only lead to gradual decay. Yamada Shin, or Senju Hashirama, gently shook his head with a smile, silencing Tobarama's impending words. I wish to witness the future of Konoha with my own eyes. His eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation for what lay ahead. Are you referring to that Li Jiexuan? Tobarama couldn't help but display a look of disdain. Yamada Shin lightly patted Tobarama's shoulder, saying, Brother, do not hastily judge someone based solely on appearances. This child, Li Jiexuan, is far from superficial. Tobarama still felt somewhat unconvinced. Clink, clink. Yamada Shin's hand gently tapped the pile of sand shinobi forehead protectors on the table. Look, he has already proven himself, has he not? Upon hearing this, Tobarama fell silent. Those forehead protectors not only struck Danzō's face but also stung his own. After a moment, Tobarama, with a puzzled expression, raised his head and asked, Brother, do you truly believe that Li Jiexuan is destined to be the future of Konoha? In response, Yamada Shin suddenly turned with a smile, lifting the tent flap. Precisely because I am uncertain, I must see it for myself, to witness Konoha's future. With a hearty laugh, Yamada Shin stepped out of the tent, and in that moment, even Tobarama could not bring himself to stop Hashirama. He felt it. The legendary god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, had returned. In the B4 defense area, Uchiha rolled his eyes, exclaiming, You, how come you're back so late? The captain called us for a meeting. With a chuckle, Yamada Shin sheepishly replied, Apologies, I was just in the latrine. All right. The captain must be getting anxious. Uchiha incessantly mentioned the captain. Yamada Shin noticed the glimmer of defiance in Yu's eyes, realizing that in just a few days, Li Jiexuan had completely won over the once unruly Uchiha. As he opened the tent of the B4 area, Li Jiexuan sat coldly in the center, his once charming face now eerily frigid. This is an insult, Li Jiexuan scoffed, clenching his fist. If it weren't for Tobarama's sudden change of heart, we would have certainly been taught a lesson today. Given Danzō's nature, we would surely face dire consequences. At this, the others couldn't help but feel indignant. They had fought fiercely in enemy territory, and not only were there no rewards, but they also risked being captured. Do you know why we are being humiliated? Li Jiexuan suddenly let out a cold laugh. Why? Might Duy asked, bewildered, while Hinata Yitsu displayed a thoughtful expression. Only Uchiha blurted out, because he does not realize I am a genius of the Uchiha clan. This fool truly had no idea. Would Danzō care about the Uchiha family? This individual is destined to transplant half of the Uchiha clan's eyes onto himself, experiencing a thrill akin to that of a serpent encountering a frog, all for the sake of power. Li Jiexuan ground his teeth in frustration, lamenting our inherent weakness. Upon hearing this, Hinata abruptly lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with fervor. If one possessed strength, he could determine his brother's fate. If we wielded the power of Senju Hashirama, no one would dare to disregard our voice in this world. Li Jiexuan clenched his fists, while Yamada Jinshuan shifted uncomfortably. Furrowing his brow, The desire for strength is commendable, yet he had witnessed too many who, in their haste, descended into darkness. For the time being, I shall enter seclusion to cultivate my skills. Li Jiexuan squinted, declaring that this period could last from mere minutes to several months. During this time, you are to remain within the designated area and refrain from causing trouble. After a brief pause, Li Jiexuan gritted his teeth, vowing that upon my return, I will ensure that Danzō pays dearly. In the tranquil tent, the low-level Hokage training scroll, Li Jiexuan exchanged for the bundle of pale red scrolls. Untying the binding, he gently unfurled it, but before he could fully comprehend its contents, he was entirely drawn inside. In a valley, where waterfalls cascade and two imposing statues stand tall. Is this the Valley of the End? This fleeting thought crossed Li Jiexuan's mind before he lost consciousness entirely. When he regained awareness, he found himself in a lush forest, the fragrant scent of vegetation filling the air. Was this not the Valley of the End? Li Jiexuan raised an eyebrow in confusion, as this scene starkly contrasted with his previous recollections. Just as he stood bewildered, peculiar noises echoed from the nearby woods. An odd, purplish-black cloud drifted through the sky, and four resolute voices shouted in unison, "For black mist formation." Li Jiexuan quietly parted the grass, and the sight before him left him agape. Could it be this very scene? In the Valley of the End, Naruto had engaged in 2 battles with Sasuke. The second confrontation marked the conclusion of Indra and Azura's fated conflict, and the first occurred during Sasuke's defection. Li Jiexuan vividly recalled that moment, where Sasuke ingested the awakening pill, was confined in a wooden barrel by the Sound Four, and ultimately clashed with Naruto in his second tail state during the battle at the Valley of the End. Now, it was precisely the prelude to that very encounter. The 4 black mist formation had just ensnared Sasuke in the barrel, and if Li Jiexuan recalled correctly, a fierce battle was about to ensue between the Sound Four and several elite jonin from Konoha. However, at that moment, a system task suddenly emerged. Training task: rescue Sasuke. Task details: Sasuke has been lured by Orochimaru, and his life hangs in the balance. Please bring Sasuke back to Konoha. Task reward: to be determined based on performance. Upon seeing this task, Li Jiexuan narrowed his eyes and chose to remain silent. With a mere turn, he allowed the Sound Ninja Quartet to take Sasuke away. It was not yet the opportune moment. Li Jiexuan, with a serene smile, vanished into the woods, fully aware that his strength was far from sufficient to overpower these formidable foes. It is noteworthy that these individuals had effortlessly subdued 2 elite Jonin of Konoha, namely Nara Shikaku and Inuzuka Kiba. As the cursed mark erupted in full force, Li Jiexuan realized that even handling a single Sound Ninja would pose a significant challenge. Hence, he resolved to await the perfect opportunity and prepare in advance. Li Jiexuan positioned himself stealthily in front of the Sound Ninja Quartet, concealing himself within the dense underbrush, as still as a stone. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. At last, someone approached. The Sound Ninja Quartet ambled forward, burdened with a wooden barrel, when suddenly, the foliage parted, and Nara Shikaku and Inuzuka Kiba emerged to block their path. Do not underestimate the ninjas of Konoha. Nara Shikaku, with a kunai clenched between his teeth, feigned nonchalance, utterly oblivious to his own secondary role, exuding an air of unparalleled prowess. Silence, scum. Prepare to meet your demise. Inuzuka Kiba scoffed derisively as the Sound Ninja Quartet activated their cursed marks, the dark tattoos rapidly enveloping their bodies. Ah, indeed. Kiba appeared far more captivating than he did on screen. Li Jiexuan lay low, quietly admiring Kiba's form. Although Kiba lacked the voluptuousness of Tsunade or the long legs of the Mizukage, and certainly wasn't he adorable in the slightest, one could hardly resist her melodious flute playing. A single tune could leave all men utterly exhausted and drained. Bah, Konoha Jonin. Kido disdainfully spat out a viscous strand of spider silk, effortlessly toppling the once arrogant Nara Shikaku to the ground. Truly, just as the narrative foretold, these 2 elite Jonin from Konoha remained as inept as ever. Enough, Kido. We must not tarry. We cannot keep Lord Orochimaru waiting. Jirobo frowned, obstructing Kido's path, having already activated their cursed marks. Their stamina was nearly depleted. Yet, at that moment, a sharp kunai suddenly flew towards Kido. Kido instinctively swung his arm to deflect the kunai. Who goes there? But no response came. Li Jiexuan surged forth from the underbrush, seizing the unguarded ceiling barrel. His grin wide. Sasuke, I shall take you away. Impossible, that little brat. Li Jiexuan's stature was so diminutive that, after they had just concluded a fierce battle, they were caught off guard as he absconded with the barrel. Damn it, pursue him quickly. Jirobo snarled through clenched teeth. Lord Orochimaru is still waiting for us. However, they had already delayed for but a moment. The Konoha ninjas were hot on their heels. Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, and the prodigy Hinata Niji. What have you done to Uncle Kiba? Kiba roared, baring his fangs. Where is Sasuke? Return Sasuke to us. Naruto raised his fist, a look of righteousness on his face, declaring, if you refuse to comply, I shall take action. The situation grew chaotic in an instant. Sasuke had just been rescued by a young boy adorned with a Leaf Village forehead protector. Nin and CHG, with stern expressions, shook their heads. We have no time to play with you brats. Rescued? Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. Don't be fooled. Shikamaru sneered, shaking his head. Aside from us, there are no rescue teams left in the Leaf Village. Otherwise, why would Tsunade entrust such a crucial mission to mere children? Stunned for a moment, Naruto, filled with rage and embarrassment, bellowed, You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me? Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Damn it, these kids. Nin turned, coolly commanding, Sujiro, handle these brats, and make haste to catch up afterward. All right, I need to replenish my chakra. Sujiro grinned wickedly, slamming his palms against the earth. Earth release, earth prison. A massive half-circular earthen prison abruptly rose, confining all the young leaf ninjas within. At that moment, aside from the unexpected appearance of Li Jiexuan, the plot seemed to revert to its intended course. The only surprise in this scene was Li Jiexuan seizing the sealing barrel and directly activating the third gate of the 8 gates, a faint green chakra vapor surging forth. Li Jiexuan's speed soared to that of an exceptionally skilled Nin. Although those adversaries were formidable, they were ultimately not Nin. Perhaps, after activating their curse seals, they possessed the strength to defeat an exceptional Nin. However, during their long journey, they remained merely ordinary Nin. Moreover, having just endured a fierce battle, the speed of the Sound 4 would only diminish further. At Li Jiexuan's current velocity, it was impossible for them to intercept him. Furthermore, boom, Li Jiexuan uncapped the vial, tilting his head back to gulp down the faint green energy potion. The fatigue from prolonged activation of the 8 gates vanished in an instant. Come on, let me see how far I can go. Li Jiexuan grinned, dashing in the opposite direction of the Leaf Village. Even if it costs me my life, I will defeat him. The red chili pill swallowed. Among the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, Akimichi CHG, the portly boy, transformed into the most stunning butterfly. In just 1 second, CHG successfully shed pounds, morphing from a couch potato into a high-flying elite, complete with a pair of magnificent butterfly wings. If this pill doesn't kill, it could easily make the wealthiest man on Earth a mere shadow of his former self. After dispatching Sujiro, CHG, fatigued, sat beneath a great tree and quietly drifted into slumber. However, at that moment, Li Jiexuan, propelled by the speed of the third gate and continuously consuming energy potions, had already burst through the borders of the Leaf Village. Indeed, everything could be altered by my own power. Li Jiexuan, grasping the barrel that contained Sasuke, smirked as he approached a secluded corner. Returning Sasuke to the Leaf Village to complete the mission? Don't be ridiculous. Setting aside why Li Jiexuan would do such a thing, did Sasuke truly wish to return to the Leaf Village? As Li Jiexuan watched the anime, he felt a wave of revulsion. Sasuke had chosen his own path, and that was his decision. Naruto incessantly declared his intention to bring Sasuke back, yet he never inquired about Sasuke's own desires. It was merely Naruto's one-sided wish. Moreover, what could Sasuke gain by returning to Konoha? Gratitude from the village? Such a notion was absurd. Li Jiexuan was not from this timeline. To be precise, he belonged to the generation of Konoha's elders. He was not here to play the role of a benefactor. The crux of Li Jiexuan's decision lay in who could offer him the greatest benefits. However, to simply hand Sasuke over to Orochimaru? Li Jiexuan scoffed. Anyone who places their trust in Orochimaru invariably meets a tragic end, a truth he was acutely aware of. Thus, sleep peacefully here. With a swift kick, Li Jiexuan sent the sealed barrel into the freshly excavated pit, covering it with loose earth and grass. If one were not attentive, they would find nothing amiss. An ordinary ninja could search for a lifetime and never discover Sasuke concealed within. Yet, there was one individual Li Jiexuan could not dismiss, Hyuga Niji. Those Byakugan eyes could potentially render all his efforts futile. Although, according to the narrative, Niji would not have the opportunity to confront this Li Jiexuan grinned wickedly and shook his head. I cannot rest easy without witnessing it with my own eyes. Time was still on his side. And Li Jiexuan strode into the depths of the Konoha forest. Hyuga, I am coming. In the silent woods, a web was spun. Naruto, leave this to me. You pursue Sasuke. As if dictated by fate, Hyuga once again remained behind to face Konoha. The two engaged in a frenzied battle within the forest until finally, Konoha lost all patience. It was time to end the game. The cursed seal surged, and Konoha transformed, shedding his human appearance. If the first state resembled a deluded youth covered in tattoos, the second state was a complete biological transformation, an arrow transcending time and space. The game was over. In Konoha's eyes, Neji had become nothing more than a corpse. However, when the dust settled, Neji stood unwaveringly on the ground, albeit with a piercing wound in his shoulder. Channeling chakra, he altered the arrow's trajectory with his energy. Konoha grinned maliciously. Indeed, a formidable opponent, but how many of such arrows can you evade? Konoha tightened his bowstring, ready to unleash a second arrow. Found it. A chilling voice suddenly echoed as Li Jiexuan leapt from beside Konoha, grinning widely. Hyuga, is it you? The moment Konoha laid eyes on Li Jiexuan, he unhesitatingly redirected his bow and shot a fierce arrow at him. Hand over Lord Sasuke. The spider gold arrow pierced through space, conjuring a violent whirlwind. The spider gold arrow shot by Konoha in his second cursed state possessed a speed and power that instilled despair. To everyone's astonishment, Li Jiexuan boldly confronted the impending danger without flinching. The golden arrow pierced through his chest with a sickening thud, blood gushing forth. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his body abruptly transformed into a mere wisp of air. A clone? While Gue Tongmar was momentarily stunned, a peculiar buzzing sound filled the air, parting the grass. With palms lowered, a terrifying pale blue arc of electricity twisted into a blade. Li Jiexuan slightly parted his lips, silently bidding farewell. Farewell. Lightning slash. With a gentle push of his palm, the electrical surge erupted, propelling Li Jiexuan like a furious bolt of lightning through the void, piercing Gue Tongmar with unrelenting force. Zzz as the electrical storm subsided, the residual arcs continued to dance upon Gue Tongmar's chest. Within the massive cavity created by the strike, his heart had vanished, and his internal organs had been reduced to char by the searing current. The four-sound ninjas, Gue Tongmar, were no more. Li Jiexuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Under normal circumstances, such a victory would not have come so easily. However, in a calculated ambush, the already exhausted Gue Tongmar had not even managed to unleash a single technique. Are you a Konoha ninja? Why have I never seen you before? Hyuga slowly emerged from the shadows, warily eyeing Li Jiexuan. Where is Sasuke? Where is he now? You obviously have never laid eyes upon me. Li Jiexuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. In this timeline, my body perished 2 years ago. What on earth are you babbling about? Sensing imminent danger, Hyuga raised his kunai, hand Sasuke over. Now, hand him over? Li Jiexuan chuckled, gently shaking his head. That simply will not do. He is my greatest bargaining chip. As he spoke, Li Jiexuan suddenly recalled something. Orochimaru, that insatiable fiend, would one Sasuke truly satisfy his gluttony? Perhaps it was time to raise the stakes. Calming his mind, Li Jiexuan inquired, System, what happens if I sustain injuries here and return to reality? Regardless of death or mission completion, the power of time and space will reverse. Death or injuries will revert to their original state. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan burst into laughter. Indeed, there are no useless rewards, only trivial applications. A new bargaining chip had materialized. Who exactly are you? If you do not relinquish Sasuke, I shall take action. Hyuga stared intently at Li Jiexuan, acutely aware that his odds were slim. Yet, he possessed reasons that rendered defeat unacceptable. He was the recognized genius of Konoha, and failure was not an option. It was a mission tied to the legacy of his title. Poor genius. Observing Hyuga demeanor, Li Jiexuan discerned his thoughts. In the anime, Neji had triumphed over Gue Tongmar with such convictions. However, genius? How tragically hollow a title. Without strength, geniushood is merely a label. Do you truly wish to know? Li Jiexuan grinned, raising a finger. If you assist me with a small favor, I might consider revealing it to you. What favor? Seeing Li Jiexuan's softened attitude, Hyuga couldn't help but exhale in relief. If saving Sasuke could be achieved without a fight, that would indeed be preferable. This task was quite simple. Li Jiexuan smiled and nodded. All you need to do is die. Madman. Hyuga Niji's hair stood on end, and he instinctively hurled a kunai. Clang. Li Jiexuan deftly deflected Niji's kunai, smiling gently as he shook his head. If you don't die, my heart shall remain uneasy. With swift movements, he launched the space-time kunai, followed closely by the Kusanagi sword, as Li Jiexuan charged towards Hyuga Niji like a bolt of lightning. Byakugan. Hyuga Niji activated his Byakugan, effortlessly evading both Li Jiexuan's kunai and Kusanagi's sword. Oh, Byakugan you say? Li Jiexuan chuckled, nodding slightly. However, I wonder which is stronger, your Byakugan or mine. What? Acquiring Byakugan. Li Jiexuan coldly smirked as he claimed the reward. In that instant, two warm currents erupted from Li Jiexuan's pupils. Visibly, a white light began to spread within his eyes, gradually enveloping the entire eyeball. Byakugan. Achieved. How is this possible? At that moment, Hyuga Niji was rendered speechless with panic. Are you surprised? Li Jiexuan blinked lightly, as if someone with poor eyesight had just put on glasses for the first time. The world became much clearer. The bloodline that your Hyuga clan would protect at all costs, even at the expense of brotherly ties, has manifested in this outsider. No, this cannot be. Hyuga Niji, in a frenzy, hurled shurikens in an attempt to kill Li Jiexuan. Yet, under the all-seeing gaze of the Byakugan, Niji's resistance proved utterly futile. Li Jiexuan strode through with an air of invincibility, untouched by the chaos around him. Li Jiexuan slowly approached Hyuga Niji, gently pressing a finger against the glaring caged bird seal. Do you understand now? A genius? Li Jiexuan smiled as he tightened his grip around Niji's neck. This is my true Byakugan. Hyuga Niji had completely lost his will to fight. When the caged bird realized that all he had protected for his entire life was meaningless, suicide became his only option. Li Jiexuan effortlessly snapped Hyuga Niji's neck, coldly clenching his fist. In this lifetime, I shall no longer bear the title of genius. Danzō, just wait. I will make you pay. The battle raged on. As in the narrative, Inuzuka Kiba and the Uchiha brothers were locked in combat, while Shikamaru was entangled with Temari. However, all of this was firmly within Li Jiexuan's control. There was still ample time. Li Jiexuan idly toyed with the two Byakugan in his palm, grinning widely. Niji did not die in vain. Two Byakugan are quite a valuable bargaining chip. Orochimaru's sound ninja base was hidden within the weak land of Rice, with a total of 3 underground passages. If memory serves me correctly, it should be the middle one. But before Li Jiexuan could step inside, a ghostly figure blocked his path. Little one, are you lost? In the corner stood Yakushi Kabuto, his round eyes shimmering with a cold light. Are you playing a ninja game? The forehead protector of Konoha is quite impressive. Kabuto, an orphan raised by Yanoyu, became a loyal aide to Orochimaru after accidentally killing Yano. He mastered the art of medicine and, alongside Orochimaru, delved into the secrets of immortality. With every word that Li Jiexuan uttered, Kabuto's expression darkened. Who are you? Kabuto glared. Astonished within, how could a mere 2-year-old child possess such familiarity with him? It matters not who I am, Li Jiexuan replied, his eyes narrowing coldly. What is important is that Orochimaru does not seem to be in good condition. Upon hearing this, Kabuto reacted without hesitation. He would not allow anyone to threaten Lord Orochimaru. Countless sharp chakra threads sliced through the air like blades, but alas, before Li Jiexuan's impeccable Byakugan, these transparent threads appeared as conspicuous as flames in the night. Feudal Kabuto. Li Jiexuan danced through the threads like a butterfly. Can you not see that I possess the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Instead of retreating, Kabuto intensified his assault, secretly directing several chakra threads toward the only blind spot behind Li Jiexuan's spine. However, what Li Jiexuan wielded was the flawless Byakugan of the Hyuga main house. Observe closely, for there is no caged bird upon my forehead. Li Jiexuan severed all the chakra threads in two, smirking coldly. Are you certain you wish to continue this entanglement? How much longer can Orochimaru endure? 5 minutes. Or perhaps 10. At this, Kabuto finally halted, narrowing his eyes with a chill. Who exactly are you? What do you want? Though outwardly calm, a tempest brewed within Kabuto's heart. The bloodline of the Hyuga clan. Only one true Byakugan per generation, while others would become flawed due to the caged bird curse. Why does this child possess a perfect Byakugan? Kabuto realized that the boy before him was shrouded in mystery, almost as if he were not of this world. No, it is not what I desire. Rather, what do you wish for? Li Jiexuan smiled, extending his hands and tossing a pair of Byakugan belonging to Niji. Byakugan? This is merely a token of our first meeting. Li Jiexuan smirked. As for what you desire, it depends on what you can offer. What do you want? Kabuto was momentarily taken aback, then abruptly raised his head. Are you referring to Uchiha Sasuke? Precisely. Li Jiexuan nodded with a smile. Perhaps you shall not wait long. It seems that Kimimaro is entangled with a few minor troubles. Even Kimimaro is aware. Kabuto trembled, realizing that before this small infant, he felt almost transparent. Were their recent actions under the watchful gaze of this enigmatic figure? Beyond mere surveillance, the situation had escalated to the point of becoming animated, garnering hundreds of millions of views. At that moment, a chilling voice unexpectedly echoed from the dimly lit corridor. Child, tell me, what is it that you desire? A gaunt, pale visage emerged, its narrowed eyes revealing terrifying serpentine pupils of a sickly yellow hue. The overwhelming power radiating from this figure was suffocating. This was none other than Orochimaru. Known as the Wind of Calamity, Orochimaru had walked out of the laboratory himself, his ashen face contorted with anguish. This body has been in use for too long. It is on the verge of collapse. If I do not find a new vessel soon, I shall truly perish. He needed Sasuke. It's been a while. You've certainly lost the charm of your childhood. Li Jiexuan greeted Orochimaru casually. You know me? Orochimaru leaned against the wall, confusion etched across his features. But I have never seen you. After all, he had encountered a version of Li Jiexuan from another timeline, one when he was merely 2 years old. Li Jiexuan merely smiled and shook his head. Let us discuss the terms of our transaction instead. What is it that you seek? The complete immortality technique. Li Jiexuan nodded with a smile. Do you truly believe there is anything else of value you could offer besides that? You desire immortality? Orochimaru's gaze suddenly turned menacing, his serpent-like pupils narrowing. The secret of immortality had consumed nearly his entire life's work, even if he were to give everything. He had only managed to grasp the basics. Such a treasure could not simply be handed over. Your appetite is quite large. On what grounds do you demand this? Because you need Sasuke. Not sufficient. Orochimaru sneered, baring his teeth. Sasuke will undoubtedly be mine. I can wait 3 years, and I will still possess him. Plus the Byakugan. Orochimaru scoffed at the thought of the incomplete Byakugan from Niji Hyuga, dismissing it with a disdainful curl of his lip. I speak of the complete Byakugan. Li Jiexuan smiled, raising 2 fingers to his own eyes. You shall provide me with the full procedure of the immortality technique, and in return, I will give you Sasuke, along with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, even Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. He had encountered madmen before, but never one like Li Jiexuan, who would offer his own precious and complete Byakugan in exchange for a forbidden technique. Only someone equally obsessed with the dream of immortality could make such a decision. Fascinating. Truly fascinating. Orochimaru clapped lightly and produced a small purple scroll from his garments, tossing it over from a distance. This is yours. As soon as Li Jiexuan caught the scroll, the system's voice resonated. Acquired complete immortality technique scroll. The scroll contained the texts of the reanimation jutsu and the sealing technique. The system's affirmation indicated that Orochimaru had not engaged in any deception. Li Jiexuan extended his hands and, before Orochimaru, forcefully extracted his own eyes. Orochimaru, this is what I promised you. Upon receiving the Byakugan, Kabuto Yakushi's excitement was palpable. This is indeed a perfect Byakugan. With this, many research endeavors can be reignited. As for Sasuke, he is located 300 paces to the left, 7 kilometers away. If you hurry, you might still make it. After speaking, Li Jiexuan calmly returned to his place. Upon hearing the precise whereabouts of Sasuke, Yakushi Kabuto rushed out. After a brief silence, Orochimaru unexpectedly approached Li Jiexuan. I can tell that you have indeed encountered me before. Indeed, we even fought once, with nothing better to do. Li Jiexuan was pleased to engage in conversation with Orochimaru. After all, he could be considered a kind of old acquaintance. Who emerged victorious? I did, though it was by a narrow margin. Li Jiexuan chuckled and shook his head. In truth, you were somewhat stronger than I at that time. I relied on external means. Li Jiexuan sat there, laughing and conversing with Orochimaru. Just then, Yakushi Kabuto returned. This child. How astonishing it is that he can be so close to Lord Orochimaru. Adjusting his glasses to conceal his astonishment, Yakushi Kabuto noted that Orochimaru had no friends of such nature. Accompanying him was a sealing wooden barrel, emitting purple smoke. Sasuke remained sealed, still feigning death. Lord Orochimaru, please hasten the reincarnation process. Yakushi Kabuto, anxious, regarded Orochimaru's life as more valuable than his own. However, Orochimaru suddenly rose, retrieving a small piece of white snake skin from his pocket. This is the shedding of the white snake, without the assistance of the dragon cave. The curse mark cannot be activated, for the power of the curse mark derives from the dragon cave. With that, Orochimaru vanished into the darkness, taking the sealing barrel with him. Grasping the white snake shedding in his hands, Li Jiexuan felt a cold sweat break out. He was not a repository of knowledge, unable to document every detail of the Naruto universe. The power of the curse mark originates from the dragon cave. This was a crucial point that Li Jiexuan had overlooked. In the end, Orochimaru had indeed kept a backup plan. Had it not been for Orochimaru being moved by Li Jiexuan's quest for immortality, this endeavor might have been in vain. At that moment, the system suddenly alerted Li Jiexuan. Task failed. This trial is about to conclude. A failed task? Does this imply that Orochimaru succeeded? Before Li Jiexuan could confirm, an overwhelming wave of dizziness struck him. He realized he was about to depart from this realm, and he shouted with a smile, "Orochimaru, you were much cuter as a child." Upon reopening his eyes, Li Jiexuan found himself back in the tent. His eyes had returned from the Byakugan to their original state, and the sky outside remained bright. The time in the trial world does not synchronize with this dimension. The system provided a fitting explanation. This fellow has always been like this, never wasting words when they are not needed. Taking stock of the gains and losses from this trial, Li Jiexuan accessed the system. During his journey, he had consumed 3 bottles of energy potions, 1 chakra potion, and the reward of the Byakugan. The rewards were rather simple: Orochimaru's secret technique of immortality and a piece of white snake shedding. It seemed he had come out at a loss. Aside from a slight enhancement in chakra levels, there has been virtually no progress in attributes. Character: Li Jiexuan. Chakra level: Basic Genin, 65-100. Ninja tools: Spacetime Kunai. Kusanagi sword, Shuriken. Items: 33 bottles of energy potions, 2 bottles of chakra potions. Mastered ninjutsu: Small thunder slash, A. 8 gates of death, A. Earth flow wall, B. Wind release, great breakthrough, C. Summoning technique. Wisdom: 6-5. Spirit: 0. Seals: 6. Body: 8. Ninjutsu: 10. Illusion: 1. Speed: 12. Strength: 10. Such power is insufficient to defeat Danzō. Li Jiexuan nodded silently, grasping the white snake's shed skin in his hand. This shed skin played a crucial role in Orochimaru's development. By transplanting white snake cells and forming a blood contract with the myriad snakes of the Dragon Cave, it can be said that without the shed skin, Orochimaru's story throughout the Naruto series would not exist. The location of the Dragon Cave is not particularly difficult to find. In fact, lost travelers often stumble upon it. However, Li Jiexuan had little time to spare. More importantly, he did not believe that Orochimaru accessed the Dragon Cave through conventional means. Young Orochimaru similarly lacked the time to methodically search for it. This implies summoning technique. Although the concept seems simple, its essence is akin to the body replacement technique, representing a sophisticated form of space-time ninjutsu. Since the summoning technique can bring forth the myriad snakes from the Dragon Cave, it suggests that if he reverses the summoning technique using the white snake's shed skin as a medium, he too can return to the Dragon Cave. No time for explanations. Quickly get in. Wu Shun Yu Su Hai? Reversing the summoning technique, Li Jiexuan sliced his palm and forcefully pressed it against the white snake's shed skin. As the seals were completed, a significant amount of chakra dissipated. A peculiar sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed Li Jiexuan, and the entire world began to spin violently. It felt as though he had been thrown into a swirling vortex, spinning and leaping with eyes closed. Congratulations, you have achieved the accomplishment, summoning myself. When the spinning ceased, Li Jiexuan opened his eyes, and the sight before him left him utterly astonished. Hiss hiss. Oh my, how fierce you are. Hiss hiss. Sweetheart, your figure is truly captivating. A massive red and green serpent writhed together in a fierce embrace, their scales grinding against each other like iron, sparking terrifying flames, while colossal tails excitedly lashed out, reducing everything in their path to dust. Upon witnessing these 2 great serpents, Li Jiexuan was certain he had arrived at the Dragon Cave. However, the timing and location of his appearance seemed rather inappropriate. After 30 minutes of intense battle, the 2 serpents finally noticed Li Jiexuan. Why is there a human here? The red giant serpent shyly recoiled, regarding Li Jiexuan with a puzzled gaze. Meanwhile, the green giant serpent glared at him with its enormous eyes, furious. How did this human get in here? If If you don't provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall devour you. The green giant serpent exhibited signs of agitation, a sentiment that Li Jiexuan could comprehend. As a man, it was only natural to feel frustrated when one's affairs were abruptly interrupted. I entered with this, Li Jiexuan declared, revealing the shed skin of the white snake. The skin of our ancestor? What shall we do? Several massive white serpents encircled Li Jiexuan, the smallest one fixating its gaze on him, nearly drooling at the thought of devouring him. No, the largest serpent interjected, picking up the piece of shed skin and shaking its head in disapproval. This is indeed our ancestor's skin, imbued with its scent. However, according to tradition, only those who have passed 3 trials may meet the ancestor. The middle serpent voiced a differing opinion. We must not violate the ancestor's established rules. Upon hearing this, the largest serpent slammed its tail against the ground in frustration. If we cannot consume him or directly present him, then let him undergo the trials. Li Jiexuan found himself with little choice, but this was already the most favorable outcome. He was ushered into the first trial. Welcome to the Dragon's Den. A beautiful songstress nodded and smiled at Li Jiexuan. The opulent hall was filled with delectable dishes, the enticing aroma lingering in the air, beckoning all weary travelers to indulge. Faced with such a feast, one would instinctively want to indulge. Yet, this was precisely what the white serpent Tianxin Shinji had intended. Li Jiexuan disdainfully scoffed, overturning all the sumptuous dishes. I shall not partake. With that declaration, the illusion before him shattered. The bright palace and the mouth-watering delicacies vanished, revealing the once charming songstress transformed into a terrifying hybrid of human and serpent. This songstress was Tianxin Shinji, a high-ranking entity within the Dragon's Den. Why are you indifferent to my exquisite cuisine? Tianxin Shinji hissed, her menacing fangs hovering ominously above Li Jiexuan's head, as if poised to strike. Because I am pleased, Li Jiexuan retorted dismissively. Despite the formidable presence of the serpents, as a high-ranking figure in the Dragon's Den, he had no chance of forming a blood contract with them. Thus, he felt no obligation to show her any respect. You infuriate me. Tianxin Shinji clenched her fists, wishing she could swallow Li Jiexuan whole. However, constrained by the rules, she could only watch as he proceeded to the next trial. Do not fret, sister. He cannot possibly discern that it is an illusion. Perhaps he is simply not hungry enough to indulge in your illusory feast, remarked the petite figure of Ichijima, extending her long serpent tongue. Once he reaches my trial, he will surely be unable to unravel its mysteries. Let me devour him to avenge you. Given Tianxin Shinji's abilities, Li Jiexuan indeed failed to recognize the illusion, but that was irrelevant. He had seen Boruto's adventures. The second trial presented a massive stone that was immovable by human strength. However, the stone bore numerous hollows, and gems were scattered around it. A puzzle game. Li Jiexuan grimaced in discomfort. Although he had sensed the absurdity of this trial while watching Boruto, it was far more ridiculous than he anticipated. Countless gemstones lay scattered before him, and he was to select the appropriate one. The deity of the market, Shirchu, floated nearby, grinning as she flicked her serpent-like tongue. When you are utterly exhausted, I shall devour you. Regrettably, Li Jiexuan did not bother to search for the right gemstone. Instead, he seized one at random and crushed it with his hands, stuffing the fragments into the designated spot. Moments later, a massive stone mechanism rose dramatically. How is this possible? Shirchu gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. Why did you not seek out the suitable gemstone? Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan paused, regarding Shirchu with a peculiar expression, and replied, enunciating each word, because I am not foolish. After a drawn-out silence, as Li Jiexuan distanced himself, Shirchu suddenly snapped back to reality. Is he implying that I am the foolish one? How infuriating. The third trial commenced amidst dense fog, when a menacing serpent's head lunged forth, sinking its fangs into Li Jiexuan's neck. Unable to resist, he collapsed. Might Duy emerged next, Captain, because of you. We have all been captured by Danzō. Shortly after, Tsunade appeared, her expression sorrowful as she gazed at Li Jiexuan. Why couldn't you save Grandpa too? Following this, Might Duy reappeared, and then Tsunade again. Their repetitive appearances felt like a comedic duet. Is this ever going to end? Li Jiexuan scoffed, rolling his eyes. Could you at least present a film with some originality? Hearing his scorn, Sujetsu shyly stepped forward. I have no choice. I could only find these 2 individuals repeatedly. In Li Jiexuan's brief 2-year life, he had but 2 people he truly cared for. In any case, he passed the trial. As the fog dissipated, A temple named the Dragon Cave materialized before him. This was the dwelling of the White Snake Sage. Upon pushing open the temple doors, he beheld a massive white serpent coiled upon a stone chair, its pungent yellow eyes fixated intently on him, staring for what felt like an eternity. How can this be? I cannot discern your fate. The White Snake Sage abruptly leaped from its resting place, the pipe it had been clutching tumbling to the floor. Much like the Toad Sage's ability to foresee the world's fate, the White Snake Sage possessed the power to unveil the destinies of those who sought its guidance. Yet, to the serpent's astonishment, it could not penetrate Li Jiexuan's fate. It was as if a wall obstructed its vision completely. Strange, indeed. The White Snake Sage murmured for quite some time before recalling the matter at hand. Do you wish to acquire my power? Li Jiexuan nodded affirmatively. Am I here to gain strength, or merely to witness your eccentricities? Excellent. The White Snake Sage suddenly lunged forward, sinking its fangs into Li Jiexuan's neck, infusing him with a surge of natural energy. Upon its entry, the energy initiated a dramatic reaction within Li Jiexuan's body. Li Jiexuan's limbs gradually elongated, his skin sprouting serpentine scales. Yet abruptly, he coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, seemingly unable to withstand the natural energy required for successful sage transformation. How utterly unremarkable this all appeared. The White Snake Immortal secretly murmured, perhaps it is merely that my ability to foresee destiny has waned? As the White Snake Immortal was poised to devour Li Jiexuan, he suddenly downed a vial of energy potion. Consequently, Li Jiexuan was revitalized to full strength. What is this situation? The White Snake Immortal paused momentarily, then continued to infuse power. Li Jiexuan's eyes began to manifest the serpentine pupils of an immortal, and the scales on his body multiplied. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This time, it was indeed effective. The White Snake Immortal was just about to relent and consume Li Jiexuan. Gurgle. Another bottle of energy potion swallowed, and Li Jiexuan rose once more. Immediately afterward, he knelt down once more. This repetitive cycle continued dozens of times, until the White Serpent Immortal was nearly reduced to a mere desiccated form. Only then did Li Jiexuan finally achieve the transformation into an immortal, acquiring a stable immortal mode. Rather than being termed the Serpent Immortal mode, it would be more aptly described as the Dragon Immortal mode. A pure white small horn stood atop Li Jiexuan's head, adorned with silver scales as large as a palm, resembling a luxurious garment. Two fierce silver serpents coiled around my arms, agile and formidable. Their silvery eyes, noble and imposing, cast a sweeping gaze that commanded submission from all they beheld. Dragon Immortal mode. Activating this mode will significantly enhance your strength, speed, and the potency of your ninjutsu. Li Jiexuan gently clenched his fist, channeling immense power that coalesced the air between his palms into a swirling mass, which then erupted with a thunderous explosion. This force far surpassed the injury threshold of the 8 gates of Duel. Upon this reflection, Li Jiexuan felt a stirring within his heart. Possessing such formidable power in the celestial mode, if augmented by the 8 gates of Duel. Danzō, I shall repay the humiliation you inflicted upon me that day, with interest. Li Jiexuan gritted his teeth, yearning to return to the tent at that very moment. However, the mark of the curse had yet to be inscribed, and it was not yet time to depart. Why do you still linger? The White Snake Immortal gazed at Li Jiexuan with a hint of trepidation. You nearly drained me completely, he remarked. I wish to leave behind a remnant. As he spoke, Li Jiexuan unveiled the secret art of the curse seal. I require the power of the dragon's earth cave. Li Jiexuan not only seeks to siphon the natural energy of the White Snake Immortal for himself, but also aims to channel this energy to those who bear his seal through incantations. You, indeed, are insatiably greedy. The White Snake Immortal shook his head in exasperation, stating, according to the rules, my obligation is solely to grant you power. This matter falls outside the purview of my duties. Oh, are you certain? Li Jiexuan arched an eyebrow, a mischievous smile adorning his face. Though feeling somewhat unsettled under Li Jiexuan's gaze, the White Snake Immortal asserted, after all, that it was a deity and possessed dignity. I am certain. Well, I feel as though I have yet to fully master the immortal mode. Could you provide me with a bit more? Li Jiexuan smiled faintly. The White Snake Immortal immediately knelt before him, having never encountered a being like Li Jiexuan throughout its long existence. Among the powers of the 3 great sacred lands, the Dragon Cave was the most perilous and frenzied. The other 2 houses' immortal powers, even if one failed to cultivate them, posed little danger. However, the Dragon Cave was an entirely different matter. The cold-blooded serpent had no time to waste. Life and death hung in the balance as it brutally infused the immortal power directly. Only the adept could survive, and if one perished, it was no loss. The white snake immortal consumed it whole. Although formidable beings had appeared in the dragon cave before, none had ever drained the white snake immortal as Li Jiexuan had. The most terrifying aspect was that he seemed to relish the experience. All right, I concede. Ultimately, the white snake immortal yielded. Yet it proposed a condition. Deep within the dragon cave lies a colossal serpent named Shinya. If you bring me its reverse scale, I shall permit you to retain the curse mark. Shinya? This gigantic serpent is no easy adversary, its immense body rivaling that of myriad snakes, capable of spewing petrifying venom. However, splendid. Li Jiexuan gently clenched his fist. With his current strength, he required a touchstone. He simply wondered if Shinya possessed sufficient weight. Li Jiexuan disdainfully curled his lip before turning to exit the Dragon Cave's temple. Upon stepping out, he headed swiftly toward the depths of the Dragon Cave. And after a few strides, a vast, shadowy tunnel obstructed his path. The tunnel, towering dozens of men high, gaped wide, exuding a chilling, foul wind that surged forth, occasionally accompanied by the sound of flickering serpent tongues. The most ferocious serpents of the entire Dragon Cave resided deep within this tunnel, and the atmosphere was thick with a dangerous aura. How intriguing! Li Jiexuan's eyes widened, an unusual thrill coursing through him. This was his first experience of such exhilaration. Stepping forward, he activated the Dragon Immortal mode, striding proudly down the center of the tunnel. His silver-white serpent eyes piercing the darkness, leaving nothing concealed. Hiss! A terrifying giant serpent, measuring a full 30 meters in length, reared up, its fearsome head gaping wide, lunging violently towards Li Jiexuan. Before this immense serpent, Li Jiexuan appeared as diminutive as an ant. Yet, he merely raised his arm slightly, delivering a gentle punch. Boom! At the moment Li Jiexuan's fist collided with the giant serpent's head, its body abruptly stiffened, its enormous eyes rolling unnaturally in their sockets. Suddenly, the giant serpent's entire form erupted like a leaking bag, an intense jet of crimson blood sprang forth. The head-sized black scales shattered dramatically, flesh tearing apart, and the serpent collapsed limply to the ground. In mere seconds, this terrifying creature lay lifeless. Yet throughout, Li Jiexuan had only thrown a single punch. Just one punch was all it took to slay this colossal serpent. Li Jiexuan gently clenched his fist, feeling the surge of power coursing through his body, realizing that he had yet to reach the limits of the Dragon Immortal mode. The tunnel stretched endlessly, with serpents of varying lengths, from several dozen to nearly 100 meters, launching attacks at him. Yet, not a single one could withstand the force of his punch. It was truly vexing. In a fit of anger, Li Jiexuan struck the adjacent crimson stone wall with a powerful blow, exclaiming, "Is there not a more formidable opponent to contend with?" Wait. This sensation? Li Jiexuan turned in bewilderment, only to discover that what he had assumed to be a stone wall was, in fact, a colossal red serpent coiled in place. The serpent's exaggerated form resembled a wall, and Li Jiexuan's recent strike had shattered several of its scales. "Ah, you wretched human. You've inflicted pain upon me, Lord Shinya." The massive serpent lifted its head fiercely, revealing a grotesque scar over its right eye, leaving it blind in one eye. "Shinya." Li Jiexuan couldn't help but grin, realizing, so this is Shinya. Indeed formidable. "Kid, are you looking down on me with such nonchalance?" Shinya roared in fury, violently whipping its tail towards Li Jiexuan. In an instant, Li Jiexuan sensed a crimson tsunami surging towards him. The very air around him distorted under the pressure of the impending strike. Could I possibly withstand this speed and power? Li Jiexuan felt no fear. Instead, his eyes widened in excitement as he raised his fist to meet the oncoming assault. Bang! Their strikes collided, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy. The forces clashed in the air, yet ultimately, with a splutter, Li Jiexuan coughed up blood and fell to his knees. Although he had barely managed to endure the impact of the tail, it was undeniably a strenuous feat. "Kid, you were ultimately no match for me," Shinya taunted disdainfully. Yet a hint of trepidation lingered in its singular eye. This human was alarmingly formidable, having absorbed my tail strike with his body. At that moment, a peculiar sound began to resonate ominously. Finally, this is becoming interesting. Li Jiexuan laughed maniacally, his mouth stained with a mix of crimson blood and white teeth. If the adversary is too weak, it becomes exceedingly dull. 8 gates of Duanjia formation, open gate. As chakra flowed through his mind, Li Jiexuan quietly embraced the enhancements brought forth by the full utilization of the open gate. Feeling his power in Dragon Immortal mode peak to its zenith. With a sinister grin, Li Jiexuan beckoned Xinya. Come again. What an audacious little brat. Xinya could hardly recall the last time it had felt such rage. You shall die, human. The massive serpent's tail surged forward with even greater ferocity. And Li Jiexuan retaliated with a fierce punch, the two forces colliding once more. Bang! The overwhelming power reverberated through the air, stirring up dust within the tunnel. As the dust settled, blood trickled from the corner of Li Jiexuan's mouth. Yet this time, he stood tall and resolute. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Jiexuan smiled and beckoned to Xinya. You rascal! Xinya, infuriated, raised his tail, determined not to hold back this time. He vowed to utterly defeat this detestable young man. The 8 gates of Duenjia opened the rest gate. Another cataclysmic clash ensued, yet this time, Li Jiexuan stood firm. With not even a trace of blood remaining at his lips, successfully blocking Xinya's tail. Damn it, this kid. Xinya felt a twinge of panic. He had never encountered such a situation before. Even in battles against other colossal serpents, none had ever managed to withstand the full force of his tail. Is this truly all you can muster? Li Jiexuan couldn't help but smirk. How feeble you are, Xinya. Damn it. I shall turn you into pulp. In a fit of rage, Xinya raised his tail high and struck down with tremendous force, the weight of his tail augmented by gravity, far surpassing his previous strength. The 8 gates of Duenjia opened the life gate. As the massive serpent's tail descended, Xinya boasted, this brat must surely be crushed into a paste for daring to challenge me. The great Xinya. Suddenly, Xinya felt an inexplicable lift in his tail. Lowering his gaze, he discovered Li Jiexuan grinning as he hoisted Xinya's tail with ease. You little rascal. Xinya was about to unleash his fury when Li Jiexuan smiled slightly and declared, the 8 gates of Duenjia. Open the injury gate. In an instant, Xinya felt an overwhelming force emanating from his tail, and before he knew it, he was soaring into the air. Li Jiexuan held on to Xinya's tail, swinging the gigantic serpent around as if it were a myrtle. Wah wah wah. The enormous Xinya felt as though he might vomit his bile. The experience was excruciating. As the saying goes, to strike a snake, aim for its vital spot. To capture a serpent, seize its tail. Grasping the tail, a gentle twirl would render any venomous serpent defenseless. Yet Xinya never imagined that a serpent of his size would one day be swung about in such a manner. I was wrong, please stop swinging me. Xinya pleaded repeatedly. Though he was unruly, he realized that being overpowered by Li Jiexuan's might was futile. To persist would be folly rather than defiance. Oh, Li Jiexuan chuckled as he set Xinya down. However, the moment Xinya touched the ground, he opened his mouth wide and unleashed a torrent of venom. Li Jiexuan nimbly dodged, watching as the toxic spray petrified a large tree into stone. The petrifying venom was indeed terrifying, yet alas. Whether in sage mode or through the 8 gates of Duenjia, his own abilities were vastly enhanced. This meant Li Jiexuan seized Xinya's tail once more, grinning malevolently. Not only am I strong, but my speed is quite remarkable too. The great windmill spun wildly. The crimson windmill whirled in frenzy, and Xinya lamented his earlier choices. My lord, I was mistaken. 10 minutes later, Xinya was entirely subdued, coiling into a circle and bowing to Li Jiexuan. I should not have provoked you, nor dared to deceive you. Indeed, the understanding runs quite deep. Li Jiexuan gently patted Xinya's tail, saying, You must learn to discern who is worthy of your touch and who is not. Xinya replied, her eyes widening in confusion. Very few people come to the Dragon Cave. Aside from you, I haven't encountered a human in many years. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan chuckled and nodded. Then you shall meet humans more frequently from now on. What? Li Jiexuan laughed as he produced a spirit contract, beckoning, Come. Sign your name here. What is this? Fear not, it's nothing serious. Li Jiexuan grinned mischievously, akin to a dubious uncle enticing a young girl. It's merely a signature, it won't hurt. Instinctively sensing danger, Xinya retreated repeatedly. Can I refuse to sign? No. Li Jiexuan had seized Xinya's tail. Should she utter another refusal, he might resort to more drastic measures. Left with no choice, Xinya ultimately succumbed to Li Jiexuan's intimidating presence. Standing before the blood contract, doubt clouded Xinya's serpentine visage. Lord Jiexuan, I am not well read. Please do not deceive me. Li Jiexuan burst into hearty laughter. Rest assured, as long as you accompany me, you shall indulge in wealth and luxury beyond imagination. Then I shall press down. Fear not, you will not suffer any loss. After Li Jiexuan's repeated assurances, Xianya bit her own tail, marking her blood upon the contract. A faint glow flickered, signifying the completion of the blood pact. Excellent. Li Jiexuan grinned like a sly fox who had just stolen a hen, as he tugged the reverse scale from Xianya's chin. Now, let us visit the White Snake Immortal. It would be prudent to ensure that old fellow does not suddenly change his mind and demand more from you. But what of the promised wealth and luxury? Xianya's face was a picture of bewilderment, having just completed the contract only to have her reverse scale taken. Truly, this is a heartless betrayal, to be scolded after the trousers are pulled up. Li Jiexuan turned his head. I meant to say, I am willing to offer everything for Lord Jiexuan. After having her reverse scale removed, Xianya's demeanor became even more docile. Perched regally atop Xianya's head, Li Jiexuan swaggered out of the tunnel, and not a single serpent dared to challenge him. For any who had previously provoked Xianya had been turned into stone. Is that Xianya? Tian Xian, the deity of the field, squinted in disbelief. That creature allows a human to ride upon its head? Shichu, the deity of the market, pressed her forehead in disbelief. I must be overly fatigued. This cannot be real. Perhaps I should rest. Only when Li Jiexuan rode atop Xianya, bursting forth from the temple of the dragon cave, did they realize this was no illusion. That human child had indeed tamed the most ferocious serpent of the dragon cave, Xianya. This. Even the White Snake Immortal was left speechless, utterly astonished. It was beyond comprehension that Xianya could be ridden. This is Xianya's reverse scale. Li Jiexuan smiled broadly. Now, it is time for me to leave my curse mark, isn't it? He gritted his teeth inwardly. If that old man uttered a single no, he would dismantle the dragon's cave. Very well. The white serpent sage could no longer find a way to trouble Li Jiexuan, and more importantly, she perceived the murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. He had finally returned. Li Jiexuan slowly opened his eyes, realizing the white serpent sage had transported him out of the dragon's cave, back to the borders of the Fire Nation. Yet, upon lifting the tent flap, he found no sign of Hinata Izu and the others. Where had they gone? Li Jiexuan furrowed his brows in confusion, but at that moment, a familiar roar erupted from a distance. 8 gates release. The gate of view is open. Might Duy soared into the sky, enveloped in blazing blue chakra flames, furiously swinging his fists, igniting the air with terrifying flaming punches. Towards the peacock. Li Jiexuan's eyes widened in shock. How could this be? Might Duy had actually reached a point where he needed to open the gate of view. Damn it! Dragon Sage mode. Li Jiexuan transformed into Dragon Sage mode and charged towards Might Duy. Meanwhile, Might Duy and Uchiha were facing the gravest crisis they had ever encountered. They were surrounded by a Jonin and over 10 Chunin. Damn it, what is happening? Hinata Izu struggled to fend off the ninjutsu unleashed by the surrounding Chunin, his movements almost dizzying from continuous use of the heavenly spin. Yet, despite this, he was still covered in wounds. On the other side, Uchiha fared even worse. Lacking effective defensive measures, a horrific wound nearly cleaved him in two. Even though Might Duy was suddenly demonstrating overwhelming prowess, pressing the opposing Jonin, it was evident to any observer that this situation could not be sustained for long. Hey, you lot, weren't there supposed to be 5 of you? A Chunin from Tsunade gritted his teeth. Where's the other one? Don't tell me he abandoned you all. Don't be ridiculous. Our captain would never leave us behind. As Li Jiexuan's most ardent admirer, Hinata Izu instinctively retorted, it's just that you worthless scoundrels aren't worthy of alarming the captain. Upon hearing this, Tsuji Masayuki grinned maliciously. If that's the case, then all the better. I can take revenge for my brother. Tsuji Masayuki was the brother of Tsuji Fubuta, whom Li Jiexuan's team had initially defeated, and he was the captain of that ninja squad. Hearing this, Yamada Shinsuke in the corner furrowed his brow. Why were these adversaries so familiar with their squad? Not only did they know they were a 5-member team, but they also seemed aware of their past actions. However, now was not the time for such inquiries. Ora. Might Duy relentlessly suppressed the opposing Jonin, yet ultimately, being in the gate of view. Attempting to eliminate a Jonin directly with the peacock was still exceedingly difficult. Although the 8 gates release was formidable, it was not invincible. Yamada Shinsuke felt conflicted, uncertain whether he should intervene. Given his current physical condition, he might only be able to strike once. This time, he intends to utilize it to the fullest. Yet, the power of the 8 gates is gradually waning, and with each punch, Might Duy feels himself growing weaker and more powerless. He can sense that the shinobi across from him is lifting his head from the suppression of the peacock stance, and he is on the verge of exhaustion. Xian, I'm sorry, I may not be able to hold on much longer. As his final strength ebbs away, Might Duy slowly releases his fist. Yamada Shinjin shakes his head helplessly. Perhaps he has no choice but to intervene, unable to stand by as a leaf ninja perishes before him. Just as Yamada Shinjin prepares to act. Hey, Uncle Might, didn't you say that perseverance is the essence of true training? The Sage of the Serpent, Li Jiexuan, makes his entrance. With flowing silver hair and clad in silver armor, Li Jiexuan reaches out to catch the slowly descending Might Duy. Unfortunately, the scene lacks any aesthetic beauty. How charming can it be to catch a middle-aged man in tight clothing? Captain, Li Jiexuan, Xian, the crowd calls out in unison. Stirring something within Li Jiexuan. I'm sorry for arriving late. As he sets Might Duy down, Li Jiexuan shakes his head with a smile. Rest well, Uncle Might. Leave the rest to me. You're the captain? The sinister Tofu Shinya sneers as he forms hand seals. You, who refuse the path to heaven, shall enter hell to accompany my brother. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. The monstrous Earth Dragon spews forth massive stone projectiles, showcasing immense power. What a fool. Li Jiexuan shakes his head lightly, grinning wickedly. Open, rest, life, 3 gates, open. In an instant, Li Jiexuan opens 3 gates. A surge of power erupts. And facing the Earth Dragon Bullet, he does not flinch, charging forward against the stone projectile. With one punch, he shatters the stone bullet. With another, he obliterates the Earth Dragon, and with his final punch, he reduces Tofu Shinya to mere remnants. The one who deserves to go to hell is you, fool. Wiping the crimson blood from his hands, Li Jiexuan coldly laughs as he rushes towards the other Chunin, determined to unleash a swift vengeance. Earth Flow Wall. One punch shatters it, and another obliterates his foes. Water Prison Technique. One punch annihilates both the individual and the water prison. In just over 10 seconds, Li Jiexuan has instantaneously dispatched 5 Chunin. Such as the might of a taijutsu ninja, cultivated to perfection, a single punch can annihilate an opponent. What a monster. The Sand Village Chunin retreats in terror. To think he shatters ninjutsu with mere flesh, such a creature. Do not panic, do not despair. A Sand Village Jonin reluctantly steps forward, though he wishes to delay, facing Li Jiexuan. He knows that losing morale could spell his own demise. This guy only employs taijutsu. If we can just stall him a little longer, he will exhaust his strength. The Sand Jonin, having just defeated Might Duy, believes he has figured out Li Jiexuan. Though I wish to inform you, I could fight all day and not tire. Li Jiexuan gently lowered his hands, declaring, but let despair fully engulf you. The trio of seals, Shun, Mao, Cho, activated as thunderous energy surged within his palms. The originally pale blue lightning, influenced by the Sage mode, transformed into a dazzling silver. The terrifying silver lightning twisted and danced, coalescing into a complete blade of thunder. Mastering the S-rank ninjutsu, Kyo Thunder Slash, empowered by Sage mode. It was the first time Li Jiexuan executed a complete thunder slash, its potency magnified beyond the original. With a gentle push of lightning, Li Jiexuan metamorphosed into a blinding light, instantly traversing nearly 1,000 meters. It was only after everything subsided that the onlooker's vision returned to normal. A gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared in the chest of the sand-hidden Jonin, within which the silver lightning wreaked havoc, ultimately disintegrating the entire body. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The spectators were rendered speechless. They had never witnessed such an exaggerated display of ninjutsu, surpassing all imagination in power, speed, and lethality. Now, let despair commence. Li Jiexuan formed seals with his hands and forcefully struck the ground, summoning the formidable serpent, Shinya. Master, what are your orders? Li Jiexuan grinned coldly. Annihilate them all. The battle had lost all suspense. What remained was mere slaughter. As the dust settled, can someone tell me this isn't a dream? Uchiha Yu, bewildered, scanned the surroundings, blood and flesh littering the ground, with not even half a complete corpse in sight. Hinata Izu decisively kicked him. Ah, that hurts. Why did you kick me, you fool? Uchiha Yu protested, hopping about. Now you realize this isn't a dream. Hinata Izu chuckled, shrugging, then pulled Uchiha Yu down to sit beside him, both gazing quietly into the distance. As the sun descended, a small figure stood atop the head of the Crimson Serpent, resembling a legend. It was their captain, Li Jiexuan. Their eyes shimmered with the fervor of butterflies chasing light. Filled with adoration and zeal. Li Jiexuan, the light of Konoha. Yamada Jishuan slightly nodded. I am watching you. Standing atop Shinya's head. Li Jiexuan grasped the neck of the last Chunin. Tell me, who betrayed us? It's a guy named Danzō. The Chunin, terrified by Li Jiexuan's relentless slaughter, spilled all the information like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. Danzō again. Li Jiexuan casually tossed the Chunin into Shinya's mouth, sneering. I didn't come looking for you. Yet you sought me out. Excellent. We shall settle both old and new scores. However, we must wait for Might Duy to recover first. Captain. As the battle concluded, Hinata Izu and Uchiha Yu hurried over, each clutching one of Li Jiexuan's legs. Captain, you were incredible. Even the Jonin from Sand Hidden stood no chance against you. Truly formidable. Uchiha Yuya had completely cast aside his tedious arrogance, excitedly clutching Li Jiexuan's leg. And that summoning beast, so large and handsome, it's simply breathtaking. How did you form a contract with it? Uchiha Yuya was so exhilarated that his words tumbled over each other. Defeating a Jonin is merely a trivial matter. Saying it's a small feat seems overly boastful. So let us call it a moderate accomplishment. Li Jiexuan smiled indifferently. As for how to subdue Shinya, you simply need to tighten your fist and strike his head with all your might. Yamada Jinshuan and Hinata Izu exchanged glances, speechless. This is merely the first day of seclusion, and defeating a Jonin is already a moderate feat. If he stays secluded a few more days, will he not conquer the entire ninja world? Moreover, how could he contract such a fearsome summoning beast while meditating in a tent? Could it be that Shinya is not a snake, but a worm? Meanwhile, within the grand encampment of the Leaf Alliance, Danzō sat on a low tatami mat, raising his cup in amusement. It seems that everything should be coming to an end now. Danzō? What end? Sarutobi Hizashi entered the tent, shaking his head with a wry smile. Without surrendering the tailed beasts, this war is far from over. Humph, I was merely referring to an annoying little brat. Danzō replied dismissively, unwilling to engage with Sarutobi Hizashi. If Li Jiexuan was merely a nuisance, Sarutobi Hizashi was a profound thorn in Danzō's side. Among the disciples of Senju Tobarama, only he and Sarutobi Hizashi were qualified to inherit the title of Hokage, yet it was evident that Senju Tobarama favored Sarutobi more. What bothersome fellows, one after another. Danzō gritted his teeth coldly. However, I will eliminate all of you. For the position of Hokage, I shall not hesitate to employ any means necessary. Should he perhaps divulge Sarutobi Hizashi's defensive strategies to the Sand Ninja? As Danzō schemed malevolently, a sudden commotion arose outside the tent. The Sand Ninja were launching a massive assault. Sarutobi Hizashi rushed out, eyes wide with astonishment. How is this possible? Why has the Sand Ninja suddenly made such a decision? The sound of hurried footsteps merged into a cacophony as a tide of pale yellow dust surged forth. The Sand Ninja charging towards the borders of the Leaf Alliance like a relentless wave. What on earth had transpired? Why were the Sand Ninja acting so recklessly? Though minor skirmishes had been frequent in recent days, true battles had been few and far between. Sarutobi Hizashi clenched his fists in confusion. This battle would likely result in heavy casualties for the Leaf. Danzō instinctively sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint where the flaw lay. Just then, a scout ninja burst forth, wide-eyed with shock. The Sand Ninja claimed that someone from the Leaf has provided them with false information, resulting in the loss of a Jonin and several Chunin. False information. Danzō muttered to himself, incredulously. One Jonin, several Chunin. Could it be? No, it cannot. This is impossible. Tuanzo hastily dispelled the terrifying conjecture that loomed in his mind. How could that wretched boy, Li Jiexuan, possibly survive under such circumstances? Let alone annihilate those Sand Shinobi? Impossible, utterly impossible. The poor Tuanzo turned pale with fear, noticing Tuanzo's unusual demeanor. Sarutobi Hizashi couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What's wrong? Tuanzo, do you know something? No, I know nothing at all. Tuanzo waved his hands repeatedly, fervently hoping he was mistaken. Otherwise, his troubles would be monumental. In the Konoha before defense zone, nightfall descended. After settling Might Duy and the severely injured Hyuga Ayato and Uchiha Yuya into a tent, Li Jiexuan turned to exit, ready to confront Tuanzo and settle the score. However, Yamada Shinshin intercepted him. I sincerely apologize for not participating in the battle. Yamada Shinshin felt a pang of guilt. As Hokage, he had not stepped forward immediately, which filled him with shame. It's quite all right. As a medical ninja, abstaining from combat was indeed the prudent choice. Li Jiexuan evidently misinterpreted Yamada Shinshin's sentiment. Yet he had no inclination to debate this matter at the moment. His sole desire was to rush to the Allied forces' main camp, drag that wretched Danzō out, and plunge the Kusanagi sword through his throat, letting it emerge from his posterior, sprinkled with cumin and roasted over fire. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly sliced through the cold moonlight. Truly a compassionate team, yet you ought not to deceive us, sand shinobi, with false intelligence. The shadow of the wind shadow hat gradually rose from the desert's edge, revealing a handsome man clad in a black bodysuit and a white trench coat. The first wind shadow, Retsudo. Was this an attack by the sand shinobi, or merely an act of vengeance? Li Jiexuan instinctively narrowed his eyes. Although the first wind shadow's appearances in the anime were few, one could hardly be mediocre if they could end a nation's turmoil and establish the shinobi world. However, false intelligence. Li Jiexuan scoffed disdainfully. I, Li Jiexuan, disdain such actions. It is merely that a fool miscalculated my strength. Upon hearing this, Retsudo pondered for a long moment, shaking his head in resignation. Yet, the fact remains that you have slain dozens of our sand shinobi. From the moment Retsudo learned of Li Jiexuan, this battle became inevitable. He could not permit Li Jiexuan to continue growing unchecked. As for his reason for coming, it was merely an excuse. TCH, if we are to fight, let us do so without further ado. Li Jiexuan sneered, turning to Yamada Shinshin and whispering, take Uncle Might Duy and the others and leave. If it comes to blows, Li Jiexuan might be able to escape. But the three injured, Might Duy and the others, could not flee. I understand. I will take good care of them. Yamada Shinshin nodded affirmatively, knowing this was the right choice. Given Li Jiexuan's demonstrated prowess, even if he could not win, he would certainly manage to flee. Just awakening, Might Duy looked at Li Jiexuan with a forlorn expression, as if to say, my youth still burns, I will not depart. Uncle Might, please do not look at me like that. Li Jiexuan shrugged helplessly. Since you saved my life back then, I must ensure your safety. He allowed Yamada Shin to take away the members of Might Duy without interference. As the wind shadow, he felt no need to resort to such despicable tactics against a mere 2-year-old child. Indeed, you are a prodigy. Once Yamada Shin had departed, Li Jiexuan shook his head with a hint of regret. It is a pity, however, that you were born in Konoha. The land of wind cannot tolerate the emergence of another Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama? Thank you for the compliment, but Li Jiexuan suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. I have no intention of halting my steps here. Though Senju Hashirama is formidable, the future is exceedingly brilliant. The likes of 6 Paths Obito, 8 Gates Guy, 6 Paths Madara, 6 Paths Naruto, Reincarnation Sasuke, and Kagaya Otsutsuki. Such a grand future, how could I possibly be absent? Senjutsu Sage Mode, activate. 8 Gates Formation, open. The 5th gate, the Gate of Healing, is now unleashed. A torrent of deep green chakra billowed forth, and the silver-armored Jiao appeared as a deity. What an impressive chakra! The first wind shadow marveled. Yet, alas, you cannot escape the prison of sand. Escape? Li Jiexuan sneered coldly. In this state, even if 6 Paths Madara were to appear, I would never flee without a fight. A mere wind shadow. The outcome of this clash remains uncertain. The night wind howled, and the sandstorm raged. The villagers residing on the border of the Land of Fire had long grown accustomed to the taste of yellow sand. However, today a storm bore an inexplicable hint of blood. Damn it, we cannot hold them off much longer. The ninjas of Konoha had never witnessed such frenzied sand ninjas. They charged at the Konoha defenses like madmen. If not for Li Diyu's absence, they would have already succumbed to defeat. Within Konoha's main camp, Senju Tobarama, the blood-soaked Sarutobi Hizashi, and Danzō sat together. Why hasn't Li Diyu appeared? The absence of the wind shadow throughout the battle perplexed Senju Tobarama. Despite successfully defending their position, he harbored an ominous premonition. It seems the sand ninjas are secretly concocting a scheme. Sarutobi Hizashi, gripping his golden staff, spoke abruptly. I don't know why, but I have a feeling this matter may be connected to Li Jiexuan. Li Jiexuan? Senju Tobarama raised an eyebrow. Could it be that my brother's identity has been exposed? But that is impossible. With my brother's transformation techniques, even I would struggle to uncover the truth if he did not wish it. Heh. I believe Li Diyu is merely preoccupied with other matters. Danzō chuckled awkwardly, as he was reluctant to mention Li Jiexuan in front of Tobarama. At that moment, an umbu suddenly burst in. Lord Tobarama, Yamada-shin from the B4 defense zone has urgent news. Upon hearing this, Danzō's expression changed dramatically. Those damn scoundrels are still alive? No, no, I cannot allow them to meet Lord Tobarama. Otherwise, I am finished. Have those rascals fled the scene again? Tobarama Senju's icy voice commanded, Tobarama, take a seat. Invite Yamada Jinshin in. As Yamada entered, Tobarama leapt up, his agitation palpable as he reached for Yamada, exclaiming, You coward! How dare you show your face here after fleeing in battle? Today, I shall end you. Yet before he could strike, Tobarama seized his hand, coldly stating, Tobais, Sarutobi, you are dismissed. At these words, Tobais felt as if struck by frost. Obediently turning to exit the tent. Despite his audacity, he dared not defy the second Hokage's orders. Once outside, he clenched his teeth in frustration. What a pitiful bunch of sand shinobi, failing to eliminate Rikukei-gen. He realized he could no longer linger here. Once the truth surfaced, not only would he lose his chance at Hokage, but his life would be in jeopardy as well. He must flee. Yet the thought of escaping without resolution gnawed at him. That damn brat. With determination, he rushed towards a familiar direction. 5 minutes later, Tobarama emerged from the tent, his expression grim as he issued an extraordinary command to the Umbu, capture that wretched Tobais. Envying the capable, conspiring with foreign villages, betraying genius Tobarama. Is this the disciple you chose? The first Hokage's words echoed in his mind, striking him like sharp slaps across the face. The very Rikukei-gen he had always looked down upon had outsmarted and eliminated dozens of enemies Nin, and with sheer strength, had rescued comrades from Nin amidst a throng of Nin. He even chose to confront the Wind Shadow alone to ensure his injured teammates' escape. In stark contrast, his disciple, Tobais, appeared as nothing more than a foul mess of excrement. And he, the foolish master, was akin to the dog that left the mess. Sarutobi, follow me to Zone B4. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique for swift relocation, Tobarama hoped fervently that it was not too late. However, the disparity in power between the two opposing sides was overwhelming. On one hand stood the formidable First Wind Shadow, a titan in the shinobi world, while on the other, a mere 2-year-old Nin, freshly emerged from the ninja academy. Though Tobarama had not surrendered hope, he had already condemned Rikukei-gen to death in his heart. Rikukei-gen was doomed. At the Konoha defense line, Zone B4, the moonlight bled red as Tobarama and Sarutobi Hizashi finally arrived. To Tobarama's astonishment, Rikukei-gen was still alive, actively engaged in combat. Gasping for breath, Riku lay within a vast sandpit, his legs shattered, chest caved in. And even the dragon horn atop his head had been broken. Such grievous injuries can no longer be mended by mere energy potions. The only reason he still clings to life is because of these potions sustaining him. However, the first-generation Wind Shadow is also in a dire state, covered in numerous sword wounds, all inflicted by the grass cutter's sword. The Mirage Gate has reduced him to a featherless fowl. As for the small, penetrating wound on his chest, that is the mark left by the lightning cutter. Alas, Li Jiexuan silently shook his head. Had that dragon thunder cutter been just a fraction quicker, it would have succeeded. Yet, that very moment allowed the Wind Shadow to gather sand and mitigate much of the attack's force. Who would have imagined that I, Wind Shadow R, would one day be cornered to such an extent by a mere 2-year-old child? R coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of congealed blood, and sneered. But now, it is time for this to come to an end. Earth release, Sandstorm Divine Needle. R raised his arms high, the pale blue chakra swirling between his palms. The entire desert trembled violently, every grain of sand strangely floating, compressing towards R's hands, ultimately coalescing into a colossal sand pillar hundreds of meters tall, suspended ominously in the sky. Should this colossal force descend upon him, even steel would be reduced to mere tin. At merely 2 years of age, you have driven me to this brink. You have every reason to be proud. R manipulated the sand pillar to hover menacingly before Li Jiexuan, coldly nodding. I shall use my strongest ninjutsu to send you to your grave. Damn it, there is no time. Even the famed speedster Senju Tobarama would be unable to rescue Li Jiexuan from R's grasp, thousands of meters away. Perish. R swung his arm fiercely, the massive sand pillar descending upon Li Jiexuan like divine retribution. It's over. Senju Tobarama shook his head in resignation. In the end, am I still a step too late? However, Li Jiexuan suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? R felt an unsettling panic rise within him. But the Sandstorm Divine Needle was already in motion, and even he could not force a stop. The 8 gates technique is formidable precisely because it comprises 8 gates, and I have only opened 6 thus far. Li Jiexuan grinned menacingly. The gate of shock, open. The 8 gates technique is revered as a pathway to greatness, reliant on the audacity to sacrifice oneself, daring to unseat the emperor. The Kai Emperor battled 6 paths of pain with the same indomitable spirit. Li Jiexuan extended his only 2 movable arms, gritting his teeth and roaring, "Daytime tiger." A white air orb coalesced in Li Jiexuan's hands, and a roaring silver tiger surged forth, enveloping the immobile R. The tiger roared mightily, and despite R's desperate attempt to twist his body away, he was consumed whole, leaving only a defiant head rolling on the ground. The first-generation Wind Shadow is dead, slain by the hands of a mere 2-year-old child, even witnessing this with his own eyes. Senju Tobarama could hardly believe it. That was the shadow of one of the 5 great ninja villages. How could he be killed by a child of only 2 years? However, had Li Jiexuan been able to perceive the thoughts of Senju Tobarama, he would have regarded them with disdain. It is universally acknowledged that the 5 Kage are equivalent to elite shinobi. In certain circumstances, they may even be inferior to elite shinobi. For instance, the 3rd Kazekage was slain by Sasori of the Red Sand, and the 4th Kazekage fell to Orochimaru. Aside from a select few formidable individuals, the 5 Kage often serve merely as repositories of experience. Even the 3rd Hokage of Konoha was bested by his own disciple, Orochimaru, showcasing the extent to which the power of the Kage from the 5 great nations has diminished. Nevertheless, despite this, the fact that Li Jiexuan managed to slay the formidable Rito remains astonishing. This signifies that at the tender age of merely 2, Li Jiexuan has already attained Kage-level strength. What manner of monstrosity could this be? On this day, Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen bore witness to the emergence of such a being. After downing several vials of energy potions, Li Jiexuan painfully crawled out of the pit. He picked up the head of the Kazekage and grinned. Power is truly intoxicating. Yet, the pain from the opening of the shock gate was excruciating. A mere smile caused his entire nervous system to convulse in agony, akin to the ancient punishment of 1,000 cuts. However, the substantial rewards for defeating the Kazekage managed to bring some semblance of equilibrium to Li Jiexuan's mind. A Kage-level treasure chest. Encased in a golden shell, the center of the chest shimmered with the character for wind. It was evidently a valuable item, prompting Li Jiexuan to smile once more, only to be immediately struck by pain. Ouch, that hurts. In the desolate desert, the tenacious youth had just triumphed over a formidable foe, proudly laughing toward the moon. What a breathtaking scene this painted. Brother, is this what you meant by the future? Senju Tobarama stood in a daze, seemingly grasping something profound. Yet at that moment, a shadow suddenly emerged in the moonlight. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Danzō had been lurking behind the sand dunes, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, seeking to deliver a fatal blow to Li Jiexuan now that he had defeated Rito. Unworthy disciple. Senju Tobarama was incensed, nearly boiling over with rage. That was a 2-year-old Kage-level powerhouse. This was an attempt to sever the future of Konoha. Unbeknownst to him, Tobarama had already elevated Li Jiexuan's status significantly. However, Danzō cared little for such matters. From the moment he entered the tent, seeking Yamada Shin, he had resolved to betray Konoha. Yet, he was unwilling to depart without first eliminating this insufferable brat. Danzō roared as he unleashed a terrifying air cannon. This vacuum great sphere was indeed a formidable technique, even among B-rank jutsu. Danzō? Li Jiexuan's eyes widened in shock. One could not deny that Danzō, as a disciple of the 2nd Hokage, had a knack for ambushes, excelling in both timing and positioning. Damn you. Danzō, are you that eager to meet your end? Li Jiexuan gritted his teeth in frustration, the pain from the shock gate rendering him incapable of utilizing any jutsu to suppress the agony brought on by the shock gate. He knew he had no choice but to activate it once more. However, should he do so, the subsequent closing of the shock gate would leave him in an even worse condition, perhaps even leading to his demise. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. The 8 gates formation, shock gate, open. The deep blue chakra surged forth once more, as Li Jiexuan effortlessly shattered the vacuum sphere's air cannon with a mere clench of his fist, and with another punch reduced Danzō, who would later stir the winds of Konoha, to a mere puddle of flesh. Damn it, cursed Danzō. Li Jiexuan unlocked the gate of shock and fell backward, lamenting that even in death, he could not escape the troubles caused by this man. In the final fleeting moment of consciousness, his mind was consumed with thoughts of tormenting Danzō's corpse. Where am I? Li Jiexuan slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself resting on a pristine white hospital bed. To his astonishment, he was in Konoha Hospital. How long had he been unconscious? Had he truly been brought back to Konoha? Just then, he overheard the chatter of medical staff nearby. A charming nurse with a round face gently adjusted Li Jiexuan's blanket, exclaiming in admiration, "I heard this child killed the enemy wind shadow. Lord Second Hokage brought him back using Flying Thunder God." Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan secretly nodded, concluding that he must not have been unconscious for long. Beside her, a nurse with a pockmarked face attempted to cover her broad mouth with her hand, exclaiming, however, "It seems he has become a cripple. All the nerves in his body are severed." What? Li Jiexuan could no longer afford to sneak glances at the beautiful nurse and urgently inquired, "System? Am I disabled?" Li Jiexuan, ninja level, shadow, disabled. The system remained as terse as ever. Yet, it seemed he truly was disabled. Li Jiexuan grimaced, realizing that just after slaying the wind shadow, he had fallen to such a fate. Surprisingly, he found himself devoid of excessive anxiety. Unbeknownst to him, he had adopted the mindset of a true warrior. No matter the circumstances, he had the confidence to overcome. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the hospital room. Senju Tobarama entered, accompanied by a bald middle-aged medical ninja. Instinctively, Li Jiexuan closed his eyes. "Director, how is he? Will he awaken?" Senju Tobarama looked at Li Jiexuan, who was wrapped in bandages, with a sense of guilt. The severity of Li Jiexuan's injuries was, after all, linked to his role as Hokage. After a contemplative pause, the bald director sighed, "This child has suffered nerve damage due to the reckless use of forbidden techniques. With our current medical standards, he may never awaken. So that means, not only would he be unable to perform ninjutsu, but he would also be incapable of self-care." The bald director nodded affirmatively in simple terms. "He is in a vegetative state." A vegetative state. Tobarama's expression darkened considerably. This was once a promising 2-year-old shadow-level powerhouse, now reduced to such a plight. He felt a deep sense of remorse. Moving forward, the village would vigorously support the development of medical ninjutsu. Konoha's Senju Tobarama gritted his teeth and instructed, "If they require personnel, provide them. If they need funds, grant them. It is imperative that Li Jiexuan receives treatment expeditiously, for Konoha requires him." Upon hearing this, the bald director clenched his fists in excitement, realizing he was about to strike gold. As soon as the research funding arrived, he would immediately indulge in. No, that's not right. He would promptly commence his research. The excitement was palpable, and the director's bald head seemed to radiate with fervor. Li Jiexuan is truly a god of wealth. Unexpectedly, the petite Tsunade dashed from behind Tobarama. She could no longer afford to maintain her status as the princess of Konoha. She threw herself into Li Jiexuan's arms, sobbing, "Why? Why did you deceive me? You promised to return and to be together forever." Together forever? At merely 2 years of age, this seemed rather precocious. Instinctively, Tobarama's forehead twitched with a vein of irritation. Li Jiexuan had apparently ensnared his granddaughter's heart at such a tender age. Yet, before he could express his anger, he was struck dumb. Li Jiexuan had become a vegetative state. Even the stoic Tobarama could not unleash his ire upon a mere plant. 1,000 words condensed into a sigh. He felt remorse for Li Jiexuan. "Do not weep, Lady Tsunade. He may never awaken." The bald physician stood nearby, chuckling softly, "I assure you, based on my professional integrity, unless a new medical ninjutsu is developed, he will not awaken." However, before he could finish, Li Jiexuan opened his eyes, gazing fondly at Tsunade. "My dear girl, when did I ever deceive you? Jiexuan-kun, you're awake?" Tsunade's tears transformed into laughter, her rosy cheeks revealing an enchanting dimple. Tobarama was also elated. No matter the circumstances, Li Jiexuan's awakening was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. Only the bald director wore a forlorn expression, unable to fathom how swiftly reality had slapped him in the face. Keywords: hospital, Tsunade, Li Jiexuan, the same bed. Ding ding, the 86 has ascended. For seasoned veterans, countless indescribable scenarios must have flashed through their minds at this moment. To be frank, Li Jiexuan had never felt such exhilaration before. The second Hokage? You pride yourself on being a moral paragon with formidable power, looking down upon me? But now, I lie here, while you can only stand. Even as I embrace your not yet 3-year-old granddaughter in plain view, you can only watch helplessly. Cough cough. My throat is parched. Li Jiexuan feigned an almost desperate thirst. Tsunade promptly turned her head and naturally commanded, "Great-grandfather, hurry and fetch a glass of water. Jiexuan-kun is thirsty." Nanny? Tobarama widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be? The illustrious Hokage of Konoha, commanding over a vast legion. Hurry up. I have yet to forgive you. Tsunade clenched her small fist in anger. She was fully aware of Danzō's ambush on Li Jiexuan. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. By this logic, Tobarama was akin to Danzō's father. Another saying rings true. If a child fails to learn, it is the father's fault. Regrettably, the situation is quite unfavorable. With a sigh, Senju Tobarama obediently went to pour water. The sound of water splashing caught the attention of the bald director, who swallowed hard. In his entire life, he had never encountered a patient of such stature, prompting the Hokage to serve personally. Hey, you bald head. Li Jiexuan's words struck with profound impact, yet the bald director, a man of considerable composure, recognized that if even the Hokage was dutifully pouring water, he was but a mere biscuit in comparison. Once Tsunade's affection waned, he could take his time in devising a plan against him. Li, what do you require? The bald director's face broke into a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Are you hungry or thirsty? Would you like me to perform a little show? I dance remarkably well. Li Jiexuan briefly considered the image, an elderly, hairless chrysanthemum twisting and turning in the hospital room. He nearly retched. Firmly shaking his head, that won't be necessary. In the next few days, 3 patients from the front lines will be arriving. Kindly assist in caring for them. Might Duy and the others have sustained serious injuries and must be returned to Konoha for treatment. Are there any further instructions? The bald director appeared exceedingly sycophantic. Yet, it is often those who lower themselves that, when they rise to power, can turn the tables with even greater ferocity. None. However, considering your unfortunate appearance, it would be prudent for you to avoid my presence in the future. Li Jiexuan showed no mercy to the bald director. Having encountered too many of his kind in his previous life, parasites within the system, lacking any merit beyond opportunism and bullying the weak. He had not anticipated encountering such individuals in the world of Hokage. Very well, your command shall be followed. The bald director rolled away with a rotund demeanor. Now, the hospital room was left with just Li Jiexuan and Tsunade. I am so glad you did not abandon me. Tsunade leaned upon Li Jiexuan's chest, her eyes brimming with tears. I almost thought I would never see you again. Hearing her words, Li Jiexuan felt a swell of emotion. Although Tsunade was young, her feelings were genuine. Yet, paradoxically, this made him feel increasingly distressed. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. Tsunade, perhaps you should let me go. What? I am currently in a vegetative state, and I do not know when I will recover. Li Jiexuan gritted his teeth. It might take a year, perhaps 10, or maybe I shall never regain consciousness. Suddenly, Tsunade pressed her lips against his mouth. But how could a child comprehend the act of kissing? At best, it was merely a fervent collision of lips. I will not allow you to say such things. Tsunade, her face flushed, lifted her gaze with resolute determination. Whether it takes a year, 10 years, or a lifetime, I will wait for you. Li Jiexuan was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, where did you learn such words? From television. Tsunade shyly lowered her head. Perhaps you should watch less of that kind of television. Li Jiexuan grinned, reflecting that if a 3-year-old were to say such things, it would be bearable, but if it were a teenage Tsunade, who could withstand such an onslaught? He is not Lu Xiaohui and lacks the skill to control a gun with an 8-fold scope. Meanwhile, outside the hospital room, the nurse is firmly blocked by Senju Tobarama at the door. Here, passage is temporarily forbidden. Senju Tobarama, with a dark expression, grips his cup, which trembles incessantly in his hand. This is not Li Jiexuan's fault. He is a vegetative state patient. A vegetative state patient. Damn it. Why isn't this kid a normal person? If he were, I would have surely dealt with him. Another nurse approaches, and Senju Tobarama quickly obstructs her. As night deepens, the vast hospital room is left with only Li Jiexuan. Although Tsunade strongly insisted on staying to accompany him, due to the staunch opposition from both Senju Tobarama and Li Jiexuan, she reluctantly departed after assuring him of her visit the following day. At 3 years old, it is indeed too young. Li Jiexuan clicked his tongue, although he engaged in nurturing young girls and displayed affection in front of others. He ultimately is a man with principles. However, it is somewhat peaceful now. At least it allows Li Jiexuan to reflect upon his recent gains. 38 basic treasure chests, 20 intermediate treasure chests, 2 advanced treasure chests, and 1 shadow-level treasure chest. This is Li Jiexuan's most bountiful harvest. Unexpectedly, that guy Danzō even provided him with an advanced treasure chest. Unfortunately, due to leaving the battlefield, the mission had completely vanished. Opportunities to gain such scores will be scarce in the future. Nonetheless, one must find contentment and happiness. Opening the 38 basic treasure chests yielded no surprises, resulting in 38 stamina potions, akin to lush green leeks. While lacking in excitement, it does replenish his stock. The battle against the Wind Shadow had thoroughly depleted Li Jiexuan's potion reserves. From the intermediate chests, he obtained 19 chakra potions and an additional piece of mid-level ninja equipment, a heavy hammer. Regrettably, it is yet another useless item, which can only be stored for potential future use. Now comes the time to open the advanced treasure chests. And Li Jiexuan cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. He recalls the last time he received a primary training scroll. Although it did not directly grant a reward, it opened a pathway for acquiring rewards, and he had profited immensely last time. Alas, upon opening 2 chests in succession, no training scroll emerged. Life potion, fate potion, 2 more potions, identical in style to the stamina potions. However, the life potion is a magnificent deep red, while the fate potion is an enigmatic deep purple. Life potion, as long as there is a breath left, I can save you. Fate potion, drink me, and I shall alter your destiny. These 2 potions appear far more refined than the stamina and chakra potions, with descriptions that exude sophistication. Finally, the pie seed or assistance of this treasure opening extravaganza. Shadow level treasure chest, open. Unlike ordinary chests, the shadow level treasure chest emits a blinding light akin to the sun. Truly worthy of its classification, it radiates such a dazzling brilliance, promising something extraordinary within. What lies behind the extraordinary S-rank ninjutsu, or the sage tools of the 6 paths? Li Jiexuan's anticipation was palpable. After a brief moment, the radiant light gradually faded. Li Jiexuan gazed at his empty hands, murmuring in confusion, "Where are the items?" "Congratulations. You have successfully upgraded the system and obtained its true operational rights." The system's notifications remained as prompt as ever, prompting Li Jiexuan to nod in agreement. Moreover, the tone of the system seems to have acquired a touch of warmth. However, wait. True operational rights? Li Jiexuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that I have been using a counterfeit system all along? To be precise, a beta version. The system candidly revealed, eliminating the fierce combatant has deemed you worthy of passing the test. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan's eyes grew wide with surprise. What additional functionalities does the system possess? What benefits await me? If the arduous task of vanquishing the fierce combatant merely resulted in a slightly more amiable tone from the system, he would prefer to remain in testing indefinitely. A shopping system has been added, along with capabilities and items from other worlds. A shopping system? Instinctively, Li Jiexuan activated this feature and could not help but drool at the sight. Powers of the 6 paths, Ashura's sage body, Indra's sage body. All the renowned treasures of the Naruto universe were contained within. With sufficient points, he could embody the essence of the entire Naruto world in an instant. At that moment, defeating the likes of 6 paths Abido or trampling Kagaya Otsutsuki would not be a mere dream. Even the ultimate bosses of the Naruto world, such as Momoshiki and Kinshiki, would pale in comparison. However, Ashura's sage body, 1 million points. Power of the 6 paths, 10 million points. My current balance, 1,200. The world is vast, yet my wallet is painfully thin. Beyond the treasures of the Naruto realm, Li Jiexuan even stumbled upon the coveted Gundam. It appears that the capabilities from other worlds refer to this. Gundam RX, 78-2, 1 billion points. Not too pricey, considering it is designed for interstellar combat. Li Jiexuan reassured himself, regardless of whether it cost 1 billion or 100 million, I cannot afford it either way. How does one acquire points? Although exorbitant, Li Jiexuan did not waver. After all, compared to the uncontrollable treasure chests, this transparent pricing is evidently more tangible. Points can be obtained by completing system tasks and unlocking achievements. The system kindly announced, you have completed 2 ordinary achievements and 1 epic achievement, totaling 1,200 points. Excellent. Give me the tasks. A burning flame ignited in Li Jiexuan's eyes. Rinnegan, Sage Power, Gundam, here I come. Please complete all test tasks before accepting new tasks. I still have unfinished tasks? Li Jiexuan stared, perplexed, and after much searching, he discovered that the previous task of earning 10 million points remained incomplete. Unexpectedly, he, now as formidable as an elite shadow, found himself perplexed by this million-dollar dilemma. At that moment, the system kindly reminded him, given your current physical condition, the life potion can completely restore your body. At the cost of one elite shadow treasure chest, the upgraded system had indeed become much more proactive and benevolent. The resplendent red elixir swirled gently within its glass vial, and Li Jiexuan swallowed it in one gulp. A torrent of immense energy surged into his body, stimulating the growth of all his nerves, even healing the hidden injuries left from previous battles. In an instant, he felt as if he had been reborn. Power surged forth from within him. The potency of the system's potion remained formidable. Li Jiexuan sensed that he was in an unprecedented state of vigor and could hardly wait to embark on his mission. However, before he could rise from the bed, Tsunade and Tobarama Senju unexpectedly entered the room. Jiexuan-kun. Tsunade dove under the covers like a returning swallow, embracing Li Jiexuan. Tobarama Senju's eyes twitched slightly, but he restrained himself from speaking. You are in a vegetative state. I shall endure. Yet, the bald-headed director standing nearby could perceive Tobarama's thoughts and chuckled, shaking his head at Tsunade, Princess Tsunade, smothering Li Jiexuan like this is not conducive to his recovery. Upon hearing this, Tsunade decisively nestled beneath Li Jiexuan. Then let him press down on me. I do not wish to part from him even for a second. The position became even more precarious. Tobarama Senju was nearly grinding his teeth. He is in a vegetative state. A vegetative state. Seeing that his good intentions had backfired, the bald-headed director quickly intervened. Princess Tsunade, it is futile. He is currently in a vegetative state and cannot perceive your presence. How can that be? Tsunade queried, wrapping her arms around Li Jiexuan. I can feel his heartbeat. Why can't he feel me? Observing this, the bald-headed director smiled and nodded at Li Jiexuan. So, Li Jiexuan, can you feel Princess Tsunade's warmth? Not only could he feel her warmth, but also her smooth skin, her curvaceous form, and the delightful scent unique to a charming young girl. Li Jiexuan longed to express that he was acutely aware of everything. However, upon glancing at the menacing Tobarama Senju, he prudently kept his mouth shut. Since Li Jiexuan cannot speak, I shall conduct an experiment to find out. The bald-headed director chuckled as he lifted the covers off Li Jiexuan, locating his knee. A normal person would exhibit a knee-jerk reaction when this area is tapped, but for someone in his vegetative state. As he spoke, the bald-headed director raised his fist and gently tapped. Bang! With astonishing speed. A powerful kick sent the smiling bald-headed director hurtling backward. This was merely an accident. Perhaps there still remained a hint of nerve. After a moment, the director, covering his face, managed to rise and approach Li Jiexuan's other leg, tapping it lightly once more. Bang! This time, the bald-headed director was sent flying out the window, landing in the grassy expanse below. After a considerable time had passed, the bald-headed director, leaning on his cane, awkwardly approached with a dry chuckle, remarking, "This is indeed an unexpected turn of events. Such immense power? Could it truly emanate from a mere vegetative state? Were it not for my own hands delivering the gravely injured Li Jiexuan, I would have questioned whether this lad was ever injured at all. It might just be a ruse for notoriety." Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Senju Tobarama found himself in a spiral of self-reflection. No, I must not harbor prejudice against Li Jiexuan any longer. It is precisely my bias that has caused him harm. I feel a profound sense of shame. Director, please take good care of him. Do not hesitate to ask for anything. Senju Tobarama could no longer remain, feeling a deep sense of shame for his lingering distrust of Li Jiexuan. Arrogance and prejudice have no place in the heart of a Hokage. As he departed, it was curious that the sycophantic bald director remained, unusually reluctant to follow. Have you already realized? Li Jiexuan smiled and nodded at Tsunade. Tsunade, please accompany great uncle outside. In this moment, Tsunade exhibited none of her previous petulance. At the sound of Li Jiexuan's voice, she left with a tender gaze. As soon as Tsunade stepped out of the ward, the bald director rushed over, lifting the covers and grasping Li Jiexuan's thigh, patting it fervently. A pale blue chakra flowed along Li Jiexuan's leg, seemingly probing for something. After a prolonged moment, the director withdrew his hand, letting out a deep sigh. It's all over. You know I've recovered, don't you? Li Jiexuan stood up with a grin, teasing the director, whose face appeared ashen. Why the long face? The patient is well, yet you look like that? Upon hearing this, the bald director revealed a smile that was more akin to a grimace. You may be well, but our medical ninjas will now have to tighten their belts. The 30 million in research funding I just applied for hasn't been approved yet. Tears of despair welled at the corners of his eyes. You ask why I weep? Because my affection for these funds is profound. Who says this money is lost? Li Jiexuan laughed mischievously. Upon hearing this, The bald director's eyes widened in excitement. Are you willing to continue feigning illness? No. The director's face changed colors like a traffic light, constantly shifting. But I am willing to stage a performance. Li Jiexuan chuckled, extending his finger. Performance fee, 20 million. Senju Tobarama was preparing to leave. After confirming the death of the Wind Shadow, Tsunade had descended into chaos, locked in a relentless struggle against Konoha. The new Wind Shadow had succeeded in a manner reminiscent of history, taken over by a bald man named Shaman. In terms of strength, Shaman far surpassed the previous Wind Shadow, Reto. The puppet techniques and magnetic release techniques that would later define Tsunade were all developed by him. One could assert that without Shaman, there would be no subsequent generations of Wind Shadows. Consequently, the pressure on the Konoha allied forces was immense. As the commander, Senju Tobarama needed to return to the battlefield swiftly. Li Jiexuan, I once misunderstood you, and for that, I offer my apologies. I will ensure that Director Maeda takes good care of you. Standing before Li Jiexuan's hospital bed, Senju Tobarama sincerely expressed his apologies, stating, As for the matter between you and Tsunade, I shall refrain from further inquiry. The promise of nurturing a young girl, as pledged by his grandfather, seemed overwhelmingly generous. Blinking in disbelief, Li Jiexuan, confined to his bed, struggled to comprehend the situation. Although he longed to leap up and embrace Senju Tobarama, he reminded himself of the professional decorum expected of a comatose individual. What is it you wish to say? Noticing Li Jiexuan's fervent blinking, Tobarama instinctively crouched down, leaning in to listen closely. Speak freely. The esteemed Hokage of Konoha, a man embodying both power and authority, was humbling himself before him. Li Jiexuan felt a surge of emotion, managing to utter, above all, do not venture to the land of lightning. Otherwise, your fate will be grim. Tobarama stood up, confusion and guilt etched across his face. It was evident that Li Jiexuan had yet to forgive him, even cursing him to a wretched demise in this moment of vulnerability. I am truly sorry. Tears welled in the corners of Tobarama's eyes. It was his lack of discernment that had delayed Li Jiexuan's well-being. With that, he shamefully covered his face and departed. Li Jiexuan lamented inwardly. Oh, second Hokage, dear brother. Tobarama, it was a misunderstanding indeed. Historically, Tobarama had met his end in the Land of Lightning, during negotiations with the Raikiri. The rebellion of Kin and Jin had led to the collapse of the Senju clan's two pillars. Konoha had transformed from a fading power into a dominant force, akin to the peculiar feeling of transitioning from a father to a brother. After some contemplation, a faint smile crept across Li Jiexuan's face. Yet, what did it matter to him? He was merely a comatose individual. As night deepened, the once lively hospital gradually descended into tranquility. Suddenly, the door to Li Jiexuan's room creaked open, revealing a glowing egg-like figure sneaking inside. Pray tell, could you refrain from being so secretive? Li Jiexuan observed the bald-headed director, who wore a mischievous expression and shook his head in resignation. With your mentality, how could you even contemplate embezzlement? Are you not afraid of losing your life to indulge in greed? My skills pale in comparison to yours, Li Go. On the path of corruption, you are like the luminous moon in the sky, while we, the decayed grass, can only gaze in admiration. My reverence for you is like the relentless flow of a river. Though lacking intellect, the bald-headed director had indeed honed his flattery to a remarkable degree. Enough, Li Jiexuan retorted, a cold smile gracing his lips. This is not embezzlement. I have merely bypassed the research phase to present the results of my labor. This is merely the fruit of legitimate toil. Indeed. The bald-headed director unhesitatingly gave a thumbs up. Truly, you are Li Gu. Your eloquence is unparalleled. Enough with the flattery. Li Jiexuan interjected. You seem oblivious to the discomfort it may cause. Excessive praise might lead to an unfortunate outcome. Narrowing his eyes, he quietly inquired, so, have you found the necessary individuals? Report, my dear brother. All the individuals have been meticulously gathered. They are undoubtedly professional actors. The bald-headed director emphatically slapped his ample bosom, declaring, if we say someone is crippled, they are indeed crippled. If we say they can run a marathon, they certainly can. Li Jiexuan nodded lightly, and after a moment's contemplation, he finally reacted. I asked you to find patients. We need to advertise and promote. Why have you sought out actors? The bald-headed director scratched his head in confusion. Are you suggesting we find a group of professional actors to impersonate patients? Then we. You fool. Li Jiexuan could no longer contain himself, springing up to deliver a slap to the director's head. Are you really so naive, believing the entire world shares your foolishness? The bald-headed director, looking quite aggrieved, scratched his head again. I thought this plan was flawless. Find me a genuine group of patients. Li Jiexuan chuckled. Once Fei Jin departs, it will be our time to perform. Good news, good news. The Konoha hospital has developed the miraculous cure-all potion. 1 bottle constitutes a full course of treatment. And you will see results with just 1 bottle. Whether you are suffering from a cold, fever, or general fatigue, simply drink a bottle, and you shall experience immediate rejuvenation. Now, let us witness the live report from our correspondent at the Cure-All Potion press conference. In front of the camera, 3 pristine white hospital beds were prominently displayed at the entrance of the hospital. The bald-headed director, beaming with delight, strolled amongst them while Li Jiexuan lay obediently on the last bed. Director Yamada, it has come to our attention that you have developed a miraculous potion that cures all ailments. Can you confirm the validity of this news? Before the news reporter, the bald-headed director maintained a dignified demeanor, nodding slightly. Indeed, the news is accurate. We are convening today for the unveiling of the cure-all. Upon hearing this, another reporter hastily inquired, is this cure-all potion genuine? It sounds rather exaggerated. Despite the skepticism, the bald-headed director remained unperturbed, smiling and nodding, as the saying goes. Knowledge is gained through experimentation. We will soon demonstrate the efficacy of the cure-all to all the villagers of Konoha. Please stay tuned. With that, the bald-headed director turned away with a smile. Shortly thereafter, he approached Li Jiexuan's bedside, feigning a patient examination by leaning down. Brotherly, everything is proceeding according to plan. Let us begin. Li Jiexuan nodded gently. Dear villagers, we have gathered here today to witness the miraculous effects of the cure-all. The bald-headed director cheerfully accepted 3 bottles of differently colored potions from the charming nurse with apple cheeks, a light green, a green, and a light red. These 3 potions represent the standard, deluxe, and supreme versions of the cure-all. The bald-headed director waved his hand with a smile. Now, let us observe the effects of these potions. The camera closely followed the bald-headed director as he moved to the first hospital bed. This patient was suffering from a high fever, with a constant stream of nasal discharge. The camera wisely zoomed in on the nasal discharge, and the bald-headed director nodded repeatedly. Recalling the previous monetary gift, now, let us administer the standard version of our cure-all. Gurgle, gurgle. The first patient swiftly consumed the potion. Immediately, a miraculous transformation occurred. The patient rose from the bed, free from headache, back pain, and even a runny nose. It was nothing short of miraculous. How much does this medicine cost? The patient inquired with astonishment. The bald-headed director smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, healing the sick is our duty. Discussing money feels rather foreign. Truly, a remarkable doctor. An angel in disguise. This is the future of Konoha's medical care. In that moment, praises showered upon the bald-headed director like delicate snowflakes. It's nothing. This is merely my responsibility, he replied as he walked towards the second bed with his hands clasped behind his back. This patient, exhausted and bedridden for several days due to muscle fatigue, would require at least a month of recovery if all went well. The director, smiling, produced a green potion and poured it into the patient's mouth. But if you consume our deluxe remedy for all ailments. Gurgle, gurgle. The green potion was swallowed, and a robust man stood up. He promptly picked up a dumbbell and began to exercise vigorously, as if he were the wind. A miracle. Truly unbelievable. I can continue writing, the elated patient exclaimed, dropping the dumbbell and eagerly grasping the keyboard. How much does this bottle of medicine cost? No matter the price, I'll repay you with my writing. Hearing this, the bald-headed director smiled enigmatically. Money is not the priority. What matters is the heart devoted to healing the sick. Did we develop this remedy to profit? He mournfully extended 3 fingers, declaring, we have spent 30 million taels solely on the research of this cure. Moreover, the most affordable bottle costs at least 10,000 taels to produce. The director turned away, his once robust figure appearing inexplicably diminished, a faint sadness tugging at the heartstrings. At that moment, the bitterness felt by the people of Konoha towards the high costs of medical care dissipated, replaced by profound guilt. It dawned upon them how noble the doctors truly are. They are not driven by wealth. They are solely focused on healing. Director, we have wronged you. Having garnered enough prestige, the bald-headed director turned contentedly and approached the last bed. This patient was none other than Li Jiexuan, the 2-year-old prodigy who had recently stirred the entire ninja world by slaying the Kazekage. The revelation elicited gasps of astonishment from all, while rumors had circulated. Hearing the confirmation was nonetheless shocking. A 2-year-old child from Konoha had single-handedly defeated the enemy's commander, the Kazekage of Tsunade. Bravo for Konoha, that despicable Tsunade. This is truly a moment of triumph. Li Jiexuan, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. The 2-year-old child was not spared either. The bald director, drenched in cold sweat, lamented. He had initially defeated his opponent, but due to a shameless ambush, he was left with a lifelong disability. Oh heavens! The crowd sighed in unison, mourning the unfortunate fate of Li Jiexuan. However, after several weeks of diligent research by our medical team, the bald director raised a vial of pale red potion triumphantly. We have finally developed the supreme remedy that cures all ailments. All eyes were drawn to the enchanting hue of this potion, reminiscent of refreshing watermelon juice. Until now, we possess only this singular supreme remedy. The bald director gently opened Li Jiexuan's mouth and administered the potion. Gulp, gulp. A miraculous scene unfolded. Li Jiexuan stood up as if he were an entirely normal person, rising from his sickbed. This was a moment of national jubilation, a pivotal turning point for Konoha. Truly a miracle. Oh my goodness, I am fainting. Everyone present was momentarily stunned, as the previous examples had left no room for doubt regarding the potion's authenticity. How much are these potions? I must buy them. Quick, give me the potion. At that moment, the bald director stepped forward, smiling as he nodded. The ordinary version is priced at 10,000 Ryo, the deluxe version at 100,000 Ryo, and the supreme version is currently out of stock, with a pre-sale price of 1 million Ryo. Upon hearing these prices, a hush fell over the crowd. The bald director was momentarily taken aback, pondering, is it too expensive? No, it is too inexpensive. Everyone present, and even those absent, went into a frenzy, brandishing wads of cash and shouting, I want a bottle. A bottle? I want 10 of each, the ordinary and deluxe versions. 10 bottles? I'll take the whole lot. Suddenly, a small voice piped up. ISNT 10,000 Ryo a bit steep for just curing a cold? As soon as the words left the speaker's lips, they were met with a chorus of derision. You pauper, if you can't afford it, keep your mouth shut. Didn't you hear the director say the cost was merely 10,000 Ryo? He isn't even trying to profit. Have you no conscience? Just the development of this medicine cost 30 million Ryo. If you think 10,000 is too much, you might as well go home and wait to die. In an instant, the one who dared to complain about the price became the target of public scorn, a grown man nearly brought to tears. The response to the all-cure potion was unprecedented. The crowd surrounded the bald director, insisting on shoving money into his hands. Director, you've worked so hard. Look at how your hair has thinned. He could not refuse. To do so would be to show disdain for them. Who could he possibly appeal to for reason? Witnessing this scene, Senju Tobarama on the other end of the television was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he the 30 million funding just approved? Are medical ninjas now this efficient? Senju Tobarama instinctively felt a twinge of skepticism, yet the ordinary and deluxe versions of the all-cure potion had already been delivered into his hands. After testing the efficacy, it surpassed even the impressive results shown on television. It appears that the entire situation is impeccably orchestrated. However, watching Li Jiexuan, who had just departed, spring back to life on the television screen, Senju Tobarama could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort within. He harbored a lingering suspicion that there was something amiss. Yet, in a swift moment of self-reprimand, Senju Tobarama chastised himself sharply. No, I must not be so narrow-minded. Li Jiexuan is a commendable young man. I must not harbor bias against him. Am I not a good Hokage? Once again, Senju Tobarama found himself engulfed in profound guilt. Undoubtedly, he is a commendable Hokage. As for the miraculous remedy, of course, there is an enigmatic twist. To put it simply, the ordinary remedy is merely a concoction of energy potions mixed with water. The deluxe version involves a more generous infusion of energy potions into water. The mixing ratio is approximately 1 bottle of energy potion to 100 bottles of the ordinary remedy, or 10 bottles of the deluxe remedy. Indeed, this is not about diluting the potion with water, but rather infusing the water with the potion. As for the supreme version, the singular vial of life potion has already been consumed by Li Jiexuan, leaving no room for even a diluted variant. Regarding the pale pink potion, one must admit, the cool, refreshing watermelon juice is rather delightful. The remedy for all ailments gained tremendous popularity, and the bald-headed director also soared to prominence. Li Jiexuan reaped substantial rewards, having utilized 10 bottles of energy potions to create the remedy, achieving a staggering sales volume of 10 million. All sold out in a single day. Even more astonishingly, on the black market, the price of a single ordinary remedy skyrocketed fivefold within a mere 5 hours, reaching 50,000 taels per bottle. The deluxe version escalated tenfold, priced at 100,000 taels per bottle. No bargaining allowed. There truly exists a market where goods are valued, yet scarce. The bald-headed director triumphed over a slew of handsome competitors, earning unanimous acclaim as Konoha's most beloved man in 12 years. He became a genuine sensation, truly in high demand. Now, wherever the bald-headed director goes, he is followed by a throng clamoring for remedies, almost bowing in reverence and dedication. Yet, the remedies have long since sold out. Before we procure any potions, let us first check on the previous patients. All the potions were acquired by Li Jiexuan. The bald-headed director could not produce even half a vial of the remedy himself. A crowd of people surrounded the bald-headed director as they entered Li Jiexuan's home. And before the director could utter a word, someone from the throng shouted, "Is Li Jiexuan home? Director Yamada is here to see you." Li Jiexuan emerged with a furrowed brow, his face adorned with an odd, dry smile. "What brings my savior here?" Upon seeing Li Jiexuan's expression, the bald-headed director panicked completely, hastily bellowing to disperse the crowd. "You all need to leave. My brother Li Jiexuan is a hero of Konoha, just recovering from a serious illness. Do not disturb his rest." After ushering everyone out, the bald-headed director's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. As he ingratiatingly served tea and offered to massage Li Jiexuan's shoulders and back. "Do you still recall what I once told you?" Li Jiexuan coldly chuckled, setting the tea aside and gripping the bald-headed director's neck. "It seems you have completely forgotten." "And no, I haven't forgotten," the bald-headed director hurriedly explained. "The medicine has simply run out. Those fellows were pressing me, and in a moment of excitement, He chuckled nervously. Li Jiexuan slammed the bald-headed director onto the ground, sneering, "I have told you before, do not come to me unless there is a special matter. Just because the medicine is sold out, you dare to approach me?" He pressed the tip of the grass weasel's sword against the director's throat, adding, "You must remember, everything you possess now is granted by me, and I can reclaim it at any moment if I so desire." "Why, yes." The bald-headed director nodded repeatedly, unable to articulate a complete sentence due to fear. "Get lost." With a flick of his wrist, Li Jiexuan left a deep gash on his leg with the grass weasel's sword. However, the bald-headed director was too preoccupied with escaping to acknowledge the pain, crawling away in haste. "Director, what happened to you? Did Li Jiexuan hurt you? Even if he is a hero of Konoha, he should not treat his benefactor in such a manner. The situation escalated when I was purchasing medicine." No. "I tripped and fell onto a pair of scissors," the bald-headed director said, forcing a bitter smile. This encounter with the sword had indeed awakened him to the reality of his position. He was merely a dog to Li Jiexuan and needed to recognize his place. Li Jiexuan scoffed dismissively. Such a lowly individual becomes arrogant after just a few days, unaware of the vastness of the world. If he is not regularly admonished, he will eventually turn against his master. However, if properly utilized, he can become a fierce and loyal hound. Li Jiexuan had indeed struck a substantial fortune. Selling the medicine yielded 10 million taels, and the performance fee amounted to another 20 million taels, totaling 30 million taels. Perhaps many are unaware of the significance of this sum. In Japanese yen, it approximates 6 billion yen. Converted to Chinese currency, it exceeds 300 million. Moreover, the completion of the 10 million tael novice task was finally achieved. Task completed. Reward, a novice treasure chest. This novice task had been prolonged for far too long. However, a bottle of energy potion was still a decent reward. Selling a cure-all could fetch 1 million. On a starless steep night, the bald-headed director stood before Li Jiexuan, astonished. "Li, are you planning to open a shop?" "Yes, I entrust this matter to you," replied Li Jiexuan, producing 100 bottles of the cure-all. "These 100 bottles will suffice for you for some time." Upon seeing the cure-all, the director's eyes glistened with greed. He had nearly despaired over those little bottles. The incessant demands from those seeking medicine had nearly driven him to madness. Yet he had no stock and dared not approach Li Jiexuan for more. "Leave this matter to me, rest assured," the bald-headed director boasted confidently, thumping his now ample chest. However, Li Jiexuan's thoughts had already shifted elsewhere. Task triggered, a nationally renowned shop. The system's prompt jolted Li Jiexuan to attention. After completing all novice tasks yesterday, he had awaited this new task with eager anticipation. Finally, it had appeared. Yet, the title of this task seemed rather peculiar. As Li Jiexuan was pondering deeply, The bald-headed director suddenly inquired, "By the way, Brother Li, what is the name of this establishment?" "Li Gang's little shop," Li Jiexuan instinctively replied, reminiscent of many couple-run shops from his previous life, where each partner would take a character from their names. However, inexplicably, Li Jiexuan felt that the name was rather peculiar. Li Gang? That sounded vaguely familiar. Yet, it was too late for regrets, as the mission system had already successfully recorded Li Gang's little shop as part of the task. Task details: make Li Gang's name resound throughout the land of fire. Task rewards: a high-level treasure chest, 1,000 points. The generous rewards ignited a spark of excitement in Li Jiexuan. Completing this task would bring him one step closer, by a millionth, to his dream of piloting a mecha in the world of Naruto. How exhilarating! He handed over the unnecessary ninja tools, including hide and scythe and a massive hammer crafted from steel, to the bald-headed director. After that, he completely set aside the task. After all, running a shop was not something that could be achieved overnight. He had already entrusted the reputation and products to the director. Now, all he needed to do was patiently await the results. Just as Li Jiexuan thought he had returned to a state of idleness, a sudden mission shattered the tranquility. Triggered task: the gold-eating infiltrator. Task details: the act of killing the wind shadow has angered the sand ninjas, and the gold-eating infiltrator has already posted a bounty. Survival is victory. Task rewards: 5,000 points. A bounty? Gold-eating? Several keywords danced in Li Jiexuan's mind, and a clear figure emerged. Kakuzu, that terrifying being who had survived the assassination of the First Hokage, possessing 5 hearts. He was known as the monster that shared the same lifespan as heaven and earth. Was he actually targeting him? Kakuzu was undoubtedly a powerhouse of the shadow level, but his true terror lay not only in his strength, but also in his prowess as an assassination specialist. For the sake of money, he would stop at nothing to kill. Few were those who could survive once he set his sights on them. However, Li Jiexuan merely shrugged dismissively. So what? Wasn't he still rather bored at the moment? Rather than worry about Kakuzu's elusive whereabouts, it would be more prudent to contemplate what he should do next. After killing the wind shadow, he could forget about returning to the battlefield of the Sand Village. The moment he made an appearance, thousands of ninjas would likely swarm him, overwhelming him with sheer numbers. In a village where almost no other shadow-level ninja could be found, spending all day playing nurturing games with Tsunade seemed far too indulgent. While Li Jiexuan was deep in thought, the bald-headed director suddenly smiled ingratiatingly and announced, "By the way, Brother Li, the injured comrades you mentioned earlier have returned. I've arranged them in the luxurious ward." Returned? Li Jiexuan's eyes brightened. Indeed, he still had teammates. Since there was nothing else to occupy his time, why not engage in some training with them? After all, if they were just a tad stronger, Li Jiexuan wouldn't have to care for them. Achu. At that moment, in the hospital room, Hinata Izu and his companion involuntarily sneezed in unison. Why do I have an ominous premonition? How refreshing. Hinata Izu stretched luxuriously, opened the window, and inhaled the fresh air, feeling utterly at ease. Ever since they were sent back to Konoha as injured soldiers, they had been assigned to a luxurious hospital room, each in their own space. And Hinata Izu was the one among them with the least severe injuries. Not only were there no battles to fight, but every day was filled with beautiful nurses checking in on them, living like deities. Wouldn't it be wonderful to stay here forever? Hinata Izu nodded unconsciously. Yes, I truly wish to live here for eternity. After a moment of daze, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Gazing out the window in surprise, who was just speaking? Yamada Jinshuan slowly emerged. Jinshuan, when did you become so fond of joking? Hinata Izu scratched his head in confusion, as Yamada Jinshuan was typically quite reserved. Yamada Jinshuan gently shook his head, indicating it wasn't him. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Hinata Izu raised an eyebrow in irritation. There's no one else here but the two of us. Just as he finished speaking, Li Jiexuan floated in slowly from outside the window, clenching his fist with a sinister grin. Izu, it seems you've been living too comfortably lately. Captain, prepare yourself. Li Jiexuan lunged towards Hinata Izu with a cold smile. 10 minutes later, with a bruised and battered face, Hinata Izu pitifully covered his wound. I'm still a patient. Must you lack such sympathy? Sympathy? Li Jiexuan frowned and sneered. Do you think that when Li Do comes knocking, he'll show any sympathy? With your current strength, can you keep up with me? Hearing this, Hinata Izu fell silent. In that battle, they hadn't been able to assist Li Jiexuan at all. They had almost become a burden to him. The very existence of a ninja team relies on the mutual support among its members. If the power disparity between two is too great, one day, they will inevitably be abandoned by Li Jiexuan. Just the thought of this made Hinata Izu grit his teeth. No matter what, he didn't want to be the one left behind. Seeing this, Li Jiexuan nodded in satisfaction. Only those who possess the desire for power are worthy of his investment. From any perspective, Hinata Izu is a promising investment. Do you seek power? Li Jiexuan extended his hand towards Hinata Izu. The strength to catch up with me? I do. Hinata Izu's eyes sparkled with fervor. Even if this power could cost you your life, would you still have no regrets? Li Jiexuan fixed his gaze on Hinata Izu, ready to withdraw his offer at the slightest hesitation. However, I have no regrets. Without a hint of doubt, Hinata Izu firmly grasped Li Jiexuan's hand, kneeling on one knee. I wish to follow you forever, unafraid even if it costs me my life. Ding. Ordinary achievement, the first follower. Reward, 200 points. When a being is willing to sacrifice their life to follow you, they are known as a follower. Character, Li Jiexuan. Title, Wind Shadow Assassin. Follower, Hinata Yashizumi, 69-100. With loyalty exceeding the 60-point threshold, he is willing to give his life for this cause. Until today, Li Jiexuan has finally won over Hinata Yashizumi completely. Excellent. Li Jiexuan smiled as he swiftly formed hand seals and gently struck Hinata Yashizumi's chest. Heavenly Curse Seal. Instantly, a 3-tomo Heavenly Curse Seal began to materialize on Hinata Yashizumi's frail chest. Upon the appearance of the seal, Hinata Yashizumi let out a piercing scream and collapsed. Ultimately, the Curse Seal is an alternative sage mode created by Orochimaru through the transformation of Reijin, akin to the trials of the White Snake Sage in the Dragon Cave. Not everyone can withstand such overwhelming natural power. Hinata Yashizumi cried out in agony, and his once pure white eyes began to dim. Clearly, his body was insufficient to support the influx of natural energy. Just when it seemed that the natural energy would overpower Hinata Yashizumi, Li Jiexuan produced a vial of energy potion and administered it to him. Gulp, gulp as the potion entered his system. Hinata Yashizumi regained his vigor and began to resist the Heavenly Curse Seal. 10 minutes later, the 3-tomo Heavenly Curse Seal gradually settled. Upon reopening his eyes, Hinata Yashizumi appeared transformed, his gaze brimming with confidence and strength. A single Curse Seal can reshape a life. If this power does not prove fatal, upon returning to Earth, it is likely that the world's richest individual would not be Gates or Buffett. Such is the power of the Curse Seal. An official cheat in the world of Naruto. Even the Chosen One, Sasuke, praised this mutated technology. Indeed, during the first battle at the Valley of the End, it was the Curse Seal that enabled Sasuke to defeat Naruto, who was possessed by the One Tail. From another perspective, the enhancement provided by the Curse Seal may be even more formidable than nurturing a Nine Tails. I am empowered. Hinata Yashizumi exhilaratedly felt the surge of potent energy coursing through his body. The Curse Seal offered a comprehensive enhancement. The power was intoxicating, and he could not help but harbor thoughts of unparalleled supremacy. Yet, he was ultimately a wise individual, not forgetting who bestowed this gift upon him. Captain Jie Xuan, these white eyes shall henceforth serve only you. Hinata Yashizumi vowed with a clenched fist, his loyalty soaring to 80. This signifies that his words are sincere. If a blade were to be thrust towards Li Jiexuan, he would undoubtedly leap to shield him without hesitation. Loyalty is indeed commendable. Yet even if thoughts and words do not align, as long as the Curse Seal remains, the one who casts it could eliminate Hinata Yashizumi with but a mere thought. Not everyone possesses the good fortune of Sasuke, who had an overprotective brother watching over him. Nonetheless, the enhancement to strength provided by the Curse Seal is undeniably evident. Hinata Yasuzu's prowess soared from a mere genin to the level of an elite chunin. With further diligence, the amalgamation of the second stage of the Curse Seal and the Byakugan could potentially surpass Kakashi's record as a jonin. Having resolved Yasuzu's strength issues, Li Jiexuan turned his gaze towards Yamada Shinobu. Would you care to join us? Li Jiexuan had always held Yamada Shinobu in high regard. Not only was his medical ninjutsu formidable, but he was also remarkably astute and sensible in his dealings. It was no wonder he was the one specially summoned by the First Hokage. However, given Yamada's role as a medical ninja, Li Jiexuan was uncertain if he harbored an intense desire for power. After all, this was a gamble with one's life at stake. Even with energy potions, Li Jiexuan could not guarantee 100% survival. Unexpectedly, Yamada's reaction was beyond Li Jiexuan's expectations. He did not refuse, but exhibited a calm curiosity rather than fervent enthusiasm. It was as if an earnest villager from the mountains had been tempted by an encounter with a salon attendant in the city. Li Jiexuan was not one to hesitate. He continued with the heavenly curse seal. The more he employed the heavenly curse seal, the more options he would have for retreat, especially since the sage chakra was paid for by the white snake sage. However, to Li Jiexuan's astonishment, after Yamada Shinobu was afflicted by the cursed seal, he remained unscathed, tranquil as a secluded lake nestled in the mountains. Was it successful? Hinata Yazuzu stared wide-eyed in confusion. He had previously endured excruciating torment, feeling as though his body was on the verge of collapse every second, a memory he would never forget. Yet, it was indeed a success. Yamada Shinobu chuckled softly, extending his arm as the cursed seal's runes spread across his body, his strength and aura surging impressively. Hinata Yazuzu was dumbfounded. Both he and Yamada were individuals who followed Li Jiexuan, yet the disparity in their experiences was staggering. While he had to struggle desperately, Yamada seemed to have enjoyed the process as if savoring a piece of candy. What slightly furrowed Li Jiexuan's brow was that Yamada had not become his devoted follower. This indicated that Yamada did not share the same loyalty as Hinata Yazuzu. Strangely, Li Jiexuan's system received an inexplicable notification. Ding. Senju Hashirama's affinity towards you has increased. What was this about? Li Jiexuan scratched his head in bewilderment. Why would that old monster, Senju Hashirama, suddenly acknowledge him? After some reflection, he could only surmise that Tsunade had spoken highly of him in Hashirama's presence. Yet, could a Hokage truly be swayed by mere praises from his granddaughter? After contemplating this, Li Jiexuan burst into laughter. Other Hokages might not, but for Senju Hashirama, who knows? After all, among all Hokages, he was the most irreverent in existence. Just then, Tsunade's voice resounded abruptly. Jiraiya, stop right there. Her furious roar echoed throughout the hospital. If you dare disturb Jiexuan-kun, I will kill you. The people in the ward fell silent, pondering who was truly more disruptive. With a sudden creak, the door to the hospital room was flung open, and a wild-haired youth burst in. Li Jiexuan, I challenge you. The unexpected challenge left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Challenge me? Li Jiexuan gazed at Jiraiya with a look of confusion, utterly perplexed by this peculiar behavior. I believe you are utterly unworthy of Tsunade. Jiraiya shouted with indignation. You don't truly love her. Your time with her pales in comparison to mine. Before he could finish, Tsunade stormed in, delivering a swift kick that sent Jiraiya flying. Orochimaru followed her coldly. The inertia of history proved to be powerful, and in the end, the three of them became friends. Jiexuan, don't mind that fool, Tsunade said. Grasping Li Jiexuan's arm in a flurry, I've merely been feeling down lately. Hearing this, Li Jiexuan felt a slight sense of relief. Men often harbor reservations toward the color green. However, before Tsunade could finish her thought, Jiraiya rose, shouting at Li Jiexuan, if you truly love her, why haven't you visited her in so many days? At this, Li Jiexuan involuntarily furrowed his brow. He had been preoccupied with acting and managing his shop, indeed neglecting Tsunade. It was my oversight. Li Jiexuan gently pulled Tsunade into an embrace, speaking softly, I opened a small shop, named after the two of us. A wave of happiness washed over him. Tsunade shook her head gently. I know you are busy. My mood isn't solely because of that. Yet, before she could elaborate, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself. I challenge you. He bellowed, his frustration reaching its peak. From the moment he laid eyes on Tsunade, he had been resolute in his affections. However, he had never anticipated that Li Jiexuan would seize the opportunity first. Later, when Li Jiexuan went to the battlefield, Jiraiya feared he would not return. But Tsunade declared, he will come back. I will wait for him. Faced with this scene, Jiraiya could only grit his teeth in silence. After Li Jiexuan vanquished the Kazekage and lay in a comatose state in the hospital, Jiraiya thought his chance had finally arrived. However, Tsunade insisted, he will recover. I will always wait for him. During that period, Tsunade was enveloped in a fog of despair, devoid of energy. Jiraiya witnessed her suffering, pained in his heart. Why would you rather wait for a comatose man than give me a chance? Yet, he could not storm into the hospital to challenge a man in such a state. Even as a backup, Jiraiya maintained his moral integrity. Days later, Li Jiexuan miraculously regained his health, and Tsunade finally emerged from her melancholic state. Though his heart ached, seeing Tsunade smile eased much of Jiraiya's anger. However, days passed without Li Jiexuan's presence. Tsunade fell into sorrow once more. This is intolerable, Jiraiya exclaimed, drawing out a kunai in fury. A woman as wonderful as Tsunade, and you fail to cherish her. You are unworthy of her. It must be said that Jiraiya in his childhood was far more manly than the version portrayed in the anime. At the very least, he had the audacity to express his love aloud. Unfortunately, Li Jiexuan had no intention of retreating either. Perhaps it was destined that Jiraiya would be a tragic figure in matters of love. Mission triggered, Love Defense War. Mission content, only the strong deserve Tsunade. Defeat Jiraiya and prove your superiority in every aspect. Mission reward, 100 points and a discount coupon of 20%. Since you have initiated the challenge, let it be as you desire. Li Jiexuan immediately activated his Dragon Sage mode and the first gate of the 8 gates. His formidable sage chakra soaring into the heavens as he regarded Jiraiya with a cold, godlike demeanor. The captain, Hinata Izu, gasped in astonishment. How can one be so serious when facing a mere 3-year-old child? Beside him, Yamada Shinji suddenly interjected. Don't forget, he is merely a 2-year-old child as well. Hinata Izu suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, while the captain's power and presence far exceed that of most adults, when one truly considers it, he is still only 2 years old. Truly a monster. Li Jiexuan quietly savored this long-lost power, nodding earnestly. Legendary Jiraiya, let me witness your strength. Suspended in midair in Dragon Sage mode, Li Jiexuan exuded a divine majesty. In a corner, Orochimaru unexpectedly urged, Jiraiya, give up. You are no match for Li Jiexuan. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya clenched his teeth defiantly. I will never give up. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Jiraiya charged at Li Jiexuan. His kunai aimed straight for Li Jiexuan's throat, the sharp blade signifying Jiraiya's determination. However, clang. The crisp sound of metal striking metal left Jiraiya momentarily stunned. The sharp kunai collided fiercely against the scales on Li Jiexuan's neck, and no matter how hard Jiraiya exerted himself, he could not pierce through the defenses of the scales. The disparity in strength was far too great. Jiraiya was not originally a genius ninja. It was only after entering Miyaboka Mountain that he gradually became powerful. With Li Jiexuan's current strength, even standing still to allow Jiraiya to attack would be futile. Li Jiexuan extended 2 fingers, gently pinching the kunai. And with a mere flick of his wrist, he snapped the sturdy weapon in half. You are too weak. While speaking, Li Jiexuan lightly delivered a punch, sending Jiraiya flying until he crashed through 2 walls before finally halting. Puffed. Jiraiya violently coughed up blood, as that single punch had shattered 4 of his ribs. Give up. You are no match for Li Jiexuan. I will never concede. Even if I cannot defeat you now, one day I shall surpass you. Jiraiya roared defiantly, unfazed by the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru shook his head helplessly. Only he, who had previously faced Li Jiexuan, understood how rapidly his progress had been. Last time, he had only managed to defeat him with the aid of a healing technique. However, at this moment, even if he puts forth the effort, the outcome is likely to be no different from that of Jiraiya. Such stubbornness is truly baffling. Li Jiexuan harbors a profound disdain for this baseless confidence. Out of respect for Jiraiya's heroic legacy, Li Jiexuan has chosen to confront him with his utmost strength. Yet, this unfounded self-assurance seems to trample upon Li Jiexuan's reverence. A persistence devoid of power is as repugnant as chewing gum. No matter how willful one may be, one must confront reality. With a fierce punch, Li Jiexuan drove Jiraiya's entire chest inward. Nevertheless, even after this, Tsunade did not spare Jiraiya a single glance. Love is akin to the bond between Sakura Haruno and Naruto. No matter how much Naruto does, he cannot alter her affections. Blood trickled from the corner of Jiraiya's mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Fortunately, they were in a hospital, thus his life was not in jeopardy. Yet, it seemed he would be confined to the hospital for several months. With Jiraiya dealt with, Tsunade finally expressed her sorrow. Senju Tobirama has been injured. The Sand Sennin, led by hundreds of sand shinobi, had laid an ambush. Had it not been for Senju Tobirama's flying thunder god technique, he surely would have met his demise. Originally, Konoha's strength far surpassed that of Tsunade, yet due to the forefront war, Konoha's forces were too dispersed, even though the other 3 shinobi villages had not initiated large-scale warfare. The Konoha allied forces at the Wind Country's border struggled to withstand the full might of the Sand Shinobi. Recently, Second Grandpa expressed his intention to venture to the Land of Lightning, for if negotiations with the Cloud Shinobi proved successful, the withdrawn forces would be sufficient to vanquish the Sand Shinobi. Tsunade furrowed her brow, shaking her head in concern, but for some reason, I cannot shake this feeling of unease. The land of lightning, the cloud shinobi. Li Jiexuan instinctively tightened his brow, astonished that Senju Tobarama had perished so early. Barely 13 years into the existence of Konoha. In this matter, the influence of individual strength was minuscule. For the greater good, no one could impede the progress of negotiations. Meanwhile, the powerful duo of Qin and Jin, relying on the chakra of the Nine Tails and the legendary tools of the Sage of Six Paths, wreaked havoc. In this era, it was nearly insurmountable. The deaths of the second Raikiri and the second Hokage serve as the most compelling evidence. Such power cannot be resisted by mere mortal efforts. I can only hope that second Grandpa remains unharmed. Ding. Main quest activated. Save Senju Tobarama. Quest details. A damsel weeps, a hero cannot bear to witness. As Tsunade's boyfriend, it is your duty and obligation to rescue Senju Tobarama. Quest completion reward. 100,000 points, 1 shadow-level treasure chest. Quest failure penalty. Randomly forfeit 1A rank or higher ninjutsu. Li Jiexuan was taken aback. What is this? A main quest? More importantly, with Li Jiexuan's current struggle to fight, what could he possibly use to confront the formidable Qin and Jin? Endowed with their immense equipment buffs and superior strength? Instantly, Li Jiexuan felt an overwhelming pressure. To save Senju Tobarama appeared to be an utterly impossible task. Yet, a 2-year-old child slaying the Kazekage was similarly deemed impossible. Li Jiexuan naturally could not give up without even trying. Not to mention his dedication to Tsunade. He could not accept the punishment for failing his mission. He possessed only 3 high-level ninjutsu, Raikiri, the immortality technique, and the 8 gates of Duenjia, each one critical to his success. Tsunade, do you know when they will negotiate? Li Jiexuan furrowed his brows, given his current strength. Stopping the Gold and Silver Brothers seemed overly ambitious. He needed time, approximately 30 days. Li Jiexuan nodded gently. If that is the case, we should still have enough time. What? Tsunade's eyes widened in confusion. Rest assured, I will not allow Senju Tobarama to abandon you. Li Jiexuan chuckled as he pulled Tsunade closer. I promise to bring him back alive. Yamamoto Jie Xuan, standing nearby, could not help but frown. Are we returning to the battlefield? The sand ninjas will not let you off easily. At this remark, Li Jiexuan scoffed dismissively. I have no interest in playing in the sand with those fools. If it weren't for Might Duy, he would prefer to remain in Konoha and develop at a leisurely pace rather than engage in life-and-death struggles at the border. What then? Yamamoto Jie Xuan's eyes widened in perplexity. We're going fishing. Li Jiexuan grinned. Fishing? Yamamoto Jie Xuan's confusion deepened. With an enigmatic smile, Li Jiexuan replied, using myself as bait, I will catch a golden fish. 3 days later, Li Jiexuan and his companions arrived at the border between Konoha and the Cloud Ninja. Bring forth the finest food and drink. Li Jiexuan lounged on a sofa in the tavern, roaring with laughter. Yet, the awkwardness lay in the fact that the others took his words as mere jest. Even the serving maid teased, little darling. It's too early for you to be in a place like this. Go next door and buy a glass of milk. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan glared defiantly. Woman. What did you say? You were playing with fire. Beside him, the flamboyantly dressed Hyuga abruptly stood up. Mind your words. Do you know who this esteemed gentleman is? Before the woman could respond, Yamamoto Jie Xuan, clad in black, coldly smirked and introduced, this is Lord Li Jiexuan, who single-handedly killed the Wind Shadow, Raitu. At this proclamation, the entire tavern fell silent, only to then erupt into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha. I say, you lot, at least try to act convincingly. He is a ninja from Konoha. How could he possibly come to our hidden cloud village after slaying the Wind Shadow? Furthermore, why would such a prominent figure visit a small establishment like this? Hearing this, Li Jiexuan sneered, what a bunch of ignorant fools. If I could slay Raitu, there is no place in this world I cannot go. Yet, no matter how Li Jiexuan argued, the patrons of the tavern only continued to laugh, dismissing him as delusional. However, there were a few keen observers who noticed something amiss. Shortly thereafter, several men and women stealthily exited the tavern. Seeing this, Li Jiexuan grinned widely, took out 100,000 ryo, and stormed out. This place is dull. Let us go to the next tavern. Upon witnessing Li Jiexuan's extravagant display, many were momentarily taken aback, murmuring to themselves, could this fellow truly be of genuine caliber? In a fleeting moment, an array of peculiar rumors began to circulate throughout the Land of Thunder. Simultaneously, in the dimly lit sewers of the Land of Fire, a man cloaked in a hood furrowed his brow, tearing the intelligence report into shreds. He has ventured to the land of thunder. This makes my search quite arduous. At a lavish establishment known as the Wine Pool and Meat Forest, the sounds of revelry intermittently seep through the cracks of the door. Ha ha ha, another drink. Li Jiexuan reclined languidly on the laps of two young ladies, brandishing a fistful of silver coins, exclaiming, "Serve me well, and generous rewards shall follow." Standing nearby, Hinata Yoshizu scratched his head with concern. Their hedonistic lifestyle has persisted for over 20 days. At this rate, they may not only be ill-prepared for battle, but unable to even stand upright. Do not wear such a serious demeanor, Yoshizu. Li Jiexuan, seemingly intoxicated, chuckled with a flushed face. When one comes out to play, joy is paramount. Let us find a few more sisters to revel with. Sisters? Hinata Yoshizu could not help but scoff. There are no sisters here. Some of these women are old enough to be their mothers. How utterly devoid of taste. Li Jiexuan waved dismissively, turning to Nestle back into the embrace of several beauties. Pay him no mind. Let us continue to enjoy ourselves. Ha ha. Observing this, Hinata Yoshizu cautiously leaned towards Yamada Shinsuke, expressing his grave concern. Shinsuke, what shall we do about this? Yamada Shinsuke raised an inquisitive eyebrow. What is there to worry about? Captain Jiexuan is merely indulging in pleasure. As Shinsuke appeared unfazed, Yoshizu felt his anxiety mounting. Was this so-called special mission merely a cross-border escapade of debauchery? To his surprise, Shinsuke simply smiled and shook his head gently. The captain knows precisely what he is doing. We must wait quietly. Yoshizu was momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended for Shinsuke to help convince Li Jiexuan, but was met with such an answer. Wait for what? Could indulging in pleasures elevate one's ninjutsu prowess? As the sun dipped below the horizon, yet another day of extravagance came to a close. Li Jiexuan stumbled from his indulgences. Tossing $1 million on the table, daily settlements are such a bother. I shall prepay 10 million. Young Master Li is indeed generous. Master Li, 666. Just remember to order for me next time. I go by Little Peach Blossom. Li Jiexuan chuckled as he departed, swaying unsteadily, but fortunately, Hinata Yoshizu swiftly caught him in his arms. Laughter erupted throughout the establishment, with the previously introduced Little Peach Blossom teasingly remarking, "The Master Li is young. He is quite convenient when inebriated, easily carried away. Where else can one find such a young lad indulging in pleasures? Most at his age are likely just weaning." Hinata Yoshizu chuckled awkwardly as the group exited the establishment. Ah, this young Master Li truly knows how to spin lavishly. Xiao Taohong smiled as she retrieved a generous tip of several thousand taels from her magnificent seam, aside from the sitting fee. The tips amounted to several tens of thousands of taels. Her sisters beside her chattered excitedly about their earnings for the day. I received 5,000. I received 10,000. I received 15,000. In recent days, their earnings had surpassed what they typically made in half a year. Xiao Taohong smiled as she tucked away the money, her cherry lips parting in hopeful anticipation. I hope he will choose me again tomorrow. He won't be coming tomorrow. Suddenly, the madam of the establishment emerged from the shadows, a look of disdain etched on her face. Tuba has set his sights on these little ones. Tuba? At the mere mention of that name, Xiao Taohong involuntarily trembled. Tuba was a notorious bandit, renowned far and wide, possessing strength equivalent to that of a mid-level ninja, accompanied by a cadre of ninjas who thrived on plunder and pillage. Had these little ones truly attracted the attention of Tuba? A flicker of compassion crossed Xiao Taohong's eyes. She wanted to do something, yet felt utterly powerless. Observing this, the madam shook her head with a mocking smile. Xiao Taohong, kindness has no place in this world, for this world is shrouded in darkness. Gurgle, I want to drink more. Stepping out of the establishment, even in the embrace of Hinata Izu, Li Jiexuan was restless. He turned over, spewing a mouthful of foulness onto Hinata Izu's face, drenching him like a drowned rat. For heaven's sake, this is my last piece of clothing. Hinata Izu sighed in resignation. For days, Li Jiexuan had made it a habit to stain him, leaving him nearly bare when stepping outside. If you can't drink, then don't drink. Hinata Izu passed Li Jiexuan to Yamada Shin, reluctantly shedding his clothing, revealing his fair and delicate skin that glimmered in the air. The cold wind swept through, causing Hinata Izu to shiver. So cold. Before his words could fade, the window by the street slammed shut with a loud bang. Upon turning back, the sound of doors closing resonated. Even the door of the previous establishment was firmly shut. In mere seconds, every shop along the street had closed its doors. What is happening? Hinata Izu's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this merely a test? Li Jiexuan slightly lifted his eyes, then gently closed them again. The person he awaited had yet to appear. But just as Li Jiexuan shut his eyes, a sharp shuriken shot forth from the shadows of the street corner, aimed directly at his throat. Yet, Li Jiexuan remained motionless, as if truly intoxicated, even belching twice. Clang. Yamada Shin deflected the shuriken with a kunai. Dozens of ninjas dressed as bandits emerged from the various corners of the street. The leading bandit stood an imposing 2 meters tall, his robust physique rendering him as intimidating as a small mountain. Who are you? Hinata Izu stretched out his hand, shielding Li Jiexuan and Yamada Shin behind him. Protecting Li Jiexuan was a given, and safeguarding the medical ninja was a strategy Li Jiexuan had long since determined. Us? The leading giant let out a hearty laugh, crashing the colossal 3-meter-long wolf fang club onto the ground, triggering a minor earthquake. You fool, do you not recognize me? The great Tuba? Tuba guffawed, mistaking the shirtless Hinata Izu for a male escort from a lavish establishment. Step aside quickly, you are obstructing my path to wealth. I shall eliminate you as well. Tuba's minions jeered as they advanced menacingly towards Hinata Izu. Fool. Hinata Izu's face flushed crimson, ready to retaliate. Izu, do not act impulsively. We must escape the town first. Yamada Shinju swiftly launched over a dozen shurikens, creating a small opening. You shall not escape. Countless throwing weapons rained down upon Li Jiexuan. Reversal. The faint blue chakra of the reversal technique deflected all the thrown weapons, and by the time the technique dissipated, Yamada Shinju had already slipped away from the encirclement. Reversal? Wide eyes. Tuba's eyes widened in shock. Is this the Byakugan? A descendant of the Hyuga clan from Konoha? To his surprise, Tuba demonstrated some discernment. In truth, Tuba was originally a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village, but he turned into a bandit after fleeing during wartime. His recognition of the Byakugan only fueled his excitement further. Not to mention, a pair of Byakugan could fetch an astounding 30 million in the black market. Li Jiexuan, having a Hyuga ninja as a protector, might indeed be the prodigy who killed the Kazekage at the tender age of 2. This was the real deal. A lightning bolt of realization struck Tuba's mind. The bounty for this man's head reached a staggering 30 billion in the black market. 30 billion! Tuba swallowed hard. If he could pull off this score, he could establish a small nation and crown himself king. Pursue them. Do not let them escape. Tuba had gone completely mad, disregarding the rumors of Li Jiexuan slaying the Kazekage. Ridiculous. A 2-year-old could not possibly kill the Kazekage. It had to be mere hype. This 30 billion was his for the taking. Outside the desolate town, the cold wind howled fiercely. Yet, Hinata Izu's heart burned with fervor. At last, is it here? Ever since acquiring the cursed seal, after waiting so many days, Hinata Izu finally had a stage to showcase his abilities. As for the one who called him a fool, he had now firmly placed him on his kill list. Ding. Task triggered. Eliminate the bandits. Task details. Tuba and his gang are notorious for their heinous acts, having committed countless murders. It is the duty of every Konoha ninja to eradicate this band of outlaws. Task rewards. Killing the bandit leader Tuba rewards a basic treasure chest and 100 points. Eradicating the entire band grants a medium treasure chest and 500 points. Li Jiexuan raised an eyebrow, showing no sign of being swayed. Such paltry rewards were insufficient to stir his interest. Only by enduring solitude could one reel in the big fish. Taking a deep breath, Hinata Izu slowly halted, positioning himself to shield Yamada Shinju and Li Jiexuan behind him. Shinju, you and Captain Li Jiexuan stay hidden. I will swiftly deal with them. At this moment, Tuba and his companions also caught up. You, Duck, have quite the audacity. Hinata Izu could not help but feel his veins throb. As he activated his Byakugan, Gentle Fist Technique, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata Izu transformed into a streak of light, charging directly into the bandit group. Faced with the swiftness of Hinata Izu, an elite Chunin, these ordinary bandits were unable to react in time and fell one by one to his 8 trigrams palm. With a mere light touch, the chakra within the 8 trigrams would obliterate the opponent's meridians. With a bit more force, even the internal organs could be destroyed. Against these despicable bandits, Hinata Izu showed no mercy. Within just a minute, the original horde of over 100 had dwindled to merely 10. Such is the chasm that separates ninjas from ordinary folk. Huff. Hinata Izu panted slightly. The remaining 10 possessed chakra, and while they were not true ninjas, they were not easily dispatched either. Boss, this is quite a predicament. These 10 were Tuba's trusted subordinates, who had been diligently trained in chakra over the years, yielding some results. Charge. Even if it costs us our lives, we must bring him down. Although his subordinates were inclined to retreat, Tu Ba remained unfazed. To nurture soldiers for 1,000 days, yet utilize them in a single moment, Tu Ba cared little for the lives of his men. As long as he subdued this Byakugan brat, his grand ambitions would soon be realized. Reluctantly, the remaining 10 gritted their teeth and charged at him. Brat, perish. Earth release, earth needle. Water release, water gun. Fire release, fire tongue. In an instant, more than 10 E-rank ninjutsu surged towards Hinata Izu like a tide. How ludicrous. Hinata Izu scoffed disdainfully. You lot dare to call yourselves ninjas? 8 trigrams palm. Heavenly return. Hinata Izu began to spin, and he spun faster. Aside from heavenly return, did the Hinata clan possess any other formidable techniques? Li Jiexuan pondered for a moment and could not help but smirk. It seemed there really were none. Spinning and leaping, I closed my eyes. Hinata Izu reveled in the abundant chakra bestowed by the cursed seal, allowing him to continue his rotation. However, earth release, earth armor. Tu Ba swung his spiked club fiercely against the ground, and the earth instantaneously enveloped him, forming a layer of hard earthen armor. Ha! Tu Ba laughed heartily as he bypassed the spinning Hinata Izu, raising his spiked club to strike down upon Li Jiexuan. What a fool, Hinata Izu. Li Jiexuan could not help but sneer. This guy had become so absorbed in his spinning that he had allowed Tu Ba to approach. The enormous spiked club descended violently, and Yamashita Shun stood frozen in place, clutching the drunken Li Jiexuan as if paralyzed by fear. The club drew nearer, poised to turn Li Jiexuan and Yamashita Shun into a pulpy mess. Tu Ba grinned widely. He could already envision the scene of Li Jiexuan's tragic demise. Truly delightful. 30 billion would be so easily within his grasp. However, a monstrous arm suddenly emerged, gripping Tu Ba's arm with an unyielding force that resisted his every attempt to break free. Who dares to touch our captain? With a sinister grin, Hinata Izu, adorned with a pair of menacing wings, declared, This place is now under my dominion. In my domain, you must heed my command. The second phase of the cursed seal transforms Hyuga Izuwa into a demon. His once pale and slender arms now manifest as grotesque and powerful appendages. The fearsome wings of the demon flutter ominously behind him, stirring tiny whirlwinds in their wake. What manner of creature is this? Tuoba's eyes widened in astonishment as he swung his other arm forcefully towards Hyuga Izuwa. With a resounding slap, a colossal demonic hand ensnared Tuoba's palm, rendering his struggles futile. Now let us commence the spinning. It seemed Hyuga Izuwa had become enamored with the act of rotation, gripping Tuoba's arms tightly and whirling around manically. Damn it! Let me go. The overwhelming centrifugal force induced a violent sense of nausea, making Tuoba feel as though his heart might erupt from his chest. Oh, as you wish. Hyuga Izuwa abruptly released his grip, sending Tuoba hurtling towards the ground at a staggering speed of 500 kilometers per hour. The impact was catastrophic. The earthen armor that adorned Tuoba's body offered no protection against such overwhelming force. His neck grotesquely contorted, and his spine shattered, leaving him lifeless and beyond recovery. Ultimately, he was but a ninja fallen into the clutches of bandits, his strength woefully inadequate. After vanquishing all foes, Hyuga Izuwa, hands on hips, erupted into triumphant laughter. Indeed, I am formidable. These wretches were never my match. Yet, before his words could fade, the ground erupted, and a dark, octopus-like tentacle seized his ankle. Emerging from the shadows of the rocks was a man clad in black, his face obscured by a masked Taki ninja, marked by a scar of betrayal upon his forehead. At last, the monstrous predator, Kakuzu, had taken the bait. Witnessing this, Li Jiexuan could not suppress a sinister grin as the tasks within the system subtly shifted. Triggered task. The hunt for Kakuzu task details. Escape the clutches of Kakuzu's subordinates. Survival is victory. Task reward, 5,000 points. Merely escaping would yield 5,000 points. Yet what if you were to slay him? Li Jiexuan's eyes narrowed with intent. Triggered task. The end of immortality. Epic task. Task details. Eliminate the legendary immortal Kakuzu. Task reward. 50,000 points. 1 shadow-level treasure chest. Li Jiexuan had awaited in this place for countless days, all for the bounty on this immortal, gold-consuming beast. 50,000 points and a shadow-level treasure chest would be sufficient to elevate him to an even higher echelon of power. What is this creature? As Li Jiexuan pondered, Hyuga Izuwa instinctively reached towards the earth's vengeful tentacle that had ensnared his ankle. No. Before Li Jiexuan could voice his protest, the foolish Hyuga Izuwa found his arm ensnared by the tentacle once more. The earth grievance technique, the most formidable secret art of the Taki ninja village, rendered escape nearly impossible for those ensnared. Ha ha ha. Kakuzu's chilling laughter sent shivers down the spine. With this, you shall not evade your fate. Wind release, pressure damage. As a bounty hunter, Kakuzu was not like other blabbering contenders. He seized every opportunity with unhesitating resolve, without the need for seals. The wind attribute mask moved as if it were a living creature, lunging towards Kakuzu's chest and unleashing a colossal tornado with astonishing penetrating power. The terrifying whirlwind swept away everything in its path, even piercing through solid rock. It was over. Hyuga Yasushi found himself ensnared by the cursed spirit, unable to extricate himself in time. If struck by this move, his demise was certain. Just as despair engulfed him, a diminutive figure suddenly materialized before him. See, Hai Su. Earth release, earthen wall. Within less than half a second, a formidable stone barrier erupted, steadfastly holding back the menacing tornado outside. Captain. Hyuga Yasushi was on the verge of tears, clutching Li Jiexuan's leg and wailing, I thought I was done for. Woo-woo. Poor Hyuga Yasushi, having savored power for scarcely 5 seconds, was swiftly returned to his former state. Li Jiexuan contemptuously kicked Hyuga Yasushi away, scoffing, What are you crying for, you big man? How disgraceful. Yet, he truly felt fear. This was the first time Hyuga Yasushi faced death so closely. Get lost. Don't even think about being my teammate again. With a swift kick, Li Jiexuan sent Hyuga Yasushi flying, and at that moment, the earthen wall behind him crumbled with a thunderous crash. It was then that Li Jiexuan finally faced Kakuzu in earnest. Kakuzu. Li Jiexuan narrowed his eyes and sneered, You couldn't resist, could you? Willingly using himself and Hyuga Yasushi as bait, he had prepared meticulously to lure out this insatiable beast. Do you know me? Kakuzu furrowed his brows, stealthily retracting the cursed spirit he had previously embedded underground. Of course I do, the formidable ninja who survived an encounter with the first generation. Li Jiexuan replied with a smile, activating both the Dragon Sage mode and the 8 gates. The legendary immortal creature said to be as eternal as heaven and earth. Although they appeared to be exchanging pleasantries, both Li Jiexuan and Kakuzu were covertly searching for each other's weaknesses. Unfortunately, neither could find an opportune moment to strike. Impeccable. This was Li Jiexuan's assessment of Kakuzu. The cursed spirit amplified Kakuzu's already formidable physical prowess, making his tentacled punches even more powerful than sheer brute strength. Moreover, the other 4 masks each represented different chakra attributes. Whether in physical or ninjutsu, there were no flaws to exploit. Kakuzu, too, felt a surge of alarm. Both the Dragon Sage mode and the 8 gates provided comprehensive enhancements to ninjutsu, and in terms of chakra and strength, Li Jiexuan was certainly on par with him. Ultimately, it was Kakuzu who could not contain his impatience and took the initiative. Water release, water curtain jutsu. A massive curtain of water surged towards Li Jiexuan. Although it seemed devoid of lethality, its oppressive force was undeniable. Li Jiexuan deftly evaded, as such an attack was far too rudimentary for him. With his speed, the water curtain could accomplish nothing more than dampening the ground. Water release, water curtain jutsu. Yet, Kakuzu relentlessly unleashed the water curtain, compelling Li Jiexuan to continuously dodge. 10 minutes later, did this fellow possess limitless chakra? The colossal water curtain continued to erupt from Kakuzu, while Hinata Yasuki stood at a distance. Utterly astonished, truly a monster. Merely in the cursed seal state too, he had lost all combat capability. In comparison to Kakuzu, he suddenly realized just how feeble his previously proud strength was. It was about time. Kakuzu nodded silently, transforming this land into a marshland, and thus, his plan would. However, before he could make a move, Li Jiexuan suddenly laughed heartily. Indeed, it is time. Kakuzu widened his eyes in confusion. Why did this guy steal my line? Shinmoucho. Li Jiexuan grinned wickedly. Dragon Thunder Cut. The terrifying pale white lightning danced in Li Jiexuan's palms, the chakra contained within causing the world to dim, as if the entire universe had turned into a silent film set. So Navi. Kakuzu sneered, stepping firmly on the ground. At such a distance, he could easily evade. This Dragon Thunder Cut, while powerful, is merely a joke if it fails to strike its target. Yet at that moment, Li Jiexuan inexplicably began to laugh. Kakuzu's pupils constricted sharply, instinctively sensing danger. However, it was all too late. Li Jiexuan grinned malevolently, abruptly redirecting his palms and thrusting the Dragon Thunder serpent forcefully into the ground. Kakuzu, You are the one who is Tsunade, Dragon Thunder Cut. The horrifying white lightning erupted violently, and in an instant, the terrifying current coursed through the pooled water on the ground, transforming the entire land into a tempestuous sea of thunder. Thunder danced wildly, as countless terrifying white lightning serpents flickered in the heavens and earth, striking fear into the hearts of all. Yet, amidst this chaos, one figure strolled with ease. Li Jiexuan advanced like a thunder god, approaching the paralyzed Kakuzu. I know you intended to use lightning release, false dark to trigger the water on the ground. As Li Jiexuan spoke, he smiled and drew the Kusanagi sword, thrusting it viciously towards Kakuzu's heart. Kakuzu's eyes widened in terror, unsure whether it was due to Li Jiexuan unveiling his plan or the dread of death. Vivid crimson blood gushed from Kakuzu's heart as Li Jiexuan withdrew the Kusanagi sword, Kakuzu's lifeless body plummeting to the ground. However, Li Jiexuan did not depart. Instead, he raised the Kusanagi sword high and plunged it down again. Furthermore, you believed no one knew the secret of your 5 hearts. The Kusanagi sword shattered the fire release's umbu mask, piercing through the hidden heart behind it. Now, Kakuzu could no longer conceal his truth. A monstrous earth grudge fear creature violently erupted from Kakuzu's body, seizing him and hurling him away, remaining within this thunderous domain. Even if Kakuzu possessed 100 hearts, it would not suffice for Li Jiexuan to slay him. With a single strike, Li Jiexuan killed the separately manifested wind release earth grudge fear, shaking his head with a smile. Truly impressive, Kyu. Even in such dire circumstances, you remained so composed. With the fire attribute heart already extinguished, sacrificing the wind attribute heart was indeed the best choice. Although the combination of water and lightning is not the most formidable, he has no other options left. This is because Li Jiexuan's second sword has directly slain the crucial fire attribute heart. Bursting forth with thunder, Kakuzu has indeed reassembled his body. The grotesque, stitched form instills an immediate sense of dread upon a mere glance. This is troublesome. Kakuzu fixates intently on the pursuing Li Jiexuan, inwardly shaking his head. He has been overly complacent this time, having underestimated the opponent due to his tender age. If one merely possesses powerful ninjutsu without understanding the art of combat, one cannot hope to defeat the wind shadow. Gulu Gulu, the earth grudge fear stirs gently within Kakuzu's body. Are you planning to flee? With only 2 hearts remaining, I advise against entertaining thoughts of escape. Li Jiexuan gradually ascends into the sky, the extraordinary power granted by the superior serpent sage mode far surpassing that of the ordinary sage mode. Flight. Unexpectedly, the battle-hardened Kakuzu finds himself in such a passive predicament. This is quite a conundrum. For the first time, the so-called immortal Kakuzu experiences an absurd sensation. Is this 2-year-old truly a monster? Cursed. Kakuzu suddenly opens his mouth wide. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Yet before the water dragon bullet can escape his lips, a terrifying demonic mask rises from Kakuzu's back. Lightning release. False darkness. The murky thunder and blue water dragon merge in the air, transforming into a fearsome fusion ninjutsu. Lightning water release. False dark water dragon bullet. Seeing this, Li Jiexuan cannot help but smirk. As expected of Kakuzu, if struck by this, anyone would surely lose their combat capability. However, if it fails to hit its target, all of this is meaningless. Li Jiexuan echoes this sentiment back to Kakuzu. The 8 gates, opening of the view gate. In that instant, Li Jiexuan's speed escalates to an exaggerated degree. With barely a motion, he traverses nearly 100 meters. In this state, even the targeted false dark water dragon bullet cannot hope to catch up to him. The dark lightning water dragon roars through the air, yet in the race of speed, it can only trail behind, consuming his exhaust. Li Jiexuan circles back around, sending the false dark water dragon bullet hurtling back toward Kakuzu. With his own tactics turned against him, Li Jiexuan grins widely. Kakuzu, I have seen through all your techniques. How is this possible? Kakuzu feels a sense of absurdity. This 2-year-old seems to understand him better than he does himself. After all, the anime laid it all bare. I have even witnessed your demise. Li Jiexuan cackles furiously. Therefore, it is best for you to comply and meet your end. Drip, drip. Scarlet blood trickles down the edge of the grass-cutting sword, and Kakuzu's eyes widen in shock. Why? He cannot fathom why from the very beginning of the battle. Li Jiexuan has seemed to know him inside out. The entire confrontation, rather than a battle, resembles a personal performance by Li Jiexuan. It appears that everything has unfolded according to his design. You are simply too weak. Li Jiexuan chuckled, grinning widely as he forcefully hurled the still-warm corpse of Kakuzu to the ground. Even in death, Kakuzu's eyes remained fiercely wide open. He was unwilling to accept his fate. Li Jiexuan disdainfully curled his lips. After all, this was the world of Naruto, where even the dead could not keep secrets. Naturally, he would not reveal his most significant secret. It was best to die in peace. Having escaped death and completed the mission, he received his rewards, 55,000 points and a shadow-level treasure chest, along with the title of Immortal of Destruction, Beginner. The mission to eliminate the bandits was complete as well, granting him an additional 600 points and one each of a beginner and intermediate treasure chest, alongside the title of Guardian of Justice, Beginner. What a bountiful reward! However, he pondered why he was credited for the bandit elimination mission when he had not even lifted a finger. The system kindly informed him, similarly, followers can trigger missions. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he were to cultivate a multitude of followers and send them out to complete missions, even small tasks yielding 100 or 200 points would accumulate, making high levels of achievement no longer a distant dream. However, acquiring followers was a formidable challenge. Setting this thought aside, Li Jiexuan eagerly began to examine his rewards, a total of 60,000 points and 3 treasure chests, categorized as beginner, intermediate, and shadow level. Opening the beginner treasure chest yielded no surprises, a bottle of vitality potion. Yet, the intermediate treasure chest offered Li Jiexuan a delightful surprise, the Ice Mirror Crystal Scroll. This A-level inheritance scroll bore effects akin to the Lightning Cutter Scroll, albeit at a higher rank. It must be said that this scroll arrived at the perfect moment. Although Li Jiexuan's power was formidable, it was largely predicated on the enhancements provided by the Sage Mode and the 8 Gates of Duel. Beyond the Lightning Cutter, he had no other high-level ninjutsu to employ in conjunction. While he might not face difficulties against weaker foes, his encounter with Kakuzu had exposed certain vulnerabilities. Had it not been for his intelligence advantage, Li Jiexuan would have found himself at a disadvantage against Kakuzu's intricate and varied ninjutsu combinations, relying solely on the Lightning Cutter. Thus, the Ice Mirror Crystal Scroll was indeed timely. However, it was disheartening that the scroll required the Ice Release Bloodline limit for use. The system's reminder left Li Jiexuan in a state of hesitation. While the Ice Release Bloodline limit was not regarded as prestigious within the Naruto universe, its price in the shop was anything but reasonable. To be precise, the cheapest bloodline limit in the entire shop was 30,000 points, whereas the Ice Release demanded a staggering 50,000. What a racket! After considerable contemplation, Li Jiexuan gritted his teeth and added the Ice Release to his shopping cart. A man must be resolute with himself. Upon completing the purchase, he found that he had spent nearly half of the 60,000 points he had just acquired. The system may have been merciless, but the results were undeniably formidable. No sooner had he completed the transaction than a chilling aura began to emanate from every pore of his body. Unbeknownst to him, Li Jiexuan had already mastered the Ice Release Bloodline limit. With a mere flick of his wrist, one can evoke an icy chill that penetrates to the bone. This Ice Release Bloodline limit, in a certain sense, bears resemblance to the ice fruit wielded by the character Aokiji in One Piece. However, the price for the ice fruit reaches a staggering 1 million. After merely a glance, Li Jiexuan decisively relinquished the notion of acquiring it. How unfortunate, he lamented. Is there truly no method to enhance one's bloodline limit? To his surprise, the system provided a solution. Bloodline extraction syringe, capable of perfectly extracting bloodlines. The cost? A mere 10,000 points. Upon seeing this, Li Jiexuan placed his order without hesitation. Soon, a syringe as thick as an arm materialized in his grasp. Character: Li Jiexuan. Title: The Undying Obliterator. Bloodline extraction syringe. Usable times: 5. Only 5 uses? Li Jiexuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he bellowed in dissatisfaction. This is nothing short of consumer fraud. Yet, upon reflection, the low price of merely 10,000 points seemed rather exaggerated if there were no limitations on its usage. Nevertheless, even if it could only be utilized once, it was still a significant gain. With the syringe in hand, Li Jiexuan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. What if my bloodline limit is of a lower grade? What if I cannot afford high-end items? With the syringe at my disposal, the world is mine to conquer. Upon acquiring the Ice Release Bloodline limit, Li Jiexuan resolutely tore open the scroll of the magic mirror ice crystal. The familiar sensation of dizziness engulfed him as his consciousness was once more drawn into an unknown realm. A vast expanse of white snow lay before him. the frozen lake reflecting a chilling light. On the shore, two figures, one large and one small, were engaged in a fierce battle. White, you must focus more on attacking my pressure points. In the hands of Zabuza Momochi, the formidable executioner's blade cleaved through the air like a missile, sending flurries of snow swirling about. Yes, Mr. Zabuza, came a youthful voice from beneath a petite white mask. Though still a child, White matched Zabuza's intensity in combat. Ice needles relentlessly surged towards Zabuza's crucial pressure points. A single strike would conclude the battle. Yet, as the conflict escalated, Zabuza's speed intensified, making it increasingly difficult for White to launch an attack. White, cease targeting pressure points and directly assault me. Zabuza roared, brandishing his blade at White. He sought to kindle the flames of murder within her. As a ninja, lacking a killer's instinct was far from sufficient. Mr. Zabuza, I cannot kill. White gritted her teeth in anguish, evading Zabuza's executioner's blade, even as the ice needles in her hands began to melt. She refused to use them to bring harm to Zabuza. If you do not strike me down, I shall slay you, Zabuza declared, swinging his blade with all his might. This strike, fueled by his full strength, could very well end her life. Yet, even so, White remained resolute. Shaking her head in despair, I cannot lay a hand on Mr. Zabuza. I do not wish to kill. The painful memories of his childhood prevented Bai from ever taking a life again. Yet this became his greatest impediment on the path of a ninja. In this world, there exists no ninja untainted by bloodshed. If only he could escape into this mirror of ice, gazing at the tranquil surface beneath him. Bai murmured, ice release, crystal mirror. Nearly 100 ice mirrors soared into the air, and Bai's form was transformed within the mirrors, moving swiftly through the reflections in a mesmerizing dance among the countless shards. Driven solely by his aversion to killing, he forced himself to create such a jutsu, hiding within the mirrors, weaving back and forth to evade slaughter. Bai? Zai Bujan's eyes widened in astonishment, then softened with compassion. If you truly wish to avoid taking lives, then so be it. Even if you are a ninja who refrains from killing, I shall remain by your side always. The crystal mirror. Li Jiexuan slowly emerged from the illusion, having quietly grasped the A-rank technique. Unlike Raikiri, the A-rank crystal mirror was easily wielded by Li Jiexuan in his current state. Learning the crystal mirror had significantly enhanced his capabilities. However, such strength was still insufficient to save Senju Tobarama from the formidable duo of Kin and Jin. Thus, the only reward left for slaying Kakuzu was the shadow-level treasure chest. The resplendent golden chest, a beacon of wealth, dazzled the eye. With 4 blood-red characters inscribed on the prominent gold clasp, longevity of heaven and earth. Gulp. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but swallow hard. Indeed, Kakuzu's treasure chest was enough to make anyone salivate. Opening the chest, a dazzling glow flickered as Li Jiexuan's luck with treasure chests reached unprecedented heights. Ding. System upgrade patch, bloodline fusion system. Ding. Earthgrudge fear secret technique. Ding. Beginner Hokage training scroll. The chest erupted with 3 items. The Earthgrudge fear technique was self-explanatory, for it accounted for 50% of Kakuzu's reputation as an immortal ninja. The Beginner Hokage training scroll also brought Li Jiexuan considerable fortune. However, the bloodline fusion system raised some eyebrows. By placing 3 bloodlines into the bloodline fusion system, a new bloodline would be randomly generated. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but grin. This mechanism was strikingly reminiscent of the fusion systems in games from his past life, complete with a frustrating aura. Though labeled as random, even a fool could see that it merely exchanged 3 inferior bloodlines for a single new, inferior bloodline. In summary, it was utterly useless. Nevertheless, he had no need for this fusion system at present, as he possessed only Ice Release as his singular Kekiai Genkai. This led him to one conclusion. Izu, find me an inn. I require a brief period of seclusion. Li Jiexuan chuckled, whether long or short. I shall certainly return within 5 days. Another period of seclusion? Hinata Izu couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Last time, just 1 day led to the death of the Wind Shadow. This time, 5 days, are you planning to annihilate the entire ninja world? In the lavish wine-drenched establishment, a melodious greeting echoed. Ah, Little Peach Blossom. Li Jiexuan smiled warmly, yet Little Peach Blossom trembled with evident trepidation. Why have you returned? She stammered. You must be wondering how we escaped the clutches of the ruthless bandit. Hinata Izu retorted with a scowl. Had it not been for your betrayal, the bandits would never have come for us. Forgive me. Little Peach Blossom's head drooped in shame, her large, innocent eyes glistening with unshed tears. Just as Hinata Izu was poised to unleash his ire, Li Jiexuan gently restrained him. This is not your fault. However, if your conscience weighs heavily, might you procure 2 quiet rooms for us? Upon hearing this, Little Peach Blossom's sorrow transformed into a smile as she wiped away her tears. Very well. If you don't mind, you may stay at our residence. 10 minutes later, she led them to the entrance of an expansive, yet somewhat dilapidated mansion, impeccably clean despite its age. A discerning gaze revealed an array of delicate ladies' garments fluttering in the breeze, while glimpses of alluring silhouettes danced across the windows. What is this place? Li Jiexuan could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, sensing he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. This is where we women reside together. Little Peach Blossom replied with a strained smile. Do not worry, Jiexuan-kun. Although we may appear boisterous in the establishment, here we are quite tranquil. Li Jiexuan nodded in understanding, recognizing that these women merely sought to make a living. He could never bring himself to hurl insults at those just trying to survive. Little Peach Blossom ushered him into a room, adorned in soft pink, unmistakably her own sanctuary. This room is for you. I shall share a space with my sisters for the next few days. Embarrassed, she exited, marking the first time she had brought a man to her abode, even if he was but a young man. Once she departed, the smile on Li Jiexuan's face gradually faded as he retrieved a training scroll from his system. Each trial demanded utmost focus, though he possessed some skills for self-preservation. If this scroll were to transport him to the heart of the Fourth Great Ninja War, with his current abilities, even a single strike from Madara Uchiha could spell his end. As he slowly unfurled the scroll, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a long bridge before being drawn into its depths. A bridge? He pondered, memories of several notable battles from the series flashing through his mind. The Battle of the Tenchi Bridge, the fierce clash between the Four Tails and Orochimaru, and the Shinobi War at the Kanabi Bridge, where Obito met his demise, all pivotal moments in the narrative of Naruto. However, as Li Jiexuan landed, a bitter smile crept across his face. So this is where I am. The mist-shrouded bridge, only partially completed, instantly revealed the plot he had become entangled in. This was the iconic scene from the early episodes of Naruto, featuring the Great Bridge of the Land of Waves, commissioned by the bridge builder Tsunade, and the introduction of Zabuza and Haku. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the icy pulse of his bloodlines surged within, prompting Li Jiexuan to chuckle and shake his head. How fortuitous this all is. Yet, where does the narrative stand now? Surveying his surroundings, he found no sign of Kakashi and his companions aboard their small vessel, nor a trace of any soul upon the rocky outcrop he occupied. Pray tell, have I been exiled? With a resigned shake of his head, Li Jiexuan realized that the system had seemingly not placed him in proximity to the characters of the story, leaving him momentarily uncertain of the plot's trajectory. Just then, an irate voice pierced the air. You, why are you hiding here? On a modest wooden boat, a brash youth with yellow hair brandished his sword in indignation. The audacity of being sent out on such a day was all due to this loathsome individual before him. A rogue, perhaps? The thought elicited a slight chuckle from Li Jiexuan as he responded, I am a ninja, here to pledge my allegiance to Lord Cad. In the Land of Waves, only Cad would possess such subordinates. Lord Cad, this child claims to be a ninja seeking to ally with you, the yellow-haired youth eagerly reported. Eager to earn favor with Cad, believing he had delivered a true ninja. Foolish wretch, Cad bellowed in fury. You dare bring a stranger back here, claiming he is a ninja? Such audacity is a recipe for disaster. As he spoke, 2 of Cad's warrior subordinates lunged forward with their blades aimed at the yellow-haired youth and Li Jiexuan. Clang! Li Jiexuan deftly seized the warrior's sword, a formidable layer of ice enveloping his hand like a crystalline armor. Ninjutsu? Cad gasped, his eyes widening in shock. He had not anticipated that this child was indeed a ninja, and a leaf ninja at that. It was common knowledge that the hidden leaf was the mightiest of all ninja villages. Why, then, would such a prodigious talent choose to defect and join him? There's no need for you to ponder too deeply, Lord Cad, Li Jiexuan grinned, revealing his teeth. It is merely that among the ninjas opposing you, there exists one whom I detest. A ninja? Cad momentarily faltered, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. That rascal Dazna has truly gone to the leaf. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the narrative was only just beginning. Dazna might very well be in the leaf submitting a mission. Realizing this, a task materialized before him. Faction task: destroy the bridge or protect the bridge. Destroy the bridge task: eliminate Dazna and obliterate the entire bridge, extinguishing the desire for rebellion among the people of the Land of Waves. Rewards include basic treasure chest, intermediate treasure chest, advanced treasure chest. Protect the bridge task, safeguard Danzō, and complete the construction of the bridge, inciting the desire for rebellion among the people of the Land of Waves. Rewards, basic treasure chest, intermediate treasure chest, advanced treasure chest. This was the first instance of a task allowing for factional choice. The previous mission to retrieve Sasuke had not afforded such an alternative. Upon Sasuke's demise, the task had automatically failed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Jiexuan decisively opted for the destroy the bridge task. Destruction was invariably easier than protection, and moreover, Li Jiexuan was not one to adhere strictly to convention. I wish to meet Zabuza, Li Jiexuan remarked with a smile, nodding at Cardo as he articulated his request. Half a day later, Li Jiexuan finally encountered Zabuza in person, alongside Haku. What brings you here, Leaf Ninja? Zabuza languidly reclined on the sofa, his fearsome executioner's blade casually resting beside him, yet every muscle in his body was taut with tension. This individual was truly terrifying. Zabuza covertly signaled Haku, acknowledging that Li Jiexuan was undoubtedly among the strongest ninjas he had ever encountered. In fact, he seemed to sense an ominous aura emanating from Li Jiexuan, the kind of dread that could single-handedly dismantle their infamous 7 ninja swordsmen. Nothing much. I merely wish to assist in fulfilling your request, Li Jiexuan replied with a casual shake of his head, his demeanor unfazed. Given the prowess of Zabuza and his comrades, they posed no threat to him. I will not share the spoils with you. Zabuza's brazen demeanor was a facade for his underlying insecurity. I seek no monetary reward. I merely wish to borrow this young man for assistance. Li Jiexuan gestured toward Haku. With his help, I am certain I can deal with that group of leaf ninjas. Haku will not take a life. Zabuza narrowed his eyes, his executioner's blade poised for action. If Li Jiexuan dared to coerce Haku, he would not hesitate to strike. Yet, Li Jiexuan scoffed, killing is something I can accomplish myself. However, certain tasks can only be executed by Haku. He is truly a gentle soul. I am destined to become the Hokage, a super elite ninja. At the gates of the Leaf Village, Naruto shouted exuberantly, signaling the commencement of the Wave Country arc. A C-rank mission would not typically encounter ninjas during a routine escort task. Kakashi stood with a serious demeanor, unconcerned by Danzō's grim countenance. Due to the presence of ordinary citizens, Team 7 proceeded quietly through the forest, maintaining a steady pace. Amidst the serene woodland, according to the storyline. This was where the Hidden Mist's ghost brothers would make their entrance. However, help! Help! The desperate cries of a young girl suddenly echoed through the woods. Faced with this predicament, despite Danzō's reluctance, the righteous Team 7 felt compelled to investigate. Parting the foliage, they discovered a lovely girl being attacked by bandits. Her 3-year-old brother held captive, his life hanging by a thread. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakashi sprang forward to rescue the girl. Those who enjoyed watching romantic escapades surely prioritized saving damsels in distress. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll strangle this little brat. One of the bandits growled, viciously clutching the toddler and warily eyeing the ninjas. At that moment, the 3-year-old suddenly opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on the bandit's hand. Ouch, that hurts. The bandit instinctively released his grip, and in the blink of an eye, Sasuke's kunai pierced his neck. Jiexuan, brother. Upon witnessing her brother's rescue, the beautiful maiden could no longer contain her emotions and rushed forward to embrace Li Jiexuan, exclaiming, I shall never let you go again. Such heartfelt sentiment. Tears brimmed in the eyes of Haruno, Sakura, and Naruto. Kakashi, however, maintained a calm demeanor, gazing with his characteristic deadpan expression. What is happening? Why are these bandits pursuing you? I am Li Bai, and this is my brother, Li Jiexuan, replied Bai, his face etched with sorrow as he wiped his tears with his sleeve. We originally settled in the Land of Fire, but after encountering bandits, our parents perished, leaving only my brother and me to rely on one another. Sobbing audibly, Sakura and Naruto could hardly contain their emotions. Truly, fools are often swayed by sentimentality. What are your plans moving forward? Kakashi inquired, his expression still devoid of any emotion. Our parents, before their demise, instructed us to seek refuge with our uncle in the Land of Waves. I intended to escort my brother there, but we were discovered by these bandits, Bai lamented, tears streaming down his face. Had it not been for your intervention, we might have. Sakura almost blurted out, we are also heading to the Land of Waves. Come with us. At these words, Kakashi furrowed his brow. It was not customary for ninja missions to deviate in such a manner, let alone disclose the mission's location. Yet, The brother and sister duo appeared oblivious to any inconsistencies. Very well, Kakashi ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Upon witnessing this, Li Jiexuan could not help but smile. In the end, Kakashi is merely an innocent good person. However, unexpectedly, Danzō stepped forward, his face awash with fear as he objected, "No, they cannot accompany me." "Grandfather, why?" Jiexuan inquired, his eyes wide with confusion as he regarded Danzō. "Because." Danzō struggled for words, ultimately releasing a defeated sigh. "Because he has already been targeted by fearsome ninjas." Yet, he could not divulge this information. Once spoken, his homeland would be doomed. Jiexuan scoffed, a tedious attack of conscience. Thus, the ninja team bound for the Land of Waves grew in number, comprising spirited ninjas, a troubled bridge builder, and the unfortunately siblings. A thick fog enveloped the Land of Waves, an island shrouded in mist throughout the year. A grand fleet sailed across the sea, gradually approaching Danzō and his companions. Upon witnessing such a grand display, Danzō widened his eyes in alarm. "Have you all lost your minds? Why create such a ruckus?" The leading figure aboard the wooden vessel replied with a smile, "Fear not, Danzō. That group led by Kato has not caused any trouble for many days." "What?" Danzō gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, "How can this be? That greedy scoundrel has simply given up?" Hearing this, Kakashi furrowed his brow. "Mr. Danzō, what exactly is going on?" 10 minutes later, in a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, Danzō revealed the true nature of the Land of Waves. However, unlike the original storyline, before Team 7 could take action, Cardo seemed to have already surrendered. "My sincere apologies for deceiving you all." Danzō bowed deeply to the members of Team 7, expressing his remorse. "To show my contrition, I invite you to my home for a proper reception." Clearly, Danzō still harbored some doubts. He feared this was merely a delaying tactic from Cardo. "Ha ha ha, there's no need for concern, Uncle," Naruto proclaimed proudly, stroking his Leaf Village headband. Laughing foolishly, that Cardo must have heard of our reputation as Leaf Ninjas and fled in fear. "I hope that is indeed the case." Danzō's eyes glistened with unshed tears, for their nation had sacrificed so much for this bridge. Yet, could it really be that simple? At the back, Li Jiexuan could not help but smile wryly. Sometimes, events tend to unfold in the most unfortunate manner. As per the narrative, Danzō led Team 7 back to his home and recounted the tale of his son-in-law, who was tragically killed while opposing him. This evoked sympathy from Team 7, who vowed to protect Danzō until the bridge was completed. The cunning Danzō was cleverly exploiting their compassion. Unexpectedly, the ensuing days were astonishingly tranquil. No ninja battles, no conspiracies, not even a glimpse of a rogue thug. On yet another peaceful day, at Danzō's dining table. "How boring," Naruto exclaimed, bouncing around like an unrestrained monkey. Kakashi, who was engrossed in his book, shook his head helplessly. "Naruto, have you mastered the tree climbing technique I taught you the other day?" "Right, tree climbing." Naruto suddenly turned to Sasuke. "Sasuke, shall we have a competition? Who would want to compete with you, dead last?" Sasuke scoffed dismissively. However, 5 minutes later, in the chakra forest, two boys of strikingly different appearances were racing wildly among the towering trees. Oh, the haughty demeanor. Truly a common trait of the Uchiha clan. Has the plot begun? Li Jiexuan thought with a quiet smirk, gently tugging at Bai's clothing. "Sister, I've scraped my arm." Kakashi casually glanced over and noted that Li Jiexuan's delicate arm was indeed red and swollen. "I have some ointment," Danzō said cheerfully as he retrieved it. But Bai waved it off with a smile, producing a basket. "I'll go gather some herbs instead." Since Li and Bai often preferred not to trouble others, Danzō paid it no mind. Yet, Kakashi, with his vacant stare, couldn't help but glance at Li Jiexuan. For some reason, he felt this child was quite perilous. However, dismissing the thought of a mere 2-year-old, Kakashi shook his head, attributing it to his overactive imagination, and returned his focus to his book. Meanwhile, Bai stepped out of the room, gently beckoning as a white dove landed on her palm. "Go, proceed as planned." The white dove spread its wings and soared high, while Bai involuntarily clutched the herb basket tightly. At dawn, the dew had just begun to moisten the leaves. Uncle Danzō, as always, headed to the bridge to supervise its construction. At the dining table, Haruno Sakura raised her eyebrows in confusion, asking, "Where's Bai and I?" Li Jiexuan smiled and raised his arm, saying, "My arm isn't healed yet. My brother went to gather herbs." What a tranquil and harmonious day it was. Haruno Sakura stretched lazily, reveling in the absence of that adorably handsome man and the bothersome Naruto. It was just her and Sasuke, and that brought her immense happiness. However, at that moment, Calamity struck. A villager involved in the bridge construction burst into the house, wide-eyed with terror. Kato's men have captured Dazna. They plan to blow up the bridge. Sakura, Sasuke. We must go. Kakashi, a true elite ninja of Konoha, calmly dashed out the door, heading towards the misty bridge. Once the three had departed, Li Jiexuan stood up with a smile. The show has begun. Now it's your turn. Bye. According to the original plot, Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke were supposed to engage in battle with Zabuza and Haku at the bridge. Zabuza Momochi, is that you? Kakashi furrowed his brow gravely as he pulled down the mask covering his left eye. We are the Demon Brothers. Yet, unexpectedly, a figure leaped from Zabuza's side, taking Haku's place. Thus, the plot shifted, and the battle was on the brink of erupting. Meanwhile, Naruto lay in the dense forest. Evidence of his rigorous training etched into the towering trees, revealing he had practiced there all night. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Li Bai and I smiled gently. You might catch a cold sleeping here. Naruto looked at Bai in surprise, shyly scratching his head. Even though Li Bai is my brother, he looks even cuter than Sakura. I'm gathering herbs here. Bai cheerfully lifted the herb basket. Naruto-kun, would you like to help? Sure. Naruto nodded vigorously, eagerly assisting in the herb gathering. Simultaneously, at the misty bridge. Damn it, where is that idiot Naruto? Sakura complained, it's too dangerous to leave Sasuke alone in battle. However, Sasuke looked incredibly cool. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke effortlessly toyed with the Demon Brothers, who were mid-level ninja, while Kakashi firmly suppressed Zabuza. At this rate, Zabuza and his companions' defeat was merely a matter of time. Zabuza surrender. Kakashi believed victory was assured. Despite Zabuza's strength, he remained at a disadvantage compared to Kakashi. Just then, a small figure came running from the end of the bridge. Oh no, Inari has been captured by Kato's men. Li Jiexuan exclaimed, his pale face smeared with blood. What? Sakura gasped, wide-eyed, gritting her teeth and shouting, what on earth is that fool Naruto doing? Neglecting that foolish Naruto, Haruno Sakura extended her arms to embrace Li Jiexuan. Jiexuan, guide me, for I shall rescue Inari. Li Jiexuan leapt joyfully into the embrace of Haruno Sakura, as the temporal force pierced through her chest with unrelenting intensity. Haruno Sakura widened her eyes in bewilderment, as splashes of crimson painted the air before her. The world around her seemed to gradually drain of color. What is happening to me? Sakura. Sasuke and Kakashi stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the bewildering situation before them. In a duel against a skilled opponent, even a fleeting moment of hesitation may alter the outcome. When engaging in combat with me, there is no opportunity for distraction. Without further delay, he unleashed a ferocious roar, forming seals with his palms. Water release, water dragon bullet. The fearsome water dragon soared into the air, roaring fiercely. With a thud, Haruno Sakura collapsed helplessly to the ground, continuously expelling clotted blood, her life ebbing away. Li Jiexuan scoffed disdainfully. Although Haruno Sakura was a significant character in Naruto, her lifeless body held no worth to him. Hailing from a common background, Haruno Sakura lacked even the most basic bloodline limits, and her talent for ninjutsu was rather mediocre. Such a corpse was not deserving of his precious syringe. However, the living Haruno Sakura seemed to retain some value. As she lay gravely wounded on the brink of death, the chakra forest remained tranquil and serene. Brotherly Bai, is this herbal medicine? Observing the gently swaying dogtail grass in Naruto's hand, Bai smiled tenderly and remarked, it is indeed a significant herb. Naruto, you truly are a genius. Ha! Naruto erupted into his signature foolish laughter, exclaiming, if that's the case, allow me to capture all these fellows. Shadow clone technique. Naruto appeared with a hearty laugh, uprooting all the foxtails across the mountainside. What a foolish fellow. Bai rolled the dogtail grass into a ball. Shaking his head in confusion, why would that terrifying child want me to hold back Naruto? What is so extraordinary about this fool? What makes them so special? His uniqueness lies in the fact that he is the protagonist, harboring within him an extraordinarily powerful nine-tailed fox. Ghostly brethren, step back. Li Jiexuan approached Sasuke with a cold smile. Throughout the narrative, although Sasuke appeared to be on equal footing with Naruto, their identities have never truly been balanced. It is likely that Sasuke has also discerned this truth, which compelled him to resolutely depart from Konoha and immerse himself in darkness. He understands that if he remains in Konoha, there will come a day when Naruto will leave him far behind. Although Naruto appears to be solitary, The legacy of half of the Nine Tails is undeniably substantial. Relying on the Nine Tails, how many formidable battles has Naruto triumphed in? The unexpectedly chaotic ninja possesses a terrifying power capable of altering the course of events. In other words, as long as Naruto is distracted, the seventh squad is merely that, nothing more. The two ghostly brothers retreated in response, leaving only Li Jiexuan to confront Sasuke. Who exactly are you? Sasuke coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Jiexuan, his mind racing with frantic strategies. However, buzz! A kunai from another time and space flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning, catching Sasuke completely off guard as one of his ears was wounded. This kunai was deliberately thrown off target. Sasuke's eyes widened in terror. He could not comprehend the speed of that kunai. Stay focused, Li Jiexuan sneered. Tossing the near-lifeless Sakura Haruno before Sasuke, your companion lies here. If you possess any skill, come and save her. No. Sasuke clenched his teeth, fully aware that if he dared to move, that kunai would surely pierce his skull. This time, Li Jiexuan would not miss. Sasuke. The fading Sakura reached out toward him through a haze, yearning to convey something. Enough. The sharp kunai pierced Sakura's throat, and Li Jiexuan scoffed derisively. Save your sentimental drivel for hell. Cruelty, extreme cruelty. Was this child a devil? The ghostly brothers stared in horror. Even Zabuza, known as the demon, furrowed his brow, unable to fathom why Li Jiexuan would torment his opponent in such a manner. Yet, I am looking forward to it. Sasuke. Li Jiexuan chuckled, narrowing his eyes. As the reincarnation of Indra, what kind of bloodline will your kaleidoscope Sharingan provide me with? In that moment, unspoken words lingered unuttered. Sakura's heart ceased to beat. Sasuke stood frozen, as if he had lost the most precious thing in his life. What followed was a surge of overwhelming rage. Sakura. Blood-red Tomo emerged, 1-2. Double Tomo Sharingan. Li Jiexuan shrugged in resignation. Not bad, but unfortunately, it never reached the level of the great Jinchuriki, who had 3 Tomo in his lifetime. I will kill you. Sasuke coldly lifted his head, his double Tomo Sharingan spinning. These eyes have seen through everything. Oh. Li Jiexuan smirked, and in the next moment, Sage Mode and the 8th Gate's Injury Gate activated simultaneously, a terrifying pillar of chakra erupting into the sky. Now, can you still see clearly? Li Jiexuan grinned wickedly. The kunai from time and space launched instantaneously. Where was that kunai? Sasuke stared blankly. Yet his double Tomo Sharingan could not capture anything. However, he felt the approach of death. I cannot die yet. I have yet to kill that man. As he roared, a new Tomo gradually emerged from his double Tomo Sharingan. Just then, Kakashi suddenly appeared before Sasuke, his 3 Tomo Sharingan rapidly merging and transforming. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Under the power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, nothing could hide. Ding! Kakashi swung his short blade, effortlessly deflecting the kunai from time and space. This was the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Li Jiexuan smiled and nodded. As expected of you, Kakashi, you have concealed it so profoundly. Kakashi, covering his bleeding left eye, grimaced with a bitter smile. His Manjiki was awakened at the moment Rin died, yet being no Uchiha, he can barely open his eye even now. Quite commendable. Li Jiexuan nodded in satisfaction. With this Manjiki, it is finally worth the price. Who exactly are you? Kakashi tightly shielded Sasuke behind him. For he was the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan, and Kakashi would protect him even for Obito's sake. Such a mundane question, Kakashi. Li Jiexuan shook his head in disappointment. The one who once split the thunder is now weighed down by this Sharingan. He still vividly remembered that genius boy who had, on a stormy night, single-handedly cleaved lightning. Kakashi, the first genius in the history of Konoha and the shinobi world, son of the Konoha White Fang. A blade sharp enough to slice through thunder. Yet, due to a Sharingan that incessantly drained chakra, he had become a pitiful existence, merely calculating his chakra reserves to survive. Considering you once taught me a technique, you may die swiftly. Taught you a technique? Li Jiexuan slowly formed hand seals, monkey, rabbit, ox. The Sharingan's copy transmitted everything seamlessly into Kakashi's gaze. This is Raikiri. Kakashi's eyes widened in terror, his hands instinctively forming seals, monkey, rabbit, ox. This was the first time the so-called copy ninja Kakashi had replicated a technique that was uniquely his own from someone else. ZZZZ deep blue lightning coalesced in Kakashi's hands. Each time he unleashed this technique, he possessed unwavering confidence, for it represented his glory in cleaving through lightning. However, this time, the pale white lightning twisted in the air, forming a sharp blade, an ominous aura that seemed to devour everything. heralding the most profound death and despair. Raikiri. Raikiri. The two figures, one large and one small, activated simultaneously. A tenth of a second later, the pale blue arc and the blinding white lightning clashed violently in midair. At that moment, a blinding white luminescence erupted, as if the entire world had lost its color. And the deafening roar rendered everyone deaf. Zzz, when everything returned to its original hue, Li Jiexuan and Kakashi had silently switched places. Yet, the deep blue lightning had ceased, while the pale white lightning still flickered in Li Jiexuan's grasp. Obito, Rin. Familiar faces seemed to appear in Kakashi's eyes. Lowering his head slightly, he felt the terrifying Raikiri pierce through his chest, his charred internal organs exposed to the air. "I'm sorry." With his final apology, Kakashi collapsed with a thud. The bloodline of Konoha White Fang. Unperturbed, Li Jiexuan produced a syringe. "Such an existence deserves a dose from me." The transparent, thick syringe plunged into Kakashi's body, gently pulling back, as if the faint blue blood, akin to lightning, filled 1/5 of the syringe's scale. "What are you doing?" Zabuza approached Li Jiexuan, his brow furrowed, the executioner's blade pointed squarely at him. "Though you are my adversary, Kakashi is a respected opponent. A mere pig dares to criticize humanity's culinary practices?" Li Jiexuan scoffed. "You're next. There's no need to rush." "What did you say?" Zabuza exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. With a crackling sound, the pale lightning-infused Tsunade sword cleaved Zabuza in two. "Humph, I always knew you were trouble." Zabuza's true self emerged slowly from the mist. It turned out that the sword had merely severed a water clone. "Oh," Li Jiexuan smirked. "It appears you are confident in your ability to eliminate me?" "Indeed." Zabuza formed hand seals, hidden mist, silent killing technique. Thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring Li Jiexuan's vision and even disrupting the flow of chakra. However, Zabuza could utilize the mist to move swiftly within it. One must admit, such a bizarre assassination technique seemed flawless. Li Jiexuan chuckled. "Regrettably, it is still too weak. If you cannot see through this fog, then shatter it." "Futile. The mist here cannot be dispersed by wind." Zabuza laughed confidently. "Yet, who said I would use wind?" Li Jiexuan sneered. Ascending into the sky with clenched fists, 8th gate of the 8 gates, opening of the viewpoint. Towards the peacock, his terrifying fist struck incessantly, igniting the air with ferocious power. Flames, reminiscent of peacock feathers, surged outward in a tidal wave, gradually dispersing the dense fog. "How is this possible?" Zabuza's eyes widened in disbelief. "The lament of the weak." Li Jiexuan scoffed. Perhaps the misty killing technique was sufficiently enigmatic, yet it ultimately lacked strength. With the peacock's fiery fists evaporating the moisture in the air, the fog naturally dissipated. Poor Zabuza, who had never received an education. Fog is merely a product of water combined with dust. Jiao Leiqia. As lightning pierced Zabuza's body, a heart-wrenching cry resonated. "Mr. Zabuza, I had arrived. Has Naruto not come yet?" Li Jiexuan squinted. It was clear he needed to accelerate his pace. Seizing the executioner's blade from Zabuza's grasp, he dashed towards Sasuke. With the Tsutomu Sharingan and Indra's bloodline, he could not afford to give up. However, Ice Release, Demonic Mirror Ice Crystal. Hundreds of ice mirrors obstructed Li Jiexuan's path, and by frantically unleashed ice needles from within them. Each aimed directly at Li Jiexuan's vital points. "Look at you, now you can kill?" Li Jiexuan waved his hand, shattering the ice needles, shaking his head with a smile. "You could have survived. It's a pity. If I had always stayed with Naruto, Li Jiexuan would have to abandon his ice release bloodline limit. Yet, she ultimately could not let go of Zabuza. Die. I moved frantically within the ice mirrors, recklessly assaulting Li Jiexuan. "Do you believe you can defeat me?" The sharp ice needles struck against the scales of the dragon immortal, leaving only faint white marks, yet nothing had altered. "Demon, I merely need to ensnare you. And Naruto will arrive shortly." I sneered, flitting within the ice mirror, attempting to buy time. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan chuckled and shook his head. "Bye. You are as Navi as Zabuza." "What?" "Ice release, crystal ice mirror." Li Jiexuan laughed as he formed hand seals, disappearing into Bai's ice mirror and seizing Bai from within. "No, how is this possible?" Bai had thought he was the last bearer of the ice release bloodline in this world. In this world, nothing is impossible. Li Jiexuan, with a cold expression, snapped Bai's neck and extracted a vial of icy blue blood. Next, only Sasuke remains. For some reason, there seemed to be an unseen force delaying Sasuke's demise. Is this the luck of a protagonist? Li Jiexuan sneered as he grasped Sasuke's neck, even without any hidden doors for a turnaround within your body. You resort to the deaths of others to stall for time? But is this truly meaningful? Li Jiexuan decisively broke Sasuke's neck. It appears the protagonist's luck hasn't yet stretched to an illogical extent. Li Jiexuan smiled as he produced a syringe, preparing to extract Sasuke's Indra bloodline. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. What is this? Li Jiexuan whirled around. Unbeknownst to him, the terrifying Nine Tails had emerged from Naruto's body. It seems Sasuke's death had fully awakened Naruto. From the mouth of the Nine Tails, the tailed beast bomb that obliterates all was primed for release. So this is how it is? At that moment, Li Jiexuan finally comprehended. This world does not protect Sasuke, but rather the Indra bloodline within him. Sasuke may perish, but the bloodline must not be severed. Thus, the last time Orochimaru had so easily claimed Sasuke's body made sense, though Sasuke had died. The Indra bloodline remained within Orochimaru. The situation has become abundantly clear. If he continues to extract the bloodline, he would undoubtedly be obliterated by the tailed beast bomb. However, if he ceases extraction and evades the tailed beast bomb, a slight delay, and the Sage of Six Paths would descend and crush him without mercy. Li Jiexuan would not be surprised. The Sage of Six Paths has yet to appear solely because, in this world's calculations, the Indra bloodline cannot be lost. Whether one chooses the first or second option, Li Jiexuan cannot take the bloodline away. For in the first option, even if he extracts the bloodline, the host dies, yet the bloodline remains. In the second option, the Sage of Six Paths would simply crush Li Jiexuan, ensuring the bloodline is preserved. People often say, human plans cannot compare to the heaven's schemes. Yet this time, you have miscalculated just one aspect. Li Jiexuan coldly laughed towards the heavens. I am not of this world. Extract. The strange purple blood surged into the syringe, filling it to the brim before slowly coming to a halt. The obliterating tailed beast bomb approached, engulfing Li Jiexuan and completely destroying the bridge. Although Li Jiexuan has succumbed to death, the system's notification remains unequivocal. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Indra bloodline, latent. The Indra bloodline, latent, manifests as Li Jiexuan regains his senses, the terrifying and grotesque Nine Tails vanishing into oblivion, along with the annihilating tailed beast orb. What remains is a syringe brimming with the essence of bloodline limits. The deep blue ice-released bloodline gently sways, and without a moment's hesitation, Li Jiexuan seizes the syringe and plunges it forcefully into his neck. Gradually, he pushes down, and the cerulean fluid flows steadily into his body. In that instant, two bloodline limits of a common origin merge into one. A chilling breath escapes Li Jiexuan's lips, encasing the entire room in a crystalline frost. As he slowly opens his eyes, ice-blue radiance flickers within them. He gently unfurls his hands, and a delicate ice flower begins to blossom. Both the potency of the ice release and his mastery over it have escalated exponentially. What was once a humble bloodline limit in the world of Naruto has now ascended to the caliber of Kimimaro. He possesses the formidable strength of an elite jonin solely through the ice release. Moreover, the remaining bloodline harbors Kakashi's White Fang lineage, imbued with the understanding of thunder and the essence of swords. Another injection, as the light blue thunderous blood is gradually infused into his being. Li Jiexuan instinctively furrows his brow. The lightning within the bloodline seems to slice through his flesh, a torrent of agonizing pain following in its wake. Even with the system's extracted perfect bloodline, it cannot wholly circumvent the repulsion between different bloodlines. After a full 10 minutes, Li Jiexuan finally opens his eyes. Within the ice-blue depths, a twisted arc of electricity and a sharp sword aura emerge. Next comes the most critical Indra bloodline. The pain from Kakashi's bloodline repulsion is already excruciating. What unimaginable sensation must accompany the Indra bloodline? Fortune favors the bold, while misfortune befalls the timid. Li Jiexuan raises the syringe and plunges it forcefully into his neck, the strange violet blood gradually seeping into his body. The agony reminiscent of a nuclear explosion erupts violently, as if every nerve has been severed and shattered. When the purple essence within the syringe is entirely depleted, Li Jiexuan loses consciousness. A day, 2 days. Outside the chamber of Xiao Taohong, Hinata Izu paces restlessly, anxiety etched upon his features. Jin-sun, it's already the 5th day. Why hasn't the captain emerged? Hinata Izu shakes his head fervently, panic rising within him. Could it be that the captain has met with misfortune? Yamada Jin-sun furrows his brow, equally troubled. Just a few days ago, he sensed several foreign chakra signatures, ice, thunder, and an extreme sword intent. The amalgamation of such peculiar foreign chakra seems decidedly ominous. We'll wait for another hour. If the captain does not appear, we shall venture in to investigate, Yamada Jinsen ultimately resolves. However, at that moment, there is no need to wait any longer. With a creak, Li Jiexuan pushed open the door and strode out with great confidence. Captain, you're safe, exclaimed Hinata Izu, his voice filled with surprise. At this moment, Li Jiexuan was not merely his captain but also his master. The influence of the heavenly curse seal extended beyond mere strength enhancement. What could possibly be wrong with me? Li Jiexuan replied, a broad smile illuminating his face, radiating an aura of immense self-assurance. Upon witnessing this, Yamada Shinji couldn't help but widen his eyes. He sensed that Li Jiexuan had grown even stronger. And even more alarming was the fact that, after just 5 days, he was the first to detect a hint of danger emanating from Li Jiexuan. Where is Zaida? Li Jiexuan asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. Not seeing her, he felt a twinge of surprise. He had completely demolished her room and felt compelled to offer some form of compensation. She had work today, seemingly linked to an important matter regarding her future employment. An important matter? Li Jiexuan arched an eyebrow, amused. Then let us go and support her. In Li Jiexuan's mind, the most significant aspect for a songstress was undoubtedly the competition for the title of courtesan. Without further ado, he had no qualms about lending her his support. Zaida Hong's dormitory was not far from the lavish tavern, and in just a few strides, they arrived. From a distance, the cacophony of noise from inside the tavern reached Li Jiexuan's ears. Indeed, it is a competition for the courtesan title. Many who had traversed realms had encountered similar situations, lavishly spending to elevate their favored geisha to the status of courtesan. Little did he expect to stumble upon such a refined affair today. No, something felt amiss. Listening to the sound of tables collapsing and glasses shattering, Li Jiexuan's brows knitted together. This did not seem like a simple contest for the courtesan title. You fools who refuse to see the grave until it's too late. If you do not make up for this share, you shall not escape retribution. Several men, dressed like wandering warriors, wielded their swords to violently shatter the tavern's furnishings. The leading madam lay bloodied and battered, while numerous geishas cowered in the corners, trembling in fear. At that moment, Zaida Hong stepped forward. Though she too was terrified, she spoke firmly, "We have already paid. We have no more money to give you." Upon hearing this, the leading warrior sneered as he stood up. "You have quite the audacity, woman. Do you know who you are addressing? This is the tax demanded by Lord Silverhorn." With a cruel grin, the wandering warrior drew his sword. "You filthy performers, to let you live is already Lord Silverhorn's grace. And yet you dare to covet his wealth? You shall perish." The sharp sword sliced through the air, and Zaida Hong closed her eyes in despair. However, after a prolonged wait, the sword never pierced her throat. Slowly opening her eyes in confusion, she saw a small figure standing before her. This figure, though diminutive, was at that moment the mightiest of men, like a vast sky, uplifting her hopes. Jiexuan Kuan. Zaida Hong gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom that Li Jiexuan had come to her rescue. "I apologize for my tardiness." Li Jiexuan revealed a warm smile. "Release my hand, you scoundrel." The warrior struggled several times, but could not pry the sword from Li Jiexuan's grasp. Drip. Vivid crimson blood trickled down from Li Jiexuan's palm. Despite not having activated his dragon immortal mode, even the warrior's blade could barely pierce his skin. How embarrassing. With a radiant smile, Li Jiexuan mused. "Having just returned from seclusion, I find myself wounded by an ordinary person. What a predicament." Upon witnessing this, Hinata Izu involuntarily shivered. This was the first time he had seen Li Jiexuan so enraged. "These fools are finished. What nonsense are you spouting, brat?" The leading rogue warrior bellowed at his subordinates. "You imbeciles, what are you waiting for? Hurry and eliminate this boy." Hearing their leader's plea, the nearby rogue warriors cackled menacingly, drawing their blades and lunging at Li Jiexuan. In an instant, he seemed besieged by a myriad of swords, with no apparent escape. "Jiexuan Kuan!" Little Tahong exclaimed in alarm. "Dragon immortal mode!" Clang, clang, clang. The incessant sound of metal clashing filled the air as Li Jiexuan stood coldly in place, allowing the onslaught of blades to rain down upon him without flinching. This is a monster. This boy is a true abomination. Were it not for their leader being held by another, the rogue warriors would have nearly fled in terror. Li Jiexuan gently rotated his wrist, twisting the leader's steel longsword into a spiral. "Is this your reliance, bullying a poor geisha?" Staring at the twisted steel in his hand, the leader, Daiha, managed to maintain some composure, gritting his teeth and roaring, "This is ninjutsu. You are a ninja? And what of it?" Li Jiexuan retorted disdainfully, having already sentenced Daiha to death in his mind. "You dare to lay a hand on me?" Daiha laughed triumphantly, We serve Lord Silverhorn. And all this money is for him. Silverhorn? Li Jiexuan paused momentarily, astonished by the uncanny coincidence. Truly, one can find what they seek without effort. Seeing Li Jiexuan's silence, Daiha misinterpreted it as fear and sneered, gesturing dismissively. You had best leave quickly. If you do, I might consider not reporting this to Lord Silverhorn. With that, Daiha turned to approach little Tahong, thinking that if he did not make an example today, he would never receive another coin. Truly oblivious to his fate, ice release, blizzard. Li Jiexuan exhaled softly, a frigid aura surging forth as if alive, swiftly encasing Daiha in a block of ice within a mere second. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of Lord Silverhorn? Daiha's terror-stricken head twisted as he invoked Silverhorn's name, attempting to intimidate Li Jiexuan. However, Silverhorn? Li Jiexuan scoffed dismissively. Without the support of the Nine-Tails chakra and the Sage of Six Paths tools, this scum was no better than a raging tempest. If given the opportunity, I shall certainly send Silverhorn down to meet you. Li Jiexuan lightly kicked, shattering Dai's left leg entirely, as chunks of ice mixed with flesh scattered across the ground. My left leg. What have you wretched little brat done? Dai exclaimed in anguish, his eyes wide with despair. In that moment, he was irrevocably transformed into a cripple. What could be more agonizing than witnessing one's own gradual demise? This leg was the price for your attempt to murder Dahong. Li Jiexuan sneered as he slowly crushed Dai's right leg. This leg bears the cost of your insult to Dahong's profession and dignity. In Li Jiexuan's eyes, even a courtesan ought to possess her own dignity. They offer their bodies in exchange for money, a fair transaction indeed. If one were born into wealth, none would willingly choose such a profession. At least for Li Jiexuan, they were not filthy. Rather, it was scoundrels like Dai, who profited from the toil and tears of courtesans, who were the truly despicable ones. Thus, Li Jiexuan methodically extinguished Dai's life, every agonizing moment witnessed by Dai himself. Pain, despair, remorse. People often say death is but a trivial scar. Sometimes, death is not to be feared, however. The helplessness and despair of witnessing one's own demise is particularly harrowing. A demon. This child is a fiend. The remaining wandering warriors attempted to flee. But how could Li Jiexuan allow such scum to escape? Ice release, blizzard. Moments later, the tavern was adorned with a dozen lifelike ice sculptures. Human heads crying out for mercy. Please, spare me. I shall never dare again. Next time? Perhaps in the next life. Li Jiexuan coldly beckoned the courtesans huddled in the corner. These scoundrels are yours. Repay hatred with hatred, grievances with grievances. And thus, chaos erupted within the tavern. The beautiful courtesans, weeping, shattered the ice figures with fervor. For the first time, they felt so liberated and dignified. And all of this was bestowed upon them by Li Jiexuan. Jiexuan-kun, thank you. Nearly 100 courtesans knelt before Li Jiexuan, who had taught them that even courtesans possess their own self-respect and tenacity. No need to thank me. Li Jiexuan smiled, shaking his head. I have my own motives. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, then go to Konoha. What he intended to do next must not be divulged. If Li Jiexuan did not wish to end their lives, he could only allow them to depart. He produced a substantial sum of silver. Smiling as he shook his head, leave this place, head to Konoha Hospital. The bald director there will arrange for you. Jiexuan-kun, want you come with us? Dahong anxiously tugged at Li Jiexuan's sleeve. No. Li Jiexuan smiled, shaking his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through 1,000 miles. Envisioning Senju Tobarama hurrying towards the land of thunder, I made a promise to someone, and I shall not let her down. On the streets of the capital of the land of thunder, 3 scruffy wandering warriors swaggered about. The wandering warrior, known as Dahu, swaggered arrogantly down the center, occasionally snatching a few fruits and playfully teasing respectable women, embodying the essence of a local tyrant. Captain, is this really going to work? Hinata Yasu, portraying the character of Jakubu Ichirio, expressed concern. Born into the cultured Hinata family, he felt it might be inappropriate to play such a domineering bully. Li Jiexuan furrowed his brow. What did you just call me? My apologies, Boss Dahu. Hinata Yasu quickly corrected himself, realizing that there were no captains among wandering warriors. Only a boss. Li Jiexuan nodded in satisfaction and casually pointed to a beautiful woman selling papayas in the distance. Go, bring her here. I have a great appreciation for her. Hiki, you're discerning I remain sharp, brother. Hinata Yasu chuckled as he approached the papaya beauty, lewdly lifting her delicate chin. My lady. Our boss says he greatly admires your talents. It was surprising that, beneath his seemingly gentle demeanor, Yasu harbored such predatory instincts. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but click his tongue in disapproval, while Yamada Jinshuan nodded in agreement. Just as the papaya beauty appeared on the verge of tears, Li Jiexuan was about to call Yasu back when an irate voice rang in his ears. "What are you lot doing at a time like this? Still causing a ruckus?" A dapperly dressed warrior raised an eyebrow, reprimanding them in annoyance. "Dahu, have you collected the money from the geishas?" Exchanging glances, Li Jiexuan and the others smiled and nodded. "Lord Yongzheng, we have collected it." According to the accounts of the wandering warriors before their demise, while they were affiliated with the Silver Horn's influence, they were still far from being on equal footing with it. Their direct commander was a warrior named Yongzheng. Li Jiexuan handed over the money box, and Yongzheng's expression softened slightly. He cast a disapproving glance at Hinata Yasu, who was still bothering the papaya beauty, and reprimanded him. "Come with me. I have some tasks for you to do to prevent daily troubles." Naturally, Li Jiexuan and his companions would not object and followed Yongzheng into a massive fruit warehouse. Although it appeared to be an ordinary fruit storage facility, Li Jiexuan sensed that 3 groups of ninjas were covertly guarding it. How could such a seemingly simple warehouse possess such tight security? Yongzheng made his way to the center of the warehouse, surrounded by mountains of neatly stacked fruit boxes, all tightly sealed. These goods were already loaded onto several carts, ready for departure. "You will accompany these carts and deliver the goods to Yunin village." Yongzheng glared sternly at Li Jiexuan. "Dahu, these goods are of utmost importance. Do not let anything go awry." "But where do we deliver them?" Li Jiexuan cautiously inquired. "You needn't ask. There will be someone to meet you on the other side." Yongzheng waved his hand impatiently, signaling for the carts to depart. The ox carts began to move, and Li Jiexuan and his group slowly made their way toward Yunin village. As the ox cart swayed gently, Li Jiexuan's group appeared to lazily recline together. "Boss Dahu, it seems someone is watching us." Under the guise of Hyuga Izu's transformation technique, the Byakugan has already detected something. "Fool, do we really warrant the attention of ninjas?" Li Jiexuan scoffed. "There must be something amiss with these individuals." "Amiss? Are these fruits perhaps laced with hormones?" Hyuga Izu exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the cursed seal has a side effect of diminishing intelligence? Yet, Yamada Jinshuan appears to be just fine. "I believe it is your brain that has been tampered with." Yamada Jinshuan could not help but retort, "These are not even fruits." "Byakugan." Hyuga Izu's eyes widened as the Byakugan's vision pierced through the wooden crate, revealing its innermost contents. The outer layer consisted of ordinary fruits, but beneath them lay an additional compartment. This compartment was filled with stacks of explosive tags, and upon closer inspection, the word explosion sent a chill down Hyuga Izu's spine. Explosive tags. He could hardly swallow. They were perched atop an entire cart of explosive tags. It is well known that the power of a single explosive tag is equivalent to that of a C-rank fireball technique, and the cumulative effect of so many explosive tags. Li Jiexuan felt a tingling unease. Without spatial ninjutsu, even he would struggle to make it out unscathed. However, what could Yin Jiao and his cohorts possibly intend by smuggling so many explosive tags? Hyuga Izu found it utterly incomprehensible, while Yamada Jinshuan appeared to ponder deeply. Li Jiexuan, however, was acutely aware of the implications. They were plotting a rebellion. The deaths caused by Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao extended beyond Senju Tobarama to include the second Raikage of Kumogakure. As the ox cart meandered forward, a shadow of foreboding enveloped Li Jiexuan's heart. This incident seemed far from the light-hearted portrayal in the tales of the Hokage. It was not merely the revelry of 2 madmen, but a premeditated insurrection. Initially, Li Jiexuan only needed to rescue Senju Tobarama from the clutches of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. Yet now, he might have to contend with an entire nation. How dreadful! Li Jiexuan shook his head with a rueful smile. Although this experience had brought him considerable gains, the notion of single-handedly opposing a country was indeed naive. Unless, perhaps, the bloodline of Indra could awaken. However, that seemed almost impossible. Indra's bloodline, latent. Li Jiexuan had once thought he could achieve a miraculous transformation, only to realize it was mere wishful thinking. The bloodline of Indra offered him no enhancement in strength, but merely a potential, a glimpse into a future leading towards enlightenment. The ox cart ambled leisurely towards the foot of Kumogakure, which, unlike Konoha, was built atop the mountains, with walkways and bridges creating a city in the sky. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a Kumogakure Chunin emerged to greet them, his demeanor cold and unyielding. "My name is Jining. You shall unload the goods and follow me." "Esteemed ninja, how may I serve you, Jining?" Li Jiexuan approached with excessive servility. "Silence." Jinying showed no regard for Li Jiexuan's flattery, curtly retorting, "If you utter another word, I shall remove your tongue." Li Jiexuan involuntarily shrugged. It seemed that those who could associate with the likes of Silver Horn and Gold Horn were indeed of the same ilk. Just then, a lively welcoming cheer unexpectedly echoed from the mountaintop in the distance. What was happening? Hinata Yasu raised an eyebrow in confusion. At this moment, the cold and cruel Sakura took the initiative to speak. "Humph, it's that Hokage from Konoha," she sneered, revealing a wicked grin. "This fool truly knows no bounds. How dare he come here at such a time?" "No?" Li Jiexuan narrowed his eyes involuntarily. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Sakura waved her hand dismissively. "Enough chatter. Leave these fools here, and you may depart." They had arrived at their destination, the silver insignia ostentatiously displayed above the estate. "Thank you for guiding us." Li Jiexuan smiled and nodded at Sakura. What are you saying?" Sakura glared at him with annoyance, her eyes wide in disbelief. "You dare speak to me in such a tone?" With a swift motion, a sharp ice blade pierced through Sakura's chest, and Li Jiexuan shook his head in resignation. "If only your attitude were a bit more agreeable, perhaps I would have spared you." Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret flashed in Sakura's eyes. "Just kidding." Li Jiexuan chuckled as he turned her frozen corpse into shards. "Returning with regrets fits someone like you far better." 10 minutes later. "Sakura, what are these fools doing here?" The three pretending to engage in conversation finally encountered a Chunin who inquired. Li Jiexuan nodded with a smile. "These two came down to deliver supplies, and thinking I had other matters to attend to, I let them tag along." The Chunin nodded in response. "In that case, why not join me to the Jinin conference? It seems the explosive tags there aren't affixed properly yet." "Sounds good," Li Jiexuan grinned. 5 minutes later, not only had Li Jiexuan learned the Chunin's name, but he also gained a rough understanding of their plan. The scheme was remarkably straightforward. They intended to use the pre-positioned explosive tags to inflict mass casualties on the lower-ranking members of the Raikage faction, after which Gold Horn and Silver Horn would eliminate both the Raikage and the Hokage. Such power allowed for such brazen disregard. Moreover, Li Jiexuan caught wind of an unexpected piece of information. "Let those fools from the Land of Wind take the front lines," the Chunin named Moigrin maliciously. "Those imbeciles think we're fools. Let them face the thunder." The Land of Wind. The final piece of the puzzle clicked into place in Li Jiexuan's mind, revealing the true history hidden behind the sparse lines of historical texts. The disappearance of the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara had left the four great nations exceedingly displeased with Konoha's unilateral control over the nine-tailed beasts. Thus, the four nations simultaneously waged war against Konoha, attempting to force its surrender of the tailed beasts. However, as Konoha was the progenitor of the other four nations, it could not simply concede at their command. Some conflict was inevitable. What had initially been a restrained war escalated into chaos when the Sand Ninja murdered Tsunade's parents, leading Konoha to retaliate fiercely against the Sand. Yet, Konoha, engaged on four fronts, found itself unable to overcome the formidable Sand Ninja, who were only slightly weaker than Konoha itself. Thus, Senju Tobirama resolved to form an alliance with the formidable Cloud Ninja, offering the Eight Tails in exchange for peace and a chance to triumph over the Sand Ninja. However, the Sand Ninja had already caught wind of this plan, prompting the treacherous Kinkaku and Ginkaku, who harbored rebellious intentions, to revolt and slay both the Raikage and Senju Tobirama. With Tobirama's demise, the first Hokage, already disheartened, faced a grim fate. In a desperate bid to safeguard the nation and the village, he proposed to distribute the nine-tailed beasts among the five great nations. The death of the second Hokage, coupled with the division of the tailed beasts, proved to be the final straw that crushed Konoha, forcibly dragging it down from its esteemed status among the five nations to that of a mere hegemon. This chapter in the annals of Konoha's history is one of profound regret. Nevertheless, with my arrival, Li Jiexuan chuckled lightly. History is destined to be rewritten. "What are you smiling foolishly about, Sakura?" remarked the disgruntled Moya beside him. "Don't slack off. You handle the left side, and I'll take care of the right. They are about to arrive, and all these explosive tags must be affixed properly." Li Jiexuan sheepishly nodded. All right. 10 minutes later. The tables in the entire conference room were covered in explosive tags. "Ha ha ha, Konoha's choice to ally with us is undoubtedly the right one," boomed the distinct laughter of the third Raikage. Moya tugged at Li Jiexuan, retreating to the side as the doors of the conference room swung open. Senju Tobirama and strode in confidently, heading straight into the high-level conference room. "Esteemed guests of Konoha, please follow me." Just as Moya was about to call over the remaining Nin and Jinin, Li Jiexuan eagerly interjected. Come, follow me." The ninjas of Konoha will sit on the left side. Naturally, the guests complied with Li Jiexuan's directive. The remaining cloud ninja settled on the right. Moya shook his head helplessly. This Sakura, always so cunning and eager to take the credit. The entire conference room was adorned with explosive tags. And these cloud ninja were not genuine. They were reinforcements dispatched from the land of wind. Damn it, let us blow these sand ninja to smithereens. Moya sneered. Just then, Kinkaku and Ginkika entered the room. True to their depiction in the anime, the names Kin and Jin were tattooed on their arms. Their long golden and silver hair framing faces reminiscent of beasts. The tools of the Sage of Six Paths were strapped securely to their backs. How are the preparations coming along, Moya? Ginkikaku coldly scrutinized Moya and Li Jiexuan. Everything is ready, Moya replied enthusiastically. A flicker of a smile appeared on Ginkikaku's face as he grinned menacingly. In that case, come in and listen together. Yes, Lord Ginkikaku. Moya closely followed Ginkikaku. Well aware that the room was laden with explosive tags and that Ginkikaku would not leave his own men to face the impending blast, Li Jiexuan kept his head down. Trailing behind Moya, while Hinata Yashizuku and Yamada Hitoshi obediently followed in Li Jiexuan's wake. Jin Jiao furrowed his brow, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Although it was rather inappropriate to bring such a lowly warrior into a high-level meeting, it seemed that none of it mattered anymore. Embracing the amber vial, Jin Jiao entered the conference room with a light-hearted chuckle. As he pushed open the paper door, the entrance of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao stirred a mild commotion. Lord Jin Jiao and Lord Yin Jiao. The lowly ninjas nodded in greeting, while Raikiri frowned, questioning, Jin Jiao, why do you still carry a weapon at such a time? Hearing this, Jin Jiao flashed a grin. This is not a weapon. It is a relic of the Sage of Six Paths. Humph. The fourth Raikage, standing beside AI, let out a dissatisfied snort. The discord between the Raikage faction and Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao had long been evident. Enough, let us resume our discussion on the alliance, the second Raikage interjected. Seeking to divert the topic, internal strife before guests would be utterly disgraceful. Heh. Jin Jiao quietly took a seat behind Senju Tobarama, cradling a gourd, while Yin Jiao sat silently behind the second Raikage, holding the seven-star sword. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but smirk. The intentions were painfully obvious, were they not? However, embarrassingly, both the second Raikage and Senju Tobarama were engrossed in alliance discussions, and being in the heart of the Cloud Ninja headquarters naturally reduced their vigilance. In a moment, they failed to notice the unusual behavior of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao. As the two seemed poised to strike, Li Jiexuan could no longer contain himself. Standing up boldly and placing a fruit platter in front of Jin Jiao, as if to relish the spectacle. Is this fellow a fool? Jin Jiao was momentarily taken aback, while Yin Jiao had already uncorked the red gourd, only to have it forcefully recorked by Li Jiexuan's sudden intervention. Jining, what are you doing? Moe rushed to pull Li Jiexuan back. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao gritted their teeth, managing to hold back their impulses. Reassuring themselves, this is my little brother, my choice. Having somewhat calmed their emotions, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao exchanged glances, their twin synergy prompting them to raise the Six Paths ninja tools in unison. Confirming with a knowing look, they declared, I have encountered the right person 5 seconds later. Let us strike together. Witnessing this, Li Jiexuan clenched his fists. What an imbecile this second Raikage is. Why hasn't he noticed yet? Were it not for the fear of being caught in the initial onslaught of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, Li Jiexuan would have relished the opportunity to deliver a couple of resounding slaps to Tobarama. Gritting his teeth, Li Jiexuan again held up a piece of cake before Jin Jiao. Lord Jin Jiao, this cake is exceptionally delightful. Would you care for a slice? Surely. This person must be a fool. Jin Jiao was convinced of this, affirming that this individual was not only foolish but also a glutton. Take him away and bind him securely. Jin Jiao gritted his teeth, once again capping the amber vial. Jining is unwell today. His mind is not functioning properly. Moe hurriedly restrained Li Jiexuan, promptly producing a rope to secure him. The entire world fell into tranquility. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao exhaled deeply and exchanged a knowing smile. Once this matter concludes, we must eliminate Jining. Jining, have you lost your mind? Moe expressed his exasperation, stating that if you're not insane, I am on the brink of madness. Can you not be so careless on such an important day? Li Jiexuan could only manage a wry smile. He did not wish for this. Who could have anticipated that Senju Tobarama and Raikage would be so slow to react? Still dazed at this moment? Once more, the eyes of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao met in the air, simultaneously unveiling the tools of their trade. Damn it. It seems I must forcibly intervene. Just as Li Jiexuan prepared to free himself from the ropes, a hand suddenly grasped him. Zhenying, no need to rush. It was Yamada Shinshin standing before Li Jiexuan, his eyes sparkling as if illuminated by stars. Perhaps what obscures the truth is merely Konoha. What? Li Jiexuan was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he noticed that both Senju Tobarama and Raikiri were slightly tense. So they have already realized? Yamada Shinshin sighed. Even if they have discovered it, the situation has yet to unfold, rendering it impossible for them to act prematurely from their current position. I see. As high-ranking members of the Cloud Ninja, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao could have detected their treacherous intentions, but unless an event transpires, they cannot act without evidence. Li Jiexuan nodded gently, yet soon raised an eyebrow, silently contemplating. This Yamada Shinshin appears to be quite extraordinary. Who exactly is he? While Li Jiexuan pondered, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao bellowed. Ei, Senju Tobarama, do you dare respond to my call? Fool. Raikiri and Tobarama regarded Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao with expressions of incredulity. Put down the bottle in your hand before speaking to me. Feeling humiliated, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao could no longer contain themselves. They slammed the table and stood up. Let us take action. As soon as the words left their lips, explosive tags in the adjacent room detonated with a resounding bang. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao laughed heartily at Senju Tobarama. Tobarama, your subordinates are now all dead. You should join them. However, before the words could fully escape, Tobarama-sama, a Konoha Chunin, emerged from the rubble, sustaining only minor injuries. Jin Jiao choked momentarily, forcing a smile. You're quite fortunate. But, Tobarama-sama, another Konoha Chunin crawled out from the debris. Now, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao were utterly stunned. Almost immediately, Konoha ninjas began to emerge in rapid succession from the ruins. Stunned into silence, Jin Jiao gritted his teeth and shouted at Moi. Moi, what on earth is happening? Did you not say everything was resolved? Moi scratched his head in confusion. It shouldn't be. Every table should have been affixed with explosive tags. At that moment, the first Konoha Chunin to emerge curiously produced a damaged explosive tag, missing 4 corners. Hokage-sama, each of our tables had a damaged explosive tag beneath them. A damaged explosive tag. Both Jin Jiao and Moi's eyes widened in shock. Li Jiexuan stepped forward, shyly forcing a smile. I believe removing the 4 corners would enhance its appearance. In fury, Jin Jiao roared, I shall end your life. Without the slightest hint of caution, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao transformed as if they were Ultraman. 2 monstrous beings, resembling 9-tailed beasts, shattered the house and crushed the mountaintop beneath them. You little demon, I shall slay you. Upon unleashing their 9-tailed chakra, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao effortlessly pierced through Li Jiexuan's transformation technique. Oh dear. Li Jiexuan scratched his head and forced a bitter smile. This is troublesome. With the futility of disguise now apparent, he decisively reverted to his original form. Dragon Immortal Mode. 8 gates, opening the view gate. Faced with such adversaries, Li Jiexuan harbored no illusions, confronting them with his utmost strength. At that moment, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao's minions had already surrounded them. Although the strength of Konoha remained relatively intact, it was undeniable that this was the village hidden in the clouds. And the disparity in power was immense. Li Jiexuan, it truly is you. Senju Tobarama appeared beside him, casting a glance towards Yamashita Shin and shielding him behind. Old man, this is not the time for reminiscing. Li Jiexuan sighed helplessly. We should make our escape. The transformed Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao crushed the mountaintop of the Cloud Ninja Village, their fox-like slit pupils fixed intently on them. This size is far more exaggerated than in the anime. It seems that the strength of those reincarnated in the anime has diminished significantly. I want you dead. Jin Jiao bellowed as he brought his colossal hand crashing down, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, obliterating the mountain into a heap of rubble. As the dust gradually settled, Li Jiexuan, suspended in midair, shook his head in resignation. Come on, if you possess such power, why resort to bomb attacks? Humph. You little brat, it is precisely because of you that we must engage in this arduous battle. Yin Jiao roared, extending his claws in an attempt to crush the Raikiri into a pulp. Heavy flow surge. A fierce bolt of blue lightning struck Yin Jiao's claws, bending them backward. Yet, before the Raikiri could revel in his victory, the claws rapidly returned to their original form at a visible speed. Within the flesh of the 9-tailed beast resided not only an almost limitless chakra, but also a terrifying regenerative ability. Unable to win through combat and unwilling to perish, such a creature was utterly exasperating. However, if one did not attempt, how could they possibly reconcile with defeat? Li Jiexuan grinned menacingly as he formed hand seals. Shin-in, Cho. Dragon lightning slash. A horrifying white lightning tore through the air, producing a dreadful electric arc. Compared to before, the dragon lightning slash, now infused with Kakashi's bloodline, was even more formidable. If the lightning slash could be deemed an ordinary S-rank ninjutsu, Li Jiexuan's previous dragon lightning slash was an advanced S-rank technique, while the current version was a forbidden technique among S-rank powers. Such terrifying strength made the very earth resonate with crackling electric sounds. Yet, the ghastly white lightning lingered ominously against Jin Jiao's chest, the terrifying white blade of chakra firmly blocking his heart. Was it still futile? Li Jiexuan gently shook his head and decisively released his grip, allowing the Jiao Lei Qie to unleash its final surge of power. A deafening hum echoed as terrifying energy erupted from the chest of the golden horn, enveloping the entire world in a blinding white light, rendering everyone temporarily devoid of sight. When the golden horn regained his senses, he glanced at the ghastly wound on his chest, which had nearly pierced through, and couldn't help but grin. That was close. I almost met my end, that detestable brat. Speaking of Li Jiexuan, the golden horn widened his eyes in astonishment. Where is that little rascal? Big brother, that little brat has slipped away. Silver Horn, in a fit of rage, unleashed a furious punch, shattering half of a mountain peak. The Jiao Lei Qie was the most formidable single-target jutsu that Li Jiexuan possessed. Yet it had failed to penetrate the golden horn. Now was not the time to hesitate. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best option. The ninjas of Konoha swiftly made their escape. Atop the mountains of the Cloud Ninja Village, violent lightning crackled as the second Raikage transformed into a streak of lightning, fiercely thrusting towards Silverhorn's chest. However, the Shurhan Kano technique was evidently insufficient to pierce through Silverhorn's tailed beast form. Much like the Jiao Lei Qie, it halted just outside the heart. This time, you shall not escape. The golden and silver horns gripped the Raikage tightly. Meanwhile, in the nearby forest, the surviving ninjas of Konoha finally congregated, and this time their numbers exceeded those who survived in the anime. The losses were staggering. Senju Tobarama felt immense guilt. I should have considered this more thoroughly. Just as Senju Tobarama prepared to adopt an emotional appeal, Li Jiexuan shook his head in resignation. Can we leave quickly? The Raikage likely cannot withstand much longer. The brilliant lightning in the sky had not flashed for quite some time. While the ninjas of Konoha could escape, the Cloud Ninjas had nowhere to flee. In this way, they had inadvertently bought themselves some time. Yet, before Li Jiexuan could finish his thought, the Raikage chakra presence abruptly vanished. The second Raikage, who lived with honor, met a disgraceful end, having managed to delay for such a scant moment. Li Jiexuan scoffed disdainfully. The third Raikage could battle thousands for 3 days and nights, yet you, against 2 counterfeit Ninetales, crumple in just 5 minutes. Undoubtedly, the weakest Raikage in history. However, the unfortunate consequence was that with the Raikage's demise, the 2 monstrous figures turned their gaze upon them. Little brats of Konoha, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I shall hunt you down. The terrifying creature roared skyward, causing Li Jiexuan to instinctively retract his neck. Life is truly arduous. One misstep draws trouble upon oneself. By the way, weren't you originally aiming to kill Senju Tobarama? One must see things through to the end. Alas, if I were of the Sun Clan, I would ensure your demise, you 2 little demons. Li Jiexuan sighed softly. Grant me 10 billion points, and perhaps I could settle for a Gundam. Unfortunately, I possess nothing. While Li Jiexuan was lost in his thoughts, the Konoha team seamlessly entered the unfolding narrative. Just as in the original plot of Naruto, Shikamaru's grandfather astutely remarked, "It seems we must have someone delay them, otherwise, we will surely be caught." However, procrastinators may face dire consequences. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shikamaru's grandfather fixed a piercing gaze upon Li Jiexuan. "What are you staring at?" Li Jiexuan retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. "Don't assume I haven't watched Naruto. The plot doesn't unfold this way, and I have no part in this." An awkward silence loomed until Senju Tobarama finally spoke, uttering the famous line, "With pursuers behind, who will take the fall?" Satisfied, Li Jiexuan nodded in agreement. This was indeed how the original narrative should proceed. In the original storyline, Sarutobi was braver than Danzō, thereby earning Tobarama's trust. Indeed, even after Danzō's demise, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained the candid man he always was. "I consider myself the strongest among us." Li Jiexuan raised an eyebrow. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but blush, asserting, "In any case, I am willing to go." Upon witnessing this, Senju Tobarama felt a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the others glared at Li Jiexuan with fury. "If you're so strong, why don't you step up? You talk a big game. No, you all are the future of Konoha. This task should naturally fall to me. Senju Tobarama cheerfully proclaimed, adding, apologies, I was merely testing you all. But you are the Hokage, they exclaimed. Precisely because I am the Hokage, I must remain here. With that, Senju Tobarama turned to Sarutobi, gazing earnestly. Monkey, starting tomorrow. Wait, if this continues, won't the plot remain unchanged? Does this mean the second Hokage is doomed? Regardless of my efforts, will history remain immutable? What a predicament! Li Jiexuan gritted his teeth and stepped forward, blocking Senju Tobarama's path, forcing a laugh. Old man, at your age, you shouldn't be so reckless. Tsunade is waiting for you to return home. Why? Senju Tobarama asked, bewildered, his eyes wide in disbelief that Li Jiexuan would stand up for him. Just consider it for Tsunade, Li Jiexuan replied, shaking his head in resignation. After all, he did not wish for Senju Tobarama to perish here. The mission, Tsunade, and his own pride as a time traveler were at stake. I didn't traverse time for you to die. I traveled through time, and you still die. Is my journey in vain? As a time traveler, such a fate was intolerable. Sage mode, 8 gates, the opening of the gate of joy. Li Jiexuan roared as he entered battle mode. What are you staring at? I am not guaranteed to lose. Perhaps I shall unleash my full potential and single-handedly conquer a nation. No, it's not that. It's behind you. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Behind me? Just then, an arm draped over Li Jiexuan's shoulder. Captain, you should also return home to see Tsunade. Allow me to handle this. What? Li Jiexuan turned in surprise to find Yamada Shinji smiling as he shed his disguise, revealing himself as the legendary ninja of the shinobi world, Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama. Yamada Shinji? Li Jiexuan could scarcely believe that the person he had interacted with daily was, in fact, the disguised Senju Hashirama. This is as bewildering as if Jack Ma were to come to your home, disguised as a beggar. Just as Li Jiexuan was taken aback, the formidable duo, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, had already caught up. The terrifying nine-tailed beast lunged fiercely at the crowd of Konoha. With a claw as immense as the sky, it descended with tremendous force. Instinctively, Li Jiexuan furrowed his brows and shouted, "Everyone, flee." However, before he could finish his sentence, Senju Hashirama blocked his path, bursting into his signature hearty laughter. Little Jiexuan, allow me to impart the first and final lesson of being Hokage. What? To be Hokage is to transform into the most resilient shield of Konoha, protecting its villagers. As he spoke, Senju Hashirama extended his palm, invoking would release, great barrier technique. A colossal wooden shield, bearing a demonic visage, firmly intercepted the claws of Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao, rendering their relentless scratching futile. The two brothers roared in fury, their mouths agape as they channeled a terrifying amount of chakra. Tail Beast Bomb. Li Jiexuan's eyes widened in horror. He could hardly believe the extent of their tailed beast transformation was so formidable that they had mastered the annihilating tailed beast bomb. Yet, summoning technique, 5-headed Hydra. 5 ghastly gates appeared abruptly, completely absorbing the 2 incomplete tailed beast bombs. Realizing that their most powerful attack had been rendered ineffective, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao regained a fragment of their sanity, crying out in terror, "Senju Hashirama, you're still alive." However, Senju Hashirama paid them no mind. His gaze fixed intently on Li Jiexuan, smiling as he declared, "As Hokage, one must not only learn to safeguard, but also embody an indomitable spear, vanquishing all foes that dare to encroach." At that moment, a piece of his bark-like skin fell away. "Brother," Senju Tobarama exclaimed in surprise, "leave the rest to me now." "Tobarama, your power is still insufficient," Senju Hashirama replied with a smile, forming hand seals. Sage art would release, true thousands hands. Terrifying chakra surged forth, causing the very earth to tremble violently as a colossal thousand-handed Buddha rose majestically from the ground. If the 2 counterfeit nine-tails resembled mountain peaks, then the thousand-handed Buddha was the boundless sky. Before the Buddha, Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao appeared as insignificant as mere insects. Witnessing this, Senju Tobarama clenched his teeth, knowing he could no longer impede Senju Hashirama. Meanwhile, Li Jiexuan stood atop the Buddha's head alongside Senju Hashirama, surveying the myriad of beings below. "Are you nearing death?" Senju Hashirama resembled an ancient, decaying tree, its withered bark continuously shedding. In response to Li Jiexuan's inquiry, he shook his head with a smile. "Fallen leaves do not signify death. When I burn to ashes, the remnants will nourish new buds." Yet again, this familiar rhetoric. While watching the animation, countless individuals must have been brainwashed by this notion. Li Jiexuan stubbornly widened his eyes, retorting, "I may not be the tinderbud you envision." Upon hearing these words, Senju Hashirama laughed heartily. Indeed, my captain, you have matured into a formidable ninja. Your future shall surpass mine by far. Surpass the first Hokage? Li Jiexuan once held great confidence in this notion, yet as he stood atop the colossal Buddha, a profound doubt began to gnaw at him. Can I truly transcend this sky? For the first time, he questioned his own potential. Despite his relentless efforts, he had failed to alter the course of history. Ultimately, he could only hope to exchange his life for that of the second Hokage. Could this version of himself truly surpass the god of shinobi? What's wrong, Captain? Have you lost faith in yourself? Hashirama laughed heartily once more, adding, with such thoughts, I cannot trust you with Tsunade. Nanny. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan gritted his teeth and bellowed, Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Don't even mention the sky. My journey extends to the stars and seas. That's the spirit. My captain. Senju Hashirama chuckled, then, as if grasping a mere snail, effortlessly seized the duo of Kin and Jin. The once mighty brothers were rendered as inconsequential as chickens in his grasp. Alas, the Nine-Tails was not present. As he spoke, Hashirama employed a sealing technique to extract the Nine-Tails chakra from Kin and Jin's bodies, subsequently transferring it into Li Jiexuan. Ding. Acquired Nine-Tails chakra, residual level. Ding. Acquired Hashirama cells, original level. What is the meaning of this? Li Jiexuan exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Do all Hokage enjoy inserting things into others' bodies? Hashirama offered no explanation, merely giving a gentle push that sent Li Jiexuan back to the ground. The forces of Kin and Jin were already in pursuit. A veritable swarm of ninjas surged towards Senju Hashirama like ants. I leave you, Tsunade, and Konoha in your capable hands. Hashirama smiled softly, his entire form gradually transforming into wood. Would release, Buddha of the pinnacle. The fearsome Senju Buddha stirred. Thousands of colossal wooden hands descended, flattening all mountains in their path, while the attacking cloud ninjas were instantaneously reduced to dust. Brother, Lord First Hokage. The second Hokage and Raza cried out in anguish, yet as Li Jiexuan plummeted from the sky, he remained remarkably composed, his heart filled with an enigmatic query. What truly is a Hokage? The wind whispered softly, carrying the refreshing fragrance of grass and trees. A towering tree stood sentinel between Konoha and the cloud ninjas, akin to the guardian spirit of the leaf, supporting the very sky above. The first Hokage has fallen. Senju Tobarama gritted his teeth and called for a retreat. The necessity for an alliance with the cloud ninjas had vanished. From this day forth, Konoha and the cloud shall be locked in an eternal struggle. Withdraw immediately. Return to Konoha. However, Li Jiexuan stood silently in place, palms outstretched, as a tiny sapling began to grow quietly. A Hokage, huh? In that moment, he could vividly perceive the essence of this world. If Tsunade instilled in him a sense of home, Hashirama made it clear that he was no mere outsider. He was truly alive, a living being in this realm. It is truly excessive. Even someone like me, who has watched Naruto, finds themselves brainwashed. Li Jiexuan chuckled wryly, shaking his head. Perhaps my fondness for Naruto in my previous life stemmed from this very reason. An epic quest, the first Hokage's aspiration. Quest objective, become a qualified Hokage. Quest reward, 1 super shadow treasure chest and 1 million points. You, even at the brink of death, do not forget to trouble me. Li Jiexuan shrugged helplessly. The gifts from Senju Hashirama were undoubtedly 2 ticking time bombs. The chakra of the Nine-Tails and Uchiha Madara, who would undoubtedly not spare Li Jiexuan in his quest to resurrect the Ten-Tails. And then there was the first wood-release cells. As the sole inheritor of the wood-release cells in the present, Li Jiexuan found himself in a predicament. Not only was he under Orochimaru's watchful gaze, but the lifespan consumed by using wood-release was also a constant headache. This ability is undeniably powerful, but it comes at the cost of life. Forget it. Li Jiexuan smiled and shook his head. If I wish to surpass the first, I need not fear a defeated foe like Uchiha Madara. As for the drawbacks of the first cells, he opened the shop, where countless items to extend lifespan could be found among the myriad realms. Upon returning to Konoha, news of the allied team's ambush spread like wildfire, sending the entire village into an uproar. Phew. Might Duy hobbled back home from the hospital, and upon seeing Li Jiexuan safe and sound, he exhaled a heavy sigh. It's a relief. Your youth has not yet reached its burning end. Uchiha Yu, with a haughty tilt of her head, retorted, I am not concerned for your safety, Captain. I simply do not wish to change teams. It is too much trouble. At her words, the members of Li Jiexuan's squad burst into laughter. Li Jiexuan joined in the mirth, yet a particular sentiment remained unspoken. With his current strength, even with cursed seals, Hinata and the others could hardly keep pace. Just then, Tsunade pushed the door open and entered. The once lively princess of Konoha had red eyes today, clearly having wept. Tsunade. Li Jiexuan bit his lip and apologized. It is my fault. I could not bring the first back. No, Jiexuan-kun, it is not your fault. Tsunade leaned quietly against Li Jiexuan's embrace. My granduncle said it was my grandfather's choice as Hokage. The choice of a Hokage? Li Jiexuan gently shook his head. Perhaps one could not comprehend such feelings without being in the role. From this moment forth, let us aim for the title of Hokage. Li Jiexuan tightened his hold on Tsunade. He had made up his mind. As a traveler, he would become the strongest ninja and win the heart of the most beautiful maiden. Arriving in the world of Naruto, he must leave his mark as Hokage on the stone faces of the Hokages. As this news spread, Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt quietly before Senju Tobirama. Monkey, what is your opinion of Li Jiexuan? Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded without hesitation. A prodigy of heavenly endowment, his strength far surpasses that of his peers. He is more suited to be Hokage. Senju Tobirama remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Monkey, it is not merely strength that qualifies one to be Hokage. The power of Uchiha Madara far surpasses my own, yet he cannot ascend to the position of Hokage. Senju Tobirama squinted his eyes and coldly chuckled, for there exists darkness within his heart. Master, what do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. Senju Tobirama gently shook his head. I am uncertain, but since my elder brother acknowledges him, and I place my trust in you, my monkey, I implore you to investigate whether he possesses the qualifications to become Hokage. Meanwhile, in Might Guy's residence, mission to rescue Senju Tobirama completed. Mission reward, 100,000 points, 1 shadow-level treasure chest. Although Senju Hashirama has perished, the mission to save Senju Tobirama has been accomplished. However, Li Jiexuan felt no joy in this achievement. Power, he yearned for greater strength. Gritting his teeth, Li Jiexuan thought, if only he possessed the power of the first Hokage, they would not need to flee, and the first would not have met his demise. 100,000 points, exchange. What does the host desire? I seek the ultimate technique of Admiral Aokiji from the world of One Piece, the Ice Age. Ding. Congratulations on your successful exchange. You have obtained the Ice Age scroll. With the system's chime, a cerulean scroll materialized in Li Jiexuan's hand. Resolutely, he tore open the scroll, and an overwhelming blizzard engulfed him. The fierce sea winds howled, and the vast ocean displayed its turbulent might. A tall figure emerged upon the waves, calmly plunging his hand into the water and coldly declaring, Ice Age. Terrifying coldness spread forth, effortlessly freezing the entire sea into blocks of ice. As consciousness slowly receded, Li Jiexuan opened his eyes, and an additional entry appeared in his character panel. Character, Li Jiexuan. Title, The Immortal of Annihilation. Ninjutsu, 8 Gates, S. Dragon Thundercut, S. Orochimaru S. Immortality Technique, S. Ice Age, A. Was Aokiji's ultimate move merely an A-rank ninjutsu? The Ice Age of Aokiji had no upper limit. This classification depended on the extent to which the host could unleash their maximum power. Upon realizing this, Li Jiexuan pondered. In the world of One Piece, power knows no bounds, which implies that this strength is related to Li Jiexuan's bloodline limit. It seems I must seek out the clan of White. If memory serves, they resided in the land of water, in a village that perpetually experienced snowfall. Such a distinct characteristic should not prove difficult to locate. To find someone with the ice release bloodline and cultivate more bloodline limits. The mere thought of it gave Li Jiexuan a headache. Even if he found the heir to the ice release, without Uncle Snake's core technology, such endeavors would be meaningless. As for Uncle Snake himself, he was merely a child at present. However, a plan for nurturing a child? Just as Li Jiexuan was lost in contemplation, a member of the Umbu knocked on his door. Greetings, Lord Li Jiexuan. The Umbu? What brings you here? Li Jiexuan responded, puzzled. The Umbu, being directly under the Hokage, had never been so courteous before. Your appointment has been finalized. You are now the captain of the Umbu. The dark-clad operative, adorned with an elephant mask, gazed down at Li Jiexuan, who barely reached his thigh, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Never had he anticipated being led by a child of such diminutive stature. Even more troubling was the fact that not long ago, he had been tasked with monitoring Li Jiexuan, witnessing the evolution of his relationship with Tsunade. From infatuation to an unbreakable bond, would he be subjected to petty grievances in the future? The position of the Umbu leader was indeed formidable. Akin to the commander of the ancient Jin Way of Earth, a figure who stood just below the Hokage and above all others. Regardless of whether one belonged to the Uchiha, Hyuga, or any other clan, none could match his authority. Very well, I understand, Li Jiexuan replied. Yet he did not display excessive excitement. For a man whose ambition stretched as far as the stars and the sea, the title of Umbu leader was merely a trifle. After all, even Danzō, the true leader, had been reduced to nothingness by his own hands. In this world, all was ephemeral, only strength remained genuine. Upon entering the heavily guarded Umbu chamber, the first decision to be made concerned the mask. Selecting a white fox mask at random, Li Jiexuan formally assumed control of Umbu affairs. Captain Jie Xuan, these individuals are the sub-leaders of Umbu, directly accountable to you. The masks of the sub-leaders were equally unique. Representing an octopus, a panda, a mantis, and a raccoon. The panda leader spoke first, her voice ringing like silver bells. It is an honor to meet the captain. I am responsible for intelligence across the nations, and I look forward to your guidance. The notion of a female panda overseeing intelligence was indeed deceptive. Li Jiexuan smiled faintly. Acknowledging, as I am new here, I shall rely on Captain Panda's support. At that moment, the mantis-masked sub-leader scoffed. Humph. Who would have thought this parachuted captain would be an inexperienced child? How dull. With that, the mantis operative turned to leave. I give you 3 seconds to return to your place, Li Jiexuan declared. Hearing this, the mantis operative retorted defiantly, and what if I choose not to? Dragon Sage mode. 8 gates open. Li Jiexuan intended to assert dominance over these arrogant sub-leaders, unleashing nearly his full power. A terrifying chakra surged skyward. What is this? The mantis operative turned sharply, but before he could react, Li Jiexuan had seized his neck. The mantis operative struggled, desperately attempting to plead for mercy. But Li Jiexuan showed no hesitation, swiftly breaking his limbs and tossing him into a corner. Witnessing this, the other Umbu members lowered their heads in awe. The rumors had proven true. Li Jiexuan truly possessed the strength of a shadow. Li Jiexuan clapped his hands, a disdainful smirk on his face. Perhaps you believe I am unworthy of this position, or that your Jonin strength is sufficient. From this day forth, Umbu speaks through strength. Aside from the intelligence department, all of Umbu shall be ranked by power. If any among you wishes to challenge for my position, you are welcome to do so at any time. The Dark Division is both unique and proud. As the newly appointed leader of this division, the aloof Li Jiexuan naturally incited dissent. His method of quelling such insubordination was rather straightforward. He would subdue you with force. My fists are mightier than yours, thus. My word is the ultimate truth. Indeed, after he had shattered the limbs of the praying mantis division, the other captains of the Dark Division were considerably more compliant. Captain, I am in charge of the Dark Division that engages in combat with other nations on behalf of Konoha. I am known as Octopus. The Octopus captain dared not utter a word. It was clarified that the praying mantis division was responsible for executing assassination missions. He was to recuperate in the hospital for a while, with the former vice captain temporarily assuming leadership. Li Jiexuan waved dismissively, casting a curious glance at the last member. The Raccoon Division. However, after a prolonged silence, the Raccoon Division remained speechless, seemingly lost in thought. Observing this, the intelligence officer, Panda, quickly interjected. Raccoon has been engrossed in a case lately, and his silence is certainly not a reflection of any disrespect towards you, Captain. Oh, and what case might that be? Li Jiexuan inquired, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing the captain's question, Raccoon snapped back to reality, slightly spreading his hands as he gestured. Captain, there is a rather peculiar case. No matter how one analyzes it, all evidence indicates that the suspect must have crawled into an exceptionally large box to commit the crime. Indeed. Li Jiexuan listened attentively. Which ninja could possibly fit into such a sizable box? Raccoon extended his arms, indicating a size roughly equivalent to a pillow. Without hesitation, Li Jiexuan attempted to squeeze himself into a box of that dimension. I could easily fit in there. As soon as the words left his mouth, both he and Raccoon were momentarily stunned. They exchanged bewildered glances. Raccoon's hands, which had been illustrating the box's dimensions, trembled slightly, and Li Jiexuan's eyelashes fluttered in surprise. How unfortunate. Li Jiexuan scratched his head in contemplation. I never anticipated that the case involving the murder of Kuroda would still be under investigation, even more awkwardly. The investigator in question happens to be one of my subordinates. An uncomfortable tension enveloped the room, and just as Raccoon was about to speak, Panda swiftly covered his mouth. Haha, Captain, Raccoon has become somewhat obsessed with this case. He is responsible for internal investigations within Konoha. As Panda spoke, he began to drag Raccoon away. Once outside Li Jiexuan's office, Raccoon turned to Panda in frustration. Yame, why did you stop me? I truly believe that individual has something to hide. Yes, I am aware. Panda replied calmly, arms crossed. Then why would you still intervene? Raccoon exclaimed, wide-eyed in shock. Do you have any idea how much effort I have invested in this case? I do. Panda maintained his composure. But do you realize who the individual you mentioned actually is? Who? Raccoon inquired cautiously. The suspect? I perceive your intentions lean towards wrongdoing. The panda struck the raccoon sharply on the head, exclaiming, that is the captain, the supreme leader of the entire Umbu. So what? The raccoon retorted disdainfully. They are the Umbu, the embodiment of defiance against tyranny. Did you not witness him just shatter the mantis's leg with a single blow? And what of it? The Umbu does not cower in the face of violence. The panda, nearly driven to madness, finally whispered in a hushed tone, I am not afraid to inform you that our captain is named Li Jiexuan. And what of Li Jiexuan? As soon as the words left his lips, the raccoon was struck dumb. Even if his intelligence was not as astute as that of the information-gathering panda, he was well aware of the news that had circulated throughout the entire Konoha. The 2-year-old prodigy who had slain nearly 100 foes and single-handedly defeated the Kazekage of Tsunade, Konoha's future, Li Jiexuan. Why would such a being wish to kill an ordinary person like Kitsuda? The raccoon pondered in confusion. What business is it of yours? The panda replied mysteriously, lowering his head. Moreover, there are whispers that the first Hokage, before his demise, designated him as the next Hokage. His visit to the Umbu is merely for the sake of gilding his qualifications. You must not provoke him. The next Hokage? The raccoon stood dumbfounded for a moment, murmuring, the next Hokage is a murderer? The panda was nearly driven to insanity. Why was this fellow so obstinate? Why must he cling to the issue of murder? Focus on the crux of the matter. The essential point is, this individual is not someone you can afford to offend. No, this contradicts my sense of justice. The raccoon turned away, his expression grave. Once I uncover decisive evidence, I will arrest him. The panda was thoroughly perplexed. Just how stubborn could this individual be in his pursuit of apprehending the Hokage? Yet, do you not cherish his tenacity? The octopus of the Umbu chuckled to himself as he passed by, finding the day's events quite amusing. Meanwhile, in the office, Li Jiexuan found himself scratching his head. What is this? On my first day, I am to be apprehended by my own subordinates? Nevertheless, today is merely a formality. Li Jiexuan, unfamiliar with the operations of the Umbu, was unable to make any decisions. As he gathered the Umbu masks, preparing to seek out Tsunade, an unexpected visitor approached him. Orochimaru? The once cold Orochimaru now appeared tear-streaked and despondent. Li Jiexuan, I am truly at my wit's end. Is this still the same aloof boss I once knew? Li Jiexuan stood in shock, furrowing his brow. Speak. What on earth has transpired? My parents are surrounded by Tsunade shinobi. Orochimaru knelt before Li Jiexuan. Our clan has always been a direct lineage, and I have searched high and low. No one is willing to rescue them. Hearing this, Li Jiexuan could not help but raise an eyebrow. How can this be? Logically, Konoha should not be such a heartless village. How could they make such a choice? Orochimaru's clan may not be large, but their strength is undeniably formidable. After all, the most formidable dragon cave among the 3 sacred sites of spiritual communion is not a possession of an ordinary clan. They claim this information is false. Orochimaru produced a note. We are encircled in the abyssal canyon of the Land of Wind. Swift rescue is imperative. Li Jiexuan paused momentarily, certain that this message was fabricated, for it lacked the covert signals established by Konoha for requesting assistance. Yet, turning to the tearful Orochimaru, Li Jiexuan understood perfectly that for Orochimaru, even a mere 1% of hope was enough to ignite his determination to persevere. I beseech you, Li Jiexuan. Orochimaru growled through clenched teeth. If you are willing to venture there, I shall serve you tirelessly for the rest of my days. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of ambiguous light shimmering in his eyes. Ding. Quest acquired. Orochimaru's plea. Quest details. Journey to the abyssal canyon of the Land of Wind. Quest rewards. 100,000 points, a shadow-level treasure chest, and the eternal follower Orochimaru. It was astonishing that Orochimaru would go to such lengths for his parents. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. This was merely the young Orochimaru. And the reason he transformed into the ruthless and heartless figure he is now was indeed due to the death of his parents. This also subtly indicates the depth of Orochimaru's emotional investment. However, with rewards of such magnitude, the challenge was likely to rival that of rescuing Senju Tobirama. More critically, Li Jiexuan, who had recently slain the Kazekage, would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit upon revealing himself in the Land of Wind. To confront an entire nation alone? Li Jiexuan couldn't help but smile wryly, determined to fulfill the boast he had made, even if it brought him to tears. I shall accept this task. I understand. And I will assist you. Li Jiexuan helped Orochimaru to his feet. This matter should not be delayed. We shall depart at once. Crystal snowflakes drifted gently as the two small figures silently exited Konoha. Master, will you simply watch as they act recklessly? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were filled with concern. Two children willingly stepped into the snares of the sand ninja. A perilous endeavor indeed. Senju Tobirama shook his head gently. Such events cannot be prevented. Just as my brother made his choice, Li Jiexuan has made his own. Senju Tobirama sighed softly, turning away in silence. 2 days later, Li Jiexuan and Orochimaru had arrived at the borders of the Land of Wind. As they approached, Li Jiexuan's bounty poster was plastered across every street and alley. Jiexuan Kuan. Orochimaru's eyes glistened with tears. No need for further words. Let us first rescue your parents. Li Jiexuan unfurled a map. The abyssal canyon appeared as a narrow gash upon the earth. Time was of the essence, and hesitation was not an option. They pressed onward. And when Li Jiexuan stood before the treacherous canyon, it felt as if countless voices urged him not to venture inside. Nevertheless, he resolutely stepped forward. After delving several hundred meters, the canyon's entrance was suddenly obstructed by nearly 100 sand ninja. At that moment, Orochimaru unexpectedly approached the sand ninja. Tears streaming down his face. I apologize, Jiexuan Jun. I deceived you. And if there is a next life, I shall certainly repay you. Orochimaru, weeping, retreated into the ranks of the sand ninja, yet no trace of astonishment could be found on Li Jiexuan's face. Did you think that by hiding in Konoha for a lifetime, we sand ninja would be unable to locate you? Hundreds of sand ninja surrounded Li Jiexuan, encasing him in layers. Li Jiexuan shrugged nonchalantly. I have never hidden. Orochimaru came to seek his demise. Even at death's door, he remains obstinate. The leading sand ninja first seethed with fury, only to quickly break into a cruel grin. How does it feel to be betrayed by your own kind? Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan suddenly grinned. In truth, I have always known that you coerced Orochimaru as parents to deceive me. You know? Orochimaru exclaimed, his eyes widening in confusion. Indeed, from the very moment you beseeched me, I was aware. Li Jiexuan chuckled and shook his head, because you did not request me to save your parents, but rather to come to this gorge. Moreover, as the newly appointed captain of the Umbu, Sarutobi directly informed Li Jiexuan to save Orochimaru's parents. Li Jiexuan must exchange one life for two. It was precisely for this reason that they were reluctant to assist Orochimaru. If that is the case, then why did you still come? At this, Li Jiexuan himself chuckled. Indeed, why? Perhaps because I yearned to experiment. To experiment? Li Jiexuan nodded with a smile, his gaze seemingly drifting back to that night when he stood atop the head of the Senju Buddha, quietly observing the man known as the God of Ninjas. I too wish to test the decisions he made. Of course, a more significant point is, Li Jiexuan grinned menacingly, I have no intention of perishing so easily. Sage Mode, 8 Gates, the opening of the View Gate. Li Jiexuan drew the Kusanagi sword, pale lightning crackling around it. I wish to see how powerful I am. Possessing the chakra of the 9 tails and the cells of the First Hokage. As for you sand ninja, you shall serve as my whetstone. Do not be so arrogant. You murderer. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure leaped forward. A murderer? Could this woman be the wife of Kuroda? Li Jiexuan scratched his head in confusion. Can someone like Kuroda truly have a wife? However, at that moment, the enchanting woman unleashed a furious summoning technique, the Ten of Chikamatsu. What? Li Jiexuan gaped in astonishment. Is that really Chiyo? Chiyo, the reclusive master of Tsunade. Her husband was the first Kazekage, Retsudu, and her rumored paramour was the renowned streamer, Crow. Yet, Chiyo was astonishingly beautiful in her youth. The alluring woman resembled a ripe peach, soft and voluptuous, as if squeezing it would yield nectar. Li Jiexuan stared wide-eyed in amazement, utterly unable to reconcile the striking beauty before him with the frail, wrinkled Chiyo he had seen in the animations. Time indeed wields a merciless blade. What do you gaze upon, little scoundrel? Perhaps it is the overly aggressive gaze of Li Jiexuan that provokes Chiyo, who, blushing in fury, exclaims, You have slain my husband. Today, I shall ensure your demise. The 3 treasures, Buddha, Law, and Monk, are summoned. 3 puppets burst forth, activating their mechanisms to unleash a ferocious whirlwind, attempting to draw Li Jiexuan into their midst, intending to crush him into a mere pulp with the sheer force of the wind. Is it true that the more exquisite the woman, the more ruthless her hand? Li Jiexuan stands resolutely, impervious to the tempest's pull, unmoved by its relentless force. How can this be? Chiyo, astonished, glares wide-eyed, gritting her teeth as she amplifies her chakra output, yet Li Jiexuan remains steadfast. To withstand an A-rank ninjutsu with mere flesh is indeed a terrifying feat. A man must possess composure. Li Jiexuan chuckles, shaking his head. It seems you are incapable of avenging Rato. You are truly unaware of your own peril. With gritted teeth, Chiyo extends her delicate fingers. Pale as jade. White's secret technique. Puppet jutsu of the 10 of Chikamatsu. 10 formidable puppets encircle Li Jiexuan, unleashing a barrage of secret techniques. Poison needles, raging flames, and thunderbolts. Boom. With a resounding explosion, dozens of A-rank ninjutsu detonate, enveloping the area in a purple haze of toxic smoke. Ha ha ha, this lad is doomed. A sand ninja cackles with glee. No one survives a direct hit from Lady Chiyo's puppet jutsu. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru in the crowd cannot help but bow his head. His gaze dimmed. I am sorry, Jie Xuan. Perhaps this can wait for another time. As the smoke clears, Li Jiexuan stands unscathed, now adorned with an additional layer of wooden and icy armor over the scales of the serpent sage. How is this possible? Everyone stares in disbelief. He has withstood Lady Chiyo's puppet jutsu. Gulp. Chiyo purses her lips. No, it is far beyond that. That is ice release and wood release. How can two bloodline limits coexist within a single individual? To be precise, it is 3, including the Hitaki clan's bloodline limit. Alas, ignorance is indeed terrifying. Li Jiexuan shakes his head in resignation. Ultimately, bloodline limits are merely genetic codes. Otherwise, Orochimaru could not have created Yamato using only cells. Moreover, the transplantation of bloodline limits is not Li Jiexuan's sole innovation. Uchiha Madara has likely already integrated the First Hokage's cells into his own chest. To love him is to engrave him upon one's heart. Madara's affection for the First Hokage is truly admirable. Such a presence must not be allowed to return alive. Kill him. Chiyo roars through gritted teeth, finally abandoning her solitary quest for vengeance, as nearly 1,000 ninjas surge forth. Yet, alas, for a practitioner of taijutsu, numbers hold no significance. With the draw of the Kusanagi sword, a cold gleam flashes. Li Jiexuan, wielding his sword alone, moves as if in a realm devoid of others, slaying one foe every 10 steps, leaving no trace in 1,000 miles. Each strike of the Kusanagi thirsts for blood. While their assaults upon Li Jiexuan prove largely ineffective, C-rank ninjutsu only shattering the outermost layer of ice armor. The B-level ninjutsu barely penetrates the wooden armor. Yet the final layer of the Kyolin effortlessly absorbs all damage. Damn it, is this fellow a monster? However, Li Jiexuan ultimately has not ascended to the Super Shadow level. A team of 10 elite, Sand Hidden Jonin obstructs his path of slaughter. This must represent a significant portion of Sand Hidden's high-end combat power. Li Jiexuan disdainfully brushes aside the sand spear that has pierced his chest, sneering, What? Hasn't that Sand Master shown up? I've heard he's your new Wind Shadow. Humph, the Wind Shadow is unaware of this matter. The leading Jonin, manipulating a crocodile puppet, grins malevolently. Once we eliminate you, we shall report to him, presenting your head. Wind release, wind blade. A green wind blade slashes through, slicing Li Jiexuan's arm. Crimson blood dripping down. The A-level wind blade possesses sufficient penetrating lethality to breach Li Jiexuan's defenses. Seeing this, the Sand Shinobi's spirits are lifted. Huh, this guy is not invincible. In an instant, hundreds of powerful penetrating ninjutsu surge towards Li Jiexuan like a tidal wave. In the sky, a rain of ninjutsu falls. Truly a spectacular sight. Li Jiexuan's eyes widen. With his current strength, facing such a multitude of ninjas is indeed quite a strain. However, Ice Age. A fiery red chakra envelopes Li Jiexuan's hands, and in that moment, his Ice Age panel ascends to S level. He plants his palms into the earth. A terrifying force of ice surges forth, freezing everything in the canyon through the moisture in the air. Ice blue frost solidifies like earth, reconstructing the entire canyon. Jiexuan Kuan. Orochimaru stares in disbelief at the Sand Shinobi encased in ice beside him. Tears glisten in his eyes. Even though he deceived Li Jiexuan, at this critical moment, Li Jiexuan still exercises caution, ensuring he does not harm him. The Ninetales truly is a cheat. Li Jiexuan withdraws his hand. The crimson power of the demon fox surging forth. His entire being radiates like a shimmering rainbow. In Sage mode, white light emanates, while the 8 gates emit green, and the Ninetales chakra glows red. Ultimately, it is the chakra of the Ninetales that proves most effective. After all, it is an official cheat, nearly limitless chakra at one's disposal. Nevertheless, such power is merely fleeting. Li Jiexuan can sense the demon fox's energy within him rapidly diminishing. After all, the golden horn and silver horn had only consumed a few pieces of fox meat, and there remains a significant gap compared to the Jinchuriki who nurtures the fox within. The frozen canyon resembles a divine masterpiece, and Li Jiexuan gently taps it with a smile. Crack, crack, crack. Terrifying fissures gradually spread across the ice, dominating the canyon with their reach. With a tremendous roar, the entire icy chasm shatters into countless shards, mingling with flesh and bone, filling the canyon to the brim. Is it resolved? It seems rather too easy. Before Li Jiexuan can finish speaking, 10 figures, engulfed in chakra flames, suddenly emerge from the broken ice. All 10 jonin, including Aunt Chio, completely unscathed. It seems the jonin level is indeed quite formidable. Li Jiexuan shook his head in resignation. Even someone as formidable as Six Paths Madara seldom managed to eliminate AJ Nin with a single strike. As for the embarrassing incident, which had been meticulously planned over a century, yet almost resulted in his demise at the hands of AJ Nin, he found it hardly worth mentioning. You fiend. The widow Chio glared with wide eyes, her fury palpable. You have slain my husband and nearly 1,000 sand shinobi. We will not let you escape unscathed. Oh. Beautiful women truly lack reason. Li Jiexuan sneered, casting a sidelong glance. It is one thing for the wind shadow to lose to me over a mere child. But these shinobi are utterly deluded. Their actions are akin to your attempts to seize the tailed beast from Konoha. Ultimately, they will pay a price. If you are so eager to meet your demise, I would be more than willing to escort you on your journey. With a sinister grin, he clenched his fist. The 8 gates technique surging to the 6th gate, his chakra igniting like flames reaching for the heavens. At that moment, a blue straw hat began to drift down from the canyon above. The azure dragon coiled, and the black dragon's claw sealed his right eye. Adorning a magnificent yellow cloak was the second wind shadow summon. Truly, prominent figures appeared one after another. Li Jiexuan smirked, secretly clutching a chakra recovery potion in his palm. 10 Nin were already a formidable challenge, with Chio and the second wind shadow joining the fray. Just as he prepared to make a desperate escape, a fiery red hat emerged from the far end of the canyon. Hey, little Saman, isn't it rather disgraceful to ambush a child with so many? Senju called out with a smile, approaching slowly from the distance, followed by a throng of Konoha Ambu. Captain, we have arrived late. The reinforcements from Konoha had arrived, and the tide of battle shifted dramatically in an instant. Senju, you are indeed alive. Saman's expression darkened. Clearly caught off guard by the failure of the gold and silver brothers. What a disappointment. Thanks to you, Saman. Tobarama replied with a cold smirk. That matter. I shall settle with you in due time, but only on the battlefield. Upon hearing this, Saman hesitated. Although the sand shinobi were numerous, he knew all too well he was no match for the renowned Senju Tobarama, known as the fastest in the shinobi world. In truth, he even doubted his ability to defeat Li Jiexuan, weighing the pros and cons. Very well, Hokage, we shall meet again on the battlefield. But the grudge against Rito, Chio interjected, visibly displeased. Who could understand the pain of being unable to avenge her slain husband, now so close at hand? There will be opportunities, Sister Chio, Saman replied, furrowing his brow. For the future of the sand shinobi, I implore you to endure for now. Chio's gaze dimmed. Indeed. How quickly relationships turn cold. What of my parents? Orochimaru rushed forward, his eyes reddened with fury. Return them to me. After a long pause, Chio shook her head apologetically. I am sorry, child, your parents perished long ago, right here in this canyon. Dead. Orochimaru stood frozen, lost in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the gravity of her words. Even as the sand shinobi departed, he remained in a daze, unable to regain his senses. As all departed and the ice and snow gradually melted away, Orochimaru, kneeling in place, murmured, Lord Jiexuan, is life always so fragile? Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan was momentarily taken aback. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had posed a similar question to the third Hokage, who had responded with the wisdom of a Hokage. The flames that consume the trees leave behind ashes, yet new branches will surely sprout. To be candid, the third did not grasp the art of tailored education. Such words might resonate when spoken to Jiraiya, but directed at Orochimaru, they would merely hasten his abandonment of Konoha. For he understood that Konoha's path was in direct opposition to his own. Humans are inherently fragile beings. A mere accident could bring an end to life. Li Jiexuan gazed into the distance, reflecting on the sorrowful truth. The ashes left behind after death are but ordinary remnants of flora, perhaps suitable for fertilization. Trembling with fear, Orochimaru shook his head vacantly. What if one day, Lord Jiexuan, you also perish? In response, Li Jiexuan smiled and nodded. As ninjas, perhaps we could develop a technique for immortality. An immortality technique? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with bright excitement. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? Many have failed. Li Jiexuan affirmed with a smile. But perhaps success is attainable. However, it is a journey you must undertake yourself, is it not? As he spoke, Li Jiexuan handed the young Orochimaru the scroll containing the immortality technique from their last adventure. This is for you. I hope you can create a genuine technique for immortality. Even a figure as bold as Li Jiexuan felt a flush of embarrassment upon gifting something of his own. Receiving the scroll, Orochimaru's eyes widened with fervent anticipation. Standing upon his own shoulders, perhaps he truly could achieve success. Upon returning to Konoha, Orochimaru immediately immersed himself in relentless study. His yearning for immortality in this life was no less fervent than in his previous one. Yet, Li Jiexuan harbored no concerns about him causing any turmoil. For Orochimaru had become his eternal follower. Orochimaru, childhood, ninja rank, B, talent, S permanent loyalty, 100. Moreover, Li Jiexuan had successfully completed this task, earning 100,000 points and an elite treasure chest. He opened it. Together with the treasure chest obtained from rescuing Senju Tobirama, he unlocked 2 elite chests in succession. Amidst a flickering glow, 3 items materialized in Li Jiexuan's hands. Advanced Random Summoning Beast Scroll 3, Beginner Random Hokage Training Scroll, Summoning Beast Evolution Pill among these. Aside from the training scroll, the other 2 had never appeared before. There had been beginner-level random summoning beast scrolls in the past, but Li Jiexuan had never utilized them. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to employ one. First, he activated the beginner scroll. With a resounding bang, a salted fish appeared in the summoning beast array. Could this truly be classified as a summoning beast? It was indeed rather disappointing. Li Jiexuan scratched his head in frustration. If he were to summon this salted fish in the midst of battle, it would surely spell his doom. The second scroll, with a resounding thud, a delightful little frog leaped forth. Li Jiexuan, brimming with excitement, extended his hand. Could it be that fortune smiled upon him, bringing forth a frog from Myamak Mountain? Ribbit. The small frog promptly devoured a nearby mosquito. Well, it seems this was indeed a disappointing endeavor. Consequently, Li Jiexuan's enthusiasm for the 3 advanced summoning scrolls waned, and he carelessly tossed the frog aside. Thud. A black slug plopped onto the ground with a wet squelch. For heaven's sake, if one wishes to masquerade as a slug, at least dye it a toothpaste color first. With a sense of resignation, Li Jiexuan picked up the slug, intending to nullify the summoning contract. However, he soon furrowed his brow. Wait, this is not a slug. Li Jiexuan raised a finger. This is a leech. More crucially, if it weren't for Li Jiexuan witnessing it firsthand, the leech's presence would be imperceptible based solely on its body and chakra, indicating that this leech possesses the ability to obscure chakra. If stealthily placed upon an enemy, it could serve as an effective means of weakening them. Not too shabby. Li Jiexuan decided to retain the summoning contract, returning the leech to the summoning realm. Thud. As he activated the final scroll, a Sharpei dog adorned with a ninja headband suddenly leapt forth. Ah? You are not a member of the Hitaki clan. How could you summon me? This was indeed a ninja dog, bound by generations of contracts with the Hitaki family. Could it be that one could summon another's familiar? How utterly random. Li Jiexuan waved his hand, dismissing the ninja dog, and activated the last scroll. Thud. A golden-winged bird, its wings nearly 100 meters wide, emerged, its fierce talons glimmering ominously, fresh blood slowly dripping from its golden-red beak. A rock. What a fearsome creature. However, it seemed he had interrupted its meal. Screech. The golden rock emitted a sharp cry, its high-pitched voice transforming into a sonic attack. Could this creature not speak human language? What a predicament. Li Jiexuan, in exasperation, slapped the ground. Blood contract summoning technique. Hiss. The formidable snake, Shinya, erupted forth, its massive head swaying side to side, poised to strike. Boss Jiexuan. Who shall I feast upon this time? Li Jiexuan smiled and pointed skyward. As fellow summoning beasts, I believe you can communicate, yes? Upon sighting the glimmering golden rock, Shinya instinctively recoiled, baring its fangs. Boss Jiexuan. I feel somewhat frightened. What a coward. Li Jiexuan angrily smacked the snake's head. What a waste of your title as the fiercest beast of the dragon's cave. Xinya curled up pitifully in a corner. Ever since my reverse scale was plucked, I have become a law-abiding citizen. Very well. You shall only serve as a translator. I will manage it. Only then did Xinya reluctantly nod, and after a moment of contemplation, translated affirmatively. It states that you interrupted its meal and brought it to this wretched place. You are doomed. Ah, quite the temper. Li Jiexuan dismissively waved his hand. What else did it say? It further proclaimed that if you immediately knelt in surrender and offered 100 livestock, it might spare your life. Li Jiexuan nodded slightly, observing that this great rock had indeed been sustained by humans all along. However, have you mistaken your target? Li Jiexuan grinned wickedly. Activating both the Jiao Immortal Mode and the 8 Gates of Duanjia. Allow me to teach you the meaning of master-servant hierarchy. 10 minutes later, the great rock, battered and bruised, knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Li Jiexuan retracted his fist with satisfaction. It seems you have some sense after all. And if you had no sense, then I would resort to summoning magic to eliminate you. Li Jiexuan smiled and nodded at Xinya. Do not forget the binding power of summoning magic over summoned beasts. Gulp. Xinya swallowed hard, overcome with trepidation, grateful that he had not stubbornly resisted at that moment. Given your commendable performance this time, I reward you with this. Li Jiexuan casually tossed a summoning beast evolution pill into Xinya's mouth, who swallowed it without even a glance. Are you not afraid I might poison you? Xinya grinned widely, ingratiatingly stating, as long as it is given by my master, I will consume even poison without hesitation. Yet, scarcely had the words left his mouth when Xinya's red face instantaneously turned green. Ah, as if enduring the agony of childbirth. Xinya let out a heart-wrenching scream. Observing this, the great rock smirked with malicious glee. This is what you get for being a sycophant, ending up with nothing. Li Jiexuan felt somewhat confused. This pill was a first for him as well. It wouldn't truly kill Xinya, would it? Just then, a sound resembling fabric tearing echoed from above Xinya's head. His blood-red scales inexplicably shattered, and a sharp little horn emerged. Is this the transformation into a Jiao? Li Jiexuan's eyes widened in astonishment, though it appeared the transformation was not entirely complete, at most reaching the level of a half Jiao. Power, immense power surged forth. Xinya ecstatically wriggled his body, and the little horn on his head unleashed a bolt of lightning, reducing a nearby hillock to a charred wasteland. The great rock widened its eyes in surprise. Originally, Xinya's strength was far inferior. Yet in just consuming a single pill, he became so formidable, even it felt a twinge of apprehension. This was indeed outrageous. When one serves as a sycophant, in the end, one possesses everything. Xinya laughed joyfully, kneeling beside Li Jiexuan and panting like a dog. In that moment, the great rock relinquished its dignity. After all, what harm is there in being a sycophantic bird? Having returned the 2 summoned beasts to their space, Li Jiexuan procured his final item, the training scroll. This was not the first time Li Jiexuan had utilized this item. With practiced ease, he unfurled the scroll, revealing the fire shadow rock. This time, is it in Konoha? As his consciousness gradually blurred, upon reopening his eyes, Li Jiexuan found himself standing in a completely new Konoha. Unlike the modern architecture of decades past, it seemed this era still resided in the time of Naruto. Li Jiexuan surveyed the ordinary people around him, engaged in the construction of houses, and could not help but raise an eyebrow. However, in such a serene environment, it was utterly inconceivable which narrative this belonged to. For a moment, Li Jiexuan found himself at a loss. Given the circumstances, there was one matter he felt compelled to address. He patted his wallet and declared, having arrived in Konoha decades later, he simply had to indulge in a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. Heaven knows, during the time when Naruto was still unfolding, numerous tales envisioned Uncle Ichiraku as the ultimate antagonist, and even to this day, some remain unable to let go of that jest. Yet, the most crucial aspect remained. He must savor the ramen that was Naruto's one true love. Just how delectable could it be? The familiar white cloth adorned with red characters and the lantern of Ichiraku evoked a deep sense of nostalgia. As he lifted the curtain, Uncle Ichiraku and his beautiful daughter stood as ever behind the counter. Little guest, what would you like to eat? A large bowl of ramen. In no time, the ramen was presented before him. In the generously sized bowl, the firm noodles mingled with the golden broth, exuding an enticing sheen and aroma. The succulent chashu was both thick and tender, while the crab stick was a rare delicacy among ramen, complemented by a half of the unbeatable marinated egg. Even Li Jiexuan, accustomed to the culinary delights of the Heavenly Empire, could not help but exclaim, "Oh my goodness! Another bowl, please." Li Jiexuan raised his hand high. There was simply no resisting the allure of Ichiraka ramen. At that moment, however, a distinct chakra brushed against him. It was the chakra of the Nine Tails. Li Jiexuan's eyes widened. It was drawing closer. Was it Naruto? Realizing this, he promptly placed a hefty sum on the counter and decisively exited the ramen shop. Until he resolved the matter of the Nine Tails chakra, any approach towards Naruto would be exceedingly perilous. Who could predict if the Nine Tails might suddenly emerge and eliminate him? "Hey, little guest, your large bowl of ramen?" Uncle Ichiraka picked up the silver coins, scratching his head in confusion. Why would someone pay with such antiquated currency? Isn't this considered a relic now? At that moment, Naruto approached the ramen shop, looking somewhat distressed. Since earlier, his stomach had been feeling rather peculiar. However, upon seeing the hesitant man in a green hat at the entrance of Ichiraku, he greeted him casually. "Uncle, what are you doing?" "I'm debating whether or not to enter this establishment." "Is the food good here?" The man in the green hat replied nonchalantly. "Is your stomach bothering you?" "Not really." Naruto scratched his head in bewilderment. Just moments ago, his stomach had inexplicably ached, but now it felt fine. "Uncle, Ichiraku is the best ramen shop around." "Is that so? Then I shall give it a try." Naruto and the man in the green hat entered the ramen shop together. So, this is the narrative. Observing from the shadows, Li Jiexuan nodded to himself. If memory served him correctly, that man in the green hat was Xuanning, the master of mechanisms who had scattered explosive tags throughout Konoha. The master of mechanisms, Xuanning. Within the realm of Naruto, he was among the few who possessed the capacity to obliterate Konoha. What is particularly remarkable is that while the Nine Tails relies on chakra, pain draws upon the Rinnegan, and Xuanning only needs explosive tags to obliterate Konoha. How intriguing. Li Jiexuan turned away, as there was still some time before the narrative truly commenced. During this interval, there were numerous tasks he could undertake. For instance, seek out Might Duy. Finding Might Duy and his disciple, Rock Lee, was not a challenge, as the duo frequently initiated training sessions that targeted the entirety of Konoha. "Oh, you mean those two eccentric ninjas in tight-fitting suits?" Today, they declared they would engage in a training regimen involving one-handed handstands around the village. What lunatics! The vegetable vendor did not conceal her disdain for Might Duy and his disciple. With a chuckle, Li Jiexuan departed, tossing the freshly purchased vegetables into the trash. Indeed, such is the legacy of the Might family. Might Duy and Rock Lee had just begun their day as training, executing one-handed handstands around the village. And within 3 hours, they were to complete frog jumps encompassing the village. However, a small figure abruptly obstructed Might Duy's path. Might Duy nonchalantly attempted to bypass Li Jiexuan, yet Li Jiexuan remained steadfastly in his way. "Are you Might Duy and Uncle Lee?" The innocent voice sounded exceedingly endearing. Might Duy and Rock Lee exchanged looks of astonishment. After a moment, Might Duy burst into hearty laughter. "It appears my youth is far from over." Rock Lee, feeling indignant, shook his head. "Why do you call him brother, yet refer to me as uncle?" "Because my grandfather is also your grandfather." "Might Duy brother," Li Jiexuan replied with a smile and a shrug. At that moment, Might Duy began to comprehend. Li Jiexuan was not merely offering greetings. He was seeking familial connection. "Yet, my father passed away long ago. This cannot be." Might Duy pondered, bewildered. His father had been gone for many years. How could such a young child exist? "No, to be precise, my father is the half-brother of Uncle Might Duy, making me your half-cousin." It was fortunate that Li Jiexuan could elucidate such a complicated relationship. Yet Might Duy remained skeptical. "I recall my father saying that Grandpa Might Duy had already passed when he was very young." "Grandpa Might Duy is not dead. He merely remained abroad due to Grandma," Li Jiexuan declared, raising his fist in a combat stance. "Words are futile. You will understand once we engage." Upon hearing this, Might Duy instinctively declined. "I cannot fight a child as small as you. You might get hurt." 8 gates, open the 3rd gate. Boom. A surge of pale green chakra erupted vigorously. Li Jiexuan grinned widely, his 8 pearly white teeth gleaming. "Might Duy brother, what were you just saying?" 8 gates. Might Duy gasped, unable to close his mouth in shock. This child has actually opened the 1st gate. Meanwhile, Rock Lee stood bewildered, his eyes wide with disbelief. A 2-year-old child has already mastered the 1st gate? When did I learn it? 12, 13? Seeing that the two remained motionless, Li Jiexuan grinned and remarked, "Are you finding this rather tedious?" Allow me to spice things up a bit. Open the injury gate. With a playful wave towards Might Duy, Li Jiexuan continued, surely, this level of excitement will amuse you, dear brother Guy. Might Duy and his apprentice were left in stunned silence, pondering the origins of such a peculiar being. Thus, it was established that you have gained a 2-year-old younger brother? In the Hokage's office, Tsunade cast a bewildered glance at Might Duy, reflecting that this was the most absurd report she had encountered in years. Your grandfather, who passed away in his 20s, left you a half-cousin. Have you thoroughly verified his identity? As Hokage, Tsunade's considerations were more comprehensive. It cannot be mistaken. He not only possesses the 8 gates technique, but also knows the herbal formulas passed down in the Might family. Might Duy affirmed with enthusiasm. However, I can't help but feel he bears no resemblance to you. Tsunade scrutinized the photograph of the charming young boy, then glanced at Might Guy's rugged features. Jie Xuan claims he resembles his grandmother. Might Duy defended his assertion. This was not entirely implausible, Tsunade conceded thoughtfully. More importantly, a genius capable of opening the injury gate at merely 2 years of age would be an invaluable asset that no ninja village would willingly send undercover. All right, I understand. I will expedite his enrollment. In an instant, Li Jiexuan proudly returned to the ranks of the Hokage Academy. Despite his reluctance to squander time with a group of toddlers, obtaining a legitimate identity in the current Konoha was essential for maneuvering freely. Otherwise, the ever-watchful Umbu en route would soon uncover his true nature. As for his decision to enter the Ninja Academy, it was predicated on a significant task at hand. The Academy's lounge, perhaps? Li Jiexuan strolled into the narrative's lounge, where, upon the polished wooden floor resembling a pool, an elderly figure was installing a kunai training post. Xianing, by chance, are you installing a mechanism? Li Jiexuan feigned ignorance with a smile. Grandfather, what are you up to? This is a training post for kunai. Xianing replied with a smile, nodding at Li Jiexuan. If you practice kunai stealthily, you may earn your teacher's praise. Illusions. A faint chakra pulsed through the air, causing Xuaning's visage to gradually blur. Yet, Li Jiexuan, with a grin, produced 6 kunai and hurled them in 6 distinct directions. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sounds of collision echoed as each kunai rebounded from the walls, ultimately converging to form a circle around Xianing like a shower of rain. It seemed that kunai required no substantial training. Xianing, rendered speechless, turned and departed. Observing the pristine kunai training post, Li Jiexuan chuckled and shook his head. If memory served him correctly, the very center of that training post was the switch to detonate the entire Konoha. However, due to Naruto, Xuaning relinquished his quest for vengeance, opting instead to partake in one final treasure hunt with Naruto, utilizing the elaborate plans he had devised over the decades. What a benevolent elder he is. Li Jiexuan gently pried open the wooden stake and reconnected the short-circuited detonator, muttering, "Yet, I fear I can only bring you disappointment." Mission: the Master of Mechanism's dedication. Mission objective: detonate the explosive talisman scattered throughout Konoha and the Hokage Rock, obliterating the entire village in an instant. Mission reward: 10,000 points and the mechanism ninjutsu of Master Xuaning. This was the first time Li Jiexuan's objectives aligned with the mission, a rather rare occurrence. After placing the reconnected detonator back into the wooden stake, Li Jiexuan silently departed from Konoha and summoned his companion, Xinya. Hiss. Xinya humbly lowered his head. Master, what is your command? Can you return to the Dragon Cave now? After a brief moment of sensing, Xinya replied, though it feels somewhat peculiar, I am able to return. It was evident that Xinya had yet to realize that this was no longer the original world. Li Jiexuan squinted and smiled. Now, take me back to the Dragon Cave. I have matters to discuss with the White Snake Sage. Upon hearing this, Xinya couldn't help but advise, Master, the White Snake Sage was nearly drained by you last time. It will take at least 50 years for her to recover. 50 years? Li Jiexuan nodded, resting his forehead. In a strict sense, it was indeed 50 years later. Although the world had changed, the nature of chakra remained unchanged. As soon as Xinya returned to the Dragon Cave, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. What happened here? It was not like this just 10 minutes ago. This was no longer the Dragon Cave of old. And the White Snake Sage was certainly not the one you once knew. As for the new White Snake Sage, how long has it been since anyone visited? The White Snake Sage bit down on Li Jiexuan, infusing him with a substantial amount of natural energy. Yet, Li Jiexuan, adept and untroubled, successfully absorbed the White Snake Sage's essence without so much as a frown, transforming her into a serpent's core. The The silver scales of his Jiao Sage mode gleamed with even greater luster. Tell me, how can I locate Orochimaru? The white snake sage murmured in trepidation. You must seek out Manda. He is Orochimaru's summoning beast, and only he can guide you to Orochimaru. Manda? In the dragon cave, aside from the white snake sage, Shinya, and the 3 high-ranking serpents, all others were ordinary summoning snakes. Manda was, in fact, the first leader among these summoning serpents, a noble entity ranking above the 5 serpents. This justified the reason why Orochimaru had to sacrifice 100 living souls each time he summoned Manda. Yet, boss Shinya, the once arrogant and ostentatious Manda, upon seeing Shinya, suddenly adopted a subservient demeanor, akin to a chick. What brings you to my domain today? Shinya furrowed his brow. Are you not welcoming me? Manda quickly shook his head, apologizing. Absolutely not. I welcome boss Shinya to stay as long as he wishes. Then I shall spare you this time. Shinya gently shook his head, allowing Wanshi to proceed. However, this very act aroused Wanshi's suspicion. It was inconceivable that the formidable Shinya would be so accommodating. There was no way he would refrain from interrupting me at such a juncture. Wanshi discreetly nodded to a subordinate nearby. Go down and check if Lord Shinya is at home. After issuing the command, Wanshi turned back with a show of understanding. By the way, Lord Shinya, is there anything I can assist you with? We are in search of Orochimaru, the ninja with whom you forged a contract. Li Jiexuan narrowed his eyes. Surely you can locate him, can you not? Wanshi affirmed with a nod. I can indeed. But what incentive do I have to do so? What? Shinya erupted in fury, rising to his feet. Are you seeking death, you impudent wretch? Enough of your charade. You false Shinya. Wanshi sneered and made way, as a colossal crimson serpent emerged, roaring violently. Who dares impersonate Lord Shinya? Wanshi had managed to summon this world Shinya. In that moment, both Jiaoxunya and Shinya exchanged glances, momentarily stunned. Roar! What sorcery have you employed, you foolish serpent? Shinya bellowed, unleashing venom in an attempt to petrify Jiaoxunya. Observing this, Jiaoxunya promptly executed a lightning strike, incinerating himself to ashes. A wolf snake, even willing to sacrifice itself. Now, with one of the 2 Zinjas perished, the question of authenticity seemed trivial. Gazing at Shinya's lifeless body, Wanshi trembled as he contacted Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I am cornered back home, and others are specifically seeking you. Please come to my aid swiftly. Orochimaru replied, Did you not boast of being the top dog back home? Wanshi replied in exasperation, No one is leading. I am. If someone leads, I am responsible for confronting them. Despite his disdain, it was ultimately his favored summoning beast. Orochimaru still arrived. Was he truly a mere 2-year-old child? Orochimaru, for a moment, facepalmed, questioning why he had chosen such an unreliable summoning beast. Orochimaru, having lost his parents and thus fearing death, later gained an opportunity through the shedding of a white snake, mastering curse seals in the art of the undead, becoming an immortal ninja. With each word Li Jiexuan uttered, Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. As Li Jiexuan concluded his list of names, Orochimaru's pale serpentine visage transformed to a deep shade of blue. Who exactly are you? What do you seek? No. Orochimaru, you consistently misinterpret the priorities. Li Jiexuan grinned, baring his teeth. It is not about what I want, but rather what you desire. What do I desire? To destroy Konoha, to slay the 3rd Hokage. What is your ultimate aim? Li Jiexuan chuckled, shaking his head. Do not tell me it is for vengeance. You are not so narrow-minded. Everything you do is simply in pursuit of immortality. Orochimaru's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized that Li Jiexuan's understanding of him ran profoundly deep, as if he could even discern his innermost thoughts. Do not be surprised. I have watched you grow. A 3-year-old child earnestly addressed an elderly person with such solemnity, both amusing and bizarre. However, Orochimaru firmly believed that what Li Jiexuan had stated was indeed true. I desire the secret techniques of Konoha. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. I have never regretted defecting from Konoha. I only harbor a deep-seated hatred for the 3rd Hokage, who has barred me from delving into those exquisite forbidden jutsu. Indeed, if it were merely to eliminate the 3rd generation, Orochimaru would never go to such great lengths. Only the secret of immortality could compel him to pause in his relentless pursuit. Excellent. I shall gladly embrace this opportunity. Li Jiexuan squinted his eyes, stating, In the coming days, Konoha shall face annihilation, as numerous Konoha ninjas will be lured away by the joint exercises of Takigakure. By then, Only Tsunade will remain in the entire village. With a smirk, Li Jiexuan added, You wouldn't possibly struggle against Tsunade, would you? Among the legendary Sannin, Tsunade undoubtedly appears to possess the weakest prowess on paper. Regarding the betrayal of his own wife, Li Jiexuan remarked that, aside from the flawless little Tsunade, any version of Tsunade that has been tainted or spied upon by Jiraiya is merely a passerby. Orochimaru grinned wickedly, declaring, I shall handle her. In that case, I shall see you then. Li Jiexuan waved goodbye to Orochimaru with a smile and turned to leave the dragon cave. In the following days, the narrative unfolded as usual. The bond between Naruto and the elder Xuaning grew increasingly stronger. However, at this moment, the Umbu had already set their sights on him. The elder Xuaning's intentional maneuvers, considering his limited time left, rendered Naruto's treasure-hunting escapade his most significant endeavor. However, Li Jiexuan stood atop Hokage Rock, hurling nearly 100 explosive tags into the abyss below. Although he was unaware of where the old man Xianneng had substituted inferior explosive tags, Li Jiexuan believed that igniting them would suffice. Within the village of Konoha, smoke gradually began to rise, marking the official commencement of the unfolding narrative. In the depths of the Konoha forest, the old man Xianneng was apprehended by the Umbu. Utilizing a self-detonation to feign death, he escaped through a hidden tunnel into the sanctuary of Hokage Rock. Ultimately, during a treasure hunt, he succumbed to exhaustion and succumbed to a grave illness. However, this time, the old man Xuanning did not possess such good fortune. Who goes there? Within the dim confines of the Shadow Rock, Xianneng stared in terror, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that hidden within the very refuge he had chosen was another person. Uncle Xian, it's been a while since we last met. It appears you have adopted a new appearance. Li Jiexuan stepped out from the shadows with a smile. Is it really you? Xianneng widened his eyes in fear. This child always gave him an exceptionally eerie sensation. What on earth are you trying to accomplish? Shouldn't this be a question directed at you, Master Xianneng? The explosive talismans in the village and Shadow Rock are all your handiwork, Master Mechanic Xianwang. Li Jiexuan gently admonished, causing Xianneng to startle in surprise. Yet, in that brief moment of reprimand, a colossal serpent emerged from the shadows and engulfed him in a single gulp. Xianneng has met his demise. However, the narrative no longer requires him. The events continue to escalate, and the lost architectural blueprints along with the enigmatic performance have prompted Tsunade, much like in the storyline, to issue a state of alert, deploying nearly all the ninjas in the village to safeguard the borders. Naruto and Shikamaru continued their investigation into the truth behind Xuanning. Soon, they discovered that Xuanning had not perished in the forest of Konoha. The corpse was merely a clever decoy prepared in advance. Subsequently, they found that the blueprints of the Ninja Academy had gone missing, prompting them to seek guidance from Tsunade, after which the search of the academy commenced. If all went according to plan, the malfunctioning detonator should not trigger an explosion. However, to obtain the Book of Seals, sacrifices were inevitable. Li Jiexuan smirked. As the time-space kunai pierced through the wooden stake, igniting tens of thousands of explosive tags that Xuanning had laid over the decades. Boom! The entire Konoha reverberated, as if 1,000 cannons simultaneously played a mournful dirge. Much of Konoha was reduced to rubble, with the Ninja Academy, the source of the explosive tags, collapsing completely. Yet, to think this could eliminate Naruto was a jest. Even the 12 ninja guardians would emerge unscathed. Naruto emerged from the debris, surveying the devastated landscape of Konoha. His fists clenched in fury. Xuanning, if you are behind this, I will not let you escape unscathed. The chaos had commenced. As the explosion erupted, dust billowed along the borders of Konoha. Orochimaru's sound ninja had been lying in wait for 3 days, enduring hunger and sleepless nights. Their anticipation finally coming to fruition, now was the time to advance on Konoha. With the Ch Nin and J Nin dispatched to assist Takigakure, only a handful of Genin remained to defend, and the protective barriers had been shattered by the blast. Orochimaru grinned wickedly. This was the closest he had ever been to conquering Konoha. The news of the invasion startled Tsunade, who was otherwise composed, even during the battle with Takigakure. She had remained unflappable. But Orochimaru, once her comrade, now a traitor, had crossed a line. Damn you, Orochimaru. After murdering the 3rd Hokage, you dare commit such acts again. I will not let you go. Tsunade removed her Hokage hat, clenched her fists, and stormed out. Meanwhile, the 12 ninja guardians, aided by Konoha's formidable intelligence network, quickly learned of the situation. Orochimaru, Naruto growled, his teeth gritted. Not only did you deceive Sasuke, but now you dare to do this. I will make you pay? Orochimaru had found himself in trouble once more. More crucially, it was likely that he had taken Sasuke with him, presenting an opportunity to bring him back to Konoha, an opportunity that could yield dual benefits. With no time to lose, Naruto and Sakura dashed out from the ruins toward the battlefield. As for the truth behind Xuaning, who cared? The explosion had already occurred. What mattered now was Sasuke. Regardless of hatred or the true culprit behind it all, nothing compared to the importance of Sasuke. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, wishing to intervene, but found himself at a loss for words. Once Naruto made up his mind, no one in this world could deter him. Li Jiexuan, taking in the entire scene, broke into a grin. Indeed, as long as one adheres to the narrative's inherent momentum, the conclusion will not deviate significantly. The mere mention of Orochimaru or Sasuke's names would undoubtedly provoke a reaction from Naruto. By leveraging Naruto's protagonist nature, one could achieve their goals. Li Jiexuan gained further insight into the rules of the world of trials. As Naruto departed, he made a beeline for the circular office of the Hokage. After Tsunade's departure, only Shizen and a few Umbu guarding the Book of Seals remained. Although the elite Jonin were formidable, they posed no significant hindrance to Li Jiexuan. Sage mode activated, the 8th gate opened. The emptiness within Konoha allowed Li Jiexuan to unleash his power unabashedly. And a torrent of chakra coalesced into a terrifying plume of smoke, soaring straight into the sky. Whose chakra is that? Niji's eyes widened in disbelief, panic rising within him. The amount of chakra surpasses that of a Jonin. From which direction is it coming? Shikamaru felt an unsettling premonition. The Hokage's office. With a single punch, Li Jiexuan shattered half of the Hokage's office, revealing a hidden chamber behind it, where the Book of Seals was securely enshrined. Who are you? Several Umbu firmly positioned themselves before Li Jiexuan. You need not concern yourselves with that. Li Jiexuan swung his fist with ferocity. 8th gate, Morning Peacock. The surging fire-infused punch forced the Umbu back, and Li Jiexuan seized the hefty Book of Seals, momentarily overwhelmed with exhilaration. Within this tome lay the powerful ninjutsu that Konoha had amassed over the years. Naruto had only mastered the first technique, yet he utilized it from the very first episode to the last. For all this time, Li Jiexuan's greatest gain paled in comparison to this volume of seals. However, it seemed almost too effortless. Shadow Snake Hand. A gray-speckled serpent suddenly emerged from the ground, biting down on the scroll's end. It was indeed not that simple. Li Jiexuan tightly gripped the Book of Seals, deeming it absurd for this small serpent to challenge him. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had overlooked a crucial matter. The Book of Seals, at its core, was merely a scroll. With a rip, the entire scroll was torn asunder amidst their struggle. Orochimaru, clutching half of the Book of Seals, smirked coldly. I knew you weren't so benevolent. Do you believe I was truly prepared to hand it over to you? Li Jiexuan chuckled and shook his head. It seems you don't believe me, and honestly, I don't either. Tsunade had followed closely behind Orochimaru, and it appeared that her chances of acquiring the complete Book of Seals had vanished. In that case, Shinya, make your move. With a subtle shift in his spirit, Li Jiexuan prompted Shinya stationed at the Shadow Rock to decisively activate the explosive tags. The entire Shadow Rock mountain range collapsed with a thunderous roar, and the terrifying boulders descended upon Konoha like the wrath of the heavens. You truly are a madman. Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine. He merely intended to destroy Konoha, never to erase it from the map. To be labeled a madman by you truly stings. Li Jiexuan smirked, disdainfully curling his lip. As for the remaining half of the sealed book, I shall reclaim it. But for now, he turned to gaze at Naruto, who was dashing towards him in the form of a nine-tailed beast. Let us bid farewell for the time being. Complete the mission and return. The sealed book. Unfolding the half of the sealed book, Li Jiexuan eagerly perused its contents. 2 A-rank secret techniques, and 3 S-rank secret techniques. A total of 5 advanced forbidden arts. The first forbidden technique was an A-rank illusion, Dark Walk. Illusions, you say? This is indeed my weak point. Among the 3 foundational ninja skills, my physical prowess is unparalleled, my ninjutsu somewhat lacking, and my genjutsu is nearly non-existent. Should I encounter a master of illusions, I would undoubtedly find myself at a disadvantage. Yet, Li Jiexuan was at a loss as to where to begin. From the outset, illusions were destined to be unique, intricate, and challenging to master. However, he was not in a rush. Such formidable ninjutsu cannot be learned overnight. Just as Li Jiexuan was putting away the sealed book, the Dark Lieutenant of the Octopus Mask team knocked and entered. Captain Jie Xuan, the latest mission assigned by Lord Hokage is in the Land of Water. The Mist Ninjas there have an ambiguous stance towards Konoha, contemplating a full-scale war against the Sand Ninjas. We hope you can investigate this matter thoroughly. The Land of Water. You say? Li Jiexuan understood the underlying intent. This mission was likely a ploy by Tobirama to draw him away from the main battlefield against the Sand Ninjas. For he was undoubtedly their primary target. Heaven knows how many Sand Ninjas have his portrait hanging above their beds, waking each morning with the words, Jie Xuan, I shall kill you. To eliminate Li Jiexuan, they strive, and strive again. Popularity can indeed be a burden. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to search for the family of Haku. After setting the schedule, Li Jiexuan stepped out of Konoha with the innocence of a child. Beside him, Orochimaru trailed closely. Master, shall we proceed with the research on bloodline limits? Indeed, bloodline limits are essentially controllable and can be stolen. Li Jiexuan narrowed his eyes and chuckled coldly. If I can raise Haku's kin, the stable ice-released lineage will one day elevate me to an unstoppable height. With a mere wave, I can freeze 1,000 miles. With a clenched fist, I can slay the 5 shadows. Lord Jiexuan, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Orochimaru declared, fervently clenching his fist, expressing his willingness to clear all obstacles from Li Jiexuan's path to immortality, such as these obstructionist pirates. The Land of Water, an archipelago nation, naturally gave rise to a peculiar breed of pirate, often referred to as marauders. These pirates navigated small boats, drifting aimlessly along the shores, plundering wherever they landed to sustain their existence. A menacing pirate blocked the path of Li Jiexuan and Orochimaru, foolishly brandishing a knife. Hand over your valuables. You tender young lads. Orochimaru's wrist twitched, ready to draw a kunai and eliminate these foolish brigands, but Li Jiexuan raised a hand to stop him. From any perspective, this situation was simply splendid. In the heart of Konoha, Li Jiexuan finds himself constrained by numerous limitations. Any act that defies justice could potentially drive him out of this village, resulting in a loss that far outweighs any perceived gain. The character Orochimaru, after his defection from Konoha, repeatedly faced failure, a consequence largely stemming from his lack of a formidable national backing after his betrayal. In the world of ninjas, the 5 great ninja villages hold their esteemed status solely because they are anchored by the 5 great nations. In contrast, the remaining nations are merely subordinate to these powers, rendering their ninja villages as lesser entities. Given this reality, why not endeavor to exert control over the 5 great nations? The Land of Fire, as the dominant force among them, boasts a robust military and a well-ordered society. Similarly, the Wind, Earth, and Lightning countries are also noteworthy in their own rights. Only the Land of Water, with its vast maritime routes, struggles even against the menace of pirates. Li Jiexuan mused with a smile. Once we subdue these pirates, the Land of Water will hold no secrets from me. Orochimaru, it is time to test the results of your experiments from these past days. With a grin, Li Jiexuan turned to Orochimaru, who nodded in agreement. Sensing danger, a furious pirate swung his blade, exclaiming, You 2 little brats, prepare to meet your doom. Suddenly, a peculiar venomous snake darted forth from Orochimaru's sleeve, sinking its fangs into the pirate's ankle, leaving behind a fragmented curse mark. The pirate screamed as the venom pierced his skin, a searing pain coursing through his veins, causing him to flail helplessly, snapping a small tree in the process. This was the snake curse mark, a more rudimentary version developed by Orochimaru based on his own curse marks. By employing snakes to administer the curse, he could bestow it upon a greater number of individuals. However, this came at the cost of significantly diminished power. Nevertheless, such potency was more than sufficient to incapacitate an ordinary person. As the venom gradually dissipated, the previously frail pirate, now brimming with muscle, rose anew, rejuvenated by natural energy. The power of the curse marked him, instilling a clear sense of who his master was. Well done, Li Jiexuan affirmed, nodding in approval. Orochimaru, elated by the praise, knelt partially in submission, declaring, I shall not disappoint my master's expectations. Orochimaru, one of the most gifted individuals in the realm of Hokage, raised the question of what achievements he could attain if he were to stand on the shoulders of giants from a young age. Li Jiexuan eagerly anticipated the possibilities. As for the present moment, Li Jiexuan followed the subdued pirate toward their ship, contemplating, It appears I am destined to become the Pirate King. The pirate, known as Baishur, was a mere 18 years old and had already spent 6 years in piracy, yet his position on the ship remained lowly. Otherwise, he would not have been sent ashore alone to rob 2 children. Little did he know, it was these very children who would alter the course of his fate. Master, I belong to the giant strength pirate crew. Baishir trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, the fragmented curse mark on his ankle throbbing painfully. Before Orochimaru, he felt akin to a frog ensnared by a venomous snake, instinctively quaking in terror. As for Li Jiexuan, even Baishir dared not entertain the thought. In the hierarchy of cursed seals, if Orochimaru is akin to a serpent, then Li Jiexuan is a dragon soaring in the skies. They exist in entirely different realms. The giant force pirate crew. Li Jiexuan smirked, glancing towards a diminutive sailboat in the distance. Is that the vessel? A small sailboat floated on the nearby waters, appearing only capable of accommodating a mere 10 souls at most. Truly, it was a rather rudimentary pirate crew. Hey, Baishir, what are you doing? Why are you taking so long to deal with 2 children? Perhaps due to the prolonged delay, the crew aboard the pirate ship began to exhibit signs of impatience. Hiki. Li Jiexuan chuckled lightly, shaking his head. Since the giant force pirate crew is so welcoming, let us go take a look. The tiny sailboat was docked along the shore, seemingly in the midst of some repairs. Upon spotting Baishir and Li Jiexuan, the pirates stationed on the deck impatiently berated, Baishir, why are these 2 brats still alive? Wait a moment. The pirate on deck widened his eyes in disbelief. Baishir, what has happened to your muscles? How is this possible? The once lanky Baishir, who had appeared merely like a sprout 5 minutes prior, had suddenly transformed into a robust figure, leaving everyone astonished. Bring your captain here. I wish to borrow something from him. Li Jiexuan smiled softly, gesturing. If he is wise, he may suffer less. What are you saying? You little brat? I'll take you down. The young pirate roared, lunging towards Li Jiexuan, his boisterous cries summoning the entire giant force pirate crew from the ship's interior. Baishir. What is going on? The leader, Yamazaki, furrowed his brow as he ascended the deck. Although Baishir had been somewhat weaker since joining, his diligent nature had rendered him reliable. However, today it seemed there was a notable shift. Upon seeing Yamazaki, Baishir's gaze flickered momentarily, but he swiftly regained his composure, coldly declaring, Yamazaki, I have joined the ranks of Lord Orochimaru. If you have any sense. Before Baishir could finish, the surrounding pirates erupted in uproar, interrupting him. What nonsense are you spouting? You ungrateful wretch. Yamazaki should have let you starve on that deserted island. How dare you betray him? Just watch as I end you. In an instant, the crowd surged with fervor, pirates brandishing their blades as they slowly closed in on Baishir. Ha. Witnessing this, Orochimaru appeared to find the situation amusing. Chuckling uncontrollably, this twisted laughter confirmed that Uncle Snake was indeed still the same Uncle Snake. Orochimaru, what are you laughing at? Upon hearing Li Jiexuan's inquiry, Orochimaru respectfully lowered his head, a wicked grin adorning his face. I find it amusing that these foolish beings, with such precious lives, possess no sense of appreciation. A confrontation seemed imminent. Yet, at that moment, a resounding voice pierced the atmosphere. You too, are you ninjas? The captain of the giant force pirate crew had recognized the identities of Li Jiexuan and Orochimaru, though it is undeniably small. I can think of no other plausible explanation beyond that of a ninja. Yamazaki gestured to halt his subordinate's actions. I suspect that Shiraishi's transformation is also your doing. Yamazaki glared coldly at Orochimaru, inquiring, what exactly do you desire from us? Why would the exalted ninjas seek trouble with us, mere filthy pirates? Cautiously testing the waters, Yamazaki held his hefty blade defensively before him. Trouble? Orochimaru chuckled lightly, nodding towards Shiraishi. I am here to assist you. Shiraishi has acquired formidable strength. Can you not see it? Enough of your boasting, you insufferable brat. A massive spiked club swung fiercely towards Orochimaru. Yet, he made no move to evade or retaliate. Got him, the overzealous pirate thought, eyes wide with excitement. What a pathetic ninja, just a child. With a loud thud, a robust arm appeared before the club, firmly catching the heavy blow. Shiraishi? The pirates gasped in astonishment. This individual, once deemed the weakest among them, often ridiculed for his lack of strength, had now effortlessly caught the vice-captain's club with his bare hands. As the other pirates, witnessing the escalating conflict, rushed forward to slay Shiraishi, he merely seized the club and with a gentle flick, sent the surrounding pirates sprawling. The sight left them stunned. In a mere 5 minutes, the once feeble Shiraishi was able to stand against 10 foes, a significant shock to them all. Could it be that everything transpired as that child had claimed? Anxiety rippled through the crowd. What have you done to Shiraishi? Yamazaki demanded, his voice rising. Such immense power must surely come at a cost. His reprimand roused the pirates from their stupor. Indeed, this must be a technique that consumes one's lifespan. I have seen it elsewhere. A brief surge of power followed by demise. It must be said, Yamazaki possessed a certain skill. In this moment of turmoil, his words steadied the hearts of his comrades. However, it was a pity. Orochimaru sneered dismissively. Do not conflate the techniques bestowed upon me by Lord Jie Xuan with those inferior methods. The power of the cursed seal derives from one of the 3 sacred lands, the Dragon Cave. Its natural energy is the purest form of chakra, bearing no adverse effects on the body. Enough of this idle talk. Shiraishi demolished them. These pirates will not shed tears until they see their coffins. With Orochimaru's command, Shiraishi wasted no time, descending upon the 10 or more pirates like a ferocious tiger, swiftly incapacitating them. Go forth, my little darlings. Orochimaru extended his arms, and from his sleeves, numerous white serpents slithered forth, sinking their fangs into the pirates' ankles. Damn it, what have you done to them? Yamazaki's eyes widened in disbelief. These subordinates were the foundation he had painstakingly built over the years. If they perished, the existence of the giant force pirate crew would be rendered meaningless. Do not worry. They should not all succumb to death. Orochimaru smirked, retracting the 10 cursed seal serpents back into the dragon cave. Not all will die? At that moment, a pirate's body grotesquely folded in half, his skin crawling with an abundance of cursed seals. The excruciating pain induced spasms that robbed him of consciousness. Vivid crimson blood seeped from every part of his body, transforming him into a grotesque figure of blood. After one final violent convulsion, he ceased to draw breath. Tianma! Yamazaki shouted in anguish. Oh, this individual is named Tianma? What a pity, Orochimaru remarked, extending his tongue to taste the air as if savoring the flavor of death. He could not survive this ordeal. Although the cursed seal is an official enhancement, it does not imply absolute invincibility. The only limitation of the cursed seal is the merciless survival rate. The heavenly cursed seal has a 1 in 10,000 chance. The earthly cursed seal survives 1 in 1,000. The human cursed seal is selected from 1 in 100. As for the modified serpent cursed seal, its survival rate is merely 1 in 5. It appears that Tianma was rather unfortunate. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, nodding toward Yamazaki. The pursuit of power invariably demands sacrifice. I will kill you. Yamazaki could no longer contain his fury, brandishing his massive sword and charging at Orochimaru, only to find Shirashi steadfastly blocking his path. Shirashi, if you do not step aside, I shall slay you. Yamazaki roared, his eyes aflame with rage. Had they not shared so many years as brothers, he would have cleaved Shirashi in two. However, Yamazaki, it is you who must yield. Shirashi grinned menacingly, seizing the heavy blade. The cursed seal enveloped his body, and a terrifying strength surged forth, hurling Yamazaki into the sea. Ha ha ha, Yamazaki, you are no longer my equal, begone. Shirashi laughed triumphantly, disdainfully roaring at Yamazaki, who now floundered in the water. You wish to let him escape, do you? Shirashi suddenly choked, kneeling before Orochimaru, pleading for mercy. Master, I was wrong. I should not have engaged in these unnecessary actions. Indeed, they were quite superfluous. Orochimaru chuckled, smirking. Observe your brethren. What unexpected fortune. Li Jiexuan nodded with a smile. With a survival rate of 1 in 5, how astonishing that 5 out of 10 have survived. Shirashi, we now possess this power. Thank you. The 5 serpentine cursed seal pirates excitedly clambered up from the deck, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through their bodies. Power is an intoxicating poison. Master. The pirates bowed before Orochimaru, while Li Jiexuan grinned and nodded. Orochimaru, you have become a leader as well. All that belongs to the servant now belongs to the master. Orochimaru respectfully lowered his head, chuckling softly, including life. You vile ninjas, I shall surely slay you. Yamazaki ascended the deck, drawing his dagger and charging once more at Orochimaru. Vile ninjas? How audacious of you, a pirate steeped in plunder and violence. Orochimaru cast a cold gaze upon Baishur. This is your final opportunity. Upon hearing these words, Baishur shuddered and grit his teeth, blocking Yamazaki's path. Damn it, Baishur. Have you all gone mad? Why do you obstruct me? Yamazaki was already surrounded by his own subordinates. No, Yamazaki, it is you who has lost your sanity. Baishur sneered helplessly. I had offered you a chance, yet you squandered it. There is nothing more I can do. The sharp glint of blades flashed, and the pirate captain Yamazaki was mercilessly dismembered by his own crew. Next, Who is the most formidable pirate in the land of water? Li Jiexuan nodded with a smile, understanding the principle that to seize the villain, one must first capture the king. As the vanguard, the formidable giant power pirate crew, bolstered by powerful cursed seals, was more than sufficient. Baisher stepped forth, affirmatively declaring, if we speak of pirates, it must undoubtedly be the Seven Treasures pirate crew. The Seven Treasures pirate crew? Indeed. It is said that this crew harbors 7 formidable ninjas, not inferior to the 7 ninja swordsmen. Baisher spoke with a hint of trepidation. And they wield 7 powerful ninja tools. Not inferior to the 7 ninja swordsmen, you say? Li Jiexuan scoffed lightly. If they truly possess such strength, then the name of the 7 ninja swordsmen would merely be theirs as well. As for the ninja tools, if one fears mere blades, then I, Li Jiexuan, might as well take my own life. Nevertheless, the 7 Treasures pirate crew certainly carry significant weight. In the town of 7 Treasures, the sun shone brightly, birds chirped melodiously, and the town thrived in a scene of prosperity and tranquility. This town is quite delightful. Li Jiexuan stretched comfortably. Having purchased a skewer of candied fruits from a street vendor, embodying the demeanor of a carefree traveler. However, Orochimaru closely trailed him, appearing ever vigilant. Relax, Orochimaru. Li Jiexuan chuckled, shaking his head. When venturing out, being overly cautious can be quite exhausting. But Orochimaru furrowed his brow, casting wary glances around. There is something amiss in this town. The air is thick with a palpable sense of murderous intent, both faint and potent. However, before Orochimaru could finish his warning, Li Jiexuan cheerfully slipped into a nearby tavern, producing silver notes to make his purchases. Master, Orochimaru attempted to persuade once more. But Li Jiexuan waved his hand with a smile. From the moment we set foot on land, we have been under the scrutiny of others. In such a large town, finding someone is no easy feat. Let them come to me. A full day passed in the lavish tavern, until night fell like ink, and the tavern's doors slammed shut. Almost simultaneously, the geishas surrounding Li Jiexuan silently departed. Looks like they have arrived? Li Jiexuan smiled, rising to find 7 ninjas silently appearing before him. The legendary pirate slayer, merely a child? The leader of the 7 Treasures pirates grinned menacingly as he brandished an oddly shaped scythe. Your troubles have come seeking you. This marks your end. The Pirate Slayer. This title was earned by Li Jiexuan throughout his journey. While the number of destroyed pirate crews may not reach 100, it certainly exceeds 50. And he even unlocked a side quest. Side quest: eliminate the 7 Treasures pirates. Quest details: as the leader of the Water Nation's pirates, the 7 Treasures pirate is notorious for his heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder. As a just ninja, it is your duty to eradicate him. Nonsense duty. Dare to withhold my reward, and see what happens. Quest rewards: 1 shadow-level treasure chest, the title of Pirate Slayer, and 10,000 points. A shadow-level treasure chest. When Li Jiexuan received this task, he was somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that this legendary 7 Treasures pirate would be valued at a shadow-level treasure chest. It is worth noting that tasks offering shadow-level treasure chests are fraught with danger. None have been easy. Could it be that the 7 Treasures pirate crew possesses remarkable strength? Raging Tide Scythe. The bizarre scythe, shaped like waves, was swung down fiercely, conjuring terrifying torrents that surged toward Li Jiexuan. Haha. How do you like the power of my Raging Tide Scythe? The leader of the 7 Treasures, Lang Jingtide, scoffed. You little brat, prepare to die. Before Lang Jingtide could finish his taunt, he was choked into silence. In the Dragon Immortal mode, Li Jiexuan stood as steadily as if in a swimming pool. Amidst the surging waves, raising an eyebrow in confusion, with such strength, why is it worth a shadow-level treasure chest? You audacious brat. How dare you look down on our 7 Treasures pirates? The other 6 crew members brandished an array of weapons and joined the fray. In an instant, wind, fire, thunder, and lightning erupted, creating a spectacle akin to a spring festival gala. However, even their mightiest attack barely shattered the 3 layers of Li Jiexuan's defenses. Together, they might possess the strength of a genin. From this perspective, they could indeed be called the 7 Ninja Blades if they occupied a single position. The entire tavern was utterly demolished as Li Jiexuan and the 7 Treasures pirates burst forth from the ruins. Yet, as they emerged, Li Jiexuan was taken aback. So that's how it is. The pervasive killing intent in 7 Treasures Town is due to the fact that this entire town is the lair of the 7 Treasures pirates. To be precise, the entire town is comprised of the 7 Treasures pirates. Like a tidal wave, the townsfolk, armed with weapons, encircled them tightly. Their once amiable faces now contorted into terrifying masks. Ha ha ha. No matter how powerful you are, do you think you can withstand the strength of an entire town? Lang Jing-eyed laughed maniacally as he wielded the raging tide scythe, summoning a horrific tsunami towering dozens of meters high. Earth release, earth flow wall. Using the earth flow wall to block the tsunami, Li Jiexuan shook his head helplessly. It seems that acquiring the shadow-level treasure chest will not be an easy feat. Lord Jiexuan, what should we do now? Orochimaru, still too young, was momentarily at a loss amidst the throngs of thousands. Those who can plant cursed seals should do so. And for those who cannot, Li Jiexuan frowned and coldly replied, then let us eliminate them all. With a single command from Li Jiexuan, Extortion, the rock. And nearly 1,000 pirates gathered along the way surged forth in a frenzied rush. The demise of Qibao town was imminent. With Li Jiexuan's true power, vanquishing the Qibao pirates would take but a few moments. However, the aftermath of their extermination was far more lamentable. Of the tens of thousands of townsfolk in Qibao, only a little over 2,000 chose to submit, while the remaining 8,000 were devoured by Extortion and the rock. To slay one is a crime. Yet to massacre thousands is valor. The shadow-level treasure chest was not easily obtained. Upon opening the chest, he found the familiar low-level training scroll, along with a medium-grade ninja tool, an average stroke of luck. As for the training scroll, it was best to use it promptly. Yet, he wondered which segment of the narrative he would soon engage with. Unrolling the scroll revealed the familiar architecture of Konoha. Li Jiexuan's consciousness began to fade. Oh, indeed, he had returned to a familiar place. Gazing at the striking red letters against a white backdrop announcing Ichiraku Ramen, he seamlessly entered a large bowl of ramen. After finishing the bowl, Li Jiexuan found himself unable to identify the specific narrative segment he was in. Naruto was absent, Sasuke was nowhere to be found, and no notable events unfolded around him. What splendid weather it was. Exiting Ichiraku, Li Jiexuan shook his head in resignation. Since he had not encountered any narrative characters, he felt it unwise to act recklessly without identification. However, before he could finish his thoughts, thunder rumbled. Dark clouds swept across the sky like a magician's trick, and violent lightning brewed within them. Could it be that I possessed the ill-fated bloodline limit? Li Jiexuan's eyes widened involuntarily. Would this lightning strike a person? No sooner had he voiced this thought than a thick bolt of lightning plummeted. Boom. The Hokage's crimson office was obliterated, flames roaring to life. Li Jiexuan was left speechless, not because he genuinely believed he had a cursed bloodline limit, but because he recalled which narrative segment this was, the infamous Akamaru Yakumo storyline. A true bug in the world of Naruto. Gulp. Just the thought of this woman made him swallow hard. Theoretically, she could obliterate the Sage of Six Paths in an instant. Who would have imagined that the Naruto anime would introduce such a bug of an illusionist? She was a monstrous amalgamation of the magical brush and the Death Note. As long as it was her artwork and she so wished, she could manifest it into reality. This meant that if she illustrated the Sage of Six Paths on a canvas and then depicted his demise, he would undoubtedly perish. In a certain sense, Akamaru Yakumo was akin to Masashi Kishimoto, the creator of Naruto. While Li Jiexuan trembled at the thought, Hinata Yui happened to pass by, murmuring that it was time to take action. It seemed the narrative was about to commence. However, this time, Li Jiexuan resolved not to intervene. He retreated back into Ichiraku Ramen and ordered a second bowl of ramen. With the meager prowess of Li Jiexuan, devoid of any illusionary skills, seeking trouble with Anma Bayun would undoubtedly lead to a dismal fate. The moment one opens the door, one is thrust into the vastness of interstellar travel, gliding amidst the celestial constellations, an experience beyond endurance. Li Jiexuan resolutely declared that he would not engage in such reckless endeavors, abstaining from any actions. System. Procure a syringe for me. When asked about his intentions, the answer was self-evident. Encountering a formidable bloodline limit like Anma Bayun's, one must seize the opportunity, otherwise, how could he honor the spirit of countless predecessors who risked everything for fleeting gains, akin to the fate of birds that perish for their greed? While slurping on ramen, Li Jiexuan scratched his head in contemplation. Although he yearned to partake in the fray, he realized, after careful consideration, that he was no match for Anma Bayun. According to the narrative, Anma Bayun's spirit would soon shatter completely, succumbing to the grip of inner demons. As Hong attempted to vanquish the heart's tormentor, she inadvertently struck at the very essence of her resolve. Subsequently, both Hong and Naruto were ensnared within the realm of illusions, subjected to torment. Yet ultimately, with Naruto's unwavering support and his invincible verbal prowess, they triumphed over the inner demon, reclaiming their virtue. Undoubtedly, this exemplifies a quintessential Naruto tale. When faced with insurmountable odds, One resorts to unleashing latent power, the Nine-Tails chakra would crush all in its path. And when even that fails, one resorts to the might of rhetoric. Naruto's prowess in persuasion is a legacy of the third Hokage, even surpassing it to a remarkable degree. After all, he managed to evoke self-sacrifice from Nagato, resurrecting the Leaf Village ninjas he had previously slain. It was akin to offering his own life for a momentary glimpse into the depths of hell for those ninjas. Thus, it becomes apparent how formidable Naruto's verbal skills truly are. And if that is the case, it is not beyond possibility for Naruto to urge Onma to draw his own blood with a syringe. Upon this realization, Li Jiexuan chuckled softly, producing the aforementioned syringe, and plunged it into his spine, extracting the Nine-Tails chakra that had been infused by the First Hokage. The pain was indeed excruciating. It felt as though his very spine were being wrenched from his body, rendering him utterly weakened. Yet now, this would pave the way for his encounter with Naruto. With a smile, Li Jiexuan exited Ichiraku, having extracted his own Nine-Tails chakra for the sole purpose of meeting Naruto. Naruto was not difficult to locate. By attuning his ears to the cacophony, he could discern the village's most boisterous locale without a doubt. Leave it to me. I shall ensure that Teacher Hong does not abandon you. Naruto remained ever the warm-hearted soul, fervently assuring others, despite the matter having no bearing on him. Li Jiexuan quietly concealed himself, awaiting the moment Naruto found himself alone. With 2 benches and a sign that had suffered a clean break, Li Jiexuan donned sunglasses and stepped forth to intercept Naruto. "Oh, esteemed elder brother, I perceive a dark aura surrounding you. Might you be troubled? Heavenly Dragon Star Monarch above. Prodigious Child Jiexuan below, divining fortunes without charge." Li Jiexuan seized Naruto's arm. "Oh, esteemed elder brother, I observe your furrowed brow. A sharp dagger surely pierces your heart," signifying deep-seated worries. Silence enveloped them. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this 2-year-old child babbling about? Though perplexed, he felt an inexplicable sense of awe. The intended effect had been achieved. Li Jiexuan smiled slightly, guiding Naruto to sit on a small stool, and mysteriously remarked, "From your facial features, I can discern that you must have lost both your father and mother at a young age." Naruto paused for a moment, as this brought to mind his parents, whom he had never met, a poignant regret indeed. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a surge of trust. Your heavenly crown is full, and your earthly base is square and round. You are destined for extraordinary achievements. Extraordinary achievements? Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise. You will surely become the 7th Hokage. Li Jiexuan spoke with unwavering conviction, his words devoid of any deception. However, why the 7th Hokage? Naruto scratched his head in confusion. The 5th Hokage is Granny Tsunade. But who is the 6th? Your mentor, Kakashi. In the realm of trickery, there exists a subtle art of utilizing specific small numbers. For instance, if one were to announce a lottery win of 100,000 and 8,000, those 8,000 serve to undermine the opponent's psychological defenses. After all, such precise figures are unlikely to be mere fabrications. Even more astonishing was the fact that Li Jiexuan was not misleading Naruto. All he said was the truth. Upon hearing this, Naruto's joy was palpable, his smile widening. It was the first time someone had so confidently affirmed his potential to become Hokage, instilling in him a newfound belief in Li Jiexuan's words. With this belief, they could delve into the main topic. However, there lies a slight obstacle on your path to becoming Hokage. This obstacle is the formidable Onma, a direct disciple of teacher Yuin's illusion techniques. Li Jiexuan furrowed his brow and gently tapped his fingers. According to my calculations, her abilities will bring destruction to Konoha, annihilating everyone within. Hearing this, Naruto's anxiety surged. He had just witnessed Onma destroy the Hokage's residence with a lightning strike, thus he believed Li Jiexuan's words implicitly. Grasping Li Jiexuan's hand tightly, Naruto implored, "Master, how can I counter this?" How to counter? Li Jiexuan's right hand twitched slightly, weaving an air of mystery before continuing. The true terror of Onma lies in her innate talent for illusion. If we can extract her bloodline limit, we shall be assured of victory. Upon hearing this, Naruto scratched his head in confusion. But I have never heard of anything that can extract a bloodline limit. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Li Jiexuan stood up, stepping with a rhythm of 7 stars, performing a 5-form fist, and produced a bloodline extraction syringe from his pocket. With this syringe, a single injection can extract any bloodline limit. Just as he spoke, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. Who is this little trickster, daring to deceive the village of Konoha? Hyuga stood before Naruto with a scornful expression, raising his hands in defense. Hyuga Niji? Faced with this unexpected disruptor, Li Jiexuan furrowed his brows. If Naruto was easily swayed, then Niji was undoubtedly the most steadfast among the 12 young ninjas. A bird trapped by fate does not believe in miracles. Huh, big brother. You may not believe, but why hinder others from believing? Li Jiexuan chuckled lightly. If you wish, I could even assist you in breaking the curse of the caged bird. What? Upon hearing those words, Hyuga Niji's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, if this is merely a deception, given your youth, I might let you off the hook. However, if it concerns the reputation of the Hyuga clan, I cannot allow it to pass so easily. The pessimistic fatalism made Niji regard his family's honor as more crucial than his own life. Yet, with a swift motion, Li Jiexuan effortlessly seized Niji's wrist and, with a gentle push, sent him flying over 10 meters away. Given Li Jiexuan's current strength, it indeed felt somewhat unfair. Impressive. Niji clenched his teeth. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he was acutely aware that he was no match for this 3-year-old child. Who exactly are you? Who am I? Li Jiexuan laughed heartily. I am the wind, the clouds, the very essence of this world. I know the past, traverse the future. I am the deity of this realm. A deity? Niji scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. You seem more like a lunatic. As a god, one must not show anger. To maintain his composure. Li Jiexuan smiled lightly, extending a finger. Hyuga Niji, in the 4th Great Ninja War 10 years hence, you will perish while protecting Naruto and Hinata. Succumbing to the tailed beast's manipulation. What nonsense are you spouting? Niji was momentarily taken aback. Unquestionably, in that fleeting moment, his heart skipped a beat. For one who believed in fatalism, he could vaguely sense that Li Jiexuan's words bore a semblance of truth. Yet, how could he, the little sage, possibly perish? Was there no way to avert this fate? Naruto, drenched in sweat, grasped Li Jiexuan's arm, having shifted his title from Little Master to Little Sage. Is there a way to break this curse? Li Jiexuan chuckled softly and shook his head. As the saying goes, the Buddha saves those with affinity. This elder brother does not even believe in me. How could I assist him? Upon hearing this, the warm-hearted Naruto grew anxious. Grasping Li Jiexuan firmly, he may not believe, but I do. Please, save him. After all that was said, Niji did not impede Naruto. Li Jiexuan realized the moment was ripe. Since you, brother Naruto, have spoken, I shall grant you this favor. He produced a syringe for extracting bloodline limits. Here is a syringe that can flawlessly extract a person's bloodline limit without any side effects. As he spoke, Li Jiexuan disdainfully regarded Niji. Since this Hyuga Niji does not trust me, would he dare to try? At this, Naruto seized the syringe and rushed to Niji's side. Niji, just give it a shot. Niji hesitated but eventually inserted the syringe into his body, slowly pulling the plunger. A thick, milky liquid began to flow out. Visibly, Niji's Byakugan rapidly faded, transforming into ordinary black pupils. Even the caged bird seal on his forehead gradually disappeared. My Byakugan, it's gone. Niji attempted to open his eyes, but found himself unable to see anything, his face contorted in frustration. The syringe had indeed perfectly extracted the Hyuga clan's bloodline limit. How is it? Li Jiexuan let out a cold laugh. Do you believe now? Hinata Niji was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly looked up. How can I reclaim my bloodline limit? You still wish to retrieve it? Li Jiexuan frowned. You must understand that the caged bird curse mark is tied to the Hyuga clan's bloodline. It not only restricts your abilities but also determines your life and death. If you choose to live as an ordinary ninja, you will escape the fate of the caged bird and attain the precious freedom. I know, Hinata Niji asserted, but I am still a member of the Hyuga clan. Lady Hinata still needs my protection. The syringe can alter bloodlines, yet it cannot change one's thoughts. Gradually pushing the syringe, Hinata Niji transformed back into that prodigious boy with white eyes, though his attitude towards Li Jiexuan had softened considerably. What should I do? Naruto gripped the syringe tightly, his palms slick with sweat. This matter concerned the future, leaving him no room for ease. You must compel Kuruma Yakumo to willingly extract her bloodline limit. Only then can you protect Konoha. Li Jiexuan smiled as he turned to leave. Remember, that syringe can only be used 5 times. Whether it concerns bloodline limits, bloodlines, or certain entities residing within, all can be extracted. With that, he activated the body flicker technique and soared toward the outskirts of Konoha. After a while, Naruto, do you believe what he said? Hinata Niji appeared somewhat perplexed. He felt something was off yet could not pinpoint the issue. Naruto grinned widely. Don't worry, the little sage must be a good person. Anyone who enjoys Ichiraku ramen cannot be bad. Yet, can even the monster within my body be extracted? Naruto unconsciously touched his stomach. Hey, Naruto. You wouldn't dare to put me into that syringe, would you? The Nine-Tails chakra roared, grasping the iron gate. If you dare, I'll devour you. Rest assured, I won't do that. Naruto chuckled as he tightened his grip on the syringe. He was no longer the person he once was and would no longer heed the fox demon's words. Unbeknownst to him, he and the Nine-Tails had become friends. Li Jiexuan gently shook his head. Even though he intended to ensnare Naruto, the will of this world was not so easily manipulated. However, opportunities would surely arise. As nightfall approached, a small figure darted through the forest, swiftly advancing toward the distant lights. Is this the Akazansho of Satomi? Just as Naruto leaped down from a large tree, he inadvertently triggered a hidden alarm trap. Jingling. The silver bells rang, and the Umbu and medical personnel within the Akazansho frowned slightly. Has someone triggered the trap? Who is it? It's me, Naruto. Disguised as Red, waved naturally as he emerged from the forest. I just need to talk to her alone for 10 minutes. As Naruto walked into the mansion under the watchful eyes of the Umbu, he raised no suspicion. Impressive, Naruto. In the forest, Li Jiexuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Such effortless infiltration can only be accomplished by the protagonist. In his memories, Naruto had infiltrated to investigate Kuruma Yakumo's secrets. This time, the intention was to extract her lineage, yet regardless of the objective, Naruto's invasion was destined for failure. Pushing open the studio door, a straight beam of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the crimson hue. Even in his transformed state, Naruto nearly believed he had perished. My heart. Soon after, Naruto let out a wretched scream as he tumbled out of the window, his transformation dissipating with a resounding pop. This was Kuruma Yakumo. Li Jiexuan narrowed his eyes with a cold smirk. Even the protagonist would falter before such a bug-like ability. Turning away, Li Jiexuan deemed the ensuing plot unnecessary to witness. Next, unsuspecting Naruto was completely incapacitated by an Umbu's dose of tranquilizers. Awakening in the hospital the following day, he engaged in playful banter with Sakura, eagerly awaiting the final verbal showdown with Kuruma Yakumo. How thrilling! Li Jiexuan gazed at the enchanting figure on the balcony. Which would prevail? The protagonist's rhetoric or the first bloodline limit of Hokage, more formidable than a bug? If you do not abandon your desire to become a ninja, I shall seal your abilities. In the dim classroom, Akatsuki warned Kuruma Yakumo thus. Naruto rushed forward, attempting to intervene. But at that moment, the thunderous sound of drums jolted the drowsy Naruto awake. Sakura? Naruto paused for a moment and hurried out of the hospital. This was not the time for such discussions. However, just as he had awakened, he was soon ensnared in an illusion cast by Akatsuki on his way to the Akiyama Manor. Poor Naruto, barely awake, was taken down once more. And at that moment, it had indeed begun, truly a heartfelt clan, concealed within the dense forest. Li Jiexuan chuckled to himself. Another family willing to sacrifice their own kin for the prosperity of Konoha, the Kuruma clan. Nearly 10 Kuruma illusionists breached the Akiyama Manor, attempting to abduct Kuruma Yakumo, seeking to halt everything by eliminating her. However, they had evidently overestimated their capabilities. Neither Kuruma Yakumo nor the group led by Might Duy, who came to rescue her, posed a challenge, swiftly dealt with in mere moments. Let us go. Naruto, carrying Kuruma Yakumo, attempted to return to the village for treatment. Yet they remained unaware that from the instant Naruto sought to lift Kuruma Yakumo, they all fell victim to an illusion. A colossal multi-person illusion. Dense fog enveloped them, and the village lay in ruins, as if subjected to a nuclear strike, now dilapidated. Regardless, they needed to rush her to the hospital. The injuries on Akatsuki required immediate attention. After Sakura had settled Akatsuki and Kuruma Yakumo, she set off in search of medicine. As they scattered, Inuzuka and his group encountered a massive python. Naruto and Kuruma Yunkai faced the inferno of the Land of Fire. Upon flinging the door open, Sakura plunged into an endless galaxy. The terrifying bloodline limit rendered Kuruma Yakumo nearly omnipotent. The plot continued to unfold in an orderly fashion. Yet to Li Jiexuan, it appeared that Naruto and his companions merely lay peacefully on the lawn, while only Akatsuki was guided into Kuruma Yakumo's studio. Pushing open the wooden door, it was as if the peculiar world of Van Gogh's Starry Night unfurled before Hong's eyes. The fragmented floorboards floated in the sky, while Onma Bayun quietly brushed her palette. Teacher Hong, what do you think of my painting? Onma Bayun, with an expression of tranquility, gently erased a portion of Hong's likeness from the canvas. Like a conjuring trick, Hong's form diminished slightly as it followed the image on the board. At that moment, Naruto burst in through the shadow clone technique. Naturally, as in the script, he revealed the truth about Onma Bayun. Yet, unlike before, what propelled Onma Bayun towards self-destruction was Naruto, grinning, produced a syringe. Sister Bayun, with this syringe, you can extract your bloodline limit. Then you will be safe. Extract the bloodline limit? Such a method existed? Onma Bayun was momentarily taken aback, hesitating as she accepted the syringe, gritting her teeth as she prepared to pierce her own skin. Suddenly, a hand, seemingly from the depths of hell, emerged from her self-portrait and seized her arm. Stop it, Onma Bayun. The terrifying demon fully emerged from the painting, snatching the syringe from her grasp, demanding in confusion. Why do you wish to kill me? I have always been helping you. Who are you? Onma Bayun, momentarily swayed, transformed in an instant, questioning the creature before her with a fade of innocence. I am you, Onma Bayun. The demon sneered, grabbing Naruto. I am the latent consciousness that resides deep within your psyche. I am another version of you. This is the state of no self-awareness. Hong, with utmost seriousness, elucidated, the first time I encountered this creature was. In simpler terms, it is a tale of schizophrenia. Li Jiexuan, lurking in the shadows, scoffed dismissively. So complex. It's merely a story of a girl with a split personality. Onma Bayun, gifted with illusionary prowess, developed a second consciousness under familial pressure. Referred to as the evil Onma Bayun. The evil Onma Bayun was aware of the existence of the primary persona and lay in wait, until now, when it finally erupted. Unfortunately, after a few biting remarks from Naruto and Hong, Onma Bayun's primary persona regained clarity. Sweet red sugar water, angel dates, and warm inquiries were indispensable. After years of swallowing her pride, nothing compared to the words of her idol that lingered in her heart. I will kill you. The evil Onma Bayun. With a greenish H, Naruto's eyes widened in joy, and with a smile, he scratched his head and asked, how did you end up here? Truly, how naive you are. Naruto-kun. Li Jiexuan chuckled as he stowed the syringe into the system's space. Of course, I am here to reclaim what belongs to me. Ah, you mean that syringe? It is indeed quite useful, thank you. Naruto began, but suddenly paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he raised an eyebrow. But it still contains Yakumo's bloodline limit, and that demon. At this, Li Jiexuan seemed to ponder, scratching his head. What a headache, Naruto. If I kill that demon, I won't obtain such a powerful bloodline limit, but if I let him live, he remains a potential threat. Can one truly have both fish and bear's paw? Upon hearing this, Naruto finally caught on, gritting his teeth and roaring, are you saying that everything you've done is actually to obtain Kuruma Yakumo's bloodline limit? Of course. Li Jiexuan shrugged with a light laugh. Continue being foolish. You might just become the 7th Hokage. Li Jiexuan spoke the truth, yet Naruto interpreted it as mockery. It dawned on him that he had been deceived all along, treated as a fool by others. Among the things Naruto despised most, the top 3 were hurting Sasuke, being deceived, and having his dream of becoming Hokage questioned. Unfortunately, Li Jiexuan seemed to embody all these grievances. He had directly or indirectly killed Sasuke twice and deceived Naruto on several occasions. As for questioning Naruto's Hokage aspirations, Li Jiexuan had genuinely not done so. Yet, Naruto remained unconvinced. You damned fool, I will definitely take you down. Naruto bellowed, slowly transforming, his nails morphing into sharp claws. The fiery chakra of the 9 tails enveloping his body. Naruto in his tailed beast form. Seeing this, Li Jiexuan shook his head helplessly. Life and death are trivial matters. If you refuse to yield, then fight. With that, he found a bench and sat down quietly. He knew he could not win. Even if one day he could, the Sage of 6 Paths would surely emerge to crush him. Thus, he deemed it more straightforward to await his fate in silence. After all, it was not his first brush with death, and Li Jiexuan accepted it calmly. Naruto, calm down. Red and Kuruma Yakumo attempted to soothe him with words, just as he had advised them earlier. Control this power. However, as the protagonist, Naruto was not swayed by such tactics. He opened his mouth, unleashing a tailed beast bomb that annihilated everything. I will take you down, roared the tailed beast Naruto. Facing the terrifying tailed beast bomb, Li Jiexuan calmly opened his arms, embracing the sun. Now this is true banter. Buzz, a small mushroom cloud rose. And as a mere bystander, Li Jiexuan did not even trigger a mission this time, simply meeting his end. When Li Jiexuan opened his eyes again, nothing had changed. except for the syringe filled with the cosmos that now rested in his hand. However, he deemed this acquisition no less valuable than that half of the sealing book. Raising the syringe, Li Jiexuan hesitated not for a moment, plunging it directly into his own body and gradually pushing it in as the bizarre starry blood surged into him. However, unlike before, this time there was no pain. Li Jiexuan slowly opened his eyes, finding that the guest room in Qibao Town had transformed into a celestial expanse. Within this strange cosmos floated a myriad of paintings, among which a self-portrait of Anma Bayun was serendipitously placed before him. "Ah, back here again." Li Jiexuan smirked, suddenly striking the self-portrait of Anma Bayun with a punch, forcibly tearing the terrifying demon from it. "Let go of me. Who are you? Where is Anma Bayun?" the demon cried. Li Jiexuan tightened his grip around the demon's neck, and without uttering a word, he delivered another punch. Boom. The demon exploded like a mass of gas, yet soon reformed. "Not my inner demon. Cannot be killed?" Li Jiexuan furrowed his brow, contemplating as he clenched his fist and shattered the reformed demon once more. "But, you are not Anma Bayun. You cannot kill me." The demon of Anma Bayun cackled maniacally. "You will never escape. If you do not return me to Anma Bayun, I shall confine you here forever." Before the words could fully escape its lips, Li Jiexuan merely willed it, causing the entire illusion to dissipate, leaving the demon to drift alone in the void. What is happening?" The pitiful demon looked around in a panic, emitting shrill cries akin to a hen, wretched, feeble, and helpless. "As you said, I am not that weak fool Anma Bayun, who cannot even control his own power." Li Jiexuan scoffed disdainfully. "As for your desire to return to see her, the calendar shows it is the 13th year of Konoha. You shall have to wait 49 more years." No sooner had he spoken than Li Jiexuan snapped his fingers, erasing the demon's voice and form from his mind, though he could not kill it for now. With Anma Bayun's bloodline limit, suppressing this bodiless persona was a trivial task. Qibao Town was officially renamed Shinmaster Town, its population dwindling from nearly 10,000 to just over 3,000. Yet this upheaval garnered no attention to the feudal lord of the Land of Water. Qibao Town had always been a haven for pirates. The loss of some lives in the pirate wars was of little concern, as long as the village of Mist remained. These pirates would not stir up significant trouble. However, the feudal lord of water did not anticipate that all 3,000 inhabitants had undergone the baptism of the serpent's curse, gaining the sage powers of the dragon cave. Under the assault of 5 cursed serpent users, even ordinary genin stood no chance. On the rejuvenated shores of Shinmaster Town, waves surged tumultuously where 2 diminutive figures stood before the crashing surf. Illusion technique, dark walk. A curtain of darkness, like the maw of a devouring demon, swallowed all living beings it touched, dragging them into an abyss of blackness. This was absolute darkness, akin to blindness, where all visual capability was utterly lost. As the experimental subject, Orochimaru knelt respectfully upon the ground. "Master Jie Xuan, your secret technique of dark walk has reached great perfection." Li Jiexuan nodded in satisfaction. After acquiring the bloodline limit of the 8 clouds from the saddle, his mastery of illusions had elevated considerably. However, the A-rank forbidden technique, dark walk, was ultimately a cherished illusion of Senju Tobarama. Even for Li Jiexuan, it took 3 full days to master it proficiently. During these 3 days, he completely subdued the town of Qibao. Now, as long as he could pass through the 3,000 serpent curse users, he would soon unify the entire pirate nation of water. Should he consider renaming himself to Jiexuan Luffy? But perhaps not. Being the pirate king in the world of Naruto does not align with the tone of this narrative. "Orochimaru, the town of Shinmaster is entrusted to you." Li Jiexuan smiled as he packed his belongings. "Once I return to Konoha, I will report your sacrifice." "Master Jiexuan, will you not stay?" Orochimaru, somewhat excited, knelt on the ground. "I wish to remain by your side and serve you forever." Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan chuckled softly and shook his head. "Blind adoration is unwise. Orochimaru, if you remain behind me, you will never be able to stand on your own. The formidable Uncle Snake must not be reduced to a mere trifle." Li Jiexuan smiled as he continued. "If you truly wish to assist me, then hasten to research the genuine immortality technique." With that, Li Jiexuan resolutely departed from Shinmaster Town. To him, Orochimaru was merely a pawn in his grand design. As the player, he must not be swayed by the pieces. Besides, that second Hokage had certainly presented him with quite a conundrum this time. The peace treaty from Konoha, with its fiery red parchment and the gleaming golden emblem of the Leaf Village, was still fresh in Li Jiexuan's memory. particularly the words spoken to him by Senju before his departure. Jie Xuan, in order to assault Suna, we must exert ourselves to the utmost. I am sending you to negotiate with the Water Nation. Remember to fulfill your mission without tarnishing the esteemed reputation of Konoha. Mission triggered. Negotiation. Mission objective. Complete the negotiation while preserving Konoha's reputation. Mission reward. 1 shadow-level treasure chest, 5,000 points. To negotiate while safeguarding the reputation is a daunting task indeed. Moreover, upon arriving near the village of Kirigakure as per the map provided by Konoha, Li Jiexuan discovered towering mountains stretching endlessly. After traversing over 10 high peaks without success, he realized that without a guide, finding Kirigakure would be impossible. After 5 exhausting days of searching, Li Jiexuan finally stumbled upon a small, unassuming village hidden within the dense forest. This village was aptly named, as it was indeed very small, comprising merely 20 households, with the first few appearing to be farmers. As Li Jiexuan stepped in, the villagers screamed, "Ninja! Ninja!" and fled in a panic. Among them, one shop appeared to be a convenience store. Although the young man inside was visibly terrified, he ultimately did not flee, trembling as he stood guard over his small establishment. "Excuse me, sir, do you know where Kirigakure is?" Before Li Jiexuan could finish his question, the young man screamed and dashed out of the store, seeking refuge in the forest. Li Jiexuan rubbed his face and scratched his head, pondering, am I truly so unattractive? Today, I refuse to succumb to this superstition. He traversed the village, knocking on one door after another. Yet each time he was met with terrified screams as the villagers fled at the mere sight of him, without exception. Only one household remained. Gazing upon the stone house constructed from green bricks, Li Jiexuan clenched his teeth and rapped on the door. Meow. A delightful black cat darted out from the wooden door. "Xiao Luo, do not run about." An elderly man, leaning on a cane, emerged in pursuit. The insignia was that of a ninja from the Hidden Leaf. Noticing Li Jiexuan, the old man's eyes filled with suspicion. What could such a diminutive ninja from the Hidden Leaf want here? It appeared he was a man of discernment. Though he lacked hospitality, he ultimately did not flee. Li Jiexuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I am here seeking the Mist-Hidden Village. The moment the name Mist-Hidden Village escaped his lips, the old man's eyes widened in sheer terror, his murky gaze reflecting a deep-seated fear. After a prolonged silence, he managed to quell his trembling frame, bowed his head, and gestured for Li Jiexuan to enter. "Let us speak inside." 10 minutes later, Li Jiexuan finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This village was known as Mist Whale Village, nestled deep within the mountains, far removed from the ravages of war. While it was not prosperous, it was certainly peaceful, akin to a hidden paradise. The elder, the village chief, was named Mist Whale Saburo. The calamity began with the establishment of the Mist-Hidden Village. In times past, ninjas rampaged across the land, committing acts of arson, murder, and plunder. Mist Whale Village, being on the border, enjoyed a relatively tranquil existence. However, when the first Mizukage quelled the chaos in the Land of Water, all ninja clans were summoned to establish the Mist-Hidden Village nearby. Thus began the nightmare for Mist Whale Village. The Mist-Hidden Village enforced ruthless policies, permitting only the strongest to ascend as Mizukage. They engaged in the indiscriminate slaughter of those possessing bloodline limits, neglecting economic development in favor of endless duels and bloodshed, transforming the Mist-Hidden Village into a brutal realm. Gradually, Mist ninjas began to infiltrate Mist Whale Village, exerting their oppressive will. In time, they escalated their savagery to arson and pillaging, leaving a trail of horrors in their wake. As the largest ninja village in the Land of Water, Mist Whale Village found itself powerless, helplessly subjected to their tyranny, to the point of near extinction. It is precisely for this reason that they harbor an overwhelming fear of ninjas. Upon sighting one, they flee without a second thought. Hearing this, Li Jiexuan could not suppress his confusion. Surely, the Mist-Hidden Village does not remain indifferent? Of course they do. Mist Whale Saburo scoffed with disdain. We have reported to the Mist-Hidden Village. Their high-ranking officials visited our village, apologizing profusely one moment, promising to punish their subordinates, only to don masks and personally execute the informants the next moment. The chaos within the Mist-Hidden Village is beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. After sharing so much, allow me to fetch you a glass of water. Mist Whale Saburo set down the black cat nestled in his arms. Smiling as he turned to enter the kitchen, Li Jiexuan shook his head in resignation. This diplomatic mission was evidently not destined to be an easy one. The Mist-Hidden Village was, after all, a haven for the most ruthless of killers. The frenzied state of blood-soaked mist-hidden village depicted in anime would not begin to change until Terumi May ascended as Mizukage. As for the present, it seems one must prepare for battle. Li Jiexuan took the water from Mist Whale Saburo, squinting with a smile. Grandfather Village Chief. Do you know why ninjas are called ninjas? Upon hearing this, Mist Whale Saburo's expression froze momentarily, forcing a dry laugh. I do not know. My experience is limited. Because ninjas are creatures that remain ever vigilant. Li Jiexuan sneered, gripping the neck of the black cat beside the table and forcibly pouring the water down its throat. The moment the liquid hit its throat, the black cat's eyes widened in terror, and it screamed incessantly. Shaluo! The village chief wailed in anguish, collapsing helplessly to the ground, tears streaming from his murky eyes. In but a fleeting moment, the black cat named Xiao Luo met its demise before the village chief. The water was poisoned, a faint aura of malice. From the moment Li Jiexuan mentioned the hidden mist village, he could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from Mist Whale Saburo. Though slight, it was resolute. Why attempt to poison me? Li Jiexuan coldly lifted the village chief. You had best refrain from playing tricks. Had I not needed you for directions, you would have been the one to drink that cup. At these words, Mist Whale Saburo shuddered involuntarily, trembling as he replied, If you go to the hidden mist village, you will certainly divulge our village's secrets. At that time, it appeared that this village was genuinely terrified. Li Jiexuan remained silent, in his view. This dilapidated village could hardly fetch 500 taels if sold. Would a millionaire like him truly care about such trifles? You may not care. But those cursed ninjas of the hidden mist certainly do not mind reaping a small fortune for their amusement. Mistwhale Saburo clenched his fist in rage. How many girls from Mistwhale Village have been ravaged by those beasts? It is truly tragic. Yet, what of it? He was not Naruto, and it was inconceivable that he would, swayed by Mistwhale Saburo's plight, slay his way through the entire hidden mist village. However, as Li Jiexuan silently scoffed, a sudden scream pierced the air at the village's entrance. Run. Ajin. No, Achong, I cannot leave you behind. The man's voice was filled with agony, the woman's voice resolute and unwavering. Just from these two lines, Li Jiexuan conjured an entire tragic love story between Ajin and Achong. Pushing open the door, the forehead protector of a mist ninja glimmered under the sunlight, the vivid red blood equally striking. Run. A shuriken struck Achong's ankle, eliciting cries of despair. Another kunai pierced Ajin's thigh, completely extinguishing their hopes of escape. Observing this, the lower-ranked ninjas from the hidden mist cackled with satisfaction. Clearly not their first time indulging in such cruelty. These mist ninjas were indeed depraved. Nonetheless, Li Jiexuan harbored no intention of intervening. In the genin of the hidden mist approached Li Jiexuan with mocking laughter, as though they were observing something truly rare and amusing. Such gazes were deeply unsettling to him. Just as he was about to teach them a lesson in decorum, the chunin of their squad arrived. Konoha's ninja? Li Jiexuan was about to present his identification when the lower-ranked ninjas erupted into chaos. Toothless, no need to check. This guy must be an imposter, a foolish villager. Indeed, let us simply eliminate him. The genin hurled sharp kunai, their eyes wild with a bloodthirsty frenzy. It was evident that they had no concern for whether Li Jiexuan was truly a Konoha ninja or not. Truly a pack of rabid dogs. Li Jiexuan furrowed his brow as he deflected the kunai, beset by doubts about his ability to accomplish the peace negotiations amidst such madness. However, this presented an opportunity to test his skills. With a cold smile, he formed hand seals, chakra swirling between his palms. Jinjutsu, darkness walk. A terrifying black veil, akin to a demon from the abyss, instantaneously unfurled its gaping maw, silently engulfing over a dozen mist ninjas. What is happening? Am I blind? Who's beside me? Speak, or I shall strike. In an instant, the group of mist ninjas descended into disarray. After a moment, the chunin stepped forward, raising his hand and calling out, Everyone, remain calm. This is an illusion. We simply need to work together to dispel it. Dispel. The ninjas collectively channel their chakra, attempting to break the illusion's hold on their minds. Yet, what is going on? Why can we not break free? Am I truly blind? The soul chunin looked around in confusion. This makes no sense. With our combined strength, we should be able to shatter even an A-rank Jinjutsu. Li Jiexuan scoffed derisively. Darkness Walk is no ordinary A-rank Jinjutsu. It is a forbidden technique recorded in the Book of Seals. If a few genin and one chunin cannot be ensnared by it, then surely my training would have been in vain. It must be the work of that Konoha brat. After a moment, one of the mist ninjas finally reacted, roaring, "Brat, quickly release us, or I shall slay you." Such incessant noise. Enjoy the darkness and silence. Prolonged exposure to darkness can shatter a person's sanity. Li Jiexuan procured ropes and bound these foolish individuals. "You wretched brat, release us at once." Initially, the mist ninjas shouted with vigor. However, as time passed, hunger and thirst rendered them incapable of uttering another word. Soon, a faint yet tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, spices of chili, cumin, and salt, accompanied by the rich scent of roasted meat. It was barbecued meat. Li Jiexuan tended to the skewers over the fire, indulging in the feast with carefree delight. Enticed by the fragrance, the starving mist ninjas could not help but swallow hard. Gulp. Finally, one of the mist ninjas surrendered. "Konoha brat, I was wrong. Consider me as nothing. Just let me go." The mist ninja, overwhelmed with emotion, lamented. "I too yearn for roasted meat." With a smile, Li Jiexuan dispelled the illusion cast upon him and tossed a piece of grilled meat before the mist ninja. Thank you," exclaimed the mist ninja, eagerly picking up the meat and devouring it, grease spilling from his mouth. This spectacle prompted the other mist ninjas to surrender one after another. "Esteemed elder from Konoha, I am Yaba, a ch-nin of the mist. The leading mist ch-nin, characterized by a prominent set of fangs, declared, 'We should not have harmed these villagers. We confess our guilt.'" Hearing this, Li Jiexuan scoffed dismissively. "Who mentioned anything about that? The fate of those villagers is of no concern to me. That is a matter internal to your water country." "Then who might you be?" Yaba inquired, puzzled. "If the villagers were not the issue, why inflict such torment upon them?" "I am the peace envoy from Konoha," Li Jiexuan replied with a grin, revealing 8 pearly white teeth that gleamed in the air. The mist ninjas were taken aback. "Are you certain you are here for peace?" An hour later. "I am the envoy from Konoha, here to negotiate peace with the hidden mist village," Li Jiexuan affirmed, nodding towards the hidden village's dark faction. Yaba chuckled awkwardly. "We have verified his identity." Upon hearing this, the Crow dark faction snickered derisively. "Konoha has sent a mere child to negotiate? How absurd." Li Jiexuan feigned ignorance, smiling as he replied, "Please summon the Mizukage post-haste. Konoha comes bearing sincerity." Uft. The Crow dark faction coldly snickered. "The Mizukage does not meet with nameless individuals. If you seek peace, send your second Hokage in person. Furthermore, our hidden mist village is not akin to your child's play of a ninja village. If you wish to avoid demise, it would be prudent for you to leave at once." With that, the Crow dark faction laughed heartily and turned away, clearly dismissing Li Jiexuan entirely. Sighing, Li Jiexuan shook his head in exasperation. He had endeavored to restrain himself. Yet now, it seemed utterly futile. For these individuals clearly did not appreciate the gravity of the situation. Dragon Sage mode. With silver scales enveloping his body, Li Jiexuan appeared as a divine being, floating gracefully before the Crow dark faction. "Why do you compel me?" "What?" The Crow dark faction's eyes widened in shock, and before they could react, a powerful fist loomed larger in their vision. Boom. The Crow's mask crumpled inward, the entire facial structure reduced to a mere pulp, rendering him unrecognizable for life. "Why pretend to possess strength when you do not?" Li Jiexuan remarked disdainfully, shaking his head lightly as dozens of mist dark faction members swiftly surrounded him. "You injured a member of the dark faction?" The leading elephant dark faction member intoned coldly. "Who are you, and what is your purpose in the hidden mist?" Li Jiexuan shrugged helplessly and produced the peace treaty. "I am Li Jiexuan, a ch-nin from Konoha, here to negotiate peace with the hidden mist village." Negotiate peace? The shadowy figures of the Umbu widened their eyes in disbelief, turning to gaze at the distorted form of the Crow Umbu. Is this truly how negotiations unfold now? Are you here to parley, or to instigate war? However, much to Li Jiexuan's astonishment, he eventually encountered the second Mizukage of the Mist Village, Kisame Hashigaki. "I have heard that a 3-year-old ninja from Konoha has bested our Umbu." Kisame swaggered into the Umbu, seeking out Li Jiexuan. The nearby Umbu wished to intervene. Yet before the Mizukage, they held no authority. "I hear you are the envoy from Konoha for negotiations?" Kisame's eyes sparkled with mockery. "I also heard that you severely injured one of our Umbu upon your arrival in the mist?" Li Jiexuan could only nod helplessly. These were truths that required no defense. "Ha ha." Kisame laughed heartily. "I have never encountered such an entertaining envoy. And to possess such formidable strength at such a tender age is truly remarkable. Do you not mind that I harmed your Umbu member?" Li Jiexuan felt puzzled. He could not comprehend why Kisame continued to find amusement in the situation even after his subordinate had been injured. Of course, I do not mind. Kisame replied with a derisive sneer. His weakness led to your victory over him. Questioning a strong individual for the failings of the weak is quite ludicrous, is it not? What kind of thuggish logic is this? Li Jiexuan fell silent, recognizing that this also pertained to the manner in which Mist selected its Mizukage. Though they were all ninjas of the same village, from the moment one became a ninja, they were taught to combat one another until the most powerful emerged victorious. Only then would the strife momentarily cease. Thus, the sole creed upheld by the Mist was the supremacy of strength. So, does this mean you consent to negotiations? Li Jiexuan raised an eyebrow in confusion. While it was rumored in the tales that Kisame greatly admired the young with great power, could he truly take it this far? No. Kisame grinned maliciously. I certainly do not agree to negotiations. Why? Because war is simply fascinating. Kisame licked his lips in an unsettling manner. Moreover, I have yet to engage in battle with the Hokage. Only through combat can one discern who is strong and who is weak. He is a complete battle maniac. Yet, Li Jiexuan seized upon the most pivotal statement. So, are you saying that if the Hokage defeats you, you will abandon the war? Li Jiexuan narrowed his eyes, fixing an intense gaze upon Kisame. Upon hearing this, Kisame looked around excitedly, exclaiming, What, has the famed god of speed Senju Tobirama already arrived? No, he has not. Li Jiexuan retorted coldly as he rose. But if I defeat you, then all of this can also come to an end, correct? You? Kisame laughed heartily, staring at Li Jiexuan. Are you suggesting you wish to challenge me? Perhaps in another 10 years, you might be able to. No, I mean to say, I will defeat you, Li Jiexuan declared resolutely, tearing the peace treaty to shreds. If persuasion failed, then he would compel submission through combat. Upon hearing those words, the surrounding Mist ninjas erupted into laughter. You dare challenge Lord Mizukage? Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Lord Mizukage is the strongest among all of us. However, the expression of Ghost Lantern Man Wei turned unprecedentedly grave as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Li Jiexuan. You must understand, I will show no mercy. I shall do the same. Li Jiexuan retorted with a disdainful sneer. If I defeat you, you will cease the war between the Mist and Konoha. If you lose, you will remain in the Mist, serving as my personal guard for eternity. Ghost Lantern Man Wei smirked derisively. If you believe you can rely on the chakra of the Nine Tails within you to achieve victory, you are sorely mistaken. Task triggered. Challenge the Mizukage. Task description. The Mist only believes in power. Conquer the Mizukage with strength to negotiate peace. Task reward. 1 shadow-level treasure chest, 10,000 points. Thus, the duel between Li Jiexuan and the second Mizukage was firmly established. The 3-year-old child from Konoha, Li Jiexuan, was challenging the Mizukage of the Mist, Ghost Lantern Man Wei. This news rapidly spread throughout the streets and alleys of the Mist, even reaching other nations. When Senju Tobirama, far away in Konoha, received this news, he felt utterly despondent. This kid, I sent him to negotiate, not to court death. Senju Tobirama shook his head helplessly. Passing the information to Sarutobi Hizashi beside him, this fellow dares to challenge the Mizukage in Mist Village. He must crave a short life. Yet, what if Li Jiexuan were to win? Sarutobi Hizashi suddenly interjected. Initially, we never anticipated he could single-handedly slay Retsudo. Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama fell silent for a moment before nodding affirmatively. Then he is even more doomed. Amidst the mountains, 2 figures, one large and one small, stood opposed. Without any warning, the battle commenced instantaneously. Water release, water iron cannon technique. Ghost Lantern Man Wei showed no mercy, raising a finger and launching a water projectile of formidable penetrative force towards Li Jiexuan, a truly devastating attack. Dragon Sage Mode, 8 gates, opening gate. Li Jiexuan, unwilling to be outdone, summoned his ice blue armor and wooden armor to envelop himself, providing absolute defense. Absolute attack versus absolute defense. Eager to test the strength of Ghost Lantern Man Wei's water iron cannon, Li Jiexuan boldly charged straight into the assault. However, as the water iron cannon made contact with the ice armor, Li Jiexuan furrowed his brow. The ice armor shattered far too swiftly, the power of the water iron cannon exceeding his expectations. Almost simultaneously, the wooden armor also fragmented. Next came the final layer of defense, the silver-scaled armor of Dragon Sage Mode, which too could not withstand the force, barely holding for a moment before being pierced through. Fortunately, in that brief interval, Li Jiexuan pivoted, allowing the water iron cannon to graze his arm as it flew past. Indeed, as expected of the Mizukage, remarkably powerful, having suffered a minor setback. Li Jiexuan became increasingly cautious. If Retsudu was slightly stronger than AJ Nin, Ghost Lantern Manuel undoubtedly reached the level of the Akatsuki. Li Jiexuan relied on his speed to evade the water iron cannon repeatedly, secretly maneuvering closer to Ghost Lantern Manuel, attempting to settle the outcome with taijutsu. Fortunately, it seemed that Ghost Lantern Huanyu remained oblivious to this fact. The distance between them dwindled. At last, the gap was sufficient. 8 gates of Duanjia, Peacock Dance. Li Jiexuan soared into the sky, his extraordinary punch speed igniting the very air, resembling an immense peacock unfurling its feathers, completely engulfing the stunned Ghost Lantern Huanyu. How could this be? How could Lord Water Shadow be defeated so easily? Defeated by a mere child? As the crowd murmured in disbelief, the fireworks ignited by the peacock dance gradually dissipated, revealing Ghost Lantern Huanyu standing unscathed. How could this be? Unperturbed, Li Jiexuan unleashed another peacock dance. Yet, Ghost Lantern Huanyu continued to stand there, untouched, quietly smiling at Li Jiexuan. No, something was amiss. This was an illusion. Li Jiexuan suddenly realized that even the invincible Gaara could not withstand the peacock dance indefinitely. Thus, there was only one explanation. Summoning Beast, SHN. In the anime, this colossal shell summoning beast had left a profound impression on Li Jiexuan, capable of conjuring vast illusions, mirages. Ha. Even if you know what of it. The illusion of Ghost Lantern Huanyu laughed heartily. Within the mirage, you shall never harm me. Upon hearing this, Li Jiexuan shook his head with a smile, retrieving a sketchpad from his pocket. What are you doing? Ghost Lantern Huanyu instinctively felt a twinge of unease. Drawing. Li Jiexuan chuckled as he flipped the sketchpad, revealing a gigantic white shell springing to life on the page. This is SHN? Ghost Lantern Huanyu's eyes widened in astonishment. How do you know my summoning beast? What are you planning? Li Jiexuan chuckled softly, waving his brush. As a bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, struck down, cleaving the enormous shell from invisibility. With a resounding bang, the summoning beast SHN shattered into pieces. Returning to its realm, the illusion of the mirage collapsed without a fight. What kind of illusion technique is this? Ghost Lantern Huanyu gazed in shock, unable to comprehend why the illusion had manifested into reality. Li Jiexuan smiled gently, knowing full well that Ghost Lantern Huanyu could not fathom it. The strongest bloodline limit of the Aoma clan would not manifest for another 50 years. However, do not revel too soon. This is merely the beginning. Ghost Lantern Huanyu roared as he formed hand seals. Water release, water balloon technique. Hundreds of plump water balloons floated languidly in the air. As Ghost Lantern Huanyu grinned wickedly, waving his arm, now, you cannot escape. The hundreds of water balloons slowly encircled Li Jiexuan, seemingly harmless, yet ready to burst at the slightest touch. Use physical techniques. As long as you do, these water balloons will impart a profound lesson. Ghost Lantern Huanyu chuckled. Judging by appearances is an unwise habit. However, lightning release, 1,000 birds piercing. A massive lightning tree shot forth from the grass pheasant sword, instantaneously detonating all the water balloons. Why not employ physical techniques and instead consume such tremendous chakra with lightning release? In bewilderment, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon widened his eyes. It seems you know me inside out? This battle felt exceedingly suffocating. Having just employed a signature ninjutsu, he found it effortlessly countered by Li Jiexuan. Before Li Jiexuan, he felt as exposed as a bare child, devoid of any secrets. How to respond? Li Jiexuan, somewhat resigned, thought it unwise to reveal to Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon that this knowledge was, in fact, drawn from his own words. It wasn't merely him who was privy to it. Billions knew of your ninjutsu patterns. Encountering a mirage that cast an invisible veil, the vapor bubbles would explode, while the steam catastrophe's clones would detonate in infinite succession. Before he could finish, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon could no longer contain himself, unleashing his most formidable ninjutsu, Steam Catastrophe. Truly, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Gurgling, a charming little plump figure gradually separated from Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon. This was the Steam Catastrophe, a clone that, while appearing oily, contained water within. Ready for an explosive release. Perish. The adorable chibi version of Ghost Lantern moved with astonishing speed. Even with 2 modes activated, Li Jiexuan found it hard to keep pace. With a deft sweep of his sharp arm blades, he effortlessly cleaved through dozens of trees. In terms of both strength and speed, he far surpassed the portrayals in the anime. The disparity between the power of reincarnated corpses and the living had already been witnessed during the encounters with Gold and Silver Horn. As the oily, water-based figure grew larger, Li Jiexuan could not help but shake his head lightly. The second Mizukage is indeed no ordinary opponent. However, with a smile, Li Jiexuan produced a drawing board. And within moments, a frigid blizzard erupted, blanketing the entire valley. Controlling the weather was a trivial feat for the gifted Anma Bayun. The blizzard stifled the heat from the steam catastrophe, disrupting the cycle of explosive temperature fluctuations. What is happening? Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon was on the verge of madness, unable to fathom why a clear sky had suddenly transformed into a blizzard. You have lost. Li Jiexuan stood before Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, coldly smirking. As per our agreement, you must immediately withdraw your mist ninjas from the front lines and cease hostilities with Konoha. After a prolonged silence, Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon burst into laughter. Indeed, I have lost. The youth of today are truly formidable. Surprisingly, he accepted his defeat with grace, vowing to withdraw the mist ninjas from the battlefield. However, others were not so magnanimous. Curse be it, the Mizukage has genuinely lost. What shall we do now? Under no circumstances can we allow this brat to return to Konoha. Otherwise, we shall utterly disgrace ourselves. The murmurs among the mist ninjas grew louder, and Li Jiexuan could sense numerous hostile gazes upon him. Nevertheless, recalling how Deidara had single-handedly captured Gaara from Tsunade, Li Jiexuan felt confident that after defeating Ghost Lantern Phantom Moon, he could depart from the mist unscathed. The atmosphere thickened with tension. The gathering mist ninjas were restless, poised to pounce and rend Li Jiexuan to pieces at any moment. At this critical moment, Gui Danghuanyu smiled and beckoned to Li Jiexuan. It's been a long time since I've been so thoroughly defeated. Care for a drink? Of course. Aware that Gui Danghuanyu was coming to his aid, Li Jiexuan naturally accepted the offer. 10 minutes later, gazing at the milky liquid in his cup, Li Jiexuan couldn't help but grin. But why is it milk? Haha. Gui Danghuanyu laughed heartily. Children should not drink alcohol. That night, the hosts and guests reveled in merriment. As the gathering came to a close, Gui Danghuanyu leaned toward Li Jiexuan and whispered, "Little ghost, you should escape quickly. My subordinates will not let you off easily." Hearing this, Li Jiexuan smiled faintly and turned back to his guest room, well aware that these individuals would indeed pursue him. However, fleeing outright was not in his nature. Mission accomplished. Negotiation completed. Obtained 1 shadow-level treasure chest, 10,000 points. Defeated Gui Danghuanyu. Obtained 1 shadow-level treasure chest, 5,000 points. Opening the chests. 2 intermediate random training scrolls. 1 pair of Kagayaheim's binding cloth. Extracting the cloth, which still bore a faint otherworldly scent, Li Jiexuan fell silent. What a bizarre item. Setting that aside. Ding! 2 identical items detected. Fusion possible. Is it the training scrolls? Li Jiexuan furrowed his brow, having long been puzzled by the continued presence of only beginner scrolls. It seemed the change was occurring here. Fusion. The 2 dim intermediate random training scrolls melted into 2 pools of silvery liquid, slowly solidifying into a shimmering silver metallic scroll, an intermediate fire shadow training scroll. What transformations lay between the beginner and intermediate levels? Li Jiexuan slowly unfurled the scroll. But strangely, he was not drawn into another dimension. Instead, vivid scenes began to unfold before him. The tales of Zabuza and Haku, the invasion of Konoha by Orochimaru. The entire narrative of the Naruto saga materialized on the scroll, with Li Jiexuan's farthest journey delineating the boundary. Subsequent events were shrouded in darkness, whereas earlier ones glimmered brightly. It appeared that the illuminated sections allowed for free selection, while the dim areas remained unresponsive to Li Jiexuan's touch. The intermediate training scroll granted a certain degree of freedom of choice. So, where to go? The storyline of Orochimaru's assault on Konoha, or that of the Star Ninja Village? After a moment's hesitation, Li Jiexuan's eyes lit up with determination. I've made my choice. I'll go here. Ding! The scroll emitted a soft glow, enveloping Li Jiexuan within its embrace.